Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. You're on the rockets now, and you're telling me about warmth? Mail, Pokemon, system, transmigration, game elements, action, adventure, fanfiction, fantasy, game. What? You say the Pokemon world is heartwarming? Then I'll start with Team Rocket. Killing someone isn't too much to ask, right? Shocking, you want me to infiltrate the league as an undercover agent? If I become a champion, remember to come and bail me out. Oh my god, I have to go and capture an elf hunter? One hunter capturing another hunter. How exciting and thrilling. Years later, Liao Shi, who had become one of the leaders of Team Rocket, one of the league champions, and one of the top Pokemon hunters, stood at the pinnacle of the Pokemon world with a melancholy look on his face. He had been too high profile. 1. Number 1 Rockets? Chapter 1. Team Rocket? In the vast jungle, lush green trees stood tall one after another. In a patch of grass on the ground, an Oddish waddled out on its two short legs. Mana, feeling the sun overhead, it let out a comfortable yawn and then burrowed into the soil. In another patch of grass, several Rattata sniffed as they walked, searching for their favorite berries. They needed to stockpile more food while the weather was this rare and beautiful. On a tree, a caterpie stared at the leaves above with determined eyes, crawling upward with great effort. It wanted to eat more leaves and strive to evolve into its dream, Butterfree, as soon as possible. Everything in the early morning jungle was a picture of prosperity, but not far away, under a tree, a trail of bloody footprints broke this peace. At the end of the bloody footprints, a youth covered in wounds was lying against a tree trunk, his eyes tightly closed as if he had lost consciousness. At that moment, a leaf drifted down from above and landed gently on the youth's nose. Suddenly, the youth's eyes twitched slightly, and then he slowly opened them. Where am I? Hiss, it hurts so much. Liao Shi opened his eyes in a daze, looking at the unfamiliar scene before him. He just wanted to raise his hand to rub his eyes, but then he felt a surge of intense pain throughout his body. How did this happen? Liao Shi clenched his teeth. He was fine before going to sleep. How did he wake up covered in wounds? Enduring the pain, he tried to prop himself up with his hands to stand, only to find that he was actually clutching a ball in his right hand. What is this thing? Liao Shi raised his hand and looked at the object in his grasp. But when he saw it clearly, he was instantly stunned. In his hand lay a red and white Pokeball. That's right, this familiar appearance, he hadn't misidentified it. It was the kind of Pokeball from the Pokemon world used to capture Pokemon. Is this a toy or something? Liao Shi was completely bewildered, his mind unable to process it for a moment. But before he could think of anything else, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if he had been pricked by a needle. Following that, he felt a segment of unfamiliar memories merging into his soul. After a long while, Liao Shi finally lowered the hand covering his head. At this moment, a flash of complexity crossed his eyes. He hadn't expected that he would wake up having transmigrated to the Pokemon world, and into the body of someone named Liao Shi, whose name was pronounced exactly like his own. So, this Pokeball is a real Pokeball? Liao Shi, no, he should be Liao Shi now, picked up the Pokeball he had accidentally dropped on the ground, and from his memories, he knew there was a Pokemon inside this Pokeball. Happiness came a bit suddenly. Liao Shi was very familiar with Pokemon. In his previous life, after growing up and attaining some financial stability, he had played many Pokemon games and watched plenty of the anime. He had desired these creatures more than once or twice. Now that he truly possessed a Pokemon, he was naturally a bit excited. But when he moved his body again and felt the agonizing pain, his mood instantly turned solemn. In his memory, his current location was on a trial island belonging to the Team Rockets. Liao Shi was no stranger to the Team Rockets. They were the largest underground organization in the Kanto and Johto regions, and the most terrifying dark force in the entire Pokemon world. This is trouble. Liao Shi frowned slightly. Although the leader of the Team Rockets, Giovanni, was a man of great charisma, his subordinates were all sorts of people, and the vast majority were cold-blooded, ruthless criminals. Even if this was just a novice trial island for the Team Rockets, there was certainly no lack of desperate criminals. So when Liao Shi realized this was Team Rocket's territory, his caution immediately outweighed his pleasant surprise. Struggling to prop himself up, a cold breeze blew by, and combined with the pain of his wounds, Liao Shi's head suddenly cleared. Through his memories and the wounds all over his body, Liao Shi knew his current situation was even more dire than imagined. There was someone behind him currently hunting him down. Yes, hunting. And it was a blatant hunt. From this, one could see just how cruel the Team Rocket's trials were. The previous owner of this body had died because his wounds were too severe and he couldn't withstand the pressure, which gave the current Liao Shi the chance to take over. Thinking of this, Liao Shi's gaze turned cold. Although the environment he lived in during his previous life wasn't as cold-blooded and cruel as this, he had grown up alone after losing his parents at a young age. He had clawed his way up from the darkest side of society, which clearly meant he didn't have the personality of a greenhouse flower. He glanced behind him. Since someone wanted to hunt him, let's see who the real hunter is. Hey, don't worry. I'll settle this grudge for you. After taking a deep breath, he picked up the Pokeball again to observe it. Through the transparent glass on top of the Pokeball, he could see a small bird-like Pokemon living inside. When Liao Shi looked at it, it also tilted its head and looked back at him. Just like in his memory, inside the Pokeball was the first Pokemon Liao Shi had received from the Team Rockets, a Pidgey. A Pidgey? Not bad. The first-generation regional bird. After evolving into Pidgeot, it can even mega-evolve, and its looks are quite solid too. He gave a light chuckle, but then his expression turned serious. He just didn't know what this Pidgey's quality was like. The upper and lower limits of a Pokemon's growth were determined by its quality, which was an extremely important factor. After staring at the Pidgey for a while, just as Liao Shi was preparing to release it for a closer look, suddenly, he heard a ZZZT sound in his mind, and a panel appeared out of thin air above the Pidgey's Pokeball. Pidgey, LV, 10. Type, normal plus flying. Gender, male. Ability, keen eye. Held item, none. Basic moves, tackle, sand attack, gust. Egg moves, brave bird, steel wing. Taught moves, heat wave, tailwind. TM/HM moves, none. Quality, special level. Holy crap, I have a cheat. Looking at the panel in front of him, Liao Shi was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes instantly lit up like a small sun. He could directly view a Pokemon's quality? Liao Shi stared intently at the panel. Level, ability, moves, and quality. All the criteria for judging the merits of a Pokemon could actually be scanned. With this, he could avoid who knows how many detours. And this Pidgey's quality did not disappoint Liao Shi. It had reached special level quality. Regarding quality, from what he knew in his memory, it was divided from low to high into low level, intermediate level, advanced level, special level, super, top tier, legendary level, and god level. The vast majority of wild Pokemon only had low level or intermediate level quality. Advanced level was already very rare, let alone special level. At this moment, Liao Shi couldn't help but marvel at the previous owner's luck. To think he could pick up a special level Pidgey just by grabbing one at random? Moreover, the moves this Pidgey inherited and learned were a bit heaven-defying. To have learned high-level moves like Brave Bird and Heat Wave at the special level stage left Liao Shi completely dumbfounded. Logically speaking, possessing such a starter Pokemon should mean starting several steps ahead of others, yet the reality was that he had ended up being hunted. This was all thanks to the previous owner's various incompetent actions. Coming from a commoner background, he hadn't learned any Pokemon knowledge. He didn't even know what moves Pidgey had mastered. He gave reckless commands during battle, failing to bring out Pidgey's proper strength at all, which led to the current situation. Shaking his head and taking a deep breath, Liao Shi stopped overthinking. He first checked his space belt. Seeing the space belt, he couldn't help but marvel that the Pokemon world's development of spatial technology was truly advanced. In his previous life, who could have imagined that a small belt could contain a space the size of a small room? But what made Liao Shi speechless was that there were only some clothes and food in the belt. He remembered that after taming a Pokemon, Team Rockets was supposed to give everyone 100 points, which could be exchanged for various resources. Yet this predecessor had only exchanged for some clothes and food before daring to run into the wild. Sighing helplessly, he lifted his heavy feet. He planned to leave this hellhole first and return to the Team Rocket HQ to exchange for some useful items. But before he had gone more than a few steps, a voice suddenly came from behind, causing his entire nervous system to tense up. Number 2 First Battle. Chapter 2. First Battle. Kid, I found you. As the voice entered Liao Shi's ears, he also felt a strong gust of wind rushing towards him from behind. Without time to think, Liao Shi instinctively lunged to the side, rolled a few times, and then knelt on one knee, propping himself up with one hand. He saw that a large purple snake was already coiled in the spot where he had been standing, its cold eyes fixed on Liao Shi, ready to lunge forward again at any moment. You actually dodged it? But what's the use? Trash is trash, just living a little longer. Ekans, finish him. Behind the Ekans, a man in black leaned against a tree, looking at the disheveled Liao Shi with disdain. Pidgey, use sand attack on Ekans's eyes. Seeing the Ekans lunge at him again, Liao Shi's expression changed, and he threw out the Pokeball he had already prepared in his hand. Pidgey. As Pidgey emerged, it saw the lunging Ekans, its gaze paused, and without time to think, it chose to obey Liao Shi's command. After landing on the ground, it quickly gathered ground-type energy in its feet, forming a pile of sand that it splashed towards the Ekans. Chaba. Seeing the sand coming straight for its eyes, Ekans instinctively turned its head away. Taking advantage of Ekans's missed attack, Liao Shi and Pidgey quickly widened the distance, moving to a safe range. Such a quick reaction? The man in black's expression was startled, but quickly turned cold. Ekans, poison sting. Chaba. Ekans opened its mouth, and tiny purple poison stings rapidly shot towards Pidgey. Poison sting? It can't be hit. Liao Shi doesn't have an antidote, and if Pidgey gets poisoned, it would be really troublesome. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Liao Shi's mind. Use Gust directly in front of you to block the poison sting. This real-life battle isn't like the turn-based gameplay in games where you take turns attacking. Various moves can be used in different ways. Pidgey. Hearing Liao Shi's confident voice from behind, a light also shone in Pidgey's eyes. Flying-type energy rapidly circulated on its wings. Then it spread its wings and flapped forward. A small whirlwind appeared in front of Pidgey, intercepting the poison stings that had been troubling Liao Shi. Tailwind. The man in black was astonished to see Liao Shi, who had previously been powerless against him, once again block his offensive. But Liao Shi wouldn't wait for the opponent to recover. Pidgey's condition wasn't very good, its previous injuries hadn't healed, so they had to finish the battle quickly. After Pidgey used the swift wind technique, gentle breezes swept around its body, and its flying speed instantly increased significantly. Ekans, continue poison sting. The man in black gritted his teeth, feeling that the situation was becoming a bit off. Fly up, use the trees for cover, and look for opportunities to continuously use Gust on the opposing Ekans. Pidgey's figure subtly weaved behind the trees, its sharp eyes fixed on the Ekans below, occasionally stopping to use Gust on the Ekans. And when the opponent used the poison sting move, it would fly back behind the trees again. Seeing Pidgey take the initiative, Liao Shi now had a chance to look at the opposing Ekans. A hidden light flashed in his eyes, and a panel appeared above the Ekans. Ekans. LV. 11. Type. Poison. Gender. Male. Ability. Shed skin. Held item. None. Basic skills. Wrap. Glare. Poison sting. Bite. Egg moves. Retaliate. Tutor moves. None. TM/HM moves. None. Aptitude. Intermediate level. After seeing Ekans's panel, Liao Shi's mouth curved upwards. It really didn't have many moves, only one long-range poison sting. As long as Pidgey was careful not to let it get close, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Chaba. Not long after, under Pidgey's kiting strategy, Ekans lost its ability to battle after an unwilling hiss. No, impossible. Who are you? How can a good-for-nothing like you defeat my Ekans? The man in black's eyes were filled with disbelief. Just a short while ago, he could toy with Liao Shi at will, but why did the other party suddenly seem like a different person, with such a significant improvement in his understanding of Pokémon and his tactical control? Pidgey, finish him. Liao Shi looked at the opponent expressionlessly, saying nothing more, and directly ordered Pidgey to launch an attack to finish him. Pidgey. A few minutes later, Liao Shi, his face a bit pale, held the man in black's space belt and left the battle site. After walking a few steps, he suddenly leaned against a tree nearby. Ugh, he bent over and emptied his stomach. Only then did Liao Shi straighten up again. After all, no matter how resolute his personality had become in his previous life, after killing someone for the first time, he still couldn't help but feel some panic, especially seeing the bloody scene, which left a considerable psychological shadow on him. But he understood very well that in a place like Team Rocket's, he had to adapt to these things, otherwise he would only be torn apart by others. After walking a bit further, he found a relatively quiet spot, and Liao Shi sat down leaning against a tree. Pidgey, keep an eye on the surroundings. I'll check what the opponent gave us. Picking up the space belt confiscated from the man in black, Liao Shi eagerly dumped out all the contents. After organizing these items, Liao Shi smiled. There were quite a few things. Although there were no particularly valuable resources, they were all practical items. It seemed this man in black still had some trainer experience. 2 potions, 3 Pokeballs, 3 lemonades, some Pokemon food, purple, likely for poison-type Pokemon, and a good amount of food and water the man in black had prepared for himself. In addition, there was a watch. Liao Shi also had one of these. It served for communication. Sometimes urgent notifications would appear on it. The watch also had another function, transferring and withdrawing Team Rocket's points. Liao Shi picked up the watch and checked the man in black's points. There were only a meager 5 points left, likely all redeemed. Then Liao Shi rolled up the sleeve of his left hand, revealing the watch on his wrist, and checked his points, finding he still had 90 points. Team Rockets had been quite generous at the start of the trial, giving each newcomer 100 points. Once used up, they had to earn them themselves. What relieved Liao Shi now was that the previous owner of this body hadn't really used many points except for buying some food for himself, which was the best outcome. If he had squandered the points on useless items, Liao Shi would truly have cried. Following the principle that even a mosquito's leg is still meat, Liao Shi transferred the man in black's 5 points to his own account. Next, Liao Shi called Pidgey over. Pidgey? Pidgey tilted its head, looking at Liao Shi. It was a bit confused, wondering why its trainer had changed so much after a nap. However, in its opinion, Liao Shi's change made it very happy. Such a trainer was worth following. Of course, Liao Shi didn't know what Pidgey was thinking. He reached out and stroked Pidgey's soft head. Pidgey didn't refuse, closing its eyes and rubbing against his hand. I'll treat your injuries first. Liao Shi smiled and took out a potion, spraying it on all of Pidgey's injured spots. Pidgey. The cool sensation on the sprayed areas made Pidgey very comfortable. Unlike in games where potions are single use, in reality, potions can be used multiple times. After spraying Pidgey, there was still a lot left in the bottle, so Liao Shi also sprayed some on his own injured areas. Comfortable. Afterward, having given Pidgey some lemonade and eaten something himself, Liao Shi got up and headed back towards Team Rocket HQ. He still had some points, so he needed to go back and resupply first. 3. Number 3 Exchange of Goods. Chapter 3. Exchanging Supplies. Passing through the woods, Liao Shi walked into the Team Rocket HQ before dark. The base was not large, consisting of only 4 buildings in total. Liao Shi walked directly into the building closest to the gate. This building served as the public building for Team Rockets. The first floor was a hall, usually used for gatherings or for newcomers to exchange supplies. The second floor housed the mission hall and the treatment center. The third floor was the exchange hall, and the fourth floor was quite mysterious, not somewhere someone of Liao Shi's current status could enter. After entering, there weren't many people in the first floor hall, just a scattered dozen or so. Liao Shi didn't linger, heading straight up to the second floor toward the treatment center. Pidgey had sustained significant injuries, after all. Although he had sprayed it with potion, considering the possibility of internal injuries, Liao Shi decided to give Pidgey a full-body medical checkup. Arriving at the entrance of the treatment center, he handed Pidgey's Pokeball to the medical staff. The medical personnel in this Team Rocket HQ naturally couldn't be joy, but their medical skills weren't bad either. Heart-aching as he paid 2 points to the treatment center. To be honest, Team Rocket's points were quite valuable. This was evident from how many things the man in black could exchange for 100 points, not even including what he had already consumed. But these points had to be spent. If things like internal injuries were allowed to accumulate, they would definitely erode Pidgey's potential in the future. While waiting in the treatment center's waiting area, he thought about how to use the points he had on hand. Soon, the medical staff finished the treatment and returned Pidgey to him. After getting Pidgey back, Liao Shi went up to the third floor, arrived at the front desk of the exchange hall, and picked up a list to look over carefully. So many good things? The long list was filled with all sorts of supplies that dazzled Liao Shi's eyes. He could see various pseudo-legendary hatchlings and precious technical machines. He skipped the first few pages, as those were things Liao Shi wasn't even worthy of looking at right now. First was Pokemon food. For Pidgey, there was no need to hesitate. He would directly develop its flying-type attributes. He exchanged 50 points for advanced-level flying-type Pokemon food. This price already made his heart bleed. 50 points worth of Pokemon food was only about a week's supply for Pidgey. Sigh, while improving strength, I also need to make money, otherwise the food supply will be cut off. Pokemon food is divided into primary, intermediate level, advanced level, and top tier according to quality. The higher the quality, the higher the nutritional value, and naturally, the more expensive the price. Despite the heartache, Liao Shi still bought the advanced level quality Pokemon food. The nutritional value of low-level and intermediate-level Pokemon food was limited. For Pokemon that consumed advanced level versus low-level food over the long term, the difference might not be apparent at low levels when they first start eating, but as their strength improves, the gap between the two would grow larger and larger. So, when it came to food, Liao Shi would not skimp. In a dark and cold-blooded place like Team Rockets, he only had one chance. The price of failure was either death or a fate worse than death. Only by staying one step ahead of everyone else could he have a chance to rise in this place. After choosing the Pokemon food, he exchanged 10 points for 5 bottles of potion at 2 points each, 6 points for 2 bottles of antidote at 3 points each, 2 points for 1 bottle of insect repellent spray, and finally, 25 points for 5 bottles of lemonade at 5 points each. By the time he left the exchange center, he had become a pauper. With a bitter face, Liao Shi left the public building. By now, the sky was completely dark. After walking out of the public building, he headed toward another dormitory building. The dormitory was where newcomers like them lived, and every newcomer who came here was assigned an individual room. Dragging his exhausted body, Liao Shi stepped into the room. After changing clothes and taking a shower, he treated the wounds on his own body, and then he released Pidgey. Pidgey, with a flash of red light, Pidgey's figure appeared in the room. After flying a circle around the room, it landed on Liao Shi's shoulder. Pidgey! Pidgey cried out aggrievedly while lifting a wing to stroke its belly. The meaning was obvious, it was hungry. Alright, my mistake. Time to eat. Liao Shi gave a sheepish laugh, then took out a bag of Pokemon food and poured it into a Pokemon food bowl that came free with the exchange. Because it was advanced level Pokemon food, and flying type at that, as soon as Liao Shi opened the bag, Pidgey's eyes were glued to his hand and couldn't look away. Eat up. As soon as Liao Shi spoke, Pidgey buried its head in the Pokemon food and began to eat greedily. Once Pidgey finished the food in the bowl, Liao Shi had also recovered some physical strength. After recalling Pidgey into its Pokeball, he walked out of the room. There was a cafeteria on the first floor of the dormitory building. Although it was past mealtime, there were still quite a few people in the cafeteria. Scanning the entire cafeteria to observe the situation, he found that many people had already gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. From his memories, he knew it had been 3 days since this batch of newcomers received their Pokemon. 3 days was likely enough time for the people here to experience the brutality of Team Rockets. It was normal for groups to form for mutual warmth among those who got along reasonably well. After all, before any real conflict of interest was involved, an extra person meant extra strength and an extra sense of security. Ignoring countless hostile and wary gazes, Liao Shi walked to the serving window, got a meal, and found an empty table to eat at. He finished his meal in peace. No cliché plot points like someone flipping his table halfway through his meal occurred. Dragging his body, which was tired from a day's work, Liao Shi didn't have the energy tonight to plan for his upcoming new life. As soon as he touched the bed, he fell into a deep sleep the next day. After waking up from a night of heavy sleep, Liao Shi had fully recovered his spirits. After both the human and the Pokemon finished breakfast, he wasn't in a hurry to take Pidgey into the wild to grind monsters today. Instead, he found an open space outside the base and released Pidgey. Pidgey, next we are going to start a period of targeted training. It might be very tiring. Do you have the confidence to stick with it? Although yesterday's battle seemed easy, many parts involved elements of luck. For example, Pidgey's mastery of skills like Sand Attack and Gust wasn't enough. If they had been used even a fraction slower yesterday, it might have been a different result. So Liao Shi planned to set some daily training for Pidgey to allow it to more deeply master the moves it had learned and the energy in its body, solidifying its physical foundation, while also digesting some of the problems and realizations brought about by the battle. Pidgey, seeing Liao Shi's serious expression, Pidgey's gaze also became firm. Brave Pidgey, not afraid of hard work. Good, Pidgey. First, use all the moves you've already learned once. Tackle, Sand Attack, Gust, Brave Bird, Steel Wing, Tailwind, Heat Wave. These were the skills Pidgey had learned at this stage. Except for Tackle, Pidgey performed all the other skills once. After seeing Pidgey's performance with the skills, Liao Shi immediately recorded Pidgey's next training goals. The Gust skill belonged to Pidgey's primary long-range attack at this stage, and Tailwind could play a decisive role at critical moments. These two were the primary training targets. Steel Wing and Heat Wave could increase its coverage. These two were also very necessary to train. As for Sand Attack, this move could play a defensive role when being suddenly attacked, so it could be trained when time allowed. As for the remaining Brave Bird, a move with a power as high as 120, Liao Shi could only set it aside for now because the physical consumption of this move was simply too great. The current Liao Shi definitely couldn't afford to have Pidgey train it. Pidgey, let's start with the Gust move. First, increase the casting speed of Gust, and then try to increase its power. Liao Shi recorded the training plan in his mind into a notebook, and then Pidgey's training began. At this time, the lemonade on him played its part. After consuming a large amount of physical strength, Pidgey could quickly recover its strength by drinking some lemonade during rest time. However, lemonade wasn't considered very good among such recovery items. When he had the means in the future, Liao Shi would replace the lemonade with moo milk, which tasted better and had a faster recovery speed than lemonade. Unfortunately, the price of moo milk was too high. The current Liao Shi certainly couldn't afford it. However, Liao Shi did have a better substitute in mind, and that was 4. Number 4 Gathering of Newcomers. Chapter 4. The Rookies Assemble. And that was energy cubes. Long-term consumption of high-quality energy cubes can not only quickly restore physical strength but even enhance a Pokemon's talent. However, the price of those energy cubes at the advanced level and above was no lower than that of moo milk. In fact, the manufacturing cost of energy cubes was actually quite low. It was berries, and more berries, but the trouble lay in the manufacturing process. While Liao Shi had made energy cubes back when he played the games, a game was, after all, just a game and couldn't compare to reality. Manufacturing energy cubes at the advanced level and above would certainly not be simple. If they were really as easy to make as in the games, such good things like energy cubes would have flooded the market long ago instead of being as scarce and expensive as they were now. Sighing, Liao Shi shook his head. It all came down to being poor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have these worries. Returning his attention to reality, Liao Shi didn't stay idle while Pidgey was training. He silently began to exercise as well. After all, he was going to go wild in the wilderness with Pidgey. If his physical fitness couldn't keep up, he wouldn't even be able to run when encountering danger. A day passed quickly. Under the setting sun, Liao Shi sat on a rock summarizing today's gains, while the exhausted Pidgey stood beside him preening its feathers. After a day of training, Pidgey's gust move had become more proficient. Its execution speed, which wasn't slow to begin with, was now even faster. If they continued training like this, it might even reach the point of instantaneous casting. Liao Shi's goal was to have Pidgey train the gust move to the point where it could be used at will. Through a sudden flash of inspiration during yesterday's battle, he discovered that the gust skill could not only be used for long-range attacks but, if used well, could also block an opponent's attacks. Additionally, there was an unexpected surprise. After a day of training, Pidgey's level had increased by 1, reaching level 11. Today's training had clearly produced significant results. Let's go, Pidgey. It's time to head back. Stroking the soft pink feathers on Pidgey's head, Liao Shi packed his things, recalled Pidgey into its Pokeball, and then walked toward the base. As he got closer to the base, the number of people nearby gradually increased. They were all rookies like Liao Shi, preparing to return to the base. Everyone's face was filled with vigilance, and they all kept a distance from one another. Clearly, everyone already knew what the atmosphere here was like. After returning to his room, Liao Shi finally relaxed his tense body slightly. He released Pidgey and prepared dinner for it. Just as Liao Shi was about to eat something himself, the watch on his wrist suddenly emitted a soft chime, causing his expression to change abruptly. Only Team Rockets would know the communication method for this watch. It had to be a new announcement from Team Rockets regarding the trial assessment. He raised his hand, looked at the watch, and clicked on a message window that popped up. Tomorrow at 7 a.m., assemble at the plaza. This was the first assembly since Liao Shi had arrived and received his Pokemon. It seemed Team Rockets was about to begin the real trial for them. Solemnly checking the message once more to ensure no details were missed, Liao Shi finally lowered his hand to attend to other matters. Was he nervous? Maybe a little, but not to the point of being afraid. Everyone was sprinting from the same starting line, and Liao Shi didn't believe he would be any worse than the others. The next day, Liao Shi arrived at the plaza around 6:30 a.m. He thought he had arrived very early, but to his surprise, there were already 3 or 4 people who had arrived even earlier than him. Upon Liao Shi's arrival, these people all swept their eyes over him with scrutinizing gazes. Raising his eyes and meeting everyone's gaze, Liao Shi walked to the side and leaned against a pillar, closing his eyes slightly while waiting for the others to arrive. After waiting a while, the main group began to pour out of the dormitory building in waves, heading toward the plaza. When the time reached exactly 7 a.m., 2 teams of Team Rockets members in black uniforms walked out from behind a high platform at the edge of the plaza and stood on either side of it. At the same time, a middle-aged man slowly walked up onto the high platform. Liao Shi had an impression of this man. In his original body's memories, he had seen him when he first arrived here to receive Pidgey. He was the chief instructor for this trial assessment. Instructor, time is up. Those who haven't arrived shall be considered eliminated. The first thing instructor did upon standing on the platform was announce the immediate elimination of those who hadn't arrived. He waved his hand toward the side with a smile, and immediately, the Team Rocket's members on both sides of the platform spread out, quickly surrounding the plaza. Not bad. There are still 200 people who managed to tame a Pokemon within 3 days and pass the first test. Although instructor had a smile on his face, his eyes carried a piercing coldness. When his gaze swept over Liao Shi, he felt as if a wave of chill had washed over him. However, don't be too quick to celebrate. What follows is the real trial assessment. Only those who survive until the end will be considered to have joined Team Rockets. Many people had shown a hint of uncontrollable self-satisfaction when instructor spoke his first sentence, but his subsequent words made it impossible for them to smile anymore. As soon as instructor finished speaking, a cart was pushed out from behind the platform. Everyone looked over curiously and saw that it was filled with cards made of a special metal. These are your mission cards for this trial. One for each person. Keep them safe. They will be used in the upcoming missions. Alright, next, let's talk about the rules of the assessment. Listen carefully. This assessment will be divided into multiple stages. First is the first stage, the survival ability assessment. Starting tomorrow, you will begin a 1-month wilderness survival trial. Once your survival trial begins, this base will be sealed, and no one will be allowed to enter. Hearing that they would have to endure such a long period of wilderness survival, many people's faces showed expressions of panic and fear. Over the past 2 days, they had gone into the wilderness more or less, and they knew that danger could strike at any moment. One careless mistake could cost them their lives. Now that instructor was saying the first stage of the assessment trial already required surviving in the wilderness for so long, they couldn't imagine what the subsequent assessments would be like. After learning the contents of the assessment, Liao Shi's expression also changed slightly. A month? The Pokemon food and recovery items he had on him certainly wouldn't last that long. If he really had to stay in the wilderness for a month in his current state, it would be trouble. Ha ha ha, look at how nervous you all are. Relax, little ones. Our Team Rocket still has a human touch. During this month, everyone will still have 2 opportunities to return to the base for supplies. Instructor's words caused the expressions of many to soften. If there were opportunities to return to the base for supplies, then it was still acceptable. Remember, you only have 2 chances to return to the base. Exceeding that will also result in elimination. As for the subsequent stages of the assessment, you will be notified after the first stage ends. Well then, little ones, I wish you a fun time. 5. Number 5 Trial begins. Chapter 5. The trial begins. After leaving the plaza, Liao Shi walked towards the open space where he had trained Pidgey yesterday, pondering how to prepare for tomorrow's trial. To be honest, there wasn't much to prepare. All his belongings were in his space belt, and he had no points to exchange for anything. He sighed, feeling like he might be the poorest transmigrator. Upon reaching the open space, Liao Shi released Pidgey. Pidgey flew around once before landing on Liao Shi's shoulder. Pidgey, today we're going to train the swift wind technique. Pidgey flapped its wings and flew into the air, using the swift wind technique. Instantly, flying-type energy surged through its body, and a gentle breeze swept by. Pidgey immediately felt its body much lighter, and its flying speed increased significantly. Pidgey, try to compress the range of tailwind to its minimum and see if you can burst out with even faster speed. Shrinking the range of tailwind was a hypothesis Liao Shi had yesterday, compressing all the tailwind energy that could originally affect teammates onto Pidgey itself. And Pidgey, upon hearing Liao Shi's voice, slowly began to try and shrink the range of tailwind. All things are difficult before they are easy. Due to insufficient mastery of the tailwind technique, Pidgey only gradually gained a slight control over its range after several failures. Soon, another day passed. It proved that Liao Shi's hypothesis was effective. After a day of training, Pidgey's control over the tailwind's range had become much more proficient. When the tailwind's range was reduced, it could indeed increase Pidgey's speed. Now, it just needs continuous training, and one day, the tailwind skill will be compressed to the point where it only envelops Pidgey's body. Of course, maintaining such high-intensity training was not without cost. The 8 bottles of lemonade he originally had were now reduced by half. However, after these 2 days of training, Pidgey's combat power had visibly improved. Compared to 2 days ago, its coordination with flying-type energy and its own body had made significant progress. Clearly, Pidgey's efforts were not in vain. Early the next morning, the alarm bells of the base rang. Liao Shi, who had already prepared, followed the crowd out of the base. He ignored some invitations to team up and rushed directly into the jungle alone. Team up? Liao Shi didn't want to. In a place like Team Rocket's Trial Island, who would dare to entrust their back to others? Teaming up with others meant constantly being wary of dangers in the wild while also being cautious of teammates. Isn't that exhausting? Also, if they teamed up, how would the resources they found be distributed? One wrong move and there would be disagreements, eventually leading to them going their separate ways. Moreover, Liao Shi's time was urgent. His current resources were only enough to sustain Pidgey for 5 days. Within these 5 days, he had to earn enough points to resupply, otherwise, Pidgey would run out of food. He didn't stop on the way. After entering the jungle, he directly rushed deeper. The area near the Team Rocket HQ had mostly been scoured, so there wouldn't be many valuable resources, nor many Pokémon for Pidgey to train with. To become stronger or earn money, one could only go deeper into the island. And for those who lingered around the Team Rocket HQ because they were afraid of hardship or death, did that concern Liao Shi? Anyone who wasn't foolish would definitely seize this time to become stronger, because the subsequent assessments would only get harder, and without sufficient strength they would only be eliminated. And the result of being eliminated, one didn't need to think to know it wouldn't be good, either becoming the lowest ranking grunt of Team Rocket, or death. After walking for a while, Liao Shi saw signs of Pokémon nearby, so he released Pidgey. Pidgey, be on alert. Pidgey landed on Liao Shi's shoulder, its pair of sharp eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Its keen eye ability not only prevented its accuracy from being lowered in battle but also made it more sensitive to every movement in the wild. Liao Shi continued forward. His speed had slowed down significantly compared to when he first started, and as he delved deeper, traces of human activity became increasingly scarce. Pidgey. Suddenly, Pidgey on Liao Shi's shoulder let out a warning cry. Looking towards Liao Shi's left. Following Pidgey's gaze, he saw yellow powder continuously drifting out of the bushes on the left. At first glance, it looked quite beautiful, but when Liao Shi saw this sight, his expression immediately changed. This is stun spore? Pidgey, blow away this stun spore. Pidgey flapped its wings. Although it didn't use a move, it still generated a considerable gust of wind, blowing the stun spore back. Paris. A call, tinged with anger, came from the bushes. Subsequently, a Pokémon, entirely orange in color, resembling a cicada, with 2 red mushrooms on its back, crawled out. So it's a Paris. Liao Shi looked at this Paris, a light flashing in his eyes. Paris. LV. 9. Type. Bug plus grass. Gender. Female. Ability. Effect spore. Held item. None. Basic skills. Scratch. Stun spore. Poison powder. Absorb. Egg moves. None. Tutor moves. None. TM/HM moves. None. Potential. Low level. A most ordinary Paris. Pidgey. Gust. Liao Shi glanced at it, then closed the panel and immediately had Pidgey launch an attack. Without any surprise, after 2 gusts, Paris lost its ability to battle. After defeating the Paris, Liao Shi did not linger and continued forward. As he delved deeper, the level of Pokémon Liao Shi encountered also became higher. After easily defeating a level 12 Rattata, Pidgey encountered an opponent that made it feel serious. Ledyba. LV. 16. Type. Bug plus flying. Gender. Male. Ability. Swarm. Held item. None. Basic skills. Tackle. Supersonic. Swift. Light screen. Reflect. Safeguard. Sonic punch. Egg moves. Bug bite. Tutor moves. None. TM/HM moves. None. Potential. Intermediate level. A level 16 Ledyba. Liao Shi stood behind Pidgey, frowning slightly as he looked at the Ledyba baring its teeth in front of them. He remembered Ledyba being a gregarious Pokémon, and that these Pokémon would become very timid when alone. So, seeing this Ledyba's reaction, Liao Shi guessed there must be a Ledyba colony nearby. Pidgey. Gust. Pidgey. No sooner had Liao Shi spoken than Pidgey used the Gust move. Buzz buzz. A white whirlwind rapidly condensed beneath the Ledyba. Unprepared, it took the full force of the Gust attack. Flying type attacks are super effective against Ledyba, so the Gust move dealt significant damage to it. Buzz buzz buzz. The injured Ledyba grew furious, and at the same time, a sour, foul odor began to permeate the air. It's calling its companions. Liao Shi's heart sank as he smelled the odor. Pidgey, finish it quickly. Another gust. Pidgey's gust skill once again condensed beneath the Ledyba, but this time, it was prepared. The Ledyba placed a glass-like wall beneath itself, blocking a good portion of the gust attack. Light screen? The light screen skill halves special damage received. Therefore, although Ledyba used light screen, it still took damage, but it wasn't as painful as the previous hit. Buzz buzz. After enduring a gust, Ledyba looked up at Pidgey and flapped its wings. At the same time, it opened its mouth and shot out star-shaped lights towards Pidgey. Swift. 6. Number 6 Domineering Monkey Monster. Chapter 6. The Domineering Monkey. Swift. Pidgey. Tailwind. Dodge it. Flying type energy quickly condensed on Pidgey's body, and it took off like a rocket. But Swift's speed was also very fast. Although Pidgey dodged immediately, it was still grazed by several streaks of light. Pidgey. After staggering a couple of times in the air, Pidgey stabilized its body. Seeing the opponent's Swift firing again, Pidgey quickly flew out of Swift's attack range since the Tailwind boost was still active. In the games, Swift is a move that is guaranteed to hit, but in reality, Swift isn't equipped with a tracker. As long as the speed can keep up, it can still be dodged. Pidgey used Steel Wing with the Tailwind boost. Liao Shi watched the deadlocked battle, his mind racing. Pidgey responded and charged at Lediba at high speed, condensing Steel-type energy onto its wings along the way. Since it wasn't a same-type attack and hadn't been trained much, the Steel Wing move was used slowly, only being unleashed as it approached the opponent. Seeing Pidgey suddenly charge at it, Lediba panicked and hurriedly counterattacked with Sonic Punch. Soon, the two attacks, Steel Wing and Sonic Punch, collided. However, because Pidgey's Steel Wing was boosted by the Tailwind technique and Lediba's Sonic Punch was used in a panic, Pidgey gained the upper hand in the collision, and Lediba was sent flying. Now's the time. Heat Wave. Pidgey. While the sent flying Lediba was still dizzy and disoriented, it took a Heat Wave from Pidgey without any ability to resist. Heat Wave is a fire-type move, and it's also double effective against Lediba. After taking so many moves that countered it, Lediba could no longer hold on and lost its ability to battle. Pidgey, let's go. After dealing with Lediba, Liao Shi didn't hesitate, calling out to Pidgey and leaving the place immediately. He could already vaguely hear a large number of buzzing sounds coming from not far to the right. About half a minute after Liao Shi left, a large number of Lediba, led by a Ledian, arrived at the place where they had fought. When they saw the Lediba lying unconscious on the ground, the entire colony was enraged. Buzz. That Ledian sniffed the air, trying to rely on the scent in the air to find the direction in which Liao Shi had fled. But would Liao Shi, who understood Lediba's habits, give it a chance? While running, he had already sprayed insect repellent spray on himself, eliminating the scent Lediba had left on him. Therefore, besides their impotent rage, Ledian and its colony could do nothing against Liao Shi. As for Liao Shi, after hearing Ledian's angry cry behind him, he ran even faster. Ledian evolves from Lediba at level 18, which meant that this Ledian's level was at least as high as 18. The level difference between Pidgey and it was too great, and it also had so many underlings by its side. If they were surrounded, the situation would be dire, so it was better to run away first. What Liao Shi didn't see was that after he left, another figure broke into Ledian's territory. The sun slowly rose from the east and set in the west day after day. By now, it was already noon. Liao Shi found a relatively safe open space with a good view and prepared to have today's outdoor lunch. Of course, Liao Shi's food was just some canned food that could be stored for a long time, exchanged from Team Rocket's, while Pidgey's was advanced level flying type Pokemon food. While Liao Shi and the others were unhurriedly eating lunch, an uninvited guest was slowly approaching them. Pidgey? While eating, Pidgey, who was constantly on alert, seemed to notice something and flapped its wings, flying into the air. Liao Shi also stopped eating and stood up to look in the direction Pidgey was watching. There was originally a patch of bushes shaking slightly, and after Pidgey and Liao Shi looked over, the movement stopped instantly. What is it? Both Liao Shi and Pidgey's expressions were a bit solemn. Such unknown dangers required extreme vigilance. Under the gaze of the person and the Pokemon, a Pokemon with a pale yellow body, long thin limbs, and a pig-like nose walked out. This is a Mankey? Hoga. After the Mankey walked out, it didn't attack Liao Shi and Pidgey. Instead, it stared unblinkingly at the Pokemon food in Pidgey's food bowl, its nose sniffing as if confirming whether the scent was coming from the food in front of it. So it was attracted by the scent. Liao Shi narrowed his eyes at the Mankey. To be honest, this kind of Pokemon was like a bomb. It could explode at any moment. Something trivial to us might be a source of anger for them. Furthermore, Mankey are social Pokemon. Since one had appeared, there was a high probability that there was a Mankey colony nearby. Liao Shi's expression was a bit stiff. How did he end up in the territory of such short-tempered Pokemon? Looking at the Mankey in front of him, a light flashed in Liao Shi's eyes. Mankey, level 14, type, fighting, gender, male, ability, vital spirit, held item, none, basic moves, glare, scratch, focus energy, taunt, karate chop, egg moves, none, move tutor, fire punch, TM moves, none, aptitude, intermediate level. This Mankey's aptitude was average and Liao Shi had no intention of capturing it. The monkey sniffed its nose and walked up to Pidgey's food bowl as if no one else was there. By this time, Pidgey had almost finished the food in the bowl, with only a little left. The monkey grabbed a piece and stuffed it into its mouth, its eyes instantly widening. Although the food in the bowl was flying type by attribute, it was, after all, advanced level Pokemon food, so the taste probably wasn't bad. The monkey stuffed the remaining food from the bowl into its mouth, but the tiny amount left wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth, so the monkey looked up at Liao Shi. Hoga. It pointed to the food bowl, its meaning clear. It wasn't full and wanted more, asking Liao Shi to add some. But would Liao Shi agree? Certainly not. He had paid a high price for this Pokemon food, and he had very little left on him, so how could he give it to this monkey? Sorry, there's no more. Liao Shi expressionlessly stepped back a few paces to get away from the monkey. He knew that once he said those words, the fuse would likely be lit. Sure enough, upon hearing Liao Shi's refusal, the monkey, with its pettiness smaller than an ant, couldn't take it anymore and kicked the food bowl away. Hoga hoga. The monkey's eyes suddenly became fierce. After clenching its fists, it smashed directly toward Liao Shi. 7. Number 7. Shifting the blame eastward. Chapter 7. Diverting the trouble. However, before Mankey's fist could even get close to Liao Shi, a white whirlwind blocked the path between the human and the Pokemon. Gust. The Pidgey on Liao Shi's head was certainly not just for show. As Liao Shi took 2 steps back, Pidgey was already prepared for battle, so when Mankey launched its attack, Pidgey intercepted it with the fastest reaction. Huo Jia. The flying type is twice as effective against the fighting type. Taking a gust attack dealt significant damage to Mankey, and the pain drove it into a complete rage. Pidgey, keep using gust. Kite him. Liao Shi, who had seen this Mankey's data, knew very well that as long as Pidgey maintained its aerial advantage, the opponent would be completely helpless. As expected, after several gusts from Pidgey, this Mankey fell. Before falling, the Mankey actually turned its head and let out a loud cry toward the direction behind it. Again? Quote. Liao Shi rolled his eyes helplessly. Is having a tribe really that impressive? Every time they can't win a fight, they call for backup. Well, fine, it is impressive. If I had one, I'd definitely call for backup too. He quickly found Pidgey's food bowl that had been kicked away and hurriedly called out to Pidgey, let's bail. The opponent isn't playing fair, but Liao Shi didn't have such good luck this time. Before he could run far, the group of crazy monkeys had already caught up. Seeing their unconscious companion on the ground, the Mankey tribe became collectively enraged. Huo Jia, Huo Jia, Huo Jia. A few Mankeys spotted Liao Shi's retreating figure and pointed. Dozens of Mankeys then climbed the trees, swinging through the branches to chase after Liao Shi. Damn it, you guys just wait. Once I get stronger, I'll definitely come back and settle this. Listening to the overlapping cries behind him, Liao Shi felt extremely frustrated. On his first day in the wild, he was being chased around by Pokemon constantly. After being chased for a while, the sounds of the Mankeys behind him were getting closer and closer. Hearing those still furious cries, Liao Shi's heart sank. If he was caught, things definitely wouldn't end well for him. Just as a hint of unwilling frustration inevitably rose in Liao Shi's heart, the forest ahead suddenly began to change. Most of the tree trunks ahead were covered in slash marks, and many trees had been sliced clean in half. Seeing this scene, Liao Shi was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes flashed as the image of a certain Pokemon crossed his mind. Meanwhile, the Mankey group behind him also saw the scene ahead. From time to time, some Mankeys regained a bit of sanity and showed a hint of fear upon seeing the slash marks, but they were soon infected by the rage of the Mankeys around them and fell back into a frenzy. Good grief, this spreads faster than pneumonia. Liao Shi caught the change in the Mankeys out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. By now, Liao Shi had led the Mankey group into this special forest. As they went deeper, the slash marks on the trees became more numerous. I should be running into them soon. The closest Mankey behind him was less than 10 meters away. Combined with his depleting stamina, his speed was dropping, and he estimated he would be caught soon. Pidgey, use Gust on the closest Mankey. As the distance between Liao Shi and the Mankey group continued to shrink, a trace of anxiety began to surface in his eyes, so he wanted Pidgey to harass the opponent. But before Pidgey could act, Liao Shi suddenly saw a green shadow flash by ahead. A look of joy instantly appeared in his eyes. Finally, Pidgey, never mind. Come back for now. Pidgey, who was about to use Gust on the annoying Mankeys behind, turned its head in confusion upon hearing Liao Shi's voice. However, it didn't hesitate to stop its attack and flew back to Liao Shi's side. Sha. A low sound came from ahead. Immediately after, a dozen green, mantis-like Pokemon darted past Liao Shi, charging straight toward the Mankeys behind him. I didn't expect there to be so many scythers here. Liao Shi turned and hid behind a tree, panting heavily. After seeing the slash marks on the trees earlier, Liao Shi had already guessed that there might be scythers here. At that moment, Liao Shi had the idea of diverting the trouble. Moreover, Scyther is an extremely proud and confident Pokemon. Their hearts are filled with the conviction to challenge the strong. So Liao Shi didn't have to worry about being caught in a pincer attack. To put it bluntly, since he was being chased so pathetically, the Scythers would likely look down on him and only attack the Mankey group that was pursuing him. Leaning against the tree and resting for a while to recover some stamina, Liao Shi slipped away while the two tribes were still in a chaotic battle. Only after he was far from the center of the battle did he stop and slowly sit on the ground, against a large tree. That was too intense, way too intense. Looking back now, Liao Shi couldn't help but feel a bit of lingering fear. If he had run a bit slower back then, he probably would have lost his life. Fortunately, Lady Luck gave him a kiss and he escaped. Sorry, Scythers. I'll come back to repay you when I've made it big. Thinking about his act of diverting the trouble, even with his thick skin, Liao Shi couldn't help but feel a bit of embarrassed. After all, what he did really wasn't very honorable. He could only hope for a chance to repay the Scythers in the future. After resting for a while, Liao Shi felt his stamina had mostly recovered. He stood up, preparing to continue exploring the forest. Before night fell, he had to find a safe place to stay. He didn't dare to wander around at night. The forest then was much more dangerous than during the day. But just as he was about to set off, the sound of rustling branches came from the woods behind him. Hearing this sound, Liao Shi's whole body stiffened. The sound was very familiar, exactly like the sound the Mankeys made when they were chasing him earlier. Could it be the Mankey group caught up again? Was the Scyther tribe dealt with so quickly? Liao Shi's breath hitched. He quickly recalled Pidgey and lay down in a patch of grass to hide himself. Through the grass, Liao Shi looked toward the direction of the dense noise. He saw another 20 or so Mankeys, led by an Infernape, charging furiously toward the Scyther territory. So they were going to reinforce those Mankeys. Liao Shi watched as the Infernape led the Mankey group past him and gradually disappeared from sight. Only then did he release the breath he had been holding. Standing up, he brushed the dust off his clothes, wanting to leave this godforsaken place. But at that very moment, a flash of inspiration that even surprised himself surfaced in Liao Shi's mind. This Infernape brought out so many Mankeys again. Is it possible that? 8. Number 8 Stealing a house. Chapter 8. Raiding the home. Is there a possibility that the Mankey group's nest is empty? Could I have a chance to raid their home? When this thought surfaced in his mind, Liao Shi himself was startled. Since when had he become bold enough to entertain such a dangerous idea? But once the idea took root, Liao Shi's breathing involuntarily became rapid. He lowered his head, closed his eyes, and slowly slowed his breathing to calm himself down. After an internal struggle in his mind, Liao Shi suddenly opened his eyes. By now, the hesitation in his gaze had vanished, leaving only determination. Pidgey, come out. We're going to raid their home. Liao Shi released Pidgey and turned to run in the direction the Mankey group had come from. He ultimately decided he wanted to take this risk. Liao Shi's current situation was already like dancing on a knife's edge, so why should he care about one more risk? Furthermore, in his current environment, he had to seize every opportunity to become stronger if he wanted to stand out and secure a better future. Otherwise, if he were to fade into the crowd within an organization like Team Rocket's, he would only live like a walking corpse. Having finally come to this wonderful world, he was unwilling to spend his life that way. He had to fight for it. At this moment, Liao Shi's mindset truly underwent a change, and his heart's desire to become stronger grew even more resolute. After traveling for about 10 minutes, Liao Shi finally reached the edge of the woods where the Mankey lived. Only then did he realize that this place was actually quite close to where he had eaten lunch. This made him feel both amused and frustrated. No wonder he had been feeling lucky that there were no other wild Pokemon around. The most dangerous ones were right nearby. Slowly approaching the Primeape forest, his brow furrowed slightly when he saw the scene inside. He saw that there were still over a dozen Mankey staying near the area. Specifically, near a large tree in the central area, 6 Mankey sat with vigilant eyes. On the trunk of this large tree, there was a man-sized tree hollow. These Mankey were guarding this tree hollow. Liao Shi's eyes brightened slightly as his mind raced with guesses about what was inside the tree hollow. But obviously, he couldn't get into that tree hollow. He only had Pidgey by his side. Even if only those 6 Mankey attacked together, Liao Shi would likely have to run, let alone with a dozen more nearby. He was unwilling. Liao Shi's face practically had the words, "Not resigned," written all over it. After coming this far, if he didn't steal if he didn't get some compensation from them, it would be truly frustrating. He punched a nearby tree twice. Just as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly discovered that not far from that large tree in the central area, there was another tree with a tree hollow. Holy crap! There's another one. I almost didn't notice. Liao Shi glanced at that tree hollow and then began to observe the surroundings. Finally, he realized there was a chance. Except for the 6 Mankey in the center who were sitting together, the other Mankey were scattered. There were no Mankey guarding the outside of that tree hollow, only occasional ones passing by. As long as he didn't make a sound, he might be able to slip into that tree hollow. No sooner said than done. This was his only chance. If he waited until the battle ended and that Infernape returned with the Mankey group, there would never be a time when the defenses were this sparse again. Gently, Liao Shi moved toward that direction, paying attention to both his footing and the positions of the Mankey. In this way, a distance that would normally take only a few steps took Liao Shi another full 10 minutes to bypass. Reaching the edge of this tree hollow, Liao Shi ducked inside with a quick turn. After entering the tree hollow, he didn't move immediately but hid in a concealed corner. After waiting for about a minute and confirming he hadn't been discovered, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and stepped out. It had to be said that after entering the tree hollow, Liao Shi couldn't help but admire his own courage, perfectly validating the truth of the saying, men die for wealth as birds die for food. If Liao Shi were discovered in this tree hollow, he likely wouldn't even be able to run. He'd be completely blocked in by the Mankey outside. On tiptoe, he moved his feet softly and began searching the tree hollow. On one side of the tree hollow, a pile of berries was stacked like a small mountain. Liao Shi's eyes lit up like stars as he quickly swept the pile of berries into his space belt. After collecting the berries, Liao Shi found 5 sealed earthen jars sitting in a corner on the other side. He walked over and picked one up to look at it. The craftsmanship of these jars was extremely poor, as if they had just been haphazardly kneaded into the shape of a jar. However, the earthen jar was quite heavy when picked up, clearly containing something, and it was liquid. Liao Shi thought for a moment and, regardless of the consequences, threw these 5 broken earthen jars directly into his space belt as well. Afterward, Liao Shi's face darkened as he realized there was nothing else in this tree hollow. Finally, refusing to give up, he searched one more time. After confirming there was truly nothing left, Liao Shi walked to the entrance, took a discreet look outside, and seeing that the Mankey hadn't noticed him, he crouched down and slipped out quietly. After leaving the primate forest area, Liao Shi felt as if he were under the effect of a tailwind. He exerted 12/10 of his strength to dash forward. He had to get far away from the primate forest before the Infernape returned. After traveling for nearly half an hour, Liao Shi finally stopped. This should be far enough from the Infernape's territory. Once he had caught his breath, he looked at Pidgey. Pidgey had also gone through several battles on the way from the primate forest to here. Liao Shi remembered that its aura had suddenly surged after the most recent fight. He hadn't paid much attention while in a hurry to escape, but thinking about it now, Pidgey might have leveled up. Checking Pidgey's data, as expected, Liao Shi hadn't guessed wrong. Pidgey, LV, 12. Type, normal plus flying. Gender, male. Ability, keen eye. Held item, none. Basic moves, tackle, sand attack, gust. Egg moves, brave bird, steel wing. Taught skills, heat wave, tailwind. TM, none. Aptitude, special level. Well done, Pidgey. You've grown stronger again. Liao Shi smiled and stroked the soft feathers on Pidgey's head. He suddenly really liked this feeling of watching his Pokemon slowly grow and become stronger. Pidgey narrowed its eyes and affectionately rubbed against Liao Shi, then flew to a branch overhead to keep watch. Liao Shi then took out the spoils he had obtained from the primate forest. I want to see what good things are in here. I hope this risk wasn't taken for nothing. He first picked up an earthen jar and shook it again. After confirming it was still liquid, he used some force to tear open the sealed leaves. Then, a rich fragrance wafted out. 9. Number 9 Beedrill. Chapter 9, Beedrill Forest. When this fragrance wafted out, Liao Shi recognized it immediately upon smelling it. This was the scent of wine? At this moment, he was a bit dazed. Monkey wine, holy crap, monkey wine? After a guess formed in Liao Shi's mind, his spirit was instantly jolted. Could this really be the legendary monkey wine? Liao Shi hurriedly took a spoon out of his space belt, scooped up a spoonful, and tasted it. Once the wine entered his mouth, he felt a refreshing fragrance instantly fill his entire palate, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. So delicious. But besides being delicious, Liao Shi also discovered that after drinking the wine, his physical stamina was rapidly recovering. In a short while, much of that exhausted feeling disappeared. This discovery caused the surprise and joy in Liao Shi's heart to overflow onto his face. The effects of this monkey wine were much better than lemonade, but then, the joyful expression on his face quickly faded. Although the effects of this monkey wine were good, it really shouldn't be drunk in excess. Even though he only had 1 spoonful, he could feel that the alcohol content of this wine was not low. Drinking too much would lead to getting drunk quickly. It's good stuff, but the drawback is also significant. For those who love fine wine, this monkey wine would definitely be a sacred brew. But for someone like Liao Shi, who was accompanied by danger at every moment, it wasn't quite as perfect. Forget it, it's better than nothing. With a bitter laugh, he sealed the jar of wine again to prevent evaporation. It might have a better use in the future. He stood up, patted his butt, and continued exploring the forest. If he really couldn't find any other supplies within these 5 days, he would use this monkey wine to trade for some resources. Liao Shi walked and stopped along the way, experiencing many battles. Fortunately, the Pokemon he encountered weren't strong, so after an afternoon of fighting, he only sustained some minor injuries. Finally, towards evening when the sun was about to set, he found a place where he could stay. Another tree hollow. However, this tree hollow was much smaller than the one in the primate forest. The entrance was only about half a person's height, so Liao Shi had to bend over to walk inside. He cleaned up the tree hollow, patted it with some weeds, sprayed some insect repellent spray, and then crawled in. A moment before nightfall, he pulled some weeds from elsewhere and stuck them at the entrance as camouflage. Only then did he sit down against the tree trunk. The sun soon set. After eating dinner, the person and Pokemon leaned against each other, looking at the scene outside through the grass. Liao Shi suddenly felt a wave of emotion. Spending the night in such a dangerous wilderness was a first for him. But fortunately, he didn't feel much fear or loneliness. At least he had a partner accompanying him. The night was long, but Liao Shi passed it without any major scares. When the sun rose from the east again, the moment the still tender sunlight hit Liao Shi's face, his eyes slowly opened. Pidgey also woke up the moment Liao Shi did, immediately nuzzling the person beside it affectionately. "Good morning, Pidgey." After greeting Pidgey, Liao Shi checked the outside and then crawled out. The early morning sunlight felt very comfortable on his body. A few oddish yawning not far from Liao Shi were startled when they saw him and hurriedly ran away. Liao Shi turned his head and glanced at the tree hollow he had decorated to be fairly hidden. He estimated that for this period of time, he might have to treat this place as home. After eating breakfast, Liao Shi began his daily routine of continuing to explore the forest. Following the route he had taken yesterday, Liao Shi continued forward. Along the way, there were still occasional attacks from Pokemon, but they were all defeated by Pidgey, until they once again encountered a peculiar grove of trees. In this grove, whether on the ground or on the branches, it was covered in white silk that felt sticky when stepped on. So much silk, what kind of Pokemon could it be? Liao Shi frowned. It seemed there was a fairly large insect swarm nearby. As he walked forward, he observed the surroundings. Soon, a Pokemon crawling out ahead solved Liao Shi's confusion. A Pokemon with a brownish-yellow body and a single horn on its head crawled out. "So it's a Weedle." Liao Shi's expression suddenly became solemn. The final evolved form of Weedle is Beedrill. This kind of Pokemon has a very violent temperament. Once they see someone intruding into their territory, they will launch an attack. Looking at the Weedle in front of him, Liao Shi instinctively scanned it. Weedle, LV, 6. Type, Bug plus Poison. Gender, female. Ability, Run Away. Held item, none. Basic moves, Poison Sting, String Shot. Egg moves, none. Tutor moves, none. TM/HM moves, none. Potential, low level. The status screen was so simple it was hard to look at. After the Weedle opposite him crawled out, it looked up and saw Liao Shi. It was startled for a moment, and then it shot a string shot towards Liao Shi. Pidgey. When Pidgey saw this, it was instantly enraged. Isn't this little bug just food? How dare it be so arrogant as to attack its trainer? Its figure flashed, and after flying to Liao Shi's side, it flapped its wings. A strong wind blew the silk away. Following that, it directly used the gust move to take care of this Weedle. "Let's go, Pidgey. We can train your moves here while accumulating battle experience." As they continued further in, they encountered more and more Weedle, and slowly they also saw several Kakuna hanging from the trees. After seeing Liao Shi and Pidgey, they began to shake in panic. "Pidgey, take care of them." In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Liao Shi had been taking Pidgey to challenge Beedrill in the Weedle forest. At this time, compared to 3 days ago, because it had experienced many battles, Pidgey's level had already increased by 2, reaching level 14, and it had learned the move Quick Attack. Furthermore, Pidgey's proficiency with the 4 moves Gust, Tailwind, Steel Wing, and Heat Wave had also improved a lot. The gust move was already very close to being instantaneous, and the power of the move had also increased. Even at Liao Shi's suggestion, Pidgey could control the range of the gust move. When the range was expanded, although the power was smaller, it could be used as a wind wall to block some moves. After the range was narrowed, the damage caused by gust became even more terrifying. Additionally, with the tailwind move, Pidgey could already control it to only wrap around the surface of its body. Its speed was increased once again. It was hard to imagine what kind of speed it would possess once Pidgey learned agility in the future, and the two were stacked. As for Steel Wing and Heat Wave, their room for improvement was smaller compared to the previous two moves. Only their usage speed had increased. But regardless, Pidgey's strength had already increased by a large margin compared to 3 days ago. After all, it could already hold the upper hand in a battle against 3 level 17 Beedrill. Pidgey, Gust, Liao Shi was certain that their current position was already deep inside the Beedrill forest. These past few days, as long as he encountered a small number of Beedrill, he would start a fight. If he encountered a large number of Beedrill, he would run away. Slowly, the number of Beedrill in this Beedrill forest had become fewer and fewer. Liao Shi estimated that the original number of Beedrill in this Beedrill forest should have been around 100, with levels around level 18. The scale of the swarm wasn't large, but it was just right for Pidgey's current strength. Right now, these 3 Beedrill were encountered after Liao Shi had gone deep into the Beedrill forest. After Pidgey used Gust to blow back one Beedrill, the other 2 Beedrill had already approached Pidgey. It immediately activated its tailwind state, and the sudden burst of speed allowed it to pull away from the Beedrill once again. But then, several poison stings followed behind Pidgey like shadows, looking like they were about to hit Pidgey. Pidgey used Steel Wing to block the poison stings. While flying, Pidgey condensed its Steel Wing. As the poison stings approached Pidgey, it blocked in front of itself with its wings wrapped in Steel-type energy. 10. Number 10 Honey. Chapter 10. Honey. Steel types are immune to poison types. The poison sting struck the Steel Wing with a metallic ding-ding before being deflected. Heat Wave. After blocking the poison sting, Pidgey quickly switched moves, sending a scorching gale toward the 2 Beedrill. Whether it was Gust or Heat Wave, both had a 2x super effective effect against Beedrill, causing significant damage. Beedrill was not as fast as Pidgey and was at a type disadvantage. In the end, they were picked off one by Pidgey without any suspense. Stepping over the bodies of the 3 Beedrill, Liao Shi continued deeper into the Beedrill forest. He walked for about another 10 minutes. Along this path, no more Beedrill came to stop Liao Shi. He didn't know if all the Beedrill here had been dealt with or if they were hiding. After passing through another dense cluster of trees, Liao Shi felt the scene before him change. On the trees ahead, massive beehives appeared one after another, and at a glance, countless Kakuna were hanging beside the hives, deep in sleep. Does this count as reaching the core area of the Beedrill forest? Luckily I don't have trypophobia, otherwise I wouldn't dare enter. Liao Shi's expression turned slightly solemn. With so many Kakuna, at least 1,000, if they all turned into Beedrill, this forest would become truly dangerous. Backing away slowly, Liao Shi prepared to be cautious and leave this godforsaken place. Kakuna were essentially time bombs. They would evolve into Beedrill the moment they were provoked. If all the Kakuna here evolved into Beedrill at once, it would be a literal insect plague. Even if they were incomplete products, their sheer numbers would be overwhelming. But before he could take more than a few steps back, a sweet scent suddenly drifted into Liao Shi's nose. What's that smell? Liao Shi followed the scent and found that it originated from a Beedrill hive not far from him. Curious, he pried open a piece of the outer shell, and immediately, a golden liquid with a fresh, sweet fragrance flowed out. Holy crap! After a brief daze, Liao Shi snapped to his senses and hurriedly took a bottle out of his space belt to catch it. This is Beedrill honey. Liao Shi quickly recognized what the liquid was. In an instant, his eyes widened, and a light seemed to shine in them as he looked at the honey. Good stuff. He dabbed a bit of honey and put it in his mouth. Sweet, so sweet. Beside him, Pidgey's eyes were also glued to the honey. Pidgey, don't worry, I'll let you have a taste too. After the human and Pokemon tasted the honey, it felt as if a seal in their hearts had been broken. Pidgey, shall we go for it? Pidgey. Liao Shi and Pidgey both looked at the remaining hives with bloodshot eyes. As for his previous thoughts on being cautious, what was that? He had long forgotten. Time quickly reached evening, and as if the sun couldn't bear to watch Liao Shi's unscrupulous behavior, it slowly covered its eyes and sank in the west. Before the sun had completely set, Liao Shi and Pidgey finally returned to the tree hollow. Unlike every previous return, this time, uncontrollable smiles were plastered on both their faces. Encouraged by the sweet and delicious honey, Pidgey was full of courage. The single bird drew the aggro of countless beedrill, while Liao Shi went to scoop the honey. After several hours of hard work, they had stored quite a bit of honey on them. Liao Shi now had about 40 liters of honey on him, which instantly improved his standard of living. This honey was all good stuff with high nutritional value. Whether eaten directly or added during the production of Pokemon food or energy cubes, it could bring many benefits to Pokemon. Therefore, this honey should be quite sought after. Liao Shi could keep some for his own use and then sell some to exchange for other resources. Thinking of this, the pressure in Liao Shi's heart eased significantly. That night, even his dreams were sweet. Early the next morning, the first ray of sunlight served as Liao Shi's wake-up call. Today was his 5th day in the wild. Liao Shi did not continue deeper into the forest. After waking up and eating breakfast, he hurried toward the Team Rocket HQ. He had very little advanced level Pokemon food left, so he had to go back today to exchange for more to prevent Pidgey from revolting tomorrow. After identifying his direction with a compass, Liao Shi called out to Pidgey and plunged into the jungle. When passing through the primate forest, Liao Shi didn't carelessly walk straight through. Instead, he took a detour around the side. After all, this place was different from the beedrill forest. It contained a genuine infernate that he couldn't deal with yet. After bypassing the primate forest and traveling a bit further, Liao Shi unexpectedly ran into an old friend. It was still the Lediba territory. Coincidentally, a Lediba spotted Liao Shi and charged at him angrily. He didn't know if it was the same one as before, but the result was the same. It was taught a lesson. Liao Shi then took advantage of the fact that the Ledian reinforcements hadn't arrived yet to make his escape. The way back was faster than the way there. After all, he already had a general idea of the Pokemon distribution. By noon, Liao Shi was not far from the base. However, just as they were eating lunch, an accident occurred. Pidgey, who was already used to staying alert while eating, suddenly issued another alarm and flew into the sky. Upon hearing it, Liao Shi instinctively stood up and looked behind him. What is this? A pale purple gas was silently drifting toward Liao Shi and Pidgey. Even though it was still some distance away, Liao Shi could already faintly smell a foul odor. This smell, the smell of gas? Not good, it's poison gas. Pidgey, heat wave. Liao Shi quickly swept his belongings into his space belt and then retreated rapidly. Gas would explode when encountering high temperatures. Sure enough, upon encountering the fire-type heat wave, the drifting poison gas reacted immediately, exploding in a continuous line. Damn it! From the bushes behind the poison gas, a muffled curse was heard after seeing Liao Shi's decisive maneuver. Then, a figure and a coughing jumped out from the brush. Someone's there? Seeing a person jump out, Liao Shi was stunned for a moment, though not overly surprised. After all, this was near the Team Rocket HQ. Encountering other rookies was perfectly normal. Kid, nice reaction. The figure opposite him looked quite displeased. He had actually been made to look so pathetic by someone he considered prey. Liao Shi didn't answer him immediately, but instead looked at the coughing beside him. Coughing, LV, 12. Type, poison. Gender, female. Ability, levitate. Held item, none. Basic moves, poison gas, tackle, smog, smokescreen, clear smog. Egg moves, toxic spikes. Taught moves, none. TM moves, none. Aptitude, intermediate level. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11 Recruiting. Chapter 11. Recruitment. This coughing's aptitude was only intermediate level, and it clearly looked malnourished, forming a sharp contrast with Liao Shi's Pidgey. After all, he fed Pidgey advanced level Pokemon food directly, ensuring its energy kept up entirely with its physical growth. Seeing Liao Shi ignore him so completely, the opponent's face darkened. Coughing, smokescreen. A large amount of haze spewed out from Coughing's mouth, quickly enveloping both Pokemon. Seeing haze all around, Pidgey did not lose its composure immediately. It stayed quietly in place, its sharp gaze cautiously observing its surroundings. Pidgey, fly out of the haze. Hearing Liao Shi's command, Pidgey flapped its wings and flew straight up, bursting out of the smokescreen. Because the range of the smokescreen was too large, and Pidgey hadn't learned the move Clear Smog yet, Pidgey couldn't blow the smokescreen away. It could only find an opportunity to locate the coughing smog. As the opponent's command ended, suddenly, a purple toxic mist rapidly drifted towards Pidgey from behind. Behind you. Liao Shi, who had been paying attention to the field, immediately spoke up to warn Pidgey the moment the smog sprayed out from the black smoke. Pidgey let out a fierce cry and its body moved. The speed it burst forth with almost stunned the opposing man and his coughing. It turned out that Pidgey had already activated Tailwind the moment it rushed out of the haze. When the opponent's coughing launched its attack, Pidgey could dodge it with a burst of speed. At the same time, after dodging Smog, Pidgey followed the trajectory of the Smog, directly predicting the opponent's position, and used Gust toward that location. Nuo na si. In the black smoke, although nothing could be seen from the outside, upon hearing a cry of pain coming from within, Liao Shi and the opposing man knew that Pidgey's attack had successfully struck the coughing, hidden in the blind spot. This Pidgey, such fast speed, such fast reaction ability, such fast move execution speed. This impressive maneuver by Pidgey stunned the opposing man, causing a look of shock to appear on his face. This is not good. The man's expression grew even uglier. Smokescreen plus Smog. This tactic had been tried and true against wild Pokemon, but facing this Pidgey, it had lost its effectiveness. Furthermore, Coughing hadn't learned many moves yet, and for a moment, he realized he couldn't deal with this Pidgey. Pidgey, continue using Gust until you force that coughing out. The opponent was panicking, a reaction Liao Shi had anticipated when he saw Coughing's stats. The attack speed of Smog wasn't fast, and Pidgey could fully react to it. Pidgey continuously used Gust, originally just intending to force Coughing to move, but unexpectedly, the repeated use of Gust caused the smokescreen on the field to slowly dissipate. In the end, the Coughing, with nowhere left to hide, lost its ability to battle under Pidgey's merciless assault. Damn it, how could this happen? How could a Pokemon like Pidgey be this strong? The man's face was pale. After slowly retreating a few steps, he plunged headfirst into the jungle behind him. Pidgey, murder, arson, and a golden belt. Liao Shi wasn't going to be a good person on this island. Even if the man opposite was just a small gain, Liao Shi couldn't bear to let him run away. But before Liao Shi could start chasing, the man, who had only run 2 steps, suddenly stopped, halting his escape. Immediately afterward, under Liao Shi's slightly confused gaze, a purple tail pierced through the man's back. Seeing this scene, Liao Shi was startled. After all, the sight was somewhat horrifying. But after recovering, his gaze deepened. Was someone trying to steal his prey? The purple tail was clearly that of an Ekans, and it was highly likely that it was an Ekans tamed by another newcomer. What a waste. Without your Pokemon, what use are you on this island? From the shadows behind the Ekans, a mocking voice accompanied by faint footsteps emerged. Following that, a youth with a sunny smile walked out, stroking the Ekans's head. This Pidgey is trained quite well. This belt, watch, and this Pokemon are yours. How about you follow me? The youth pulled the space belt, watch, and Pokeball off the dead man and offered them to Liao Shi. Facing the youth's recruitment, Liao Shi glanced at him, then looked toward the Ekans. Ekans, LV, 15. Type, Poison. Gender, Female. Ability, Intimidate. Held item, None. Basic skills, Wrap, Glare, Poison Sting, Bite, Intimidate. Egg moves, Poison Tail, Sucker Punch. Taught skills, Steel. TM, None. Aptitude, Advanced level. This Ekans had good aptitude and training. It had also been taught Steal, a move that can steal the opponent's status moves. Its level had reached 15, 1 level higher than Pidgey. However, if they really fought, he still had confidence in Pidgey, so he wasn't afraid of the opponent. Liao Shi glanced at the items in the youth's hand, smiled, and slowly walked forward, taking the space belt from him but not touching Coughing's Pokeball. Seeing Liao Shi's action, the smile on the youth's face deepened, his eyes almost narrowed into slits. He was about to say something welcoming, but Liao Shi's next sentence made his entire face freeze. I'll take the space belt and the watch. These were mine to begin with. As for following you, forget it, I'm used to working alone. After speaking, Liao Shi stored the space belt and watch into his own space belt, bypassed the youth, and continued walking toward the Team Rocket HQ. The youth was left alone, staring blankly at the single Pokeball remaining in his palm. The shift from sunny to gloomy in just 1 second described the youth's expression at that moment. He hadn't expected the person in front of him to dare disrespect him so openly. Good, very good. The youth turned his head and stared coldly at Liao Shi's retreating figure, not a trace of a smile left on his face. His eyes flickered a few times. After thinking for a moment, he ultimately watched Liao Shi slowly leave. After all, he had witnessed Pidgey's battle performance, and since he wasn't 100% confident he could defeat the opponent, he decided to let him go this time. HMPH. With a cold snort, the youth looked at Coughing disdainfully, put it into a Pokeball, and left with Ekans. Liao Shi, who had kept his Pokemon ready, felt the cold gaze behind him disappear. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at the spot where the youth had been standing. Hey coward, he didn't even dare to act? Yet he boasted about wanting me to follow him. Liao Shi curled his lip. Sometimes forbearance is indeed a good thing, but being a ninja turtle is not an honorable display. If that youth had made a move just now, Liao Shi might have given him a second look. After sneering, Liao Shi turned around and quickened his pace toward the Team Rocket HQ. 12. #12 The Mysterious Woman at the Exchange Center. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Woman at the Exchange Center. At the Team Rocket HQ, Liao Shi entered the base after undergoing a strict registration check. Compared to before the trial began, the base was now sparsely populated and noticeably quieter. He didn't go to the exchange center immediately, but first returned to his own room. After not being lived in for a few days, the room had already begun to gather quite a bit of dust. After wiping down a chair, Liao Shi sat on it and took out the space belt and the watch. I still can't help but feel a little nervous at times like this. It's just like drawing cards or opening a blind box. Liao Shi rubbed his hands together with a smile, hoping that the items in this belt wouldn't disappoint him. He picked up the belt and dumped everything inside onto the table all at once. 10 Pokeballs, a bottle of potion, 2 bottles of insect repellent spray, and some poison-type Pokemon food. These were all fairly common items. After looking through them, Liao Shi sighed. As expected, he couldn't hold too much hope. After putting the items on the table into the space belt, he next looked at the Team Rocket watch. Liao Shi turned on the watch and directly checked the points inside. Oh, that's quite a lot. Unexpectedly, while the resources on that guy were pathetically scarce, the points in his watch were quite numerous, totaling as many as 140 points. He estimated that this guy must have ambushed many people, but meeting Liao Shi meant he had targeted the wrong person. This haul isn't bad. Although these points were just a drop in the bucket for training Pokemon, having some was better than none. After transferring these points to his own watch, Liao Shi casually tossed the items back into the belt. Phew, time is short, I should go exchange for some things. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Liao Shi stood up, walked out of the room, and headed toward the public building. But when he walked into the public building, he was stunned by the sight in the first-floor lobby. He saw nearly 50 people sitting there in the hall. When he stepped in, everyone's eyes turned toward him. However, after just one glance, they looked away. Seeing this scene, Liao Shi became somewhat curious and walked over to see what was actually going on. As he got closer, Liao Shi heard someone suddenly shout, 1 gram of silver powder, looking to trade for some poison-type materials. Silver powder? The silver powder that can boost bug-type attacks? Wanting to trade for poison-type materials? It seemed this person's Pokemon was a poison type. Is this a trading convention? A poison sac from an Ekans of beginner strength and 2 canisters of poison gas from a coughing of beginner strength. To Liao Shi's left, a short person spoke up with their bid. Deal, trading 1 gram of silver powder for a few poison-type materials from beginner Pokemon. To be honest, it was a bit of a loss. Although silver powder's price couldn't compare to items like Miracle Seed or Mystic Water, which also boost move power, it shouldn't have been worth only some beginner materials. As for the beginner strength they mentioned, it was actually a general classification of Pokemon strength. Liao Shi's previous life also had such a classification, and it wasn't much different from this world. This classification, from low to high, was divided into novice, beginner, intermediate level, advanced level, elite level, gym leader level, elite 4 level, elite 4 level, and champion. Furthermore, this strength classification was universally recognized by all trainers in the Pokemon world, and the levels were even more detailed based on this general classification. According to Liao Shi's previous life's division, levels 0 to 9 are novice, 10 to 19 are beginner, 20 to 29 are intermediate level, 30 to 39 are advanced level, 40 to 49 are elite level, 50 to 59 are gym leader level, 60 to 69 are elite 4 level, 70 to 84 are elite 4 level, and 85 to 94 are champion level. So beginner materials are just things produced by Pokemon in their teens. How good could those be? It was just that on this trial island, the newcomers' strength was still very weak, so they were inevitably unable to obtain higher-grade materials. In the Team Rocket's exchange center, they couldn't afford high-level items and couldn't find low-level ones. Therefore, when they wanted something they lacked, they could only engage in some unequal trades with other newcomers. The next few trades were all for ordinary items, making Liao Shi almost fall asleep. Just as he was about to go upstairs to the exchange center, a sentence suddenly caught his attention. 1 Pokemon egg. Species unknown, aptitude unknown. Make your bids as you see fit. In front of Liao Shi, a cold-faced man placed a Pokemon egg on the table. The patterns on it were chaotic. Looking at the Pokemon egg alone, one truly couldn't tell what Pokemon it was. But just because others didn't know didn't mean Liao Shi didn't. A faint light flashed in his eyes, and then a panel surfaced over the Pokemon egg. Poliwag LV 0. Type Water. Gender female. Ability Water Absorb. Held item none. Basic skills none. Egg moves Water Sport. Taught skills none. TM none. Aptitude intermediate level. After looking at the panel, Liao Shi's slightly fluttering heart calmed down again. To be honest, this Poliwag was average in every respect. Its aptitude was only intermediate level, and regarding its ability, while Water Absorb was decent, it had an even more excellent ability. The hidden ability Swift Swim. The effect of the Swift Swim ability is that speed increases in the rain. This ability doesn't show much normally, but once a team is built into a rain team, this ability can play a huge role. Additionally, Poliwag has two types of final evolutions. One is using a Water Stone to evolve into Poliwrath, and the other is using a King's Rock to evolve into Politoed. When a Poliwag with the Swift Swim ability finally evolves into Politoed, its ability becomes Drizzle. This ability is incredible. It can change the weather as soon as it enters the field. Therefore, after seeing this Poliwag's ability and aptitude, Liao Shi instantly lost interest. After watching for a while and finding that there really was nothing in this trade convention that interested him, he stood up and went upstairs. He first went to the medical center on the second floor. Having just acquired 140 points, he was no longer broke. After handing Pidgey over to the medical staff, Liao Shi began to think about which supplies he should exchange for. Before long, Pidgey was returned. After taking Pidgey back, he headed straight for the third floor. Upon arriving at the third floor, Liao Shi walked into the exchange center. When he reached the reception desk, he found that the dedicated receptionist from last time was gone. Instead, she had been replaced by a lazy woman lying on a chair reading a magazine. After Liao Shi entered, she looked up, glanced at him, and then tossed a list over. "Look for what you want yourself." After saying that, she went back to reading her magazine. "I want to exchange some materials for points." Liao Shi caught the list but didn't flip it open immediately. He placed it on the table, walked to the reception desk, and spoke to the woman. "Oh, exchange for points? Points aren't something you can just get for any random thing." The woman gave a light chuckle and slowly sat up. At this moment, her exquisite features and graceful figure were revealed to Liao Shi. 13. Number 13 Gardevoir appears. Chapter 13. The sudden appearance of Gardevoir. "Yo, a beautiful mature beauty." Liao Shi raised an eyebrow, his heart trembling slightly. To be honest, this kind of beauty was usually only seen on TV, but he quickly calmed down. Don't get excited. Women will only affect the speed at which I throw my Pokeballs." With his eyelids drooping slightly, he took out a 100 milliliters bottle of honey from his space belt and placed it on the counter. "Beedrill honey? This should be qualified, right?" The Team Rocket's exchange center indeed allowed materials to be exchanged for points. But only valuable things. For example, they wouldn't accept some ordinary berries or low-level Pokemon materials. Otherwise, if they accepted everything, did people really think the Team Rocket's warehouse was a garbage dump? And the Beedrill honey Liao Shi took out now clearly exceeded the category of garbage. Beedrill honey? It barely meets the standard. 1 point for 5 milliliters. How much do you want to exchange? The woman was a little surprised to see Liao Shi take out the honey. Of course, she wasn't surprised by the value of the honey, but rather that Liao Shi could already find Beedrill honey at this stage. After all, the trial had just begun, and the newcomers shouldn't have had their Pokemon for very long. With their strength, dealing with a swarm Pokemon like Beedrill should still be quite difficult. Liao Shi didn't care if the woman was surprised or not. After hearing the price of 1 point for 5 milliliters, he began to think in his head. After secretly comparing it with some items on the list, he found that the price she quoted wasn't too much of a ripoff. Beedrill honey was indeed a good thing, but because the base population of Beedrill was so large, it was destined not to be a scarce item. He then directly took out 2 large buckets from his space belt and placed them on the counter. "About 30 liters, check it." Looking at the 2 dirty iron buckets on the counter, the woman glanced at Liao Shi after a moment of stunned silence. "Next time, use something cleaner." "I couldn't help it. When I found the honey, these were the only containers I had on me, so I just grabbed whatever I could find to hold it." Liao Shi shrugged and said with his hands spread open, "Gardevoir, put this honey into bottles." The woman threw out a Pokeball and a pile of clean glass bottles. Subsequently, a beautiful and slender humanoid Pokemon appeared behind the woman. Gardevoir? The moment he saw Gardevoir, Liao Shi was stunned. This was Gardevoir, the Pokemon affectionately called waifu by countless Pokemon fans in his previous life. He didn't expect it to appear right before his eyes like this. Gardevoir. Gardevoir nodded obediently and then began to use Psychic to fill the bottles with honey one by one. Liao Shi's eyelids twitched constantly. This Psychic was used so casually. Looking at the Gardevoir who used Psychic so skillfully, a light flashed in Liao Shi's eyes, and a panel appeared above Gardevoir's head. Gardevoir. LV. 59. Type. Psychic plus Fairy. Gender. Female. Ability. Trace. Held item. None. Basic skills. Disarming voice. Growl. Double team. Confusion. Hypnosis. Draining kiss. Teleport. Psybeam. Life Dew. Wish. Moonblast. Misty terrain. Healing wish. Calm mind. Psychic. Dream Eater. Egg moves. Alley switch. Skill swap. Move tutor skills. Magic coat. Icy wind. Thunder punch. Trick. Zen headbutt. TM skills. Protect. Attract. Substitute. Thunderbolt. Shadow ball. Taunt. Awakening power. Grass. Aptitude. Top tier. Holy crap. Level 59 is the peak of gym leader level, just one step away from becoming Elite 4 level. Moreover, this was a top-tier aptitude Gardevoir. Combined with that dazzling row of skills, Liao Shi gasped. Little guy, stop staring. It's not yours anyway. Transferring 6,000 points to you. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, leave quickly. The woman threw the 2 metal buckets aside. Looking at the neatly bottled honey in front of her, she finally nodded in satisfaction, then returned to her lazy appearance as she looked at Liao Shi. Reluctantly taking his eyes off Gardevoir, Liao Shi showed his watch and placed it in front of the woman. After watching her transfer 6,000 points to him, Liao Shi suddenly felt a weight lift from his heart. At least Pidgey's food was secured, and he no longer had to face the crisis of running out of supplies. Seeing her put the honey away, Liao Shi hesitated for a moment before continuing to take out something from his space belt and placing it in front of the woman. When she saw the broken clay pot covered in mud, the woman was a bit annoyed, but soon an irresistible fragrance flooded her nostrils. Is this wine? It smells so good. Fruit wine produced by Mankey. Its stamina recovery effect is close to Moo Moo milk. This should be qualified too, right? Liao Shi opened the seal and started introducing it on his own. I'll buy this personally. 500 points per jar. How about it? Deal. Liao Shi immediately took out 3 more jars from his space belt, selling a total of 4 jars to the woman. Another 2,000 points were credited. Seeing the substantial points in his watch, he felt like he was about to float away. The woman had Gardevoir purify the monkey wine a bit before pouring it into an exquisite wine flask, then she disdainfully threw the broken clay pot that had held the fruit wine aside. Anything else to sell? After buying a batch of wine from Liao Shi, the woman was in a great mood, and her tone of voice softened a bit. No more. I want to exchange for some other supplies. Liao Shi didn't have many things on him. After selling these 2 items, there was basically nothing left to sell. He picked up the list and started looking. Now that he had points in hand, Liao Shi planned to upgrade Pidgey's Pokemon food and buy top-tier flying-type Pokemon food instead. When he looked at the price of top-tier Pokemon food, Liao Shi was instantly dumbfounded. Was top-tier Pokemon food this expensive? A 7-day supply of advanced-level Pokemon food only cost 50 points, but the top-tier one was 10 times more, reaching 500 points. Hey, is there a mistake on this? Why is top-tier Pokemon food so much more expensive than advanced-level Pokemon food? Liao Shi asked, pointing at the top-tier Pokemon food in disbelief. The woman glanced at the price on the list and then looked at Liao Shi teasingly. What? Scared by the price? 14. Number 14. Rapidly decreasing points. Chapter 14. Rapidly decreasing points. What? Scared by the price? After a sneer, the woman lay back in her chair. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Lien Ya, you can call me Sister Ya. Since you sold me that wine, let me give you a piece of advice. If you have the ability to buy top-tier Pokemon food, it's best to buy the top-tier stuff. The prices on the list are correct. Top-tier Pokemon food really is that expensive. Although top-tier Pokemon food and advanced-level Pokemon food are only 1 rank apart, the difference in quality between them is incomparable to any previous rank gap. Advanced-level Pokemon food just has higher energy content, but top-tier Pokemon food isn't just about high energy. Long-term consumption of top-tier Pokemon food can even slowly improve a Pokemon's aptitude. So, do you still think it's expensive? Hearing Lien Ya's words, Liao Shi suddenly understood. So that was it, it could actually improve a Pokemon's aptitude. No wonder it was so expensive. Liao Shi took a deep breath, and after a brief thought, he spent 2,000 points to exchange for about a month's worth of top-tier flying-type Pokemon food for Pidgey. Then he exchanged for some items like potions, insect repellent sprays, and antidotes. After buying these, he had 5800 points left. There were 2 more items he wanted to exchange for. One was a sharp beak, a held item that could increase the power of flying-type moves. As for the price, Liao Shi took one look and immediately gave up on the idea of exchanging for it now. A sharp beak actually cost 5,000 points. Although Liao Shi could afford it with his current wealth if he really wanted to, he wanted to exchange for another item even more, the technical machine for the move Protect. The move Protect forms a shield around oneself, which can block most of the damage from an opponent's moves. This move was a god-tier skill. You could tell just by the fact that it was the first move Liao Shi thought of. Moreover, in this real world, the practicality of this move was even more prominent whether in the wild or in battle. It was a god-tier skill that could save lives at critical moments. Checking the price of the Protect move, it actually cost 3,000 points. After a sigh, he endured the heartache and exchanged for one disc. With 2,800 points remaining, Liao Shi looked at the last big item, energy cubes. Although Beedrill's honey could also have the effect of restoring stamina, it really only had the effect of restoring stamina. Energy cubes were different. If a Pokemon could consume high-level energy cubes suitable for Pidgey over the long term, it would not only quickly restore stamina but also work with top-tier Pokemon food to more rapidly improve the Pokemon's various talents. After picking for a while, Liao Shi selected a pure flying-type advanced level energy cube, which cost 2 points per piece. As for why he didn't choose top-tier energy cubes, it was because Liao Shi couldn't find any. Top-tier energy cubes rarely circulated in the market and were basically monopolized by some great families and powerful forces. Of course, just because they couldn't be exchanged for here didn't mean Team Rockets didn't have top-tier energy cubes for sale. It might just be because Liao Shi's authority was insufficient. However, even if there were top-tier energy cubes, Liao Shi's current wealth wouldn't be enough to exchange for them. After spending 1,000 points to exchange for 500 advanced level energy cubes, Liao Shi only had 1,800 points left. Next, he spent another 200 points to exchange for 4 great balls. The environment inside a great ball was much more comfortable than a regular red and white ball, so Liao Shi planned to change Pidgey's ball. No matter what, he couldn't mistreat his own Pokemon. As for why he bought 4, Liao Shi planned to capture another Pokemon before the second stage of the trial began. He didn't know what the second stage trial would be, so if he could have another Pokemon, it would undoubtedly be much safer. After all, now that he had the ability to earn points, he wouldn't be like he was at the beginning, where even food was a problem. Of course, Liao Shi certainly wouldn't capture Pokemon haphazardly. In his view, Pokemon should be about quality, not quantity. He would only throw a Pokeball when he encountered one he was satisfied with. With 1,600 points left, he'd save them for now. There was nothing cheap he wanted to buy, and he couldn't afford the expensive things. Finished exchanging? Seeing Liao Shi return the list, Lian Ya downed the monkey wine she had poured at some point in one gulp. Her face was filled with an expression of pure enjoyment, much like an old smoker who hadn't smoked all day and suddenly lit one up for a puff. Yes, thank you, Sister Ya. The abundance of supplies on him gave Liao Shi a full sense of security, and his tone relaxed considerably. The technical machine is out the door to the right. I won't see you out. If you have good stuff next time, you can come find me again. Waving her hand, Lian Ya picked up that magazine again and started reading. Once Liao Shi walked out of the exchange center, Lian Ya glanced at his back out of the corner of her eye. This kid isn't bad. He has some potential. Worth keeping an eye on. Muttering a sentence, she continued reading her magazine. Walking out of the exchange center, Liao Shi headed to the right. At the end of the road, he saw 2 technical machines. He walked over, inserted the technical machine for the move Protect, and then placed Pidgey's Pokeball on it. After a few soft clicks and the screen displayed completion, Liao Shi took Pidgey's ball back. Pidgey, come out. Liao Shi immediately released Pidgey. Did you learn Protect? Pidgey nodded, then gathered energy, and a green shield enveloped Pidgey's entire body. Very good, Pidgey. Next, I'm going to change your regular Pokeball for a great ball to give you a more comfortable environment to live in. First, I'll disconnect the link between this Pokeball and you. Pidgey. Hearing Pidgey's response, Liao Shi cleared the link between Pidgey and the red and white ball he had originally used to capture it. Then he used the great ball to capture Pidgey again. How is the living environment inside? Releasing Pidgey again, Liao Shi smiled and rubbed its head as he asked. Pidgey nodded and affectionately rubbed its face against Liao Shi's. Haha, that's good then. Let's go. We'll have a good rest tonight, and we'll head back into the wild early tomorrow morning. When registering upon entering the base, Liao Shi had already been warned that he could not stay in the base for more than 24 hours. So Liao Shi still had time to spend tonight in the base. Walking downstairs, Liao Shi returned to the first floor. At this time, the trade assembly of those people hadn't ended yet. He thought for a bit, since he had nothing to do anyway, he'd take a look. What Liao Shi didn't expect was that just as he sat down in his seat, someone immediately gave him a surprise. A man dressed entirely in a black cloak, whose face could not be seen, tossed a bag onto the table in front of him. A bag of seeds of some unknown variety, use unknown. Does anyone want them? 15. Hash 15 Kairos. Chapter 15, Pincer. A bag of seeds of unknown variety and use. Is anyone interested? This sentence caught Liao Shi's attention again. He looked at the bag of seeds. The cloak man took out a seed from inside and placed it on the table in front of him. The seed was golden yellow all over. The front looked like a sharp drill bit, while the back was a round sphere. This looks familiar. It seems to be an electric seed? Liao Shi's eyes lit up. The electric seed was a consumable item first discovered in the Alola region. When held on electric terrain, it boosts defense by 1 stage. The effect wasn't top tier, but it was decent. He didn't expect to find an electric seed on this island. However, Liao Shi didn't immediately offer to trade after recognizing it. Instead, he remained calmly seated. After a while, still no one intended to trade for these seeds. They didn't look like anything valuable. Just as the cloak man was about to take them back, Liao Shi spoke up. How much for this bag of seeds? As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned toward him. At this moment, Liao Shi put on a curious expression, acting as if he didn't recognize the item. Seeing his expression, no one cared much, assuming Liao Shi just wanted to buy them for research. 20 points. The cloak man had lost hope, but upon hearing Liao Shi's inquiry, he hurriedly quoted a price. Too expensive. Who knows if this stuff is even useful? 5 points at most, otherwise forget it. Liao Shi shook his head and sat back down, looking like he no longer wanted to buy. Deal. Seeing Liao Shi's reaction, the cloak man's expression under the hood shifted. He had finally found a buyer. If Liao Shi backed out, these things would truly rot in his hands. He quickly shouted the deal. Then, the cloak man handed the bag of electric seeds to Liao Shi, and Liao Shi transferred 5 points to him. After that, nothing else really caught Liao Shi's attention. After all, those here were just trainers with novice or beginner level Pokemon. It was hard for them to obtain rare resources. Even if they had some, they certainly wouldn't trade them here. Everyone understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. Seeing that there were no more surprises, Liao Shi stood up and left the public building. After returning to his room and casually tidying the bed, the sky grew dark. He took out Pidgey's Pokemon food bowl, poured in a portion of top-tier Pokemon food, and then released Pidgey. As Liao Shi expected, Pidgey's eyes went wide upon smelling the top-tier Pokemon food. Just like when it first ate advanced-level Pokemon food, it buried its head in the bowl early the next morning. Liao Shi rushed out of the base again, heading straight in the direction he had come from. He didn't change directions to explore. He was more familiar with that direction, and other directions had likely already been explored by others. By noon, Liao Shi arrived next to the tree hollow where he had stayed for a few nights. After finishing a casual lunch, Liao Shi took out a simple map he had organized recently and began to look at it. The map was centered on this tree hollow. To the south was the road back to the base, with a Leddyba swarm along the way. To the west was the Primeape Forest, and further west of the Primeape Forest was the Scyther territory. To the north of the tree hollow was the Beedrill Forest Liao Shi had explored. As for the east of the tree hollow, Liao Shi hadn't explored it yet. Looking at the map, Liao Shi considered which direction to explore today. After thinking for a moment, he finally looked at the unexplored area to the east on the map. Let's go, Pidgey. That's our goal for today. Putting away the map, Liao Shi stood up and turned to the east. Patting the Pidgey on his shoulder, Liao Shi walked in that direction without hesitation. But before Liao Shi had walked far, he suddenly felt a shadow overhead. He subconsciously looked up and saw a dark cloud slowly drifting this way from the west. Is it going to rain? Liao Shi frowned. Rain would be a problem. That tree hollow couldn't keep out the rain. Picking up his pace, Liao Shi accelerated his exploration. After clearing out some low-level Pokemon along the way, he suddenly heard the sound of rushing water ahead. Water? Is it a river? With curiosity, Liao Shi walked toward the sound of the water. Before long, after pushing through some bushes, he saw the river. The river was about 50 meters wide, flowing from south to north. Liao Shi looked south along the riverbank and saw a waterfall upstream not far away. No wonder he could hear the sound of water from so far away. At this time, perhaps because of the impending rain, the air was quite muggy, and many Pokémon in the water surfaced to breathe. Liao Shi glanced over. They were mostly Magikarp, Goldeen, Poliwag, and other Pokémon. On the bank, he could see a Marill with several Azurill playing in the water. Quite a few water-type Pokémon. Liao Shi slowly approached those Pokémon and began scanning. As expected, these wild Pokémon all had beginner level or intermediate level aptitude. But before he could feel disappointed, Liao Shi suddenly snapped out of it. He hadn't found a place to shelter from the rain yet. Looking at the dark clouds in the sky, it seemed the rain wouldn't be light. After searching nearby for a while, he finally found a cave not far from the river. Pidgey, use Heat Wave on the cave to see if there are any Pokémon inside. Liao Shi didn't enter the cave immediately upon discovering it. Whether there were Pokémon inside was a complete unknown, and rushing in blindly could be dangerous. So Liao Shi first tested the cave entrance to see if it had an owner. The hot wind blew into the cave, quickly causing the temperature inside to rise sharply. Kuo Yi. The next second, a sharp cry came from the cave. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps rapidly approached from inside the cave. Soon, a brown Pokémon with 2 large horns on its head rushed out. Kuo Yi. Pinsir, Pinsir. LV, 16. Type, Bug. Gender, Male. Ability, Hypercutter. Held item, None. Basic moves, Vice Grip, Harden, Focus Energy, Bind, Seismic Toss, Bug Bite. Egg moves, Faint. Taught skills, None. TM, None. Aptitude, Intermediate level. Seeing this panel, Liao Shi smiled. With this lineup of close combat moves, isn't this just a perfect experience bag? As long as he made sure not to let this Pinsir get close, with Pidgey's kiting ability, it would be easy to wear it down. At this moment, upon seeing Pidgey and Liao Shi, the Pinsir's insectoid eyes turned red with rage. Snap, snap. After snapping its 2 horns, it charged straight at them. 16. Number 16 New Cave. Light. Chapter 16. A New Cave. Pidgey, Heat Wave. Watching Pinsir charge straight at him like a small tank, the visual effect was quite stimulating. Liao Shi hurriedly told Pidgey to throw a Heat Wave to stop it, then quickly retreated to find a safe spot before looking back over there. Pinsir was hit directly by Pidgey's Heat Wave, and the double-type disadvantage caused the move to inflict significant damage on it. By the time Pinsir stabilized itself, Pidgey had already created some distance from it. Pidgey, Gust. Bow. A small whirlwind rapidly condensed beneath Pinsir, and the concentrated, powerful wind directly blew it into the sky. It was at this moment, amidst the swirling wind, that an unexpected discovery made Liao Shi's eyes light up. On the field, the residual heat from Pidgey's Heat Wave had not yet dissipated. When Pidgey's Gust landed, it was clearly noticed that the residual heat was actually absorbed and merged with the whirlwind. These 2 moves can be used like this? Liao Shi simulated the situation of the 2 moves in his mind and realized there was indeed a possibility of forming a combination move. Pidgey, use Heat Wave on the location of Gust. While the whirlwind had not disappeared yet, Liao Shi quickly signaled Pidgey to try if this combination was feasible. Pidgey, its wings flapped, and the scorching hot wind blew towards the location of the whirlwind. Instantly, the heat wave merged with the whirlwind, forming a red vortex. It works. Liao Shi's heart leapt. And after merging with the heat wave, Pinsir, which was still within the attack range of the Gust move, was about to cry. Kuai Yi. From Pinsir's suddenly more pained expression, Liao Shi could tell that the combination of heat wave plus Gust was definitely more than 1 + 1 = 2 for the bug-type Pinsir. Interesting. Having escaped the rigid rules of the game, moves can actually be used like this. Liao Shi narrowed his eyes. Of course, he knew this combination move was only in its infancy. True fusion of the 2 skills would require time. The Pinsir on the other side, after suffering several painful hits, seemed to realize it couldn't beat the little bird opposite it, so it turned its head, grumbling, and fled. Just as Liao Shi was about to command Pidgey to pursue, he noticed Pidgey's condition was not quite right. Pidgey suddenly let out a fierce cry, and its aura immediately rose by a level. It leveled up? Seeing this, Liao Shi was no longer unfamiliar with the sight and immediately activated the scan function. Pidgey, LV, 15. Type, Normal plus Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Keen Eye. Held item, None. Basic moves, Tackle, Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack. Egg moves, Brave Bird, Steel Wing. Tutor moves, Heat Wave, Tailwind. TM/HM move, Protect. Aptitude, Special level, level 15. Pidgey, you've become stronger. Liao Shi stroked Pidgey's head, feeling very happy. Pidgey's eyes were filled with determination. It wanted to become stronger and stronger in the future so it could better protect Liao Shi. Let's go, Pidgey, let's go check out this cave. He looked up at the sky, estimating that the weather wouldn't hold for much longer, and it was about to rain. It was a pity that the pincer escaped, otherwise, capturing it would have made for an excellent fighter at this stage. Don't think that just because this pincer was dealt with so easily by Pidgey, it was weak. That was because it was countered by Pidgey in every aspect. If it had encountered a different Pokemon, this pincer would have been quite imposing. After all, Pincer's base stats totaled 500, especially its attack and defense being 125 and 100 respectively. If it could evolve further, it would definitely be one of the most sought-after Pokemon. But this was just Pincer's potential problem. In terms of actual combat strength, Pincer was undoubtedly one of the top-tier Pokemon for beginners. Shaking his head and stopping his thoughts, Liao Shi walked into the cave. Perhaps due to Pidgey's heat wave, the temperature inside the cave was slightly higher than outside. After walking a short distance into the cave, he soon reached the end. From the entrance to the deepest part, the cave was only about 30 meters long, a truly small cave. It seemed this cave was just the territory of that pincer, with no other Pokemon. Just as Liao Shi finished exploring the cave, the balance of the weather outside tilted suddenly. In an instant, a torrential downpour poured down like the nearby waterfall. Liao Shi walked to the entrance and looked at the apocalyptic heavy rain outside, unable to help but marvel at his luck. If he hadn't found this cave, he probably would have been completely drowned by the rain. Finding a rock to sit on, Pidgey landed by Liao Shi's feet, leaning against his leg as they watched the rain outside. Rainy weather was paradise for water-type Pokemon. Figures of water types flashed through the curtain of rain continuously. In the distance, he even saw a giant Gyarados emerge from the water and roar at the sky. Unfortunately, it was too far away for Liao Shi to check the Gyarados' level and aptitude. If he could capture a Gyarados, his survivability on this island would increase significantly. However, Liao Shi only thought about it now. Even an evolved Gyarados was not something he and Pidgey could handle currently. The rain lasted until evening. The next morning, when Liao Shi walked out of the cave, the sky had returned to a clear blue. On the leaves and grass tips after the rain, dewdrops hung precariously on every blade. The fresh scent of earth permeated the air. With a crack, Liao Shi stepped on a dry branch on the ground, startling a bellsprout that was using in grain nearby. It put on a fierce expression and spat a stream of green powder at Liao Shi. Pidgey. Upon seeing this, Pidgey immediately flew in front of Liao Shi and blew a heat wave directly at the bellsprout, simultaneously blowing the green sleep powder in the air back. After the heat wave hit Bellsprout, Pidgey followed up with a gust move, causing Bellsprout to lose consciousness. Liao Shi was currently walking north along the river. The eastern side was blocked by the river. Since Liao Shi had no water-type Pokemon, he couldn't cross, so he decided to explore north instead. After walking for a while, a mountain's shadow slowly appeared in Liao Shi's line of sight. There's a mountain on this island? Liao Shi was momentarily stunned. All he could see now was the shadow of a mountain. He just didn't know how far away it was. He noted the mountain and decided to temporarily set it as his target, exploring in that direction. It had just rained, so everything in the forest was quite damp. After walking for a short while, Liao Shi's clothes were already covered in moisture. Casually tearing off a broken tree branch, he looked ahead and noticed that the trees in the vicinity were becoming messy. Many branches showed signs of being broken, giving the impression that a battle had taken place here. Although slightly puzzled, Liao Shi wasn't overly surprised. After all, in the wild, countless wild Pokemon engaged in battles every day, so some traces of fighting here were normal. However, the only thing that made Liao Shi cautious was that these signs of battle were relatively fresh, as if they had occurred in the last couple of days. Just as Liao Shi was observing his surroundings, Pidgey overhead suddenly gave an alarm cry. 17. Number 17 Black-clad figure. Chapter 17. The figure in black. Pidgey. Hearing Pidgey's cry from overhead, Liao Shi quickly looked up at it. After letting out a cry, Pidgey didn't attack. Instead, it landed on Liao Shi's shoulder and pointed ahead with its wing. Liao Shi's eyes flashed, and without a moment's hesitation, he began to creep forward cautiously. Although he didn't know what Pidgey had seen, Liao Shi trusted it. If there were a danger they couldn't face, it definitely wouldn't have let him move forward. After walking quietly for a while, Liao Shi suddenly heard some movement ahead. Oh, something's fighting? Faintly, Liao Shi seemed to hear human voices as well. Someone's here? And they're ahead of me? Liao Shi's expression turned solemn. To be honest, the last thing he wanted to encounter here was a human, because human minds were far more complex and much more sinister and cunning than those of Pokemon. Walking softly toward the source of the sound, Liao Shi realized he hadn't misheard. Someone really was commanding a Pokemon in battle. Murkrow, wing attack. Parting a patch of grass slightly to look through, Liao Shi saw a thin figure in black with their back to him, commanding a Murkrow in battle against a Nidorino. Murkrow, level 16, type, dark plus flying, gender, female, ability, super luck, held item, none, basic skills, peck, astonish, haze, wing attack, egg moves, confuse ray, flatter, taught skills, foul play, TMHM skills, none, aptitude, advanced quality, an advanced quality Murkrow. Its level was one higher than his Pidgey's, and its moveset was quite diverse. Liao Shi's gaze gradually grew serious as he simulated the win rate of a battle between Pidgey and this Murkrow in his head. He eventually concluded that if both trainers commanded perfectly, the win rate between his Pidgey and the opponent's Murkrow would be 50-50 at best. After all, while Pidgey's aptitude was higher than Murkrow's, Pidgey had no type advantage. Furthermore, the gap in their base stat totals was significant. Murkrow's base stat total was as high as 405, while Pidgey's was only 251. Although base stats weren't everything in the Pokemon world, with aptitude and a trainer's nurturing being more important, that was mostly true for the later stages. In the early stages, especially since both Liao Shi and his opponent had only recently obtained their Pokemon, their rapport hadn't fully formed and their training had only just begun. The gap in base stats still needed to be taken seriously. However, Liao Shi wasn't pessimistic. If they really did fight, he had the advantage of knowing his enemy as well as himself, so he wasn't without a chance of winning. Once Pidgey leveled up a few more times, it could evolve into Pidgeotto. By then, he wouldn't need to worry about the base stat gap. After assessing the Murkrow, Liao Shi turned his gaze toward the Nidorino. Nidorino, level 18, type, poison, gender, male, ability, poison point, held item, none, basic skills, poison sting, glare, peck, focus energy, fury attack, egg moves, none, taught skills, shockwave, TMHM skills, none, aptitude, intermediate level, an intermediate level aptitude Nidorino. Its aptitude wasn't great, but it had actually learned the electric type move shockwave. At that moment, Nidorino watched the Murkrow charging at it with wings spread, its eyes filled with rage. It lowered its head to aim its horn at Murkrow, and purple poison stings shot from the horn, aimed straight at Murkrow. Murkrow, dodge it! The rapidly gliding Murkrow banked to the side, dodging most of the tiny poison needles, but quite a few still pierced into its wings. Though the poison stings were thin, they caused Murkrow pain upon piercing its wings. Worse still, a purple hue slowly began to spread across Murkrow's wings. It's poisoned. Liao Shi was momentarily stunned, then he raised an eyebrow. This person's commanding experience seemed quite poor. If it were Liao Shi, he would have definitely had Murkrow use Confuse Ray first to cause confusion before using close-range moves like Wing Attack. Now that Murkrow was poisoned, things were going to be a bit troublesome. However, this Murkrow's will seem decent. Even though it was poisoned, it didn't abort its wing attack. Its wings, filled with flying-type energy, struck Nidorino head-on. Nido. After being knocked back and rolling on the ground a few times, Nidorino stood up again. Flying-type moves weren't super effective against it, so the damage dealt was clearly not very high. Murkrow, are you okay? The figure in black saw Murkrow's poisoned wing, their voice full of concern. Why aren't you seizing the opportunity to quickly knock out Nidorino? What's with the slow-motion checkup? Liao Shi was dumbfounded by this person's fighting style. Did they think this was a friendly spar between best friends? Hearing the trainer's concern behind it, Murkrow shook its wings and called back, indicating it was fine. Good Murkrow, this time, let's use Confuse Ray first. After suffering a setback, they finally realized their commanding error. However, because Murkrow hadn't attacked immediately, the opposing Nidorino had already stabilized itself, and a yellow surge of energy shot from the horn on its head toward Murkrow. Shockwave. It dealt double damage against the part flying-type Murkrow. In the end, Confuse Ray hit Nidorino and successfully confused it, but Murkrow was also struck by Shockwave, taking significant damage. Damn it, this Nidorino actually knows Shockwave. Seeing Murkrow get hit by Shockwave, the figure in black's tone immediately sank after the initial shock. Murkrow, hang in there, use Wing Attack one more time. Murkrow let out a cry, then flapped its wings and took to the air, charging at Nidorino once more. The confused Nidorino's consciousness was completely out of its control. It could only stand there swaying left and right as it was struck by another wing attack from Murkrow. Nido. After being hit by this wing attack, Nidorino's cry sounded much more painful than the previous one. It was knocked back into a large tree and immediately lost consciousness. A critical hit? Did Murkrow's ability trigger? Liao Shi, watching from the shadows, looked at Nidorino and then at Murkrow. Knowing Murkrow's ability, he immediately guessed the reason. Well done, Murkrow. Seeing that Nidorino had fainted, the figure in black clearly breathed a sigh of relief, then walked over to Murkrow to hurriedly tend to its wounds. Looking at the defenseless back ahead, Liao Shi narrowed his eyes. He was just about to step out when, in the next second, a patch of grass not far to his left suddenly rustled. SSHHH. SSHHH. What is that? Liao Shi and the person ahead both looked toward the grass. After it rustled again for a moment, a Seviper slowly crawled out. Sevi. Upon seeing Murkrow and the human nearby, Seviper flicked its tongue, and its already bloodthirsty eyes turned even more crimson. Why is there another Seviper? With Murkrow heavily injured and having no other Pokemon, the person in black was now completely panicked. Strangely, however, Seviper didn't immediately attack the person in black or Murkrow. Instead, it turned its head toward the patch of grass where Liao Shi was hiding. 18. Number 18 Troublesome Rice Spoon Snake. Light. Chapter 18. The Troublesome Seviper. Discovered? Liao Shi was stunned for a moment, but the Seviper didn't give him time to daze off, immediately spitting out a stream of purple liquid in his direction. Poison jab? Pidgey, use gust to block it. As soon as the words fell, a white whirlwind rapidly condensed in the trajectory of the incoming poison jab, absorbing all the purple liquid into the vortex. Seeing its poison jab blocked, the Seviper let out a screech, its tail tip turning purple from the infused poison-type energy. With a flick of its tail, the chilling poison tail shot directly toward the bush where Liao Shi was hiding. Steel Wing. Pidgey had also lost its temper dealing with this pesky snake. Steel-type energy condensed on its wings, turning them as hard as steel. With a flap, it charged toward the poison tail. While Pidgey and the Seviper were locked in combat, Liao Shi stopped hiding and walked out of the bush. The person in black guarding the Murkrow also looked toward Liao Shi, their gazes intersecting. The other person was an ordinary-looking young woman. When Liao Shi looked at her, she returned a wary glance. Liao Shi took out a dagger from his belt, concealing it in his sleeve. He subtly moved his feet away from her, dedicating part of his attention to her, ready to command Pidgey to disengage immediately if she made any move. Up ahead, the Seviper's status panel floated into view. Seviper, LV, 16. Type, Poison. Gender, Male. Ability, Shed Skin. Held item, None. Base moves, Wrap, Scary Face, Bite, Lick, Poison Tail, Faint, Screech, Poison Jab. Egg moves, Pursuit. Tutor moves, None. TM/HM moves, None. Aptitude, Intermediate level. A level 16 Seviper? This is troublesome. The opponent's level is higher than Pidgey's, and there is a significant gap in their base stats, putting us at a disadvantage in the fight. Thus, in the exchange between Steel Wing and Poison Tail, the Seviper clearly held the upper hand. The Seviper's Poison Tail swept across, and although Pidgey blocked it with Steel Wing, it was still sent flying a considerable distance. Taking advantage of the momentum from being knocked back, the Seviper coiled its body and lunged toward Pidgey in midair, its gaping maw revealing terrifying fangs. A bite attack? Pidgey, use Tailwind to dodge. Hearing Liao Shi's voice, Pidgey snapped back to attention. Flying-type energy surged around it, and instead of stopping, it used the momentum to suddenly accelerate, causing the Seviper's bite to clamp down on empty air. Heat Wave. While flying fast, Pidgey executed a sharp 180-degree turn, blasting a scorching hot wind toward the Seviper. Kaya. The Seviper, unable to dodge in time, was engulfed by the heat wave and let out a painful screech. The Seviper had high attack and special attack, but its defenses were somewhat lacking, so Pidgey's attack still managed to inflict considerable damage. Enduring the pain, the Seviper shook its body, charged up, and then used its powerful tail to spring off the ground, launching itself toward Pidgey in the air. Trying to use Wrap on Pidgey? Liao Shi's eyes flashed. This Seviper's combat experience was quite good. It seemed to have seen many battles. Pidgey, use Gust in front of you. If Pidgey were actually caught by the Seviper's Wrap move, it could genuinely fall into danger. Quick Attack to dodge. Quick Attack was inherently a high-speed burst move, and with the added boost from Tailwind, Pidgey's speed instantly left its original spot, flying outside the trajectory of the Seviper's launch. Not good Pidgey, use Protect. As soon as Liao Shi shouted, Pidgey unhesitatingly stopped its Quick Attack and used Protect. Just as the green shield formed, a tail dyed purple struck against it. This Seviper is actually that smart? Liao Shi's expression immediately grew serious. Meanwhile, the woman in black watched the battle between Pidgey and the Seviper with shock, but she was also slowly retreating. The Murkrow was in terrible condition. Staying here was unsafe. It was best to retreat quickly while that Seviper was occupied. Liao Shi naturally noticed the woman in black's movement but did not try to stop her. Dealing with this Seviper was already taking up all his concentration. After successfully blocking the poison tail attack, Pidgey felt a wave of fear and quickly increased the distance between itself and the Seviper. Kaya, seeing that its confident strike was once again blocked by this little sparrow, the Seviper's scarlet eyes began to show agitation. Pidgey's speed was now slowly decreasing. The duration of the tailwind boost was almost over. The Seviper also noticed this change and once again shot a poison jab toward Pidgey. With no time to change direction, Pidgey could only deploy a gust barrier again to defend against the poison jab. Taking advantage of this opening, the Seviper coiled up again and lunged toward Pidgey. You like close combat, don't you? Liao Shi's gaze darkened. He looked up and exchanged a glance with Pidgey, seeing a growing surge of anger in its eyes. Since that's the case, we won't dodge anymore. Pidgey, use Brave Bird. Pidgey chirped excitedly, a massive amount of its flying-type energy surging. As it rushed toward the Seviper, its entire body rapidly enveloped in a red energy fluctuation. Kaya, sensing the powerful energy fluctuation emanating from Pidgey, the Seviper, also suspended in midair, began to panic in its serpentine eyes. However, it had no wings and could not exert force to dodge in midair, forced to watch helplessly as it collided head-on with Pidgey. Kaya, as expected of a move with 120 base power, the moment the two Pokémon made contact, the Seviper was sent flying backward, slamming into a tree behind it. Pidgey, Gust plus Heat Wave. After using Brave Bird, Pidgey also suffered recoil damage. It staggered in the air a couple of times before stabilizing its body. Seizing every second while the Seviper was dazed, it cast Gust onto the opponent, immediately followed by unleashing a Heat Wave onto the resulting vortex. The scorching heat wave was instantly absorbed and merged by the gust move, forming a fiery gale. After sweeping over the Seviper, it instantly finished the job. Looking at the Seviper with no sign of life remaining, Liao Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Pidgey flew down and landed on Liao Shi's shoulder, panting heavily. It's finally over. Pidgey, you worked hard, well done. After stroking Pidgey's soft feathers, Liao Shi quickly turned and left the area. The battle with the Seviper might have attracted the attention of other nearby Pokémon, and Pidgey was not in good shape, so it was best to leave quickly. 19. Number 19 Nido Ethnic Group. Chapter 19. The Nidoran Family. After walking forward for a while, Liao Shi found a safe spot and began treating Pidgey's injuries. He took out a potion from his space belt, sprayed it on Pidgey's injured areas, then took out a few energy cubes for Pidgey to eat. Only then did he stand up again. Pidgey's injuries weren't severe, they were mostly recoil damage from Brave Bird, with the main issue being stamina depletion. After being sprayed with potion and eating energy cubes, it had already recovered somewhat. Pidgey flew onto Liao Shi's shoulder, patted its chest, and chirped, indicating that it was fine. Don't push yourself. Rest for a bit first. Liao Shi gently stroked Pidgey's feathers. At this moment, he felt an urgent need to capture a second Pokémon. After Pidgey was injured, his sense of security in the wild plummeted. While planning for his next Pokémon, and after resting for nearly half an hour, Liao Shi continued towards the mountain with Pidgey. However, he hadn't walked long before Liao Shi stopped again, his gaze drawn to several Pokémon not far to his front left. He saw more than a dozen rabbit-like Pokémon, either purple or blue, frolicking freely there. Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign. There were so many Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign here. Considering the Nidorino he fought earlier with the woman in black, it seemed there was a Nidoran family nearby. Liao Shi didn't rush over immediately, because he noticed several Nidorino and Nidorina guarding not far from these Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign. He slowly approached, and when he was close enough, Liao Shi activated his scan. But the result left Liao Shi somewhat disappointed. Most of this Nidoran family had low quality and intermediate level aptitude. Only one Nidorina had advanced quality. Nidorina, LV, 20. Attribute, Poison. Gender, Female. Ability, Rivalry. Held item, None. Basic skills, Growl, Poison Sting, Scratch, Tail Whip, Fury Swipes. Egg moves, Venom Drench. Tutor moves, Water Pulse. TM, HM moves, None. Aptitude, advanced level. Its aptitude was the best among this Nidoran family, but unfortunately, it didn't have a hidden ability. Besides the common abilities Poison Point and Rivalry, Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign also have a hidden ability, Hustle. The effect of the Hustle ability is to increase attack and decrease accuracy. Once it evolves into Nidoking or Nidoqueen, the Hustle ability transforms into Sheer Force. The Sheer Force ability eliminates the additional effects of moves, but the power of the moves is greatly increased, which is incredibly suitable for Nidoking and Nidoqueen, who have a wide range of move learning. Paired with a Life Orb, Nidoking and Nidoqueen would be an absolute super cannon. However, Liao Shi wasn't interested in catching any of these Nidoran female sign or Nidoran male sign, so he decided to take a detour and not disturb their play. After bypassing these Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign, Liao Shi noticed that he had walked quite a distance but hadn't encountered many wild Pokémon. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and it seemed he had entered an extraordinary place. After going around a patch of waist-high grass, he arrived at a lake about the size of a soccer field. To his surprise, there were still several Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign by the lake. This made Liao Shi a bit curious. Could there be an exceptionally large Nidoran family here? Liao Shi's eyes lit up. If that were the case, he might actually find a Nidoran male sign he liked. At this moment, the Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign by the lake also saw Liao Shi and Pidgey. 3 Nidoran male sign responsibly stood in front of the 2 Nidoran female sign and showed threatening expressions towards Liao Shi. Quite gentlemanly, Liao Shi scanned the Pokémon in front of him. Unfortunately, these Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign didn't have the Hustle ability, and their aptitudes were all intermediate level. The Nidoran male sign opposite seemed to be annoyed that its intimidation hadn't scared Liao Shi, so it bared its fangs and shot several poison stings at Liao Shi and Pidgey. However, Pidgey, who had been on guard against them, had already set up a wind wall in front of Liao Shi when the poison stings were launched, blocking them. Pidgey flapped its wings, quickly flew up, and blew a heat wave towards these little things. As expected, these Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign were only around level 13 and were no match for Pidgey. Before long, they were lying unconscious on the ground, scattered about. Why bother? After sighing, Liao Shi walked along the lake shore to the opposite bank. There were still several Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign on the other side. After knocking them out again, Liao Shi left the lake. Continuing forward, Liao Shi noticed that the frequency of encountering Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign on the road became more and more dense. But to his surprise, after the recent victory, Pidgey's level had risen again, reaching level 16, on par with the black-clad woman's Murkrow. Pidgey, let's rest for a bit and have lunch. The scale of this Nidoran family is a bit beyond imagination. Liao Shi recalled Pidgey, took out the Pokémon food bowl, and began Pidgey's favorite mealtime. He poured top-tier Pokémon food into the bowl, mixed a layer of Beedrill's honey on top, and also added a few energy cubes. After doing all this, he pushed this extremely rich lunch in front of Pidgey. Pidgey happily flapped its wings and quickly began to eat. Liao Shi looked at Pidgey, a satisfied smile like that of an old father on his face. Unbeknownst to him, Pidgey's size had also grown a bit. When he first got Pidgey, Liao Shi estimated its size was smaller than a normal Pidgey, only about 0.25 meters. Now that its diet had improved, its size was similar to a normal Pidgey, and its growth hadn't even finished yet. In good spirits, Liao Shi took out his canned rations for lunch. Feeling a bit thirsty, he also poured a cup of monkey wine to taste. 20. Number 20 Angry Birds. Chapter 20. Angry Birds. In the quiet forest, only Liao Shi and Pidgey's sounds of eating could be heard, and at the same time, the air was filled with the fragrant aroma of Pidgey's sumptuous lunch. Smelling the undeniable aroma, Liao Shi's face showed a wry smile. He had miscalculated. It was his first time feeding Pidgey this way, but he hadn't expected it to be so fragrant. Fortunately, this was the territory of the Nido family, and there weren't many Pokémon. Otherwise, this scent would definitely attract all the nearby Pokémon. But could the metaphysics of Murphy's Law be avoided by transmigrating? Just as Pidgey was about to finish the basin of food, and before Liao Shi could breathe a sigh of relief, a black shadow suddenly swooped down from above. A bird Pokémon rapidly pecked at Pidgey with its sharp beak. Pidgey, protect! Liao Shi, who had been paying attention to his surroundings, immediately shouted out when he noticed it. Bo! Pidgey's reaction was also very fast, and a green shield instantly enveloped its body. As soon as the shield formed, the beak collided with it, and Liao Shi also clearly saw the Pokémon's appearance. Spearow? He saw a Spearow with a violent look in its eyes, forcefully drilling forward with its hooked beak, its eyes looking at Pidgey as if it wanted to devour it. Gia. Pidgey turned its head to look at the Pokémon that had interrupted its meal. Seeing that it was its arch-nemesis, Spearow, its anger instantly soared to the peak. Bo. With a flap of its wings, Pidgey directly unleashed a gust attack, rising from the ground with itself as the center, and the strong whirlwind directly blew Spearow away. Liao Shi subconsciously activated the scan from the side. Spearow, LV, 18. Attribute, normal plus flying type. Gender, male. Ability, keen eye. Held item, none. Basic skills, peck, growl, glare, pursuit, fury attack, aerial ace, wing attack. Inherited skills, scary face. Taught skills, none. TM/HM taught, none. Aptitude, intermediate level. After seeing this Spearow's aptitude, Liao Shi shook his head, folded his arms, and stood aside. Pidgey and Spearow, these two Pokémon, seem to be natural arch-rivals. They will definitely fight whenever they meet. This Spearow's attributes were all average, so Liao Shi decided to let Pidgey fight it freely and win. After Spearow was blown away, Pidgey immediately activated Tailwind, and Steel Wing energy gathered on its wings as it directly followed up. Bo. Pidgey's talent was far superior to Spearow's and its move execution was incomparable. Before Spearow could recover, it was hit by Steel Wing again. In its anger, Pidgey's attacks became even more ferocious. By the time Spearow, having been hit twice, stabilized itself in the air, the entire bird looked disheveled, completely lacking the heroic grace it had when it initiated the attack like a divine soldier, descending from the heavens. Gia. Spearow let out an angry cry, its wings covered in flying-type energy, and it used wing attack, charging at Pidgey again. After hitting Spearow twice, Pidgey's mood had improved. Seeing Spearow's move, it had no desire to clash head-on, so it flapped its wings, sending a heat wave directly towards Spearow. Gia. Although Spearow was 2 levels higher than Pidgey, neither its combat skills nor its move proficiency could compare to Pidgey's. After being blown away by heat wave, it was then caught by Pidgey's gust. Bo. Landing on Spearow's corpse, Pidgey accidentally hit too hard this time, directly sending Spearow to its demise. However, Liao Shi and Pidgey had no adverse reactions. Having killed people before, would they be afraid of killing a Pokémon? The only pity was that basin of Pokémon food. Although not much was left, after Pidgey's localized gust, both the food and the basin had flown off to who knows where. Fortunately, he had plenty of spare food bowls in his belt. After tidying up the scene, he called out to Pidgey, who was still strutting around, and continued deeper into the forest. What Liao Shi didn't see was that after they left, a purple-bodied Pokémon descended from a tree above them, picked up a scattered piece of Pokémon food, and put it into its mouth. After tasting the Pokémon food, the Pokémon's expression instantly became intoxicated. After finding and eating all the remaining scattered pieces, it nimbly climbed back up the tree as they ventured deeper into the Nido family forest. Liao Shi began to encounter more and more Nidorino and Nidorina. Fortunately, most were below level 20. A few times, they encountered some Nidorino or Nidorina above level 20, which was a bit challenging for Pidgey's current strength. After all, once a Pokémon reaches level 20 or above, its strength transitions from low level to intermediate level, advancing a major tier, and experiencing a minor sublimation in power compared to low-level Pokémon below level 20. At this moment, after defeating a Nidorina and several Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign, Liao Shi climbed up a large tree and found a relatively safe spot where he could hide, then rested. Continuous high-intensity combat had depleted Pidgey's stamina quite quickly. Even with energy cubes, it was hard to replenish. Looking down from above, figures of the Nido family occasionally appeared in the jungle below. Perhaps Liao Shi had been too aggressive today, as the Nido family seemed to have become vigilant, with higher-level Nidorino and Nidorina slowly searching the outer perimeter for Liao Shi. Seeing how alert the Nido family was below, and noticing that it was getting late, Liao Shi decided not to go down. He stayed in the tree and ate dinner with Pidgey. This time, Liao Shi didn't forget about the Pokémon food's aroma. After spraying a thick insect repellent spray around, he prepared Pidgey's sumptuous dinner. The next day, as the sun was still struggling to rise, Liao Shi, who was lightly sleeping in the tree, was startled awake by a sudden loud bang. He almost forgot he was still in the tree. He sat up abruptly, lost his balance, and fell sideways. Fortunately, Pidgey, quick to react, pushed him, saving him from the painful fate of falling from the tree. Pidgey, thank you. Liao Shi, his face somewhat pale, leaned against the tree. He had almost fallen just now, which had also scared him. Bo. Pidgey rubbed Liao Shi's hand and shook its head. Oh, right, Pidgey, did you hear that noise just now? Thinking of the loud bang that woke him, Liao Shi quickly asked. Bo bo. Pidgey nodded. To be honest, it had also been startled. Liao Shi stood up slightly and observed his surroundings through the gaps in the leaves. Just as he looked out, another loud bang suddenly came from the left, and Liao Shi even saw a tree fall. What's going on? Liao Shi's expression instantly became serious. What kind of strength would it take to knock down a tree? He scanned the surroundings and finding no danger, he prepared to climb down the tree and quickly leave this dreadful place. But as soon as he moved, he heard the sound from the left rapidly approaching him. It was too late to leave. Liao Shi quickly retracted his feet and continued to hide in the tree. A few breaths later, Liao Shi heard a crawling sound and several heavy footsteps rapidly approaching. He looked down through the leaves and saw. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21 failed to raid the base. Chapter 21. Failed attempt to raid the base. A 3-meter-long Arbok was seen quickly slithering forward, its expression panicked, as if fleeing from something. After the Arbok got close to Liao Shi, he activated his scanner on it. Arbok LV 35. Attribute: Poison. Gender: Female. Ability: Intimidate. Held item: None. Basic skills: Wrap, Glare, Poison Sting, Bite, Intimidate, Screech, Acid, Crunch, Thunderfang, Icefang, Bulk Up, Swallow, Spit Up, Acid Spray. Egg moves: Poison Fang. Tutor moves: Iron Tail. TMHM moves: None. Aptitude: Advanced level. It was actually a level 35 Arbok and its aptitude was advanced quality, which is quite rare in the wild. Its skills were also excellent. Such a powerful Arbok, yet how could it still be chased? Just as Liao Shi was wondering what was chasing the Arbok, the heavy footsteps approached. Liao Shi looked in the direction of the footsteps. There, patches of grass were flattened by 2 bipedal Pokemon, purple all over and covered in spikes on their backs. Nidoking? And 2 Nidoking at once? Liao Shi was greatly surprised to see these 2 Nidoking, because Nidoking can only evolve with a Moonstone. It would be normal for a Nido family to have 1 Nidoking or Nidoqueen. Finding a Moonstone with good luck isn't strange. But with 2 Nidoking appearing at once, Liao Shi couldn't help but wonder. After the 2 Nidoking approached, Liao Shi didn't forget to scan them. Nidoking LV 30. Attribute: Poison plus Ground. Gender: Male. Ability: Poison Point. Held item: None. Basic skills: Glare, Peck, Focus Energy, Fury Attack, Toxic Spikes, Double Kick. Egg moves: Takedown. Tutor moves: None. TMHM moves: None. Aptitude: Intermediate level. Nidoking LV 31. Attribute: Poison plus Ground. Gender: Male. Ability: Rivalry. Held item: None. Basic skills: Glare, Peck, Focus Energy, Fury Attack, Toxic Spikes, Double Kick. Egg moves: None. Tutor moves: Drill Run. TMHM moves: None. Aptitude: Intermediate level. The data for both Nidoking were similar. Their aptitude was only intermediate level, and their levels were lower than the Arbok's. They only had an advantage in numbers. If it were a one-on-one fight, neither of them would be a match for the Arbok ahead. Only after the 3 Pokemon, 2 chasing and 1 fleeing, passed by below, did Liao Shi climb down from the tree. After glancing at the direction the Nidoking and Arbok had left, Liao Shi turned his head to look in the direction they had come from, a sweet, sinister smile appearing on his face. Raiding bases, he was good at it. Without another word, and without even bothering to eat breakfast, Liao Shi immediately took Pidgey and rushed towards the core area of the Nido family. Along the way, Liao Shi encountered many Nidoran male sign, Nidoran female sign, Nidorino, and Nidorina, but he only scanned them and then bypassed them. Speaking of which, Liao Shi couldn't help but lament his bad luck. He had encountered quite a few Nido family Pokemon along the way, probably 170 or 80 in total, but not a single one had a hidden ability. After walking in twists and turns for about 10 minutes, Liao Shi tragically discovered that he seemed to be lost, because as he walked, the frequency of encountering Nido family Pokemon became lower and lower, and gradually he could see the shadows of other Pokemon. A failed base raid. Liao Shi looked up at the sky, a look of a hero at the end of his road on his face. He might have to announce that this base raid would end before it even began. He sighed. Never mind, if he couldn't find it, then he couldn't. Since he couldn't raid the base, he might as well eat breakfast first. After calming down, Liao Shi and Pidgey also felt their stomachs starting to rebel. After Pidgey patrolled the vicinity and confirmed there were no other Pokemon, the human and Pokemon prepared their breakfast for the day. Pidgey still had top-tier Pokemon food plus honey, while Liao Shi hastily ate some compressed biscuits to fill his stomach, washing them down with mineral water. After quickly finishing breakfast and tidying up, they continued forward. However, not long after Liao Shi and Pidgey left, an uninvited guest arrived at the spot where they had eaten breakfast. It was still that purple Pokemon. It floated down from a tree, glanced in the direction Liao Shi and Pidgey had left, and then carefully sniffed around. To its disappointment, every corner nearby had been thoroughly checked, but it couldn't find the delicious food it had never tasted before yesterday. Grumble. Immediately, the purple Pokemon's expectant expression flattened like a deflated balloon. Still unwilling to give up, it searched the surroundings again, but still came up empty-handed. It smacked its lips twice, savoring the unforgettable scent of that food, and unknowingly drooled. After a moment of self-indulgence, the purple Pokemon licked away its drool, then looked in the direction Liao Shi had left. After a moment of thought, it followed in that direction. Completely unaware that it had a little tail following it, Liao Shi continued walking for a while, only to find himself back at the river. Following the river, Liao Shi walked back. After seeing the two Nidoking, Liao Shi decided to temporarily stop exploring forward and return to the previous cave, using it as a temporary residence. Planning to stay in this area for a while, he planned to thoroughly explore this Nido forest. If he could really find a moonstone or catch a Nidoran male sign with a hidden ability, it would bring him huge benefits. Moreover, next to Nido forest was the Beedrill forest, and Liao Shi hadn't finished stealing all the honey there last time. There was another benefit. Whether in the Beedrill forest or the outer areas of Nido forest, the Pokemon's levels were neither too high nor too low, making them very suitable for Pidgey to challenge now. By the time Liao Shi returned to the cave, the sun was high in the sky, indicating noon. He looked inside the cave, and just as he was about to walk in, his heart suddenly stirred. Pidgey, use Heatwave inside the cave. Who? Pidgey tilted its head in confusion, but without hesitation, it blew a scorching heatwave into the cave. Craw-ee! Pinsir was very angry, extremely angry. It was sleeping peacefully in its own cave, when a hateful human and a bird woke it up. It rushed out furiously, wanting to teach these two intruders who disturbed its rest a good lesson, but as it fought, it tragically discovered that it couldn't even defeat that tiny-looking bird. The result was that it got beaten up instead. Fortunately, it ran fast and wasn't caught. After that human left, it returned to its beloved cave, but before it could even warm up the cave, that familiar attack appeared again. 22. Number 22 Scorpio followed. Chapter 22, The Gligar That Followed. Kwaee. Hearing the familiar cry from inside the cave, Liao Shi's face showed an expression that confirmed his suspicions. From within the cave, the familiar Pinsir charged out, its bloodshot eyes glaring. Kwaee. Liao Shi didn't understand what Pinsir was yelling, but judging from its expression, it probably wasn't saying anything pleasant. This immediately made him, who had felt a little guilty, become expressionless. Pidgey, get it. A few minutes later, the Pinsir, covered in several injuries, seemed to have a misty film over its eyes and burrowed into the forest on the other side, its face full of indignation. Its aggrieved, maiden-like appearance made Liao Shi sigh with emotion. This child truly suffered. Alas, I hope you find a better home. After a sigh, Liao Shi turned and walked into the cave. Outside, under the scorching sun, it was very stuffy and hot, but inside the cave, the temperature was not high, and it even had a hint of coolness. Phew, it's more comfortable in the cave. Liao Shi exhaled, wiped the sweat from his face, and then took out today's lunch from his space belt. Bo! Seeing its trainer take out the food bowl, Pidgey knew it was mealtime. It zipped over to the food bowl, waiting for Liao Shi to bring out the delicious Pokemon food. Look at you, so impatient. Seeing Pidgey's gluttonous appearance, Liao Shi couldn't help but smile. After filling the food bowl with top-tier Pokemon food, he spread another layer of honey on top before pushing it towards the impatient Pidgey. Bo bo! Pidgey cried out happily and buried its head in its food. Claw! Just as Liao Shi and Pidgey were eating their respective lunches, a faint cry echoed from the direction of the cave entrance. Who's there? Liao Shi's body tensed instantly, and his gaze quickly shot towards the cave entrance. Bo! Pidgey also stopped eating and flapped its wings, flying in front of Liao Shi. Claw claw. Noticing it had been discovered, a purple-bodied Pokemon behind a rock at the cave entrance trembled, then nervously retreated a few steps. This Pokemon looked like an upright scorpion, with a pair of small bat wings beneath its large pincers. Gligar? Liao Shi was stunned when he saw the Pokemon's appearance. He hadn't expected to encounter it here. Claw. After being discovered, the Gligar instinctively wanted to run away, but its eyes were fixed on the Pokemon food in Pidgey's bowl, unable to look away. Looks like a little glutton. Liao Shi chuckled inwardly, then a white light flashed in his eyes. Gligar. LV. 18. Type. Ground plus flying. Gender. Male. Ability. Immunity. Held item. None. Basic skills. Poison Sting. Sand Attack. Harden. Knockoff. Quick Attack. Double Hit. Egg moves. Agility. Cross Poison. Switcheroo. Tutor moves. Aerial Ace. Poison Jab. TM/HM moves. None. Aptitude. Special level. Seeing this panel, Liao Shi felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. He was completely stunned. A special level Gligar, and it even has a hidden ability? Gligar commonly has two abilities. Hypercutter prevents its attack stat from being lowered by opponents, and Sandveil raises its evasion in a sandstorm. Besides these two, there is also a hidden ability that only a very small number of Gligar possess: immunity. This ability grants immunity to poison, preventing the Pokemon from becoming poisoned. However, if it were only for this, Liao Shi wouldn't be so concerned about this ability. What he truly valued was that when Gligar evolves into Gliscor, this immunity ability would transform into Poison Heal. The effect of the Poison Heal ability is to continuously restore HP when poisoned. If this ability is combined with a toxic orb, as long as Gliscor isn't instantly knocked out, it's a scenario where it'll outlast its opponent. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Just as Liao Shi was overwhelmed with surprise, a strange sound echoed within the cave. It also brought Liao Shi back to his senses. He squinted at Gligar's belly, a smile flashing in his eyes. Claw. Gligar awkwardly covered its belly, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Gligar, are you hungry? Come and eat some. Liao Shi took out another food bowl from his space belt, poured in some top-tier Pokemon food, and also mixed in some honey. After stirring it, he pushed the bowl of food forward a bit, and he himself retreated 2 steps. Claw claw? Gligar sniffed the fragrant food, its eyes wide with disbelief, pointing at itself. Was all this delicious food for it? Eat, eat, it's all yours. Liao Shi nodded with a gentle smile on his face. Claw. Gligar cautiously took 2 steps forward, its eyes occasionally glancing at the bowl of Pokemon food and occasionally darting wary looks at Liao Shi. Upon reaching the food bowl, it sniffed the Pokemon food and immediately started salivating from the aroma. Overwhelmed by hunger, it quickly scooped some food into its mouth. Claw la la. As the delicious food entered its mouth, an expression of ecstasy gradually appeared on Gligar's face. It was so delicious this mouthful of food seemed to have opened the floodgates of its stomach, and it immediately began to feast on the spot. Pidgey, you go eat too, it's fine. Watching Gligar eat, Liao Shi also felt a bit hungry. He called out to Pidgey, and then sat on a rock to continue eating his lunch. After what was a very hearty lunch for Gligar, it plopped down on the ground, rubbed its finally full belly, and looked utterly content. Gligar, was it good? Liao Shi leaned against the rock, asking Gligar with a meaningful look in his eyes. Claw la la. Gligar savored the taste in its mouth and nodded happily. Then do you want to keep eating such delicious things in the future? Claw. Gligar's expression froze. Could it really keep eating such delicious things? Of course, you can. Be my partner, Gligar. Do you want to come with me to see the wider world outside? Become stronger with me? And there's even more delicious food out there, you know. Liao Shi's heart began to pound. It depended on Gligar's decision. If Gligar didn't agree to be caught by him, it would be troublesome. With Gligar's strength, if it wanted to escape, at least the current Pidgey wouldn't be able to stop it. If it hid in this huge jungle, finding it again would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Claw. Gligar tilted its small head, seemingly pondering whether to go with him. Finally, as Liao Shi waited nervously, Gligar's expression became serious. 23. Number 23 Battle against Scorpio. Chapter 23. Battle against Gligar. Gla. GLA. Gligar pointed at Pidgey, then at itself, gesturing with its 2 claws. Although he couldn't understand what Gligar was saying, seeing it point at Pidgey and then itself allowed Liao Shi to guess its intentions, and he let out a small sigh of relief. You want to use a battle to test if I'm worthy of following? Fine, I agree. Pidgey, do you have the confidence? A surge of fighting spirit rose within him. Liao Shi straightened his back, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Pidgey flapped its wings and flew in front of Liao Shi, using its actions to tell him that Pidgey would give its all. Glaw. After a roar, Gligar spread its bat-like wings, white light flashed on its body, and it instantly boosted its speed to charge at Pidgey. Quick attack? Liao Shi's mind raced. If he let Pidgey go head-to-head with Gligar, it certainly wouldn't have the advantage. After all, there was still a gap in strength between the two. Pidgey, use Gust, then circle behind Gligar and use Gust again. Upon hearing Liao Shi's voice, Pidgey immediately used the Gust move in front of it. A whirlwind rose up, appearing between Gligar and Pidgey. Glaw. Gligar's reactions were not slow either. The moment it saw the whirlwind, it tilted its body and glided past the edge of the gust. Although it still took some damage from the move, it at least avoided the most powerful center point, but with that slight delay, Pidgey had already flown above Gligar and used Gust on it once more. This time, because Gligar couldn't bleed off its momentum in time, it failed to dodge the gust. A compressed burst of gust struck its body. Glaw. Pain arrived. Gligar let out a soft groan with a scrunched face before its body jolted, breaking free from the gust. Looking up at Pidgey, a halo of light flashed on Gligar's body, and then it charged at Pidgey with significantly increased speed. Its agility. Knowing which skills Gligar possessed, Liao Shi instantly identified the skill it was using. Pidgey, Heat Wave. At such high speed, it would be hard for Pidgey's Heat Wave to predict Gligar's position, so using Gust with its larger area of effect would have been more appropriate at this moment. Pidgey, a scorching heat wave with a hint of red blew toward the upward charging Gligar, causing it to show a pained expression. However, unexpectedly, Gligar actually endured the pain and charged straight in front of Pidgey, amidst the swirling heat wave. Its two pincers crossed as surging energy gathered. Cross poison? Liao Shi's eyes flickered. However, Gligar's proficiency with cross poison was clearly insufficient. The energy gathered relatively slowly, giving both Liao Shi and Pidgey time to react. Evade with Tailwind. Flying-type energy enveloped its body. Pidgey felt its body become light, and with a flap of its wings, it flew out of the way. Only then did Gligar's cross poison finish condensing. A cross-shaped burst of purple energy grazed Pidgey's body and exploded against the rock wall behind. Pidgey, use Gust again while you have the chance. Gligar had just expended its momentum and needed time to gather strength for the next wave. Therefore, Pidgey's Gust move landed on Gligar once again. After taking 3 moves in a row, even a Gligar with its outstanding defense was starting to find it hard to bear. Gla. Gligar panted heavily as it looked at Pidgey. It could feel that the opponent's strength was likely inferior to its own, yet every time at the critical moment, the opponent managed to turn danger into safety and deal damage to it. Gligar couldn't understand how this was happening. Turning its head, its gaze fell upon Liao Shi. Recalling how this human had given perfectly timed commands several times, it wondered if he really could make it even stronger. Focusing back on the battlefield, Gligar's gaze suddenly became resolute. The victory was not yet decided. It could still continue to fight. Gla. A halo rose on its body as Gligar used agility again, followed by a white light emitting from its body. Agility plus quick attack. The combination of the two moves allowed Gligar's speed to break through its limits once more. So fast. Liao Shi's expression changed. It couldn't be dodged. Pidgey, Steel Wing. As Liao Shi's command was issued, Steel-type energy quickly condensed on Pidgey's wings, and it collided with the charging Gligar. But there was a gap in power after all. After a brief stalemate, Pidgey was knocked flying. However, Gligar's offensive didn't stop. It performed a rapid spin in midair, its pincers carrying blue flying-type energy as it struck at Pidgey. What a tricky aerial ace. At such close range, neither Liao Shi nor Pidgey could react in time. This aerial ace move struck Pidgey's back with lightning speed, sending it flying. Bang! Pidgey was blasted away by this strike and slammed into the cave wall. The impact was not light. Pidgey, are you okay? Liao Shi asked Pidgey with a trace of nervousness in his expression. It was his oversight. He hadn't expected Gligar's timing with aerial ace to be so perfect, resulting in Pidgey not even being able to use Protect. Pidgey staggered a couple of times in the air before steadying its body. On the other side, Gligar, having landed a hit, came charging in again with its offensive. Purple poison-type energy surged upon its dual pincers. Poison jab? It can't be hit again. Pidgey, Protect. Gligar's offensive was tightly connected. Pidgey hadn't caught its breath yet, and dodging wouldn't be easy, so it simply used Protect to block the poison jab. A green energy shield enveloped Pidgey's entire body. Gligar's poison jab only hit the energy shield and did not strike Pidgey. After blocking the poison jab, Pidgey took the opportunity to spread its wings and move away from Gligar. Pidgey, one last brave bird to welcome the joining of our new partner. Pidgey, set against the red energy surrounding it, Pidgey was like a Super Saiyan bird, charging resolutely straight at Gligar. Glaw. Sensing the power of Pidgey's move, Gligar's pupils shrank, and a chill rose from its carapace. Gritting its teeth, its gaze suddenly turned fierce. Strange energy fluctuations rippled across its body, and then it crossed its claws, preparing to condense cross-poison again. What was that energy fluctuation just now? Seeing the change in Gligar, Liao Shi frowned. Gligar's appearance was clearly that of one making a life-or-death struggle. Recalling the skills Gligar possessed, Liao Shi's expression suddenly changed. Switcheroo? Not good Pidgey, hold back your strength. Liao Shi hurriedly called out to warn Pidgey. Switcheroo swaps one's own defense and attack. Gligar's originally most prominent defense was now converted into attack, while its relatively weak attack was converted into defense. This meant that Gligar's current defense was greatly reduced. The reason Liao Shi had Pidgey use the high-power move Brave Bird was because Gligar's defense was high. Even if it were hit head-on and lost its ability to battle, it would only be due to exhaustion, and the damage wouldn't be too severe. But now that the two were swapped, this hit could very likely cause Gligar serious injury, which was not what Liao Shi wanted to see. Hearing Liao Shi's voice, Pidgey began to adjust the energy of the Brave Bird, and the red glow on its body surface faded slightly. Finally, at the moment Gligar's cross-poison finished condensing, the remaining momentum of the Brave Bird collided with the cross-poison, creating a significant explosion that kicked up thick dust. Cough, cough. Liao Shi covered his nose and mouth, squinting his eyes as he looked nervously at the battlefield. After a moment, the dust cleared, revealing the state of the two Pokémon within. 24. #24 Scorpion Subdue It. Chapter 24. Gligar captured. At this moment, both Pokémon were in poor condition. Pidgey flapped its wings unsteadily, barely managing to stay airborne, but it looked as if it could fall at any moment. As for Gligar, it had lost its ability to battle and lay unconscious on the ground. Seeing this, Liao Shi rushed forward. He first checked Pidgey's injuries and felt relieved to find only minor wounds. Then, he went over to Gligar's side to examine its condition. Fortunately, Pidgey had held back in the final stage, so Gligar didn't appear to have any serious external injuries. He took out some potion and treated the wounds of both Pidgey and Gligar. Midway through the treatment, Gligar woke up. Seeing Liao Shi carefully tending to its injuries, its eyes immediately filled with gratitude. Glah, you're awake? It was just a spar. Did you really need to push yourself so hard? Liao Shi tapped Gligar's head in exasperation. Glah, glah. Gligar gave a sheepish smile, though the stubbornness in its eyes did not fade. After seeing how powerful Liao Shi and Pidgey could be together, it had already decided to become Liao Shi's partner. However, in this battle, it was clearly stronger than Pidgey, yet it had been suppressed from start to finish. Its pride wouldn't let it lose easily, so it had used that method to prove it wasn't weak. You did very well, Gligar. Then, he pulled a great ball from his belt. Become my partner. I will help you become stronger and stronger. Glah. Faced with Liao Shi's invitation, Gligar didn't hesitate this time. It reached out with a pincer and gently tapped the great ball. Gligar then turned into a beam of white light and was drawn into the opening great ball. Wobble, wobble. The great ball shook. Under Liao Shi's nervous gaze, it wobbled only 3 times before settling with a quiet ding. Phew. After letting out a sigh of relief, Liao Shi picked up the great ball containing Gligar from the ground. I've caught. He almost held up the Pokeball to shout a Chunibyo slogan like Ash in the anime, but he stopped after 2 words. Never mind. It was a bit embarrassing. He released Gligar and looked at the 2 Pokemon surrounding him. A surge of pride filled Liao Shi's heart. With a second Pokemon, his strength on Trial Island was now among the top ranks. Next, he needed to plan Gligar's training. He decided to have both Pokemon focus on move training for the next 2 days. Especially for Gligar, as seen from the battle with Pidgey, move proficiency had a significant impact on combat. If Gligar had been proficient enough with its moves, the outcome of that battle would have been uncertain. Additionally, the plan to earn money couldn't stop. The month's supply of Pokemon food he had bought would now only last half a month with Gligar joining the team. Furthermore, Gligar's attributes were ground and flying. While it could eat pure flying-type Pokemon food, it was better to supplement it with food for ground and flying dual types. Another thing worth noting was that Liao Shi's Gligar was quite sensitive to poison-type energy, as evidenced by the many poison-type moves it had inherited or learned. Therefore, even though Gligar's primary and secondary types weren't poison, Liao Shi still planned to improve its control over poison-type energy. Thinking of this, he also remembered that Gligar needed a sharp fang to evolve into Gliscor, which was another massive expense. Adding the toxic orb needed after evolution, calculating all these costs gave Liao Shi a headache, as if a mountain of pressure were weighing on him. However, there would surely be a return on the investment. If he truly poured so many resources into Gligar, it would definitely become a trump card in his hands in the future. Exhaling softly, he shook his head to stop thinking about the future. Worrying now was useless, it was better to plan for the present. That afternoon, Liao Shi didn't require Pidgey and Gligar to start training. Both Pokémon had sustained some injuries in the battle, so he let them rest for a day and planned to start training the next morning. Liao Shi himself took out pen and paper and began drafting the training schedule for Gligar and Pidgey for the following day. The scorching sun baked the earth, making life miserable for the various Team Rocket's recruits on the island. However, it was quite cool inside Liao Shi's cave. Liao Shi sat seriously on a rock, writing and drawing, while the two Pokémon rested or played nearby, creating an exceptionally heartwarming scene. Early the next morning, Liao Shi led Pidgey and Gligar out of the cave after finishing breakfast. Pidgey, your task today is quite heavy. You need to continue practicing Tailwind and Gust, while also setting aside time to start practicing Steel Wing. For now, focus on the speed of condensing the energy for Steel Wing. Liao Shi was confident in Pidgey. It seriously completed every task he assigned. So, after telling it the task, he didn't worry further. Gligar, your task today is to practice Cross Poison. Feel the poison-type energy within your body. Although your types are ground and flying, it's clear you have a talent for poison as well. Your goal is the same as Pidgey's, practice the speed of condensing your moves. In yesterday's battle, if you could have released Cross Poison before Pidgey reached you, you might have been the victor. Gligar had significant shortcomings. Although it had great potential, it hadn't been tempered, so its sharp edge couldn't show through. It was like a piece of raw jade. Without being polished, it would always just be a stone. After hearing Liao Shi's words, Gligar understood how it should train itself. It nodded firmly and walked to the side to begin training according to Liao Shi's method. Watching both Pokémon work hard according to his training methods, Liao Shi smiled and began his own exercise 5 days later, in the evening. Inside the vast Beedrill forest, a young man and two Pokémon, all with joyful smiles, fought and retreated out of the woods while being pursued by numerous Beedrill, leaving countless Beedrill corpses in their wake. Just before the sky was shrouded in darkness, the person and two Pokémon finally returned to the cave. These were Liao Shi, Pidgey, and Gligar. During these 5 days, after conducting 2 days of high-intensity training for Pidgey and Gligar, Liao Shi headed into the wild to begin actual combat. For the following 3 days, Liao Shi took Pidgey and Gligar back and forth through Nido Forest and Beedrill Forest. Both Pokémon experienced countless battles. During these 3 days, they were constantly eyeing the Beedrill honey. However, after the previous honey-stealing incident, the Beedrill had become more cautious. No matter how Liao Shi and the others taunted them, the situation where the entire swarm came out to hunt them down didn't happen again. Each time, only a portion of the Beedrill were sent to pursue. However, this was exactly what Liao Shi and the others wanted. Pidgey and Gligar couldn't handle hundreds or thousands of Beedrill, but they could take on 20 or 30, which was perfect for actual combat training. As a result of the constant slaughter by Liao Shi and the two Pokémon, the number of Beedrill grew smaller and smaller. Eventually, the Beedrill seemed to sense something was wrong, so under their repeated provocations, the swarm finally came out in full force to hunt them. Consequently, the honey inside once again fell into Liao Shi's hands, leading to the scene of them being chased. Upon returning to the cave, Liao Shi didn't even stop to rest and immediately began counting. Today's harvest, 25. Number 25. The Rocket's Random Assessment. Chapter 25. Team Rocket's Random Assessment. Can after can of honey was taken out by Liao Shi, instantly filling the cave with its aroma. It smells so good. Gligar. Pidgey. After counting, Liao Shi became excited by the resulting quantity. This time, he had harvested about 60 liters of honey, which was twice the amount from last time. He would keep 10 liters of honey as usual, and the rest would be exchanged for points. Calculating it, these points could reach over 10,000. Not a bad haul. Liao Shi grinned, then put the honey away. Turning his head, he looked at Pidgey and Gligar. A white light flashed in his eyes and the two Pokémon's statues appeared before Liao Shi. Pidgey, LV, 18. Type, normal plus flying. Gender, male. Ability, keen eye. Held item, none. Basic skills, tackle, sand attack, gust, quick attack, gust. Egg moves, brave bird, steel wing. Taught skills, heat wave, tailwind. TM, protect. Aptitude, Special level Gligar LV 19. Type ground plus flying. Gender male. Ability immunity. Held item none. Basic skills poison sting, sand attack, harden, knockoff, quick attack, double hit, surprise attack. Egg moves agility, cross poison, switcheroo. Taught skills aerial ace, poison jab. TM none. Aptitude special level. Under the training and battles of the past few days, Pidgey's level increased by 2, reaching LV18, and it learned the gust move. Theoretically, Pidgey should be able to evolve at LV18. In the game of his previous life, Pidgey would immediately enter the evolutionary state once it reached LV18. However, now that they were in reality, it had reached the required level but still hadn't evolved. It seems that evolution, like their cultivation, requires a catalyst for breakthrough. As for Gligar, it also gained 1 level in the past few days, reaching LV19, and learned the surprise attack move. However, although Gligar only gained 1 level, its overall strength saw a leapfrog increase. The targeted training over the past few days greatly improved its mastery of its own moves, and through Liao Shi's guidance in subsequent actual combat, it also learned how to coordinate moves. Compared to 5 days ago, its strength increase is calculated in multiples. If Pidgey were to fight it now, its winning rate would be less than 30%. Of course, it's not that Pidgey isn't working hard, but Pidgey's base stat total are too low, and the difference between it and Gligar is too great. Once it evolves into Pidgeotto, its strength will also see a 2-fold increase. After summing up his gains, Liao Shi began preparing dinner for the day while contemplating tomorrow's plan. He now had 2 choices. One was to explore the depths of Nido Forest, where there might be a moonstone. The other was to continue downstream along the river to explore a new area. After agonizing for a while, he finally gave up on exploring the depths of Nido Forest. He recalled the 2 Nidoking he had seen that day, both reaching LV30. Their strength had already entered the realm of advanced level power, far beyond what the current Liao Shi could handle. Moreover, no one knew if there were even stronger Nidoking or Nidoqueen deeper inside, so after thinking it over, he decided to abandon Nido Forest and explore a new direction. But just as he finished confirming his itinerary for tomorrow, the Team Rocket's watch on Liao Shi's wrist, which had been inactive for a long time, suddenly let out a beep. News from Team Rockets? Liao Shi frowned, wondering what message Team Rockets would send at this moment. After taking a deep breath, he tapped open the message sent by Team Rockets on the watch. Random assessment issued. Please arrive at the designated location to undergo the assessment within 5 days. Failure to arrive within the stipulated time will be considered elimination from this trial. A random assessment? Why so sudden? Liao Shi's expression changed repeatedly. This random assessment came without giving anyone time to prepare, and the penalty was severe, direct elimination for not arriving within 5 days. Furthermore, the content of the assessment was completely undisclosed, making Liao Shi regard this assessment with gravity. At this moment, he noticed that the Team Rocket's watch suddenly had a navigation function. He clicked it open, only to find 2 points, a red dot with an arrow, and a green dot. Liao Shi stood up and turned in different directions, simultaneously observing the arrow on the watch turning. It seemed the red arrow represented him, and the green dot was the designated coordinate point for this assessment. After turning around and comparing the directions, Liao Shi confirmed that the designated coordinate point was in his southeast direction. He pursed his lips and stepped towards the cave entrance, looking at the scene outside by the moonlight. Southeast direction? Do I have to cross the river? Liao Shi fell silent. His luck was rather poor. A large river blocked his path to the east, and the designated coordinate point he needed to reach happened to be on the opposite bank. Without a water-type Pokemon, he couldn't cross the river directly. As for swimming across? Forget it. The river contained all sorts of Pokemon, including fierce carnivorous Pokemon. Without the protection of a water-type Pokemon, he would probably be reduced to bones shortly after entering the water. No choice. Tomorrow, I'll walk along the riverbank and see if there's a place to cross up ahead. Sighing, Liao Shi returned to the cave. Pidgey, Gligar, seemingly sensing that Liao Shi was troubled, the 2 Pokemon obediently gathered around him and greeted him. I'm fine. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow, we need to leave this place and go somewhere else. After petting Pidgey and Gligar's heads, Liao Shi smiled and continued preparing their dinner. Early the next morning, after finishing breakfast, Liao Shi left the cave with Pidgey and traveled along the riverbank as quickly as safety allowed. Gligar, meanwhile, was recalled into its Pokeball. The existence of Gligar was still unknown to the rest of Team Rockets. Liao Shi chose to keep it hidden so that if they encountered an opponent Pidgey couldn't handle, he could catch them off guard. The initial part of the journey was relatively smooth. Most of the Pokémon Liao Shi encountered along the way were weak. However, as they proceeded further, the levels of the Pokémon they met began to increase, and Pidgey gradually started struggling in battles. At this moment, on a patch of grass near the riverbank, Liao Shi and Pidgey encountered a very formidable Scyther. Pidgey, Gust. Pidgey, in mid-air, generated a whirlwind beneath the Scyther below. However, the battle-hardened Scyther immediately dashed forward out of Gust's attack range the moment it sensed the energy fluctuation beneath it. Immediately afterward, a white light flashed on its body, and after flapping its cicada wing-like wings, it charged straight towards Pidgey in the air. What a fast quick attack. Scyther truly lived up to its reputation for speed. Its quick attack aimed at Pidgey was so fast that Liao Shi could barely follow it with his naked eye, use Steel Wing and confront it head-on. At such a speed, Pidgey definitely couldn't dodge. It could only clash head-on despite being at a disadvantage. Pidgey, its pair of wings instantly turned silver-white, and it swooped down, wrestling with Scyther. Taking this opportunity, Liao Shi had time to check Scyther's information. A white light flashed in his eyes, and a stats appeared before him. 26. Number 26 Evolve, Popo. Chapter 26. Evolve, Pidgey. Scyther, LV. 20. Type, Bug, Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Swarm. Held item, None. Basic skills, Glare, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Retaliate, False Swipe, Agility. Egg moves, None. Taught skills, Swift. TM, None. Aptitude, Intermediate level. This Scyther's stats were very ordinary, but since its level reached 20, it had already attained intermediate level strength. From the perspective of martial arts, Pidgey was currently fighting above its league. Furthermore, given the difference in base stat total between Pidgey and Scyther, there was clearly a gap in strength between the two. Soon after the two Pokémon clashed head-on, Pidgey found itself at a disadvantage. The stern Scyther grew braver the longer it fought, and its two sickle-like blade arms swung faster and faster. Finally, it found a weak spot on Pidgey and slashed it away. Immediately afterward, a halo flashed on Scyther's body as it used agility. Its speed increased once more, and it quickly chased after Pidgey, its raised blade arms shimmering with dazzling cold light under the sun. At the same time, the palpable coldness emanating from its icy eyes made it clear that this Scyther intended to take Pidgey's life. Protect, followed by Gust at maximum power right where you are. Liao Shi didn't panic. In a crisis, he knew panic was useless and would only cause him to lose his rationality. Always maintaining his composure, he quickly thought of a way to respond. Bo. Hearing Liao Shi's voice, Pidgey found its pillar of strength and reacted instantly. A green energy shield enveloped Pidgey's body, and Scyther's slash only struck the protect shield. Immediately after, a rapidly spinning whirlwind rose from the ground, sweeping Scyther into it. Pidgey seized the opportunity to fly straight up, escaping Scyther's attack range. Now, let's add some fuel to the fire. Heat wave. Bo! A furious cry roared from Pidgey's mouth. The Pidgey, which had nearly been taken out by the mantis, was filled with burning rage. The scorching heat wave merged into the whirlwind, causing the Scyther inside intense pain. Both fire-type and flying-type attributes could deal 2x damage to Scyther, and the combined power of the overlaying attacks was even greater. After being swept by the gust attack enhanced by heatwave, Scyther was already in a sorry state. Scyther seemed enraged. Its two blade arms clashed, and a stream of air rose from its body. Focus energy? Pidgey, brave bird. Scyther must have sustained serious injuries from those last two hits. If that was the case, they should finish it with a powerful move. Rapidly mobilizing its flying-type energy, Pidgey cried out and dove straight toward Scyther, while red energy fluctuations radiated around its body, creating an imposing presence. A trace of fear flashed in Scyther's eyes, but the pride in its heart prevented it from retreating even slightly. White light erupted on its body as it used quick attack, fiercely charging toward Pidgey. Bang! The two collided violently, creating a massive energy gale that swept outward. After a few breaths of stalemate, Pidgey ultimately prevailed and knocked Scyther flying. The Scyther, sent flying, arced downward and plunged into the river, where it remained motionless. Pidgey, victorious in battle, let out a joyful cry high in the air, looking magnificent. Just as Liao Shi thought it was over, a dazzling white light suddenly began to envelop Pidgey's entire body. Is this evolution? Liao Shi excitedly raised his head. Although the light of evolution was dazzling, in Liao Shi's eyes it was incredibly beautiful. Snapping back to reality, Liao Shi began watching every movement around him. Pidgey couldn't be disturbed while evolving. In the games, if interrupted, it could evolve again after leveling up once more, but in reality, being interrupted would definitely cause a severe backlash. Therefore, despite his excitement, he forced himself to calm down, moved to Pidgey's side to guard it, and let one hand rest near Gligar's Pokeball, ready to summon Gligar to battle at any moment. The light of evolution grew brighter and brighter, and Pidgey's form could be seen slowly changing within it. Just as Pidgey's body was visibly growing larger, a sound suddenly came from behind Liao Shi. Arbok, interrupt that Pidgey with poison sting. Liao Shi spun around quickly and saw a gloomy man with a sneer on his face commanding an Arbok, attempting to interrupt Pidgey's evolution. So there really are despicable guys like this. Liao Shi's expression turned cold. If he truly only had Pidgey, he would certainly be powerless to turn the tide in this situation, but now, he had another partner. Gligar, block those poison sting attacks. Following a flash of white light, a purple Pokemon appeared between the poison stings and Pidgey. Claw. Gligar clearly knew what was happening outside the Pokeball. Seeing that the opponent wanted to interrupt its partner's evolution, it was naturally furious beyond words. Immediately upon appearing, it launched a cross-poison attack toward the Arbok. The cross-poison, emitting a dark purple glow, knocked away all the poison stings spat out by the Arbok in midair, yet still flew toward the opponent with astonishing momentum. What? He actually has a second Pokemon? After Gligar appeared, the opponent's face, which had previously held a disdainful smile, instantly changed color. Arbok, quick, dodge. The gloomy man hurriedly called out to Arbok, but clearly, the opposing Arbok's reaction was a beat too slow. The cross-poison attack had already reached it. Bang! Chaba! Terrifying poison-type energy exploded on Arbok's body, sending it flying. Although the elemental damage of cross-poison had little effect on Arbok, which was also poison-type, the solid physical damage still caused it significant harm. Seeing the opponent so easily defeated, Liao Shi's nerves relaxed. A white light flashed in his eyes as he checked the stats of the opposing Arbok. Arbok, LV, 16. Type, Poison. Gender, Female. Ability, Intimidate. Held item, None. Basic skills, Wrap, Glare, Poison Sting, Bite, Intimidate. Egg moves, Poison Tail. Taught skills, None. TM, None. Aptitude, Intermediate level. An Arbok that couldn't be more ordinary. Liao Shi glanced at it and closed the stats panel. Impossible. How can he be so strong? The gloomy man's face was pale. They had clearly started from the same starting line, so why did Liao Shi have two Pokemon, and why were both of them so powerful? At the current stage, most people couldn't even afford to raise one Pokemon, let alone two. Gligar, kill them. Liao Shi ignored him, feeling as if even another glance at the opponent would dirty his eyes. Turning away, he looked at Pidgey, who was still evolving. 27. Number 27. Arrive at the destination. Chapter 27. Arriving at the destination. At this moment, Pidgey's size within the white light had ballooned several times over, reaching roughly the height of Liao Shi's waist. Thinking about how the Pidgey that originally only reached his shins had now evolved into something this large, Liao Shi couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Pokemon evolution was truly miraculous. Behind him, the tragic scream of that Team Rocket's recruit rang out, only to be cut short abruptly. It seemed Gligar had successfully finished off the opponent. Ignoring the situation behind him, his attention was now entirely focused on Pidgey. Beside him, Gligar, having dealt with the enemy, stood silently by his side, watching Pidgey's evolution. Slowly, the white light began to dim, and the Pokemon inside finally revealed its true form. A massive bird standing 1.2 meters tall. Its name was Pidgeotto. Congratulations, Pidgeotto, on your successful evolution. Liao Shi smiled and stroked Pidgeotto's smooth feathers, his eyes filled with gratification. After evolving, Pidgeotto showed no negative emotions toward Liao Shi. Everything remained the same as before. It lowered its head and gently rubbed against Liao Shi's leg. Pidgeotto, LV, 18. Type, Normal plus Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Keen Eye. Held item, None. Basic moves, Tackle, Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack, Whirlwind. Egg moves, Brave Bird, Steel Wing. Taught skills, Heat Wave, Tailwind. TM, Protect. Aptitude, Special level. The status panel hadn't changed much, but Liao Shi knew that Pidgeotto's strength after evolving was several times greater than its previous Pidgey form. If it encountered that Scyther again, it could definitely end the battle in the shortest time possible. Let's go. Let's keep moving forward. We'll definitely find a way to cross the river. Liao Shi walked over to the Team Rocket's recruit who had become a corpse, took his Team Rocket's belt and watch, and then called out to his Pokemon to move forward. However, before he could take many steps, Gligar and Pidgeotto appeared in front of him simultaneously. After the two Pokémon glanced at each other, each grabbed one of Liao Shi's hands and flapped their wings, actually lifting him into the air. Gligar. After the two Pokémon gave Liao Shi a greeting, they flew over the river. Only after reaching the opposite bank did they set down the still dazed Liao Shi. We've crossed the river just like that? Liao Shi was completely bewildered. 1 second he was thinking of a way to cross the river, and the next he was carried across by his two Pokémon? Ha ha ha, well done, Gligar, Pidgeotto. Liao Shi excitedly patted the heads of the two Pokémon. He hadn't expected that as soon as Pidgeotto evolved, it would solve the problem that had been giving him a headache. Let's go, we'll continue our journey and try to reach the target point as soon as possible. As usual, he recalled Gligar into its Pokeball. Then, after checking the navigation on his watch and identifying the direction, Liao Shi set off with them. Of course, after crossing the river, he still had to walk himself. With Gligar and Pidgeotto's current sizes, they could carry him for a short distance, but it would be a struggle over a long period. Once Gligar evolved into Gliscor or Pidgeotto evolved into Pidgeot, they would be able to carry him for long-distance flights. After traveling for another stretch, it was noon. The famished Liao Shi and his Pokémon found a place with a wide field of vision that wasn't prone to ambushes to eat lunch. During the leisure of lunch, Liao Shi remembered that he hadn't checked the spoils of war from that unlucky guy yet, so he took out the space belt and watched to inspect them. First, he opened the Team Rocket's watch. Upon seeing the number of points on it, Liao Shi's face fell. This pauper was too poor. He only had 12.8 points on him. Heaven knows why there was a decimal point. Adhering to the principle that even mosquito legs are meat, he transferred the 12 points to his own Team Rocket's watch and threw the other one aside. As for that decimal point, he'd let the next person who picked up the watch worry about it. Next, he took out the space belt and poured out everything inside. 2 bottles of potion, one of which was more than half used, 2 bottles of antidote, some intermediate-level poison-type Pokémon food, as well as some food for humans and some berries. As for berries, Liao Shi's own belt had some as well. These were usually given to Pidgeotto, and Gligar to eat as fruit. Over these past few days, he hadn't encountered any particularly precious or rare berries. Common ones like Oran berries and Iapapa berries were found in abundance. After sorting all the items into categories, he put them into his own space belt. Once he finished organizing, Pidgeotto and Gligar had also finished the food in their respective bowls. After cleaning up the area and recalling Gligar into its Pokeball, Liao Shi continued toward the target direction with Pidgeotto. Along the way, after much stumbling, he finally arrived at the target location 2 days later. Looking at the navigation, he almost overlapped with the green dot. It seemed the destination should be nearby. At this time, Liao Shi's appearance was much more wretched compared to 2 days ago. After all, to reach this place as quickly as possible, he had taken the shortest route throughout. This naturally meant he couldn't avoid offending some Pokémon with strong territorial awareness, including some whose strength was so terrifying that Liao Shi couldn't muster even a shred of fighting spirit. The most dangerous time was in a forest. Halfway through his journey, he encountered a level 36 Ursaring. Speaking of Ursaring, its violent temperament was famous. The moment it saw Liao Shi, it blasted a hyper beam his way. If Pidgeotto hadn't used Protect in time to stall and give Liao Shi time to dodge, he might have already turned into a pile of ash scattered in the air. Later, Liao Shi got lucky. While running, he entered the territory of this Ursaring's arch-enemy, a Heracross, and used the Heracross to stall it. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have escaped death in the end. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about those what-ifs. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Liao Shi pushed aside a patch of tall grass in front of him. Suddenly, his vision brightened and his field of view instantly opened up. A massive lake appeared before Liao Shi's eyes, its surface reflecting a shimmering, sparkling scene under the sunlight. The scenery is nice, Liao Shi praised before walking forward. By the lakeside, several Rattata that were drinking water turned their heads quickly upon hearing the movement. As soon as they saw Liao Shi's figure, they fled in panic. Arriving at the shore, he could finally see the scenery of the entire lake clearly. It was at this moment that he saw, in the center of the lake, there was actually 28. #28 Yan Xiao appears again. Chapter 28, Meeting Instructor again. To Liao Shi's surprise, there was actually a small island in the center of this lake, a beautiful lake island. As he drew closer, he discovered a fairly large camp on the island. Is this a Team Rocket's camp? What a grand setup, building it on a lake island. Liao Shi was secretly shocked. It seemed the assessment would take place at that camp on the lake island. After walking along the lakeshore for a while, he finally noticed a small man-made path on the opposite side leading directly to the island. This allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He had feared that the camp being on an island was itself a test. If so, he would have had to reveal Gligar to reach it. Fortunately, Team Rockets hadn't reached such a level of insanity yet, allowing Liao Shi to keep a trump card hidden. Having found the place, Liao Shi was no longer in a hurry. He walked toward the small path at a leisurely pace, admiring the nearby scenery. Arriving near the entrance of the path, he saw 2 Team Rockets members standing guard. Liao Shi then took out a Pokeball to recall Pidgeotto before stepping forward. One of the Team Rockets members at the entrance reached out to stop Liao Shi as he approached. Please show your identification. A cold gaze swept over Liao Shi. At the same time, at the member's feet, a Houndoom that had been dozing opened its eyes and looked at him. A Houndoom? This was a decent Pokemon. Similar in appearance to a wolf dog, with a pair of curved horns on its head. It looked like a legendary hellhound, truly domineering. Looking at the Houndoom, a subtle white light flashed in his eyes. Houndoom, LV, 25. Type, Dark plus Fire. Gender, Male. Ability, Flash Fire. Held item, None. Basic skills, Glare, Spark, Howl, Smog, Roar, Bite, Odor Sleuth, Beat Up. Egg moves, Bulldoze, Firefang. Taught skills, None. TM, Protect, Dark Pulse. Aptitude, Advanced level. Looking at these stats, Liao Shi's heart stirred. A level 25 Houndoom with quite good aptitude and moves. He wondered if his Pidgeotto and Gligar could defeat this Houndoom if they teamed up. Hey, kid, why are you spacing out? Do you want to die? The Team Rockets member who had stopped Liao Shi saw that he was being ignored. His eyes turned cold, and a dangerous light flickered within them. Sorry, your Houndoom is so cool that I got distracted. Liao Shi snapped back to reality. Without getting angry, he gave a slight smile and spoke his mind, while raising his hand to reveal the Team Rockets watch on his wrist. Ha ha ha, cool, right? Kid, you sure know how to talk. Go on in. Hearing Liao Shi's praise, the Team Rockets member's expression immediately brightened. He laughed, scanned Liao Shi's watch to confirm everything was in order, and stepped aside. Seeing this, Liao Shi didn't hesitate and stepped inside. Following the path toward the lake island, Liao Shi felt somewhat nervous as the Team Rockets camp grew closer. He wondered what this so-called random assessment would be like. With a sense of trepidation, Liao Shi walked into the camp situated on the lake island. The first thing that caught his eye was a straight road leading to the center of the lake island. On both sides of the road were simple tents, and at the end of the road, there appeared to be a plaza. Looking at the layout, Liao Shi guessed that these tents were likely for the Team Rockets recruits to stay in. He wondered how these tents would be distributed among so many recruits. Unable to discern much else, Liao Shi continued forward toward the plaza. As he went deeper, he was surprised to find that the tents on both sides seemed to be getting larger and more high-end. By the time he approached the plaza, some tents were built like one-story buildings. Here, he gradually began to see other Team Rockets recruits moving about. Each of these recruits exuded a strong presence. As Liao Shi walked past, their gazes turned toward him one by one, scrutinizing him. Feeling the cold gazes, Liao Shi stopped and met their eyes. Including Liao Shi, there were currently 8 people here, each maintaining a certain distance from the others. Under the pressure of the other 7 people's auras, Liao Shi's expression remained unchanged. He was confident in his own strength. Even among this group, he wasn't lacking. After a while, Liao Shi felt the pressure on him slowly begin to weaken. Their gazes shifted away from him one by one, seemingly acknowledging his strength. Ha ha ha, take it easy, little ones. There's no need for such hostility. Just as all the recruits were about to continue investigating the area, a somewhat familiar voice came from the plaza, drawing the attention of all 8 people. A middle-aged man was standing in the plaza, looking at the 8 of them with a playful smile. Upon seeing the man's face clearly, Liao Shi was startled. This man was none other than the chief instructor of this trial. Chief instructor. Liao Shi and the other 7 straightened their postures simultaneously and bowed their heads toward instructor. Don't be nervous. The 8 of you are the top performers of this trial. I have high hopes for you. By the way, you can choose any of the residences here. The strong deserve preferential treatment. You can all stay here for the next few days. Instructor gestured toward the surrounding tents, but in the next second, his expression turned solemn. However, that one sentence, suddenly raised in volume, caused those who had relaxed a bit to tense up again. The better the tent, the more strength is required to be worthy of it. Don't think that just because you move into the best tent, you can rest easy. Those who arrive later can still challenge you. If you win, you can keep the tent. If you lose, then I'm sorry, but your tent belongs to the winner. Hearing instructor's words, everyone's expressions changed. Those who had arrived here were all smart, and they immediately understood the meaning behind his words. It was as if the tents here were like arenas. Once you moved in, it was like defending a title. If you could defend it, you were the champion. If not, the title went to someone else. Could this be the assessment? If that were the case, wouldn't it be fine to just not choose those top tents? What was the point of this arena-like rule? As if he had heard the question in Liao Shi's mind, instructor's next sentence made everyone's eyes widen. By the way, there are surprises in the first 3 tents. Each contains an energy chamber and a training room. Furthermore, staying in tent number 1 for a full 24 hours will earn you a reward of 500 points. Tent number 2 gives 400 points, and tent number 3 gives 300 points. The further back you go, the fewer points you get. Well, little ones, are you tempted? 29. Number 29 Tent Scramble. Chapter 29. The Battle for the Tents. After the instructor left, everyone remained silent in a tacit understanding instead of acting. Immediately, there were 8 people present, but there were only 3 villas with energy chambers, so there was no way to divide them equally. Although Liao Shi wasn't sure what an energy chamber was, judging by the instructor's emphasis and the moved expressions of the others, it should be a good place. Moreover, staying for a full 24 hours came with points rewards, which made Liao Shi, who had originally planned to keep a low profile, think about changing his plans. After a moment of silence, Liao Shi took the lead, took out a Pokeball, and summoned Pidgeotto. As soon as Pidgeotto appeared, it flew above Liao Shi, its sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. I only want tent number 3. You guys fight for the first 2. Anyone who wants to challenge me is welcome. Standing in front of the door of tent number 3, Liao Shi sat down on the spot, waiting for others to challenge him. He didn't choose the first 2 tents. Competition for tent number 1 would definitely be extremely fierce. Most people would prioritize competing for tent no. 1, with tent number 2 as their second choice. Competition for tent number 3 would be relatively calmer. As long as Liao Shi showed strength that could intimidate everyone, things would be much quieter. For instance, right now, as soon as Liao Shi's Pidgeotto released its aura, everyone's eyes narrowed sharply. Unanimously, their gazes turned toward the remaining tent number 1 and tent number 2. Just as Liao Shi guessed, they were thinking that since there were better options like tent number 1 and number 2, there was no need to fight to the death over this worst warehouse number 3. After the scene fell silent again for a while, a young man with a small ponytail at the back of his head moved first. I, Tien Mu, want tent number 1. A white light flashed from the Pokeball in his hand, and a Pokemon that Liao Shi was all too familiar with appeared beside him. Beedrill. This guy named Tien Mu's Pokemon was actually a Beedrill, and judging by its aura, its level didn't seem low either. Beedrill. LV. 18. Type. Bug plus poison. Gender. Female. Ability. Swarm. Held item. Silver powder. Basic skills. Poison sting. Twineedle. Fury attack. Bulldoze. Retaliate. Egg moves. Bug bite. Taught skills. Tailwind. TM. None. Aptitude. Advanced level. An 18th level Beedrill, the same level as Pidgeotto, and its aptitude was also good. At this stage, it was definitely considered powerful. Raising bug-type spirits has this advantage. They mature quickly and can be trained into usable combat power in the shortest amount of time. However, the disadvantages of bug-type spirits are also obvious. Their lifespan is a major drawback. Bug-type spirits have extremely short lifespans, which means they don't have much time to maintain their combat power. Often, before they even reach their peak, their strength begins to decline. Therefore, the usage rate of bug-type spirits is not high. Usually, only novice trainers who cannot afford good Pokemon or people who are in urgent need of temporary combat power will use bug-type spirits. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. There are also terrifyingly strong existences among bug-type spirits. The most prominent example is the Beedrill belonging to Liao Shi's direct superior, Giovanni. Its strength is almost at the level where it can go head-to-head with legendary Pokemon. Cough cough. Thinking too far ahead. Snapping back to reality, Tien Mu was now like Liao Shi. After summoning Beedrill, he stood at the entrance of tent number 1 with his arms crossed, looking very cool, attempting to use the same method to intimidate others. But this time, the remaining 6 people wouldn't let him have his way so easily. A young boy with green hair walked towards Tien Mu with a cold face. Get lost. As soon as the curse left his mouth, a white light burst out from the Pokeball in his hand, finally transforming into a Koffing that appeared in front of the green-haired boy. Coughing. LV. 19. Type. Poison. Gender. Female. Ability. Levitate. Held item. None. Basic skills. Tackle. Poison gas. Smog. Smokescreen. Pursuit. Clear smog. Sludge attack. Egg moves. Psybeam. Destiny bond. Taught skills. None. TM. None. Aptitude. Advanced level. It's actually a coughing that knows Destiny bond? This is a bit disgusting. While you defeat it, if it successfully uses Destiny bond, it will take one of your Pokemon down with it. Yes, it's just that overbearing. Additionally, what surprised Liao Shi was that this coughing had actually inherited the psychic type move Psybeam. That made things interesting. Without any preparation, it would be easy to suffer a loss against this coughing. Coughing. Smokescreen. While he was dazed, the battle had already begun. A large amount of haze poured out from Coughing's mouth, and within a few breaths, it enveloped the two Pokemon on the field. Beedrill, fly out of the smokescreen's range. The haze churned, and soon a Beedrill flapped its wings hard and rushed out, frantically distancing itself from the cloud of haze. Can you dodge it? Sludge attack. As soon as the words were spoken, a glob of purple sludge flew out from within the haze, following right behind Beedrill. Beedrill, watch out, quickly dodge the attack behind you. Tien Mew frowned and hastily warned Beedrill, but the sludge attack was very fast and hit Beedrill before it could react. Hit by the glob of sludge, Beedrill wobbled twice in the air but managed to stabilize its body. After all, its secondary type was also poison, so the damage caused by sludge attack was significantly reduced. Beedrill. Tien Mew wanted to command Beedrill to counterattack, but looking at the thick, pitch-black fog, he suddenly couldn't open his mouth. He tried hard to recall the moves Beedrill knew, only to realize that he had no way to deal with the coughing hiding in the haze. For a moment, sweat had already broken out on Tien Mew's face. Be free. Beedrill held up its twineedles. After not hearing its trainer's command, its eyes darted around the haze in panic. Coughing. Continue with sludge attack. A disdainful smile curled the corners of the green-haired boy's mouth. What? Beedrill. Utterly pathetic. The outcome was tragic. In the end, Coughing didn't even use Psybeam. It simply kept changing directions within the haze and using sludge attack to defeat Tien Mew's Beedrill. After the victory, the green-haired boy walked over to Tien Mew with a mocking expression, accompanied by Coughing. Get lost, you trash. You. Tien Mew's face turned blue and purple with embarrassment. This time, he had truly lost face. After taking out his Pokeball to recall Beedrill, he gave the green-haired boy a resentful look, then left tent number 1 and randomly found another tent among the top 10 to walk into. This tent number 1 is mine now. Does anyone else disagree? The green-haired boy stood where Tien Mew had been and asked coolly. Hey, interesting. Never mind, then I'll take this tent number 2. Among the remaining 5 people, a chubby, round guy shrugged his shoulders and walked toward tent number 2 with a simple and honest smile on his face. Just as he was about to enter tent number 2, the sound of a challenge rang out after all. Fatty, stop right there. Who gave you permission to go in? A loud voice rang out from the side of tent number 2. Everyone followed the sound and saw a sturdy man walking out, snapping a small tree that was blocking his way. The sturdy man had been scouting tent number 2 earlier. Now that someone wanted to get there first, he naturally wouldn't agree. The fat man turned his head and looked at the sturdy man. He was stunned for a moment, and then the simple and honest smile reappeared on his face. 30. Number 30 Pidgey goes into battle a resounding victory. Chapter 30. Pidgeotto enters the battle a complete victory. The fat man looked at the sturdy man walking towards him, his expression momentarily stunned before a simple and honest smile returned to his face. Oh, I know you. You're Shindo, right? You're quite well known back at the base. Not worth mentioning, I'm not as famous as you, Fatty Jingtianji. The sturdy man, Shindo, stared coldly at Jingtianji and immediately called out his name. It seemed both were quite famous among the recruits. Otherwise, they wouldn't have remembered each other's names. Shindo, are you sure you want to fight me here? That green-headed guy in tent number 1 might be a bit of a hassle, but with your strength, dealing with him shouldn't be a problem. If all else fails, there's always that nobody in tent number 3. Jingtianji's expression slowly changed. A hint of madness surfaced in his eyes, and his demeanor grew increasingly arrogant. It seemed this was his true face. Hey, you damn fatty, watch your mouth. What do you mean, green on the head? And who are you looking down on? The green-haired man was full of displeasure and retorted on the spot. However, Shindo and Jingtianji didn't even turn their heads to face his complaints, treating him like a clown, which made him jump in anger. As for Shindo, after hearing Jingtianji give him a way out, he thought in silence for a while before deciding to give up the fight with Jingtianji. Although he wasn't afraid of the other man, a real fight would inevitably lead to casualties, which neither of them wanted to see. Ultimately, after comparing Liao Shi and the green-haired man, he walked toward Liao Shi. The haze from the green-haired man's coughing was indeed a bit troublesome. By comparison, Pidgeotto seemed easier to handle. Pidgeotto, it seems we're being underestimated. Liao Shi stroked Pidgeotto's wing feathers, shook his head with a helpless smile, sighed, and stood up. Since the opponent had come to challenge him, he might as well make an example out of him to save himself from further trouble. He stood up, patted his butt, and calmly watched Shindo approach him. Arbok, go. Without saying a word to Liao Shi, Shindo directly summoned an Arbok and commanded it to charge. Truly arrogant enough, Liao Shi curled his lips and looked at the Arbok. Arbok, LV, 19. Type, poison. Gender, male. Ability, shed skin. Held item, none. Basic skills, wrap, glare, poison sting, bite, intimidate, screech. Egg moves, poison tail. Taught skills, garbage shot, aqua tail. TM, protect. Aptitude, advanced level. It was a decent Arbok, and it indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Liao Shi's expression remained unchanged, but he grew slightly more serious in his heart. Fortunately, Pidgeotto had evolved. If it were still the previous Pidgey, he would have had to rely on Gligar to win. Pidgeotto, Heat Wave. Facing the charging Arbok, Pidgeotto's large and powerful wings flapped violently. Then, a scorching and powerful heat wave blew toward Arbok. Now that it had evolved into Pidgeotto, the power of heat wave was no longer what it used to be. Chaba. The intense burning sensation all over its body made Arbok stop its charge, and it hurriedly rushed to the side to escape the range of the heat wave. Damn, this Pidgeotto knows heat wave too? Arbok's initial disadvantage caused Shindo's cold and arrogant expression to falter, and his brows furrowed slightly. Garbage shot, knock it down from the sky. Chaba. Arbok hissed, opening its mouth wide as various messy toxic substances sprayed out toward Pidgeotto. Quick attack. White light surged. Under the quick attack move, Pidgeotto's speed was as fast as lightning. After dodging the garbage shot, it dove toward Arbok, arriving in front of it in the blink of an eye. However, faced with such a critical moment, Shindo did not panic. Instead, a successful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now poison tail. Arbok's tail was instantly surrounded by purple energy, and with the sound of breaking wind, it whipped violently toward Pidgeotto. In such a short time, Pidgeotto would surely be unable to react. Even if it could, it certainly wouldn't be able to change its move. Therefore, this poison tail was bound to hit. Although the damage from quick attack would land on Arbok, Pidgeotto would suffer much more from a poison tail hit. But when that poison tail landed on Pidgey, the expected dull thud didn't occur. Instead, a crisp sound rang out, as if it had struck metal. Huh? Before Arbok and Shindo could think, Pidgeotto's attack had already landed on Arbok, sending it flying a significant distance. No one looked at Arbok. Everyone's eyes were focused on Pidgeotto, watching as the white light on its body dissipated. Hiss, what a deep calculation. No wonder. Seeing Pidgeotto's current state, everyone around took a deep breath, and their gazes toward Liao Shi became more solemn. What they didn't expect was that Pidgeotto's wings were reflecting a dazzling silver under the sun. It was obvious now, Pidgeotto had used a steel wing move. Liao Shi, who knew very well what moves Arbok had, naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to rush in and take a hit. While Pidgeotto was using quick attack, Liao Shi had it use steel wing at the same time, using quick attack to mask the steel wing. This resulted in the unexpected strike just now. Of course, this was just a simple case of multitasking, not the legendary combination techniques. Combination techniques were not that easy to develop. Pidgeotto, gust, don't give him a chance to breathe. The wind rose, a whirlwind much larger than before rose from the ground, sweeping Ekans' entire body into it. Continue with heat wave. Liao Shi calmly continued to command Pidgeotto to attack. Since he wanted to make an example of him, he would do it thoroughly to leave a deeper impression on them. Immediately, the scorching wind merged into the whirlwind, making the already agonizing torment for Ekans even more unbearable. Chaba. Inside the whirlwind, Ekans hissed in agony, but unable to find any leverage. It couldn't escape the range of the gust move and had to endure the full force of the swirling wind. By the time the gust move dissipated, Ekans lay on the ground like a pool of stagnant water, unconscious. How can this be? Ekans. Shindo looked at the motionless Ekans in disbelief, his expression changing repeatedly. He truly hadn't expected that his Ekans, which hadn't lost a single battle until now, would lose so completely this time. It hadn't even touched a single feather of the opponent's. Pidgeotto, does anyone else want to challenge me? His gaze swept over the others, and after confirming there were no more challengers, he called out to Pidgeotto and walked into tent number 3. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31. The Function of the Energy Chamber. Chapter 31. The Function of the Energy Chamber. Strong. This trial island really is a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. After Liao Shi entered the tent, not far from the entrance of the camp, a lean youth wearing a black baseball cap smiled and nodded after watching Liao Shi's battle. A tent with an energy chamber, a training room, and point rewards? Interesting. I'll take one, then. The lean man rubbed his chin and then walked towards tent number 2. Inside the tent, Liao Shi began to familiarize himself with the layout after entering. He didn't continue watching the show outside, although watching others' battles allows one to know oneself and the enemy, and learn their fighting styles. For one, watching these recruits' battles at this stage was of limited help to him. Secondly, he had the system. If he wanted to know the information of the opponent's Pokemon, he just needed to scan them. There was absolutely no need to waste time outside. It was better to properly study this so-called energy chamber and training room. Entering the tent, it must be said that as one of the top 3 tents, the various facilities inside were not inferior to a 5-star hotel at all. After opening the rooms one by one, he finally found the energy chamber and training room at the very back. First was the training room, which actually contained various training facilities for both Pokemon and humans. This training room alone was already quite good. Next was the most mysterious energy chamber. The energy chamber was separated from the training room by the Team Rockets. To enter, one had to pay points, costing 10 points per hour. Seeing this price, Liao Shi was speechless. Was it really this expensive? Swiping 10 points, Liao Shi opened the door to the energy chamber, hoping this so-called energy chamber wouldn't disappoint him. Stepping into the energy chamber, a strong sense of technology hit him, causing Liao Shi's eyes to widen involuntarily. In this energy chamber, high-tech machines were arranged in an orderly fashion, broadening Liao Shi's horizons. Furthermore, each machine had an instruction manual responsibly attached to it, the very detailed kind. After understanding the instructions for these machines, Liao Shi finally knew what kind of place this energy chamber was. It could actually simulate various types of energy through these machines. Originally, although the air in the Pokemon world contained various types of energy, it could only maintain a relative balance. Therefore, the speed at which Pokemon perceived energy wasn't very fast. Only in some special places would the energy be particularly dense. In these places, a Pokemon's speed of perceiving energy would far exceed the norm. And this energy chamber simulated various types of energy through these machines, making the nearby energy denser to help Pokemon perceive it. After learning the function of the energy chamber, a look of surprise immediately appeared on Liao Shi's face. It wasn't expensive. These points were well spent. No wonder some people outside had such a big reaction upon hearing about the energy chamber. After understanding, he wasted no more time, taking out his Pokeballs to release Pidgeotto and Gligar. As soon as Gligar was released, he ran over with a hint of grievance in his expression, looking at Liao Shi. He had seen Pidgeotto shine brilliantly while inside the Pokeball and was very envious. I've wronged you during this time. It's not the time for you to be exposed yet, but don't worry, there will be more battles that need you later. Stroking Gligar's smooth head, Liao Shi comforted him. Then he began searching in the energy chamber and quickly found the flying-type energy machine. He then started the machine according to the instructions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the other end of the machine, a wind that grew from weak to strong blew out. Liao Shi felt the intensity of the wind and then increased it level by level. Whoosh whoosh woo woo. By the time it reached level 8, the wind blowing from the machine already sounded like the howling of ghosts and wolves. Go, Pidgeotto, Gligar. Next, we're going to start a special training even more rigorous than before. Feel the flying type energy over there properly, and you can also train your flying techniques while you're at it. Looking at the wind blowing from the machine, Liao Shi nodded in satisfaction. Pidgeotto and Gligar looked at each other and then charged into the gale without any hesitation. In the beginning, the two Pokemon, who hadn't mastered the technique, were blown away every time before they could last even a few seconds. It wasn't until they had been blown away a dozen times that they slowly began to grasp some balance. In the middle, Liao Shi went out again to renew for 20 points. There were also 2 new recruits who had just arrived on the island challenging him. Liao Shi took Pidgeotto out to deal with them and immediately returned to continue training. Under such high-intensity training, after 3 hours, Pidgeotto and Gligar's stamina couldn't even be sustained by eating energy cubes. Once the time Liao Shi paid for was up, the power to the energy chamber was automatically cut off. This time, Liao Shi didn't renew the time again, but led Pidgeotto and Gligar out of the energy chamber. Outside, it was already evening. Experiencing the energy chamber for the first time, Liao Shi had lost track of time in this novel experience. After feeding dinner to the already starving Pidgeotto and Gligar, Liao Shi also ate something simple, took a comfortable hot bath, and then collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep instantly. When Liao Shi opened his eyes, it was already the next morning. Today was the 4th day after Team Rockets announced the assessment task. He estimated that the number of Team Rocket's recruits arriving at the camp today would definitely increase, which also meant that the challenges Liao Shi would have to accept would not be few. It's like I'm being forced into business. Sighing, Liao Shi opened the tent door. Coincidentally, a fierce battle was in full swing outside. Zubat, Supersonic. In the air, a bat-like Pokemon opened its large mouth and launched a soundwave attack at a Houndour on the ground. Houndour, howl, drown out the Supersonic. In front of tent number 2, a youth wearing a black baseball cap spoke to Houndour with a relaxed smile on his face. A woo. Immediately, Houndour raised its head, and a loud howl came from deep within its throat. Although it didn't completely grant immunity to Supersonic, it reduced the impact to a minimum. Howl can be used like that? Learned something new. Before even stepping out, someone had brought a surprise to Liao Shi. He looked curiously at the 2 Pokemon fighting on the field. Zubat, LV, 17. Type, Poison plus Flying type. Gender, male. Ability, Inner Focus. Held item, none. Basic skills, Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray. Egg moves, Surprise Attack. Taught skills, Air Slash. TM, none. Aptitude, Advanced level. Houndour, LV, 20. Type, Dark plus Fire. Gender, male. Ability, Flash Fire. Held item, none. Basic skills, Glare, Spark, Howl, Smog, Roar, Bite. Egg moves, Flame Whirl, Thunderfang. Taught skills, Sucker Punch. TM, Protect, Dark Pulse. Aptitude, Advanced level. In an instant, Liao Shi's gaze was drawn to this Houndour. 32. Number 32. The panel is Gorgeous Dark Raven. Chapter 32. The Murkrow with gorgeous stats. Looking at this Houndour's stats, Liao Shi's eyes narrowed. What a powerful Houndour. He turned his head and looked at the owner of this Houndour. Just as Liao Shi looked over, it so happened that the other person was also looking his way. The delicate-looking face under that hat seemed surprised by Liao Shi's appearance as well. The smile on the other's lips grew warmer. After nodding to Liao Shi, his attention returned to the battlefield. Not bad. Then try this move of ours. Zubat, Air Slash. Flying type energy surged on Zubat's wings, compressing the resulting gale into sharp wind blades that shot straight at Houndour. Sucker Punch, then Thunderfang. Just as the nearby onlookers thought Houndour was about to be ravaged by Zubat's Air Slash, Houndour suddenly displayed a speed that defied logic, leaping up and appearing beside the opponent. It opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth, and the strands of electricity permeating those teeth were particularly eye-catching. Then, under the shocked and angry gaze of Zubat's owner, Houndour bit down on Zubat's wing. Screech. The double damage from the electric-type move made Zubat feel so much pain that it was as if its whole body no longer belonged to it, and it let out a tragic cry. Fortunately, Zubat's owner's training of it was decent, and it wasn't taken out directly by Houndour's single Thunderfang. After wobbling in the air for a bit, it managed to stabilize its body, but most of its stamina had been depleted, and it began to pant heavily. Damn it, fly up, fly to a height where it can't reach you, and continue using Air Slash to attack it. Screech, screech. Zubat struggled to flap its wings and fly upward. One of its wings had been bitten by Thunderfang, making it feel painful and numb when flapped, leaving it unable to exert much strength. What's the point of such persistence? Houndour, finish it with Dark Pulse. The delicate-looking youth shook his head. To him, the opponent's command was simply beyond stupid. Houndour opened its mouth, and black energy fluctuations quickly condensed into an energy ball within its maw, which then flew toward Zubat like a missile. Zubat, watch your back, quick, dodge it. Zubat's owner's face turned ashen as he hurriedly warned Zubat, but it was having trouble even flying now. Faced with a dark pulse of such speed, how could it possibly dodge? Finally, it was hit by the dark pulse mid-flight. The impact from the explosion of dark energy instantly swallowed Zubat. Screech. After letting out one last scream, Zubat fell from the sky. After hitting the ground, there was no more sound. Zubat. Seeing Zubat in such a state, its owner's face instantly lost all color. Holding the unconscious Zubat, he was completely panicked and lost, not knowing what to do for a moment. Idiot, take your Pokemon for treatment already. It's not dead. I really don't know how someone like you managed to get here. The delicate-looking youth frowned at the Zubat owner's useless appearance. He really couldn't stand to look at such a pathetic display. Oh, right, going now. Zubat's owner snapped back to reality, hurriedly took out a Pokeball to recall Zubat, and then scrambled toward the other side of the plaza. The scene quieted down. The delicate-looking youth leaned against the tent door with his arms crossed, his calm eyes scanning the surrounding crowd. Anyone else want a challenge? Be quick, don't waste my time. When these words were spoken, everyone who had seen the battle of that delicate youth's Houndour, even those who originally wanted to challenge, gave up on the idea. At this moment, a fierce-looking bald man stepped out from the crowd. After this person came out, there were some discussions in the crowd. It's him, he's a ruthless character. Ruthless Tamu? This guy basically tries to kill his opponents whenever he makes a move. Yeah, I wonder who he's going to challenge. Hearing the discussions around him, Liao Shi's heart stirred. It seemed this guy named Tamu had some skill. Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Tamu's figure finally arrived in front of tent number 3. Looks like Tamu is going to challenge tent number 3. That guy in tent number 3 looks so thin and weak, I wonder if Tamu will make him cry, ha ha ha. Don't underestimate the defender of tent number 3 too much either. Can someone who has lasted this long be ordinary? I heard this defender's Pokemon is a Pidgeotto. It fought yesterday, and its strength is also very high. Looks like it's going to be another fierce battle. When Tamu reached tent number 3, the discussion slowly died down. Kid, you can't keep this tent number 3. Give it to me now, and I'll look out for you later. How about it? Tamu acted as if the outcome was already decided, even thinking about taking Liao Shi as a subordinate. Hearing the other's condescending words, Liao Shi wasn't annoyed. He shook his head and said, if you can defeat me, this tent will naturally be yours. As for looking out for me, there's no need. I'm used to traveling alone. Looks like you're doing this the hard way. Murkrow, torment the opponent to your heart's content. Tamu's face turned cold, clearly unhappy with Liao Shi's refusal. He took out a Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, a Murkrow with a murderous aura appeared between the two. Such heavy killing intent. Liao Shi narrowed his eyes. The way this Murkrow looked at him also carried intense killing intent. It seemed it had killed quite a few people. However, it had to be said that this Murkrow was indeed well trained, and its size was slightly larger than a normal Murkrow. With a flash of white light in his eyes, Liao Shi summoned Murkrow's stats. Murkrow, LV, 19. Type, Dark plus Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Super Luck. Held item, None. Basic skills, Peck, Astonish, Retaliate, Haze, Wing Attack. Egg moves, Brave Bird, Surprise Attack. Taught skills, Air Slash. TM, None. Aptitude, Advanced level. Quite a gorgeous stats screen. Brave Bird is a big move, and Surprise Attack is a tool for ambushing. The most annoying one is the Air Slash move. Combined with Murkrow's Super Luck ability, it's simply a lethal weapon. As long as it hits, there's a high probability of landing a critical hit. No wonder this guy is so arrogant that his nose is almost flying into the sky. He really does seem to have some skill. Go, Pidgeotto, it's up to you. Pidgeotto, LV, 19. Type, Normal plus Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Keen Eye. Held item, None. Basic skills, Tackle, Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack, Gust. Egg moves, Brave Bird, Steel Wing. Taught skills, Heat Wave, Tailwind. TM, Protect. Aptitude, Special level. That's right, level 19. During yesterday's special training, Pidgeotto, who had already accumulated enough battle experience, was stimulated by that dense flying type energy and naturally leveled up. The white light dissipated, and Pidgeotto's figure came to a halt in the air above Liao Shi, its sharp gaze meeting the opposite Murkrow's without the slightest hint of fear. 33. Number 33 Pidgey vs Murkrow. Chapter 33, Pidgeotto vs Murkrow. As soon as Pidgeotto appeared, shimmering wisps of flying-type energy gradually began to surface on its body. This flying-type energy was generated by Pidgeotto's use of the swift wind technique. Although it had only spent 3 hours in special training within the energy chamber yesterday, its progress in controlling flying-type energy was greater than what it would typically achieve in 3 days of normal training. This caused Pidgeotto's proficiency with the swift wind technique to skyrocket. Now, it could maintain the energy consumption of the tailwind effect with minimal physical exertion, meaning the tailwind boost could last much longer. The two Pokemon didn't attack immediately upon appearing, Instead, they engaged in a clash of auras. However, compared to the darkened Murkrow, Liao Shi's majestic Pidgeotto drew far more eyes. HMPH, just putting on a show. Murkrow, air slash. Tamu gave a cold snort and took the initiative, commanding Murkrow to launch an attack. Nearly invisible blades of wind shot straight toward Pidgeotto with a terrifying whistling sound. Gust, block it. With a flap of Pidgeotto's wings, a compressed version of Gust appeared before it. This denser whirlwind, strengthened by compression, didn't dissipate even when facing the razor-sharp wind blades, helping Pidgeotto block Tamu's confident assault. That's the Gust move? To think it could be used like that. Interesting. This Pidgeotto's energy control is truly terrifying. Beside them, the delicate-looking youth in front of tent number 2 still wore a leisurely smile, but a hint of admiration and gravity flickered in his eyes. HMPH, so what if you blocked it? Close in, wing attack. Cock. Murkrow's blood-red eyes were full of ruthlessness. With a powerful beat of its wings, it charged at Pidgeotto, smashing through the nearly dissipated whirlwind along the way. You want a close-quarters fight? Then have it your way. Pidgeotto, Steel Wing. Under the commands of their trainers, the two avian Pokémon engaged in a primal aerial brawl. It had to be said that Tamu's Murkrow was truly ruthless, not just to others but to itself. In the melee with Pidgeotto, it fought like a desperate madman, completely abandoning defense in favor of a life-for-a-life combat style. Fortunately, bolstered by Tailwind, Pidgeotto was much faster than Murkrow. Combined with its size advantage, Murkrow's reckless style put no pressure on Pidgeotto. Instead, the Crow's own injuries continued to mount. Seeing Pidgeotto's advantage in the clash, Liao Shi looked over at Tamu. To his unease, Tamu didn't show panic or anger like others would when their Pokémon fell behind. Instead, he was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. This unnatural composure made Liao Shi keep a miracle eye out for trouble. After carefully scanning Murkrow's move list once more, his gaze finally settled on one specific technique. He turned his focus back to the battlefield between Pidgeotto and Murkrow, keeping a close eye on the fight while pondering his counter strategy. The clash continued. As Murkrow remained at a disadvantage in the melee, its injuries began to impact its fighting ability. Below, Tamu narrowed his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Liao Shi. A faint, barely perceptible sneer curled his lip. The timing was about right. The opponent should have lowered his guard by now. He watched the battle between Murkrow and Pidgeotto. Soon, noticing a gap in Pidgeotto's offensive, Tamu's gaze sharpened. Now Murkrow, Astonish. The move Astonish is rarely effective if both sides are prepared, but in a sudden, unexpected situation, it is a god-tier technique. For instance, right now, Pidgeotto was attacking with full force and surely lacked vigilance. If it was hit by Astonish and suffered a flinch reaction, Murkrow could take the opportunity to counterattack with everything it had. The outcome of the battle would then be decided. But would things really go as Tamu imagined? Pidgeotto was indeed unprepared, but don't forget that Liao Shi had been wary of this very move. Liao Shi, who had been keeping an eye on Tamu, issued his command to Pidgeotto the moment Tamu ordered Murkrow to use Astonish. Pidgeotto, Gust on the spot. Upon hearing Liao Shi's command, Pidgeotto was confused, but its reaction was not slow. Without hesitation, it followed instructions, and a whirlwind rose up centered on itself. Just as it finished, Murkrow's slightly delayed Astonish rang out. Cock. The completely defenseless Pidgeotto did not enter a flinching state as Tamu had expected. This caused both trainers to freeze for a moment. It was then that Liao Shi remembered. Astonish is a ghost-type move, and it has no effect against a Pokémon with the normal type like Pidgeotto. Opposite him, Tamu seemed to realize this as well after his brief moment of shock. However, the stationary Gust had already risen, blocking Murkrow's attack while also inadvertently protecting it, which left Liao Shi feeling a bit helpless. Damn it, how could this happen? Murkrow, use air slash to slash through that whirlwind. Tamu flew into a rage as his plan failed. His already fierce face contorted into a hideous mask, as terrifying as a vengeful ghost from hell. Cock cock cock. Murkrow's blood-red eyes grew even more vicious due to its anger. It poured out flying-type energy as if it cost nothing, transforming it into numerous wind blades that shot toward Pidgeotto inside the whirlwind. Seeing Murkrow's desperate fighting style, Pidgeotto spread its wings and soared straight up into the sky. However, although Pidgeotto dodged in time, it was inevitable that some attacks broke through the whirlwind and struck its body. A sharp wind blade carved a wound across its back. Murkrow, it's injured, we can't lose. Sky attack. Tamu's eyes were full of madness. Even though Murkrow was much more seriously injured than Pidgeotto, he still wouldn't let it stop fighting. Still won't give up? Then we'll join in too. Brave bird. Liao Shi looked up. The air was whipped into a gale by the chaotic flying-type energy caused by two flying-type Pokemon using their ultimate moves simultaneously. Sand and leaves were kicked up, battering Liao Shi, but the harsh environment didn't make him take a single step back. His Team Rocket's uniform rustled in the wind. Squinting, he saw violent flying-type energy surging around both Pokemon in the sky. Soon, the color of the energy around Pidgeotto turned a vivid red, while a blue hue emerged from Murkrow's side. Then, the two figures in the sky, one red and one blue, collided like falling meteors. Just as Pidgeotto and Murkrow were unleashing their ultimate moves for the final showdown, on the other side of the plaza, atop a two-story building, a man and a woman stood watching their battle. Incredible, simply incredible. To have such strength at this age, it seems this year's Trial Island is going to be full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. What do you think, Lian Ya? The man was the chief instructor of Trial Island, instructor. The woman beside him was Lian Ya, whom Liao Shi had encountered at the exchange center. Although the battle between Liao Shi and Tamu looked like child's play to people of their strength, they still watched with great interest. It's too early to reach a conclusion. Lian Ya curled her lip and turned to leave the roof, but before she went, her seductive eyes cast one more glance in Liao Shi's direction. 34. Number 34 Pidgey returns to battle against Mongoose / Chapter 34, Pidgeotto vs Zangoose Redux. On the battlefield, the ultimate moves of the two Pokemon collided, forming a powerful energy shockwave that left many nearby spectators covered in dust. While the two trainers closest to the action were covering their mouths and noses, Liao Shi remained much calmer than Tamu, whose expression was incredibly unsightly. He believed in Pidgeotto. A shockwave of this magnitude was not its limit. Sure enough, as the dust settled, the condition of the two Pokemon on the battlefield was revealed. Murkrow was lying on the ground, unconscious. On the other side, Pidgeotto only stumbled twice in the air due to the recoil from Brave Bird, before quickly steadying itself. Clearly, it wasn't in its worst possible state. Do you want to continue? Wiping the dust off his face, Liao Shi's calm expression showed no hint of pride from his victory. He looked at the dazed Tamu opposite him and asked. However, at this moment, Tamu's mental state seemed a bit off. He looked at the unresponsive Murkrow on the ground, and his expression suddenly began to shift. He, ha ha ha. His originally sour expression suddenly became somewhat frenzied. Good, very good. Truly a powerful opponent. I'm getting excited. I'm getting all excited now. Tamu's body trembled as he grinned, and he took another Pokeball from his waist. Are you starting to get excited too? In that case, let's enjoy the thrill of battle to our heart's content. In a flash of white light, a Pokemon with a red and white body, shaped like a large bipedal cat, appeared on the field. He's actually captured a second Pokemon already? Tamu is so strong. It's a Zangoose. That's a pretty strong Pokemon. Pidgeotto is in danger this time. Yeah, and Pidgeotto is already injured. I suspect it's going to be a struggle against a Zangoose. As soon as Zangoose appeared, the discussions from the onlookers started up again. This time, however, no one was optimistic about Liao Shi's Pidgeotto. He actually has a second Pokemon too? A Zangoose? Truly, there's always someone better out there. Looking at the Zangoose on the field with its blood-red eyes, Liao Shi called up its stats. Zangoose, LV, 20. Type, normal. Gender, male. Ability, immunity. Held item, none. Basic skills, scratch, glare, quick attack, double hit, retaliate, hone claws, slash. Egg moves, double kick. Taught skills, icy wind, swift, TM, protect. Aptitude, advanced level. A level 20 Zangoose that also knows the ice-type move icy wind? This is going to be troublesome. Liao Shi's expression finally flickered slightly. The clean-cut young man nearby was also slightly surprised to see Tamu pull out a second, seemingly more powerful Zangoose. After his gaze lingered on Tamu's face for a moment, he turned his head to look mockingly at Liao Shi. He also wanted to know how the opponent would handle this situation. If that Pidgeotto were at full strength, it might have a fighting chance. But now that it's injured and has consumed a lot of stamina, going up against this Zangoose will almost certainly result in more losses than wins. While the entire crowd's focus was on Liao Shi, he was currently debating whether or not to reveal Gligar. If he revealed Gligar, he would have no more trump cards left. After seeing Tamu pull out a second Pokemon, Liao Shi no longer dared to underestimate others. He was certain that he and Tamu weren't the only ones who possessed a second Pokemon. If he revealed Gligar now and had his full capabilities exposed, he wouldn't have much of an advantage left. As he was torn over the question of whether to reveal Gligar, a very serious problem suddenly occurred to him. That was, most of Gligar's current moves were poison type, and this Zangoose's ability was immunity, the same as Gligar's. This meant Gligar's poison type moves would be mostly useless, so bringing out Gligar wouldn't make much of a difference. With that thought, Liao Shi turned his gaze toward Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, can you still hold on? This opponent isn't weak. Liao Shi lowered the hand he had been moving toward his waist and looked up at Pidgeotto, whose aura was currently at its peak in the sky. In Pidgeotto's response, there was no hint of fear, only an indomitable sharpness and dignified courage. Good, then let's keep fighting. Liao Shi took a deep breath. This was going to be an uphill battle. He had to get serious. Zangoose, quick attack. With a sinister grin across his face, Tamu took the lead and commanded Zangoose to attack. Similarly, Zangoose let out a sinister grin and quickly charged toward Pidgeotto. Why do both this guy and his Pokémon seem to have abnormal personalities? Liao Shi's lips twitched slightly. Having someone with mental issues as a trainer was very dangerous. Most major villains had mental issues. We'll use quick attack too. After performing a flip in the air, Pidgeotto dove down toward Zangoose. Just as the two Pokémon were about to collide, both trainers suddenly issued another command at the same time. Zangoose, slash. Pidgeotto, steel wing. Zangoose's sharp claws slashed down violently. Facing this move, Pidgeotto's wings naturally turned a metallic silver, and it engaged in a close-quarters struggle with Zangoose. After several rounds, Pidgeotto blocked a claw strike and used the momentum from the attack to pull back and create some distance. Neither side gained an advantage in the close-quarters combat between Pidgeotto and Zangoose, but relatively speaking, Pidgeotto was at a disadvantage. After all, it had been injured in the previous battle, and the wound on its back was now seeping blood again due to the intense fighting, staining its back feathers red. Zangoose, swift, but Tamu didn't give Pidgeotto a chance to catch its breath, immediately following up with a barrage of swift stars. Block it with Gust. A compressed Gust move formed in front of Pidgeotto, blocking all the swift stars without letting a single one harm it. Then we'll use Hone Claws. Tamu chuckled. You don't want to fight up close? Blocking from a distance? Then I'll just give myself some buffs. With that, Zangoose's two claws struck together, sharpening against each other like blades. Then, under the honing of special energy, its claws flashed with a cold light. Gust, interrupt it, we can't let it keep sharpening. Seeing that the opponent's Zangoose intended to continue using Hone Claws, Liao Shi decisively ordered a ranged Gust move. Quick attack, get close to it. A playful look flashed in Tamu's eyes. If you use a skill, I'll close the distance and fight you. If you dodge, I'll just keep using Hone Claws. Double hit. After getting close to Pidgeotto, Zangoose raised both claws simultaneously, preparing to deliver a barrage of attacks as dense as a rainstorm. Sand attack, then use Gust right where you are. At such close range, ground-type energy quickly gathered at Pidgeotto's feet, and it accurately kicked a spray of sand into Zangoose's eyes. Meow. The pain in its eyes caused Zangoose to instinctively stop its attack. Before it even had a chance to rub its eyes, a violent whirlwind erupted beneath it and swept it up. 35. Number 35 Pidgey's Departure, Scorpion's Arrival. Chapter 35. Pidgeotto's Exit, Gligar's Debut. After being ravaged by the whirlwind for a while, Zangoose finally dropped back down to the ground. Its once smooth fur was disheveled by the whirlwind, making it look miserable. Meow. Zangoose's already bloodshot eyes now had streaks of blood vessels appearing after being irritated by the sand, making it look even more ferocious. It's truly stubborn. Tamu raised his head, slightly annoyed, and took a deep breath. Every time he felt he could finish off that annoying bird, it always managed to escape. Pidgeotto, continue using Gust. Liao Shi kept his attention fully focused on the battlefield. Although Zangoose was just hit by Pidgeotto's Gust, the actual damage wasn't high. Overall, Pidgeotto was still at a disadvantage, so caution was necessary in such an uphill battle. A whirlwind generated beneath Zangoose's feet, but Zangoose reacted quickly, dashing straight out of Gust's range. Now, Icy Wind. Zangoose was now positioned directly beneath Pidgeotto, the closest spot to it. Opening its mouth wide, a bone-chilling wind sprayed out, blowing directly toward Pidgeotto. The Ice-type Icy Wind, he finally decided to use it. Pidgeotto, Heat Wave. Since it couldn't dodge, they might as well clash. The scorching heat wave blew toward the icy wind after Pidgeotto flapped its wings. The confrontation between cold and heat, the collision of ice and fire, instantly shocked the surrounding onlookers. Why does this Pidgeotto know Heat Wave? Pidgeotto had actually used Heat Wave in yesterday's match, but Tamu hadn't arrived yet when that match took place. He hadn't had time to gather information on Pidgeotto after entering the camp, so he didn't know Pidgeotto knew the Heat Wave move. Now that another surefire attack was blocked by Pidgeotto, Tamu's mental state was starting to crack. However, during the standoff between Heat Wave and Icy Wind, Pidgeotto, whose stamina was slightly lacking, was quickly suppressed. Regarding Fire-type energy, Pidgeotto hadn't had time for special training, so its control over Fire-type energy was still relatively weak. Pidgeotto, protect, then use Brave Bird once more. Upon hearing Liao Shi's words, Pidgeotto stopped Heat Wave and used the Protect move. A green energy shield appeared around Pidgeotto, blocking the invasion of Icy Wind. Seizing this opportunity, Pidgeotto endured the Icy Wind and dove straight towards Zangoose. Simultaneously, the familiar red energy reappeared on its body surface. That move again, Zangoose, we use Protect too. Tamu watched Pidgeotto use Brave Bird through gritted teeth. His Murkrow had been defeated by this move, and now it was being used against Zangoose. Under Tamu's unwilling gaze, Brave Bird pierced through the Icy Wind and slammed directly into Zangoose's Protect energy shield. What made Liao Shi frown was that the energy shield on Zangoose did not shatter immediately. Instead, it entered a stalemate with the Brave Bird energy covering Pidgeotto. We blocked it, kid. Now that your Pidgeotto's move has been defended against, it shouldn't have much stamina left, right? Are you despairing? Tamu's expression was filled with relief at surviving a disaster, and he grinned maliciously at Liao Shi. Liao Shi glanced at Tamu calmly and didn't say much. Trash talking before the battle was even over? Was he trying to set up a massive jinx? Amidst Tamu's trash talk, the standoff between the two Pokémon on the battlefield was broken by Pidgeotto's cry, which was filled with fury. Watching the mocking Zangoose inside the energy shield and also feeling its own stamina rapidly draining, the Pidgeotto, unwilling to fail, became furious. Using all the remaining stamina in its body to control Brave Bird, it slammed into the energy shield, finally shattering it, and subsequently unleashed all its remaining energy upon the utterly astonished Zangoose. Boom! Amidst a tremendous roar, Zangoose's body was sent flying, only stopping after breaking two large trees, and then lay motionless on the ground. Impossible, Zangoose, get up right now. Tamu's face truly darkened this time. The perpetually arrogant man never expected to be completely wiped out by just one Pidgeotto from the opponent, causing all his emotions to snap. Damn it, Zangoose, stand up. Whether Tamu's shouting had an effect or not, the Zangoose, which everyone thought had lost consciousness, actually trembled. Cough, cough. After two coughs, Zangoose's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Heavily panting, it finally managed to prop itself up and stand. Ha 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 ha, well done, Zangoose, ha ha ha. Kid, I'll ask you one more time, are you despairing? Tamu turned his head to look at Liao Shi's Pidgeotto. At this moment, Pidgeotto was staggering and swaying in the air like a butterfly caught in the wind. Its stamina was completely exhausted, and it was only staying conscious through sheer, immense willpower. Alas, Liao Shi sighed softly. Looking at Pidgeotto's back, his eyes were filled with both gratitude and distress. He stepped forward, supported Pidgeotto's body, and gently smoothed its ruffled feathers. Pidgeotto, come down. You've done very well. Don't worry, don't forget you still have a companion backing you up. Pidgeotto used its last bit of strength to weakly rub against Liao Shi's chest, then fell into a coma. Get some good rest. Thank you for your hard work. Taking out a Pokeball and recalling Pidgeotto, Liao Shi raised his head and looked across at Tamu and the heavily injured Zangoose. I can't hide it anymore. Forget it, I won't hide it. Let's fight you openly. Thinking this, he raised his hand and unclipped Gligar's Pokeball from his waist. Tamu on the opposite side was about to speak, but when he saw Liao Shi's action, the rest of his words got stuck in his throat and abruptly stopped. No, this is impossible. You can't possibly have a— Tamu didn't know how many times he had said the word impossible today. Seeing Liao Shi pull out a new Pokeball, his face instantly turned pale from smugness. Picking up Gligar's Pokeball, the corner of Liao Shi's mouth slowly curled up. Gligar, the battle you crave is here. Are you ready? Come out, Gligar, and show your style on the battlefield. A flash of white light appeared, and under the shocked gaze of the other Team Rocket's recruits, a purple Pokémon finally stepped onto the battlefield. Claw 36. Number 36 Lien Ya again. Chapter 36. Meeting Lien Ya again. Crack. As soon as Gligar emerged, its gaze fixed on Tamu's Zangoose. Meow meow? Zangoose stared at the imposing Gligar, its expression freezing as if paused, completely stunned. Are you kidding me? I barely managed to exhaust that terrifyingly strong bird, and now another one this powerful? How is a cat supposed to play this? Gligar, quick attack, crack. Gligar immediately used quick attack to charge right in front of Zangoose. Zangoose, slash, dodge, then aerial ace. Seeing Zangoose's sharp claws slash down, Gligar sidestepped, using the momentum from quick attack to circle behind Zangoose. Then, with a rapid turn in midair, it directly pierced through Zangoose's back, before flinging it away with its pincers. Seeing Zangoose lying motionless on the ground, Tamu's expression changed. He ran over to check, and upon seeing Zangoose with only its last breath left, panicked. He quickly recalled it into its Pokeball and hurried toward the medical center. Liao Shi glanced at Tamu rushing away in a hurry, then quickly averted his gaze. Does anyone else want a challenge? As Liao Shi's gaze swept over them, most of the onlookers lowered their heads, showing no desire to challenge at all. Then make way, I have things to do. Yesterday's special training went quite late, so he didn't have time to properly explore this camp. Now, Liao Shi planned to walk around the camp to see if there were any Pokemon treatment centers or exchange centers. After Pidgey evolved into Pidgeotto, its appetite grew even larger. The Pokemon food he had left was only enough for about a week, so he needed to replenish it quickly. Want to walk together? As Liao Shi passed by tent number 2, that handsome young man suddenly approached and extended an invitation to Liao Shi. Sure, let's walk together. Liao Shi was momentarily surprised. He hadn't expected this person to propose this so suddenly. But after thinking it over, Liao Shi saw no reason to refuse. I'm Qing Shu, nice to meet you. Qing Shu introduced himself first and extended his hand toward Liao Shi. Liao Shi, Liao as in sparks starting a prairie fire, Shi as in world. Liao Shi also extended his hand, shook Qing Shu's, and then let go. Liao Shi, is there anywhere you want to go in this camp? The two walked onto the plaza, looking at the vast area where many Team Rocket's recruits were training alongside their Pokemon. Are there treatment centers and exchange centers here? I haven't had a chance to learn about this place yet. Liao Shi touched Pidgeotto's Pokeball. Although Pidgeotto was currently unconscious mainly due to excessive exhaustion, it actually had quite a few injuries, both big and small. Additionally, Gligar needed a thorough checkup to prevent any hidden injuries. You're in luck, both places you mentioned are here. Come on, they're behind the plaza, not far. Qing Shu took on the role of guide without waiting for a response, leading the way for Liao Shi. Along the way, the two didn't talk much. After all, they had just met and weren't familiar, so there wasn't much to discuss. Soon, a two-story building appeared ahead of them. That's where the treatment center and exchange center are, both on the first floor. As for the second floor, it seems closed off. I'm not sure what's up there. The building's main door was open at the moment, with quite a few people coming and going. I'll head to the treatment center first, since Pidgeotto isn't in great shape. Are you coming? I won't go to the treatment center. I plan to visit the exchange center. Alright, thanks for showing the way. No problem. See you next time. Sure. After entering the building, the two parted ways. Watching the other's retreating figure, Liao Shi wore a thoughtful expression. In a place like Team Rocket's, where people wouldn't blink an eye at devouring others, someone suddenly showing you kindness only has two possibilities. Either they're scheming to take your resources using some special method, or they want to form an alliance with you. He just didn't know what this guy named Qing Shu was thinking. If it was about forming an alliance, it might be worth considering. The other's strength and potential were both good. Although he'd only revealed a Houndour so far, Liao Shi didn't believe that was his only Pokemon. If he was scheming for Liao Shi's resources, Liao Shi turned around, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Then Liao Shi wasn't someone to be trifled with either. After figuring out the direction, Liao Shi spotted the treatment center in a corner not far away. He walked over, spent 40 points, and had both Pokemon undergo a comprehensive checkup and treatment. This was something Liao Shi learned during his brief chat with Qing Shu. The previous 2-point treatment only addressed external injuries and restored stamina. To eliminate hidden injuries and such, more points were needed for a full checkup. This made Liao Shi inwardly curse how exploitative it was. 40 points that could buy who knows how many things. He sighed, handed Pidgeotto and Gligar to the Team Rocket's treatment staff, then found a spot to sit and wait for the treatment to finish. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of waiting, the medical staff called Liao Shi's name. After retrieving both Pokemon, Liao Shi headed toward his next target, the exchange center. When Liao Shi arrived at the exchange center entrance, an unfamiliar Team Rocket's recruit inside seemed to have just finished exchanging items and was walking out. Seeing Liao Shi enter, he glanced warily at Liao Shi, then pulled his hat down slightly before brushing past Liao Shi. Entering the exchange center, there was temporarily no one else exchanging at the moment. Perfect. With no one else around, Liao Shi could keep his wealth hidden. Approaching the front desk, he found the woman named Lian Ya still sitting there. Sister Ya, what are you doing here? Seeing her, Liao Shi couldn't help but think of her Gardevoir, which was close to Elite 4 level strength and had stats that made one drool. What? Is sister being here blocking your flirting or something? Lian Ya glanced sideways at Liao Shi, rolling her eyes in the process. Ahem, how could that be? Sister Ya, you're so beautiful, I'd want to look at you more if anything. Liao Shi chuckled awkwardly, quickly spouting the few sweet words left in his mind. Such a sweet talker? Alright, what do you want to exchange today? Sister Ya picked up a list and tossed it directly to Liao Shi. I want to exchange some more Beedrill honey for points. After saying this, he pulled out several jars of honey from his space belt again, though this time they were in cleaner containers. 50 liters, 10,000 points transferred to you. Seeing these clean containers, Lian Ya nodded in satisfaction. Also, I wanted to ask if there's any ground plus flying type Pokemon food and energy cubes? Gligar's type is ground plus flying. If it only eats flying type food, its ground type attributes would inevitably be affected over time. So if possible, Liao Shi's first choice would definitely be to buy ground plus flying dual type Pokemon food and energy cubes for Gligar. But Lian Ya's next words made Liao Shi's heart sink heavily. 37. Number 37 Vanishing Points Technique. Chapter 37. The Art of Vanishing Points. Ground and flying dual type? No, the exchange center here only has single attribute Pokemon food and energy cubes. For dual attributes, you'd have to go outside. Why? Do you need that kind? Lian Ya stood up, leaning her hands on the front desk. That devastatingly beautiful face drew closer to Liao Shi, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Yes, I need it very much. If you don't have any, then Liao Shi furrowed his brows tightly. Since there was no ground and flying dual-type Pokemon food or energy cubes, he would have to settle for a secondary plan. But before he could finish, Lian Ya interrupted him. The Team Rocket's exchange center doesn't have it, but I do. Lian Ya crossed her arms and sat back down in her chair, her slender, jade-like legs crossed and swaying gently. Hearing her words, Liao Shi snapped his head up, his clear eyes staring intently at Lian Ya. Why would she have ground and flying type Pokemon food and energy cubes? One must know that ground and flying type Pokemon are rare, extremely rare, in fact. Aside from Gligar and its evolution, Gliscor, the only other known one seemed to be that legendary Pokemon, Landorus. Landorus was one of the 3 cloud gods of the Unova region. Liao Shi naturally didn't believe Lian Ya would have a Landorus. Excluding that, there was only one other possibility. Alright, your face changes faster than a Ditto. You guessed right, I indeed have a Gliscor. Well, are you excited? Liao Shi's eyes flickered wildly. Was this a coincidence? Or was his luck really that good? Sister Ya, do you have any extra? He. Liao Shi's expression shifted again. Rubbing his hands together with a flattering smile, he moved behind Lian Ya to massage her shoulders. I misspoke just now. Even a Ditto isn't as good at changing faces as you are. Lian Ya looked somewhat helpless and speechless. She swatted Liao Shi's hands away and then tossed several bags of Pokemon food and energy cubes out from her space belt. This is 2 months worth of ground and flying dual attribute top-tier Pokemon food for a Gligar and 1000 ground and flying dual attribute advanced level energy cubes. I didn't give you top-tier energy cubes, you couldn't afford them anyway. Considering the monkey wine from last time, I'll sell these to you at the price of single attribute top-tier Pokemon food and advanced level energy cubes from the Team Rocket's exchange center. Total is 6,000 points. How about it? Deal. Liao Shi quickly paid the 6,000 points to Lian Ya, then efficiently packed the Pokemon food and energy cubes on the table into his space belt. 2 months worth. Although he didn't know if he could leave Trial Island by then, it would last him quite a while. As for why he bought so much from Lian Ya at once, it was because the Team Rocket's exchange center didn't carry this dual attribute food and energy cubes. For now, only Lian Ya had them. What if Lian Ya had business and left Trial Island later? Then he wouldn't be able to buy them. So, buying extra to stock up was definitely the right move. Look at how impatient you are. No one is going to steal it from you. Lian Ya gave Liao Shi a look of disdain. Anything else you want to exchange? Give me another 2,000 points worth of top-tier flying-type Pokemon food. He bought another 2,000 points worth of top-tier flying-type Pokemon food for Pidgeotto. Combined with what he had left before, it was enough to last it for about a month. Also, I won one Protect Technical Machine. Another 3,000 points spent. Just like that, the 10,000 points exchanged from the 50 liters of honey flowed out like water. Now he only had the 530 points he had left from before. He wouldn't exchange these remaining points, keeping them for expenses like opening the energy chamber. Money really doesn't last. I feel like I haven't even bought anything yet. Just food for 2 Pokemon. Liao Shi wanted to cry but had no tears. He originally thought 10,000 points was a lot, but only when it came time to spend did he realize this amount was barely a drop in the bucket. On the path of training Pokemon, don't be discouraged. The early stage is the best time for Pokemon to build a foundation. Feeding them top-tier food is one of the most important steps in that process. At this stage, you don't need to buy flashy things. Your Pidgeotto has great talent, and the moves it has comprehended are very good. I'm not sure about that Gligar, but if it caught your eye, it shouldn't be bad. Train the moves they've already mastered well. Don't think about exchanging for other technical machines. You should understand the principle that biting off more than you can chew is bad. Lien Ya lectured him irritably. She had seen many people who, once they got some points, would come to exchange them for technical machines. As a result, they had no points left for high-level Pokemon food and had to settle for low or intermediate-level food, thus wasting the Pokemon's potential and missing the best period for building a foundation. Thanks for the reminder, Sister Ya. I'll be going now. I'll bring you something good the next time we meet. Waving his hand, Liao Shi said goodbye to Lien Ya after finishing his exchanges and left the exchange center. But before Liao Shi had gone more than a few steps, he suddenly slapped his head, stopped in his tracks, turned around, and walked back into the exchange center. Back again? Can't bear to leave me? Lien Ya had just picked up a magazine to read. Seeing Liao Shi enter again, she rolled her eyes and set the magazine aside. I forgot something, Sister Ya. Do you have any gravity devices for flying-type Pokemon here? 100 points per set, adjustable weight. Do you want them? Give me 2 sets. By the time he walked out of the exchange center again, his remaining points had been squeezed a bit more. After thinking it over and confirming he hadn't missed anything and that everything he wanted to do in the building was finished, Liao Shi didn't stay any longer. He walked out of the building and returned to tent number 3. After casually dealing with a Team Rocket's recruit who wanted to challenge him, Liao Shi glanced toward tent number 1. He found that the place, which should have been bustling, was still deserted, which made him a bit puzzled. However, though curious, Liao Shi didn't look into it deeply. After all, he would find out when the time came. He turned around, walked into his tent, and prepared lunch. Gligar should be happy today. From now on, it had its own exclusive food and didn't have to mooch off Pidgeotto's meals anymore. Sure enough, after eating its exclusive food, Gligar once again fell into a state of intoxication. After the meal, the person and 2 Pokemon dove back into the energy chamber. No one knew how long this camp would remain open, so while they could still use the energy chamber, they had to race against time. There was no more time to waste. 38. Number 38. Women only slow down my Pokeball throwing speed. Chapter 38. Women will only affect the speed at which I throw Pokeballs. Inside the energy chamber, Pidgeotto's task was relatively easy, mainly involving flying-type training while also incorporating some fire-type practice. In contrast, Gligar's tasks were much busier. Training for the flying type and ground type was essential. Although Gligar didn't seem to have learned a single ground type move other than Sand Attack, ground was its primary type after all, and it would inevitably learn ground type moves in the future, so these two were the most important areas to train. Additionally, there was the poison type. Gligar had a strong talent for the poison type, so that aspect couldn't be neglected either. Moreover, its ability determined that it would definitely become an expert at using poison in the future. In the luxurious kitchen, Liao Shi prepared breakfast for the 2 Pokemon while glancing at the time on his Team Rocket's watch. It was 6:30, still early. The assembly was at 8 o'clock, so there was still time. Today was the 6th day since Team Rockets announced the random assessment. Last night, the entrance and exit passages of this camp were closed, meaning that any Team Rockets recruits still outside the camp could be declared eliminated. Furthermore, a message was received last night requiring all Team Rocket's recruits within the camp to gather at the camp plaza before 8 o'clock. Over the past 2 days, Liao Shi had spent almost all his time with his 2 Pokemon in the energy chamber, spending about 150 points in that area. However, since he had been staying in tent number 3 during these 2 days, Team Rockets had rewarded him with 600 points, which had already been transferred to his account, so overall, he wasn't at a loss. Of course, it wasn't as if he had paid no attention to the outside world during these 2 days. As of last night, someone had calculated that approximately 130 recruits had successfully reached the Team Rocket's camp, meaning about 70 people had either died in the wild or were eliminated for failing to arrive in time. This ratio was already quite high, considering this was only the first stage of the assessment and only half of the first stage had passed, so many people had already been eliminated. It was unknown how many would remain by the final assessment. As for challenges, there were naturally quite a few. Although most could be easily resolved, there were a few individuals who still required a considerable amount of effort. One of them left a particularly deep impression on Liao Shi. That person had directly brought out a level 20 Onyx. What was lethal was that it also had the egg move Rock Slide. The double damage from the rock type made Pidgeotto absolutely miserable. Conversely, Pidgeotto's damage against it was limited. Only Steel Wing, which dealt double damage to it, could cause real harm. In the end, it was only by relying on Pidgeotto's speed that he managed to defeat it. However, the most unforgettable person for Liao Shi was the one in tent number 1, a woman called Poison Girl by the other Team Rocket's recruits. She was very beautiful. That was Liao Shi's first impression of Poison Girl. She was also very strong. That was Liao Shi's second impression. Until now, she had only ever revealed one Pokemon, a Nidorino at a level as high as 21. Nidorino, LV, 21. Type, Poison. Gender, Male. Ability, Poison Point. Held item, none. Basic skills, Glare, Peck, Focus Energy, Double Kick, Poison Sting, Fury Attack. Egg moves, Confusion, Poison Tail. Taught skills, Poison Jab, Shockwave. TM, Protect, Water Pulse. Aptitude, Special level. An exceptionally excellent coverage allowed this Nidorino to hold its own against most Pokemon, which was also the source of courage for this Poison Girl to calmly face successive challenges. However, she was called Poison Girl not because she possessed a poison-type Nidorino, but because the number of Pokemon that died at her hands during all the tent challenge matches was the highest. This was also the reason why she had fewer challengers. Her ruthless way of dealing with enemies made those weaker Team Rocket's recruits lose the courage to challenge her. Women are indeed not to be trifled with, he muttered softly to himself, then skillfully prepared breakfast for Pidgeotto and Gligar. After frying a steak for himself, he called over the 2 Pokemon who were playing nearby to eat. Since there was still plenty of time, Liao Shi enjoyed a rare, leisurely breakfast. He finished half an hour later. After checking everything once more to ensure nothing was left behind, Liao Shi opened the tent door and walked out. At the plaza, the time reached 7:30, and many people were already there. When Liao Shi arrived at the plaza, many people's eyes flickered. Aside from a few who looked at him with resentment or jealousy, the vast majority were filled with awe and fear. None of the occupants of the first 3 tents were weak. They had all earned their reputations through solid battles over the past few days. Liao Shi didn't care about their gazes. He had mostly grown accustomed to the feeling of being watched wherever he went over these last few days. He walked to the edge of the plaza and sat down under a large tree, casually plucking a blade of grass to hold in his mouth, then calmly waited for the instructor to arrive. "Yo, you're quite early." Only a few minutes after he sat down, a teasing voice suddenly came from nearby. "Just arrived. You're early too." Without turning his head, Liao Shi knew from the voice that Qing Shu had arrived. "You're certainly calm. Look at the others. They're all so nervous they can barely hold onto their Pokeballs." Qing Shu walked to Liao Shi's side and leaned against the large tree, his eyes scanning the plaza as he sized everyone up. "Aren't you also quite calm? You even have the heart to look for beauties?" Having spent 2 days together, Liao Shi knew this guy's character perfectly. He was a total closet pervert. Haha, just killing time. "Oh, Liao Shi, look over there. That one has a nice figure." Qing Shu pointed toward the left and patted Liao Shi's shoulder as he spoke. "How nice." Liao Shi looked curiously in the direction he was pointing, then froze for a moment. Because the girl Qing Shu was pointing at had already turned her head, and that striking face belonged to none other than the Poison Girl from tent number 1. When Poison Girl saw Liao Shi and Qing Shu's gazes, she frowned slightly and then began walking toward them. As Poison Girl drew closer, the expressions of the 2 men became increasingly uncomfortable. "Damn it, what's with this woman? We just looked at her twice, why is she coming over? Aren't others looking too? What, now that I've come closer to let you look, you're not looking anymore?" After arriving in front of Liao Shi and the other, Poison Girl spoke to them with a calm expression but a hint of mockery in her eyes. "To be honest, women will only affect the speed at which I throw Pokeballs. He's the one who has ideas about you." Liao Shi was silent for 2 seconds before his expression became indifferent. After speaking, he pointed to Qing Shu beside him and turned his face to look at the scenery elsewhere. Holy crap, Liao Shi, you bastard. Hearing Liao Shi's words, Qing Shu's face instantly changed. This guy clearly wasn't friend material. He didn't even blush when selling out his teammate. Listening to the two of them, several black lines immediately appeared on Poison Girl's forehead. She now felt that this action had been a bit rash. Fine, I won't bicker with you two. Shall we get to know each other? My name is Yu Mingxue. After speaking, she extended a hand that was still a bit rough from long-term survival in the wild toward the two of them. 39. Hash 39. Is it big or not? Chapter 39. Is it big? Looking at the pair of outstretched hands, Liao Shi hesitated slightly before also raising his hand to shake hers. Liao Shi. Immediately after, Qing Shu also raised his hand and shook her hand. Qing Shu. After nodding to each other, the three of them stood together chatting casually while waiting for the assembly time to begin. Regarding Yu Mingxue's sudden gesture of goodwill, several of them were well aware of the reasons. Although Team Rocket's was dark, there was still some social etiquette to follow. Liao Shi and Qing Shu had no personal grievances with this number one, Yu Mingxue, so naturally, they wouldn't start fighting the moment they met. Although they were all competitors, having fewer enemies and more friends would be very beneficial for their future development within Team Rockets. Of course, despite the three of them standing together laughing and talking now, if a conflict of interest ever arose, it was certain that the other two, like Liao Shi, would not hesitate to strike at each other without any mercy. During the wait, time quickly reached 8 a.m. By now, the plaza was filled with scattered people, but a closer look revealed that there were far fewer loners on the plaza, and more groups had appeared. After all, when surviving in the wild, the strong can do as they please, while the weak can only huddle together for warmth. Let's go, it's time to assemble. Liao Shi stood up, patted the dust off his buttocks, and walked toward the center of the plaza with Qing Shu. Just then, behind them, a squad of rocket grunts ran out and sealed off the rear of the plaza. Good morning, little ones. On the high platform on the east side of the plaza, the instructor slowly walked up with a smile on his face. Reporting to the chief instructor, there should be 128 recruits, 123 are present, and 5 have not arrived. Beside the instructor, a rocket junior captain stepped forward and reported the counted numbers. After hearing this, the smile on the instructor's face slowly disappeared. If I remember correctly, today's assembly time was 8 o'clock, right? With such a late assembly time, there are actually people who are late. As soon as he finished speaking, all the Team Rocket's recruits felt a strong sense of pressure washing over them, just like the feeling before a storm. Go, take care of it. The instructor waved his hand casually. The junior captain beside him bowed in response and then walked down the high platform. As for what he was going to do, everyone present knew very well in their hearts, and at the same time, the chill in their hearts grew even stronger. Just for oversleeping, the price was their lives? This was Team Rockets. Alright, little ones, cheer up. Those who can stand here are all quite good. Retracting the pressure ability, the instructor's face was once again adorned with a smile. Over the past few days, you should have understood the lifestyle of Team Rockets. The strong receive preferential treatment. I believe the 3 little ones in the first 3 tenths should have felt it, right? As soon as the instructor said this, everyone's eyes fell upon Liao Shi, Qing Shu, and Poison Girl. However, the most gazes were likely on Poison Girl. After all, she was a beauty and easy on the eyes. Oh, right, you don't need to be so tense. Relax, this assessment has already ended. Successfully reaching this camp was your assessment. How was it? Not hard, right? Ha ha ha, not hard my ass, I almost lost my life just to get here. The instructor's words made all the Team Rocket's recruits unable to help but complain in their hearts. Some of you may wonder why this random assessment was suddenly issued. I can tell you, it was to eliminate certain parasites. The instructor's gaze instantly became cold and sharp. Team Rockets is not a charitable organization. We don't need people who just idle away their days near the base. Since you chose to come here, then follow our rules. You only have the choice to become stronger, otherwise, you will be eliminated. Of course, for those who completed the assessment, we naturally won't be stingy. Those whose names are called next, come up one by one to receive your rewards. By the way, the 3 little ones from the first 3 tenths, come with me. Having said that, the instructor walked down the high platform. Liao Shi's heart skipped a beat. The 3 of them were actually being allocated rewards separately? Thinking of this, he looked at Qing Shu, and it just so happened that Qing Shu was also looking over. After the two nodded, they walked toward the instructor under the envious and jealous gazes of others. Follow me. After the instructor saw that the three of them had arrived, he led them toward that two-story building. After entering the building, to the trio's surprise, his pace did not stop. He led them straight up to the second floor and into one of the offices. Sit. The instructor pointed to the sofa while he sat in the chair behind the desk. The three of you are very good. Leaning back in his chair, a faint smile appeared on the instructor's face, the very image of a smiling tiger. His gaze, carrying a sense of pressure, swept over the three of them, making them involuntarily lower their heads. No need to be so nervous. I like recruits with excellent results. The potential you've shown at this stage is already enough to be taken seriously. After saying that, the instructor's tone paused. His gaze lingered on Liao Shi, who was in the middle of the three, for a moment before he continued. Calling you here today is, of course, to prepare generous rewards for the three of you. Hearing about rewards, the three immediately raised their heads, a light flashing in their eyes. Generous? Just how generous? However, before receiving the rewards, as the top three of the assessment, I can share a piece of special intelligence with you as one of the rewards. Hearing this, there was some doubt in the eyes of Liao Shi and the others. Special intelligence? How special? First of all, do you think this island is big? Big. Liao Shi and the other two nodded and answered. But how could the island being big be any kind of special intelligence? Yes, this island is very big, and it's even bigger than you imagine. Do you think such a large island really only has the number of people you see now? The instructor's words instantly jolted the three who were still confused. Could it be that there were other people on this island besides the Team Rocket's recruits in this camp? Were they from other factions or other Team Rocket's recruits? Sir, Qing Shu opened his mouth, wanting to ask for a clear answer, but saw the instructor raise his hand in a gesture for silence, which made the question that was already at the tip of his tongue be swallowed back down. All right, no need to guess. I know what you want to ask. This island is occupied by Team Rockets, so naturally, no other factions can interfere. I'm telling you this news today in the hope that you won't become complacent just because you reached the top 3 in this assessment. The final trial will involve merging with others. Work hard. Boss Giovanni has been paying attention to this trial as well. As for whether you can catch his eye, that's up to you. 40. Hash 40 Fairy Egg. Chapter 40. Pokemon Egg. Alright, that's enough on that. There's no need to ask, I've said all I can. Next, let's talk about the rewards for this assessment. Upon hearing about the rewards, the eyes of all three lit up. Great rewards were their favorite thing. For the top 3 rewards, I'll give you a choice. First, you can randomly select a Pokemon egg within the Team Rockets. Second is a point reward, 20,000 points per person. The choice is yours. Hearing these 2 rewards, Liao Shi's eyes widened. 20,000 points? He wanted them so badly, it seemed his points had never exceeded 20,000 before. As for the other reward, Liao Shi wanted that too. If he didn't have the system, he would have definitely chosen the points, since gambling on eggs was risky. But now that he had the system, he could see the Pokemon's aptitude within the Pokemon egg with just a scan. Therefore, Liao Shi fell into a dilemma between these 2 rewards. After a long while, he finally looked up under the strange gazes of Ming Shui and Qing Shu. Instructor, I choose the Pokemon egg. Liao Shi's gaze gradually became firm. Points were something he could find ways to earn, but if he missed out on a high-aptitude Pokemon egg, it would be gone for good. Are you sure? Let me be clear, there are no pseudo-legendary Pokemon eggs among the ones you can choose from, and getting a starter Pokemon depends on luck. If you pick a poor Pokemon egg, we won't allow returns. Instructor was also surprised by Liao Shi's choice. After all, a normal person would choose the point reward. Choosing a Pokemon egg could lead to an abyss if the wrong one was picked. I've made up my mind. I'm still choosing the Pokemon egg. There wasn't a hint of hesitation in Liao Shi's gaze. Once he decided, he wouldn't regret it. Hey Liao Shi, shouldn't you think about it more? Do you really trust your luck that much? Beside him, Qing Shu couldn't help but offer a word of advice. Don't worry, I trust my own judgment and fate. Even if I choose wrong, I won't regret it. Good lad, then so be it. Qing Shu, Ming Shui, I'll transfer the points to you now. You two wait here for a moment while I take this stubborn kid to pick a Pokemon egg. Instructor stood up, glanced at Liao Shi, and led the way forward. I'll be going for a moment. Liao Shi nodded to the 2 in the office and followed instructor out. Led by instructor, the 2 arrived at another room not far from the office. Upon opening the door, they found it was actually a Pokemon incubation room. Dozens of Pokemon eggs were neatly arranged in the room, and a middle-aged man in a white lab coat was checking them. Seeing instructor enter, the middle-aged man immediately straightened up and bowed to him. Lord Instructor. Instructor nodded to him and then looked at Liao Shi. You can choose any of the Pokemon eggs here. Pick one. Having said that, he walked to the side and waited for Liao Shi to choose. So many Pokemon eggs. Looking at the colorful eggs around him, Liao Shi's heart couldn't help but race. He casually looked at a Pokemon egg nearby and immediately summoned its stats. Rattata, Egg Stage, LV, 0. Type, Normal. Gender, Male. Ability, Runaway. Held item, none. Basic skills, Tackle, Tail Whip. Egg moves, none. Taught skills, none. TM, none. Aptitude, low level. Seeing these stats, Liao Shi's heart trembled. Such a surprise, right from the start? Without a word, he skipped this Pokemon. After adjusting his mindset, he continued looking at the eggs further back. Looking all the way, most were low level and intermediate level, which made Liao Shi feel a bit pained. No wonder even Instructor, the chief instructor, didn't recommend choosing a Pokemon egg. Just as Liao Shi's heart was about to bleed, the appearance of one Pokemon made his eyes suddenly light up. Most importantly, this Pokemon was actually a rare starter Pokemon. Chikorita, Egg Stage, LV, 0. Type, Grass. Gender, Female. Ability, Overgrow. Held item, none. Basic skills, Tackle, Growl. Egg moves, Leech Seed, Ingrain. Taught skills, none. TM, none. Aptitude, Advanced level. Chikorita. To be honest, Liao Shi wasn't very fond of this Pokemon. Its final evolution, Meganium, was very mediocre in all aspects and had significant shortcomings. Of course, it was a starter Pokemon after all. If trained well, it would still be a very good Pokemon, but it wasn't Liao Shi's first choice. So, he looked away and continued scanning the other Pokemon eggs. Finally, after much searching, Liao Shi had looked through all the Pokemon eggs. To his surprise, there were actually two particularly good Pokemon eggs inside. In his heart, his choice would definitely be one of these two. Munchlax, Egg Stage, LV, 0. Type, Normal. Gender, Female. Ability, Thick Fat. Held item, none. Basic skills, Tackle. Egg moves, Double Edge, Counter, Substitute. Taught skills, none. TM, none. Aptitude, Advanced level. Skrelp, Egg Stage, LV, 0. Type, Poison plus Water. Gender, Male. Ability, Adaptability. Held item, none. Basic skills, Tackle, Water Gun, Smokescreen. Egg moves, Toxic, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Tail. Taught skills, none. TM, none. Aptitude, Special level. This is insane. He didn't expect that there would be two such top-tier Pokemon eggs in this team. Rocket's incubation room. Liao Shi's eyes darted back and forth between the two Pokemon. Logic told him to choose Skrelp, although that Munchlax was strong. It still had the name Snorlax attached to it. Could he even afford to raise it? But Liao Shi really couldn't bear to look away. Although its aptitude was only advanced level, its egg moves, Double Edge, Counter, and Substitute were all excellent. But the other one, Skrelp, also had stats that were gorgeous to the extreme. It had the same hidden ability as Gligar, plus it had inherited Toxic. It looked amazing no matter how he viewed it. Liao Shi fell silent. Little fellow, how is it? Is there a Pokemon egg you've taken a fancy to? I can give you one more chance. If you want to re-choose the 20,000 points now, you can. Instructor looked at the incredibly conflicted Liao Shi and thought he was hesitating because he couldn't choose, so he showed a bit of mercy and gave Liao Shi a chance to choose again. Oh, I've chosen this one. Liao Shi stepped forward and hurriedly pointed at that Skrelp. Are you kidding? A Pokemon egg with such aptitude? Forget 20,000 points. Even 50,000 points might not be enough to buy it. Liao Shi gave the Munchlax Pokemon egg a reluctant look but finally decided to say goodbye to it. After all, with that thing's appetite, Liao Shi really couldn't afford to raise it with his current wealth. Good, since you've made your decision, I won't say more. Take this Pokemon egg out. Instructor nodded and instructed the middle-aged man nearby. Then, he actually picked up what looked like a high-end incubator from the side. Also, I'll give you this incubator. It contains enough nutrient solution to hatch one Pokemon. At this time, the middle-aged man beside them also carefully took out the Pokemon egg and placed it into the incubator instructor intended to give to Liao Shi. Here, this Pokemon egg and incubator are yours now. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41. Other ideas began to form in my mind. Chapter 41. Other thoughts emerged in his heart. Liao Shi took the incubator and glanced at the time displayed on it. It showed 37 days left. Good heavens, that was over a month away, so there was no need to rush. However, how to handle this incubator was also a problem. An incubator containing a Pokemon egg could not be placed inside a space belt because the living environment inside the space belt was not suitable for living organisms, and placing the Pokemon egg inside would instantly turn it into a dead egg. Left with no choice, Liao Shi had to ask instructor for a regular backpack. He then placed the Pokemon egg inside this regular backpack and carried it on his back. Although it attracted some attention, there was no other way for now. Alright, the rewards have all been given out. Head to the plaza to gather. There's something else I need to say. Looking at the backpack on Liao Shi's back, Qing Shu and Poison Girl still looked puzzled. 20,000 points was a substantial reward, and they didn't understand why Liao Shi would give up 20,000 points to gamble on a Pokemon egg whose species was unknown. If they hadn't seen instructor's strange look toward Liao Shi, they might have thought he was giving Liao Shi special treatment. After returning to the plaza, the rewards here were basically all distributed. The rewards received by the recruits here were mostly points, with the rewards decreasing based on the ranking of their tents. When they saw Liao Shi and the other two return, especially when they noticed the backpack behind Liao Shi, a strange glint flashed in the eyes of many. Anyone with a bit of sense could guess that the reward Liao Shi received was a Pokemon egg, though they didn't know what Pokemon it belonged to. As for the rewards of the other two, everyone grew curious. Liao Shi's third place reward was a Pokemon egg, so would the rewards for second and first place be inferior? Instantly, everyone's gaze turned toward Qing Shu and Poison Girl with a hint of greed. In contrast, Liao Shi, whose reward was almost transparent, received the least attention. After all, in their view, while a Pokemon egg was certainly good, the time and cost required to care for it were significant. It was not as comfortable as receiving practical points rewards. Feeling the malicious gazes of the other recruits, Qing Shu and Yu Mingxue frowned but didn't panic. After all, their strength was evident. If anyone was foolish enough to target them, they should be prepared to pay the price. But even thinking this, they didn't forget to glare at Liao Shi. They had thought that by choosing the Pokemon egg, this guy would draw more hostility, but in the end, they underestimated human greed. Shrugging his shoulders, Liao Shi wasn't going to take the blame for this. At this moment, instructor had returned to the high platform. You've all received your rewards, haven't you? I can tell from your expressions that some are happy and some are worried. Alright, I don't like talking nonsense. This assessment ends now. You have half an hour to pack up. After half an hour, this camp will be completely closed. Oh, a friendly reminder. Pay attention, those of you who still want to idle around near this camp. We haven't cleared out the wild Pokemon nearby. If you try to play any more tricks here, beware of being outsmarted by your own cleverness. Seeing the change in expression on many people's faces, a cold sneer appeared on instructor's face. Why are you still standing here stunned? Get moving, you only have half an hour. Anyone still staying in the camp after half an hour will also be eliminated. As soon as instructor said this, everyone snapped back to reality and immediately rushed frantically toward their tents to pack their belongings. Only a few people remained standing calmly in the plaza. Let's go, the camp is about to close. Qing Shu looked at Liao Shi and Yu Mingxue, who were calm and composed, let out a light chuckle, and prepared to turn and leave. But Yu Mingxue suddenly spoke up and stopped him. Wait, are you interested in having a chat? Chat about what? Qing Shu raised an eyebrow, turned around, and looked at her suspiciously. The next second, Liao Shi also spoke up from the side. We certainly can chat. Let's meet up 3 kilometers due east of the camp. It's not convenient here. Liao Shi's eyes flashed. If they followed the original plan, the 3 of them would have gone their separate ways after gathering. But after hearing the special intelligence provided by instructor, other thoughts emerged in his heart. Okay, fine. After agreeing on the meeting place, the 3 separated, as they all had some things to deal with before leaving the camp. Liao Shi returned to tent number 3, took the incubator out of his backpack, and carefully examined this Skrelp Pokemon egg. In the Team Rocket's incubation room, Liao Shi hadn't been able to observe the Pokemon egg carefully due to limited time, so now that it was safe inside the tent, he wanted to take a good look at it. He saw that the entire egg was wrapped in purple patterns, looking very wondrous and beautiful. Skrelp stroking the Pokemon egg through the incubator. The more Liao Shi thought about it, the more pleasantly surprised he felt. He was also glad that he had the idea to take a chance and gamble on the egg, instead of being tempted by the immediate benefit of 20,000 points. If he had chosen the 20,000 points, he would have completely missed out on this Skrelp Pokemon egg. When Skrelp is still Skrelp, its type is poison, water, but once it evolves into Dragalge, its type changes to poison, dragon. That's right, although it is a secondary type, it is a genuine dragon-type Pokemon. In the Pokemon world, Dragon-type Pokemon can be said to represent power. The vast majority of pseudo-legendary and legendary Pokemon are Dragon-type Pokemon. Based on this alone, the value of this Pokemon egg increases by another level. Not to mention, it possesses special level aptitude and the hidden ability adaptability. The effect of the adaptability ability is to enhance the power of moves of the same type. Once it evolves into Dragalge, the Poison, Dragon dual types can be boosted by the adaptability ability, plus the Water type from before evolution. It can be said that these three types cover the striking range of almost all types, except for Steel type, which it can't hit effectively. Coupled with powerful special attack and terrifying special defense, it's only slightly slow in speed, but that doesn't matter. Once Trick Room is activated, Dragalge will definitely become the most dazzling star. Moreover, this Skrelp's egg moves are also a highlight: Toxic, Dragon Pulse, and Dragon Tail. It seems that one of this Skrelp's parents must have a particularly prominent dragon type. To find this egg, my luck must have truly exploded. After Liao Shi sighed with emotion, he put the incubator back into his backpack and walked out of the tent. At this time on the road outside, Team Rocket's recruits were hurriedly leaving their tents and walking out. Liao Shi glanced at the time. There were still 15 minutes left before the camp closed. He tightened the backpack on his back and also headed outside. After arriving outside the island, he coldly glanced at the few people who were staring at him greedily, then released Pidgeotto and flew into the forest. Those few people were just about to chase after him, but one of their companions, who seemed calmer, spoke up and warned them. "Do you want to go courting death? Don't forget he also has a Gligar. Are you sure you can snatch anything from him?" As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a basin of cold water had been splashed on their faces, waking them up from the emotions dominated by greed. 42. Number 42. Who would have thought that a Rattata could have this? Chapter 42. Who would have thought Eradicate could have this? In the forest, Liao Shi walked in a random direction for a while before changing course and running toward the rendezvous point he had agreed upon with Qing Shu and the others. Pidgeotto stayed above him, keeping a sharp eye on their surroundings. Looking up at the serious-looking Pidgeotto, Liao Shi felt a sense of reassurance. Pidgeotto's aura was significantly stronger than it had been 2 days ago. After days of rigorous special training and multiple battles, its level had increased once more, reaching level 20. As for Gligar, because its prior accumulation was already substantial, it managed to level up again over the following 2 days after entering the intermediate level through special training, reaching level 21. Pidgeotto, LV, 20. Type, Normal plus Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Keen Eye. Held item, None. Basic skills, Tackle, Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack, Gust. Egg moves, Brave Bird, Steel Wing. Taught skills, Heat Wave, Tailwind. TM, Protect. Aptitude, Special level, Gligar. LV, 21. Type, Ground plus Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Immunity. Held item, None. Basic skills, Poison Sting, Sand Attack, Harden, Knockoff, Quick Attack, Double Hit. Surprise Attack. Egg moves, Agility, Cross Poison, Switcheroo. Taught skills, Aerial Ace, Poison Jab. TM, Protect. Aptitude, Special level. The leveling up of his 2 Pokemon naturally brought Liao Shi into the realm of an intermediate level trainer. If he weren't on Trial Island, Liao Shi's strength would already allow him to leave the rank of Team Rocket's recruit and become a regular grunt. However, on this Trial Island, even if Liao Shi's strength had reached that level, he remained just a recruit. 3 kilometers wasn't far. With Liao Shi's current physical fitness, he could travel without stopping and head straight for the agreed-upon location. After about 10 minutes, Liao Shi felt he was nearing his destination, but the thing he least wanted to encounter happened. Ahead, Eradicate followed by several Rattata was sniffing around and wandering, seemingly foraging for food. Seeing Liao Shi rushing toward them, the Raticate's eyes widened. It hurriedly shielded the Rattata behind it and snarled at Liao Shi. Raticate, go away. I'm not interested in you, nor am I interested in the Rattata behind you." Liao Shi waved his hand, intending to take a slight detour. He was in a hurry and didn't want to fight, but this Raticate didn't know what Liao Shi was thinking. Seeing him rushing at such a high speed, it was desperate to protect its young. It opened its mouth wide, its 2 incisors glowing with white light, and charged at Liao Shi. "Damn it, I said I'm not interested, and you still come at me." Liao Shi rolled his eyes and checked the Raticate's stats. Raticate, LV, 22. Type, Normal. Gender, Female. Ability, Run Away. Held item, Miracle Seed. Basic skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Bite, Retaliate, Super Fang, Sucker Punch, Intimidate, Crunch. Egg moves. None. Taught skills. None. TM. None. Aptitude. Intermediate level. Holy crap. Liao Shi's first glance at the Raticate's stats made him think it was unremarkable, and he was about to close it. But suddenly, something felt off. He took a second, careful look, and what he saw startled him so much he almost tripped and fell flat on his face. Fortunately, he stabilized himself and stopped in his tracks. His eyes lit up as he looked at that Raticate. Sorry, I was wrong. I'm interested in you now. Who would have thought a Raticate would be carrying a miracle seed? Could any of you handsome readers imagine it? Anyway, Liao Shi couldn't. If he hadn't developed the habit of checking the stats of every Pokemon he encountered, he might have missed this miracle seed. Pidgeotto, stay on alert. Come out. Gligar, use cross poison on Raticate. Glaw. As soon as Gligar came out and heard there was a battle, its entire spirit was instantly revitalized. Seeing the Raticate charging over, it clapped its two claws together, quickly condensing a cross poison, and fired it straight at the Raticate. Boom! The terrifying damage of cross poison sent the Raticate flying backward. Simultaneously, a purple hue slowly surfaced on its body. Poisoned status. Ratty. The Raticate's willpower was quite good. Even after being poisoned, it still stood up. A white light enveloped its body as it used quick attack to charge at Gligar once more. Charging even though it knows it can't win? Doesn't this Raticate have the runaway ability? Why isn't it running? Gligar. Poison jab. Gligar's claws surged with purple poison-type energy as it rushed toward the Raticate. After the collision, there was no suspense. The Raticate was sent flying once again. This time, the Raticate did not stand up again. It lost consciousness under Gligar's powerful attack. Seeing this, Liao Shi walked forward, wanting to search the Raticate for the miracle seed. But in the next second, he froze. He saw several Rattata that hadn't even left their infancy wobbling forward to face the powerful Gligar, blocking the way in front of the Raticate. Seeing this scene, Liao Shi stopped. So that's how it was. No wonder this Raticate could have run but didn't. It was for its children. And these Rattata, to protect their mother, actually had the courage to face a Gligar that could easily defeat even their mother. Is this family affection? Liao Shi had almost never experienced this kind of bond. Whether in this life or his previous one, the memories of his parents in his mind were already blurred. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Now that he had joined Team Rockets, things like family affection could be said to be even further away from him. Gligar, restrain these Rattata. Glaw. Gligar gave a soft response and stepped forward to tuck the three Rattata under its arms. With the Rattata no longer in the way, Liao Shi stepped forward and found the miracle seed near the Raticate's belly. He discreetly picked it up and put it into his space belt. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he still took out an antidote and a potion from the space belt, curing the Raticate's poison and treating its wounds in turn. After finishing, Liao Shi stood up. His complicated gaze lingered between the Raticate and the Rattata for a while before he signaled Gligar to release them. Patting Gligar's smooth head, Liao Shi smiled. Now he had Pidgeotto and Gligar to accompany him, and in the future, there would be more and more partners. He wouldn't exactly be lonely. Let's go. Time to meet up with them. With that, the person and his two Pokemon continued running forward. Behind them, the Raticate soon woke up. The first thing it did upon waking was look for its children. Seeing them safe and sound by its side, it breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and led the children into hiding. 43. Number 43 Big Mouth Bat? Chapter 43. Golbat? Yo, everyone's here? When Liao Shi reached the target point, he found that Qing Shu and Yu Mingxue were already waiting there. What took you so long? Qing Shu raised an eyebrow and gave Liao Shi a sideways glance as he asked. I almost got mugged by wild Pokemon on the way. Liao Shi walked forward, sat on a bluestone, and looked up at the other two. What are your thoughts on that special intel instructor mentioned? Without wasting any time, Liao Shi went straight to the point of the meeting after sitting down. Instructor likely meant that besides our batch of recruits on this island, there are other recruits undergoing trials in other directions just like us. Yu Mingxue spoke her thoughts with a serious expression. Exactly, that's how I interpreted it too. Although we don't know how many other Team Rocket's recruits are in the other directions, it's not good news for us either way. Liao Shi shook his head, his thumb gently rubbing back and forth against the bluestone, as he seemingly fell into deep thought. This trial was never mentioned in either the anime or the games of his original world. It was a completely unfamiliar plotline, so he had no way of knowing what the final outcome would be. However, thinking of the Skrelp Pokemon egg behind him, this was just a small assessment within the trial and yet it offered such a reward. If one could achieve a higher ranking in the final trial, the rewards would likely be even more generous. If it were just their batch of recruits, Liao Shi naturally had the confidence to take a top spot. But now that he was informed of other recruits elsewhere, his mood grew heavy. After all, even within their group, people like Qing Shu and Yu Mingxue had appeared. Powerful individuals would surely emerge in other places, and it was even possible that some were plants arranged by the Team Rocket's higher-ups. Thinking of this, Liao Shi's gaze subtly swept over Qing Shu and Yu Mingxue. What roles were the two of them playing in all this? Put that way, it really isn't good news. Qing Shu rubbed the stubble on his chin, his face becoming uncharacteristically solemn. It seems you've both realized the severity of the situation. Tell me your thoughts. Seeing their expressions, Yu Mingxue breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these two had their heads on straight and weren't the thick-headed type. That would make things much easier. Hearing Yu Mingxue's counter-question, Liao Shi naturally understood her meaning. It was nothing more than seeking cooperation, and he happened to have the same idea. When they encountered the other trial recruits in the future, a fierce struggle would be inevitable. Without knowing the other side's background or attitude, for the three of them, who at least had a nodding acquaintance, temporary cooperation against outsiders was the best choice. Then let's cooperate. When the recruits converge later, we'll back each other up. Liao Shi flashed a smile, his expression looking full of sincerity. Fine. The corners of Yu Mingxue's mouth curled up. This was the answer she wanted most. She then turned her gaze toward Qing Shu. And you? I have no objection, as long as you two don't sell me out when the time comes. Qing Shu shrugged and also chose to agree to the cooperation. In that case, here's to a happy cooperation. Smiles beamed on all three faces, but only they knew how many schemes were hidden behind those smiles. Come down, Pidgeotto, Gligar. Knowing the two meant no immediate harm, Liao Shi called out the two Pokemon hidden above. After a rustle in the bushes, Pidgeotto's figure dove down from mid-air and landed beside Liao Shi, while Gligar also leapt down from a branch and stood on the other side. Seeing this, Qing Shu and Yu Mingxue both understood and called out their respective Pokemon. Come out, Houndour, Cubone. Come out, Nidorino, Golbat. As the words fell, a Houndour and a Pokemon wearing a skull on its head and holding a bone in its hand walked out from behind Qing Shu. Then, a Nidorino emerged from behind Yu Mingxue, while simultaneously, a fairly large Golbat landed beside her from above. Liao Shi wasn't surprised that Qing Shu's second Pokemon was a Cubone. He had heard others mention it being summoned during the tent defense battles, but since he usually kept to himself, this was his first time seeing it. Looking at this Cubone, Liao Shi immediately summoned its stats. Cubone, LV, 21. Type, ground. Gender, male. Ability, lightning rod. Held item, none. Basic skills, growl, tail whip, bone club, headbutt, focus energy, bone meringue. Egg moves, ancient power, rock slide, swords dance. Taught skills, fire punch, low sweep. TM, protect. Aptitude, special level. Holy crap. Liao Shi's surface remained calm, but his heart was in an uproar. It actually inherited the move Swords Dance? What incredible luck Qing Shu had. This egg move for Cubone had saved him a fortune. The other egg moves and taught skills were also quite good. Combined with its special level aptitude, it was definitely a Pokemon worth training. Turning his eyes to Yu Mingxue's other Pokemon, he was startled once again. A Golbat? He remembered that Golbat required level 22 to evolve. Could it be that her Golbat's level was already that high? Looking at that Golbat, another stat screen appeared. Golbat, LV, 22. Type, poison plus flying. Gender, female. Ability, inner focus. Held item, none. Basic skills, absorb, supersonic, astonish, bite, wing attack, confuse ray. Egg moves, hypnosis, nasty plot. Taught skills, air slash. TM, protect, aqua tail. Aptitude, special level, fluctuating. This Golbat was relatively inferior in various aspects. And what did this fluctuating aptitude mean? After checking the system's explanation, Liao Shi understood. Fluctuating meant the aptitude was unstable. If training wasn't done well, it could regress at any time. So that was it. Seeing this explanation, a guess formed in Liao Shi's mind. This Golbat was likely Yu Mingxue's starter Pokemon, and when it was a Zubat, its aptitude was probably only advanced level. However, it was trained exceptionally well, so its aptitude reached special level after evolution. But because the aptitude had just increased, it was unstable, hence the fluctuating status. He estimated that this Golbat had likely just evolved in the last day or two. The reason he hadn't seen it in battle before was that as its level increased, its disadvantages as a Zubat grew larger, similar to Pidgeotto's situation when it was a Pidgey, which was why she had sent out Nidorino to fight instead. But now that Golbat had evolved, its combat power had undergone a world-shaking change compared to before. It could truly be said that after 3 days of absence, one must be seen in a new light. 44. Number 44. The Temptation of Food. Chapter 44. The Temptation of Food. This Golbat's level, reaching 22, is definitely considered very high among the current recruits, and the moves it learned through breeding and tutoring are also decent. Furthermore, Yu Mingxue actually spent a fortune to use an awakening power technical machine on it. The type awakened by an awakening power technical machine is random, and each Pokemon can only use it once, so this entirely depends on luck. The type awakened by Golbat's awakening power was water. Although it's not the best type, it compensates for its move coverage in some ways, so it's not bad. At this moment, all three had called out their Pokemon. When the 6 Pokemon stood ready beside the 3 of them, they silently observed the strength of the others' Pokemon in their hearts. Of course, the other 2 naturally couldn't have a system like Liao Shi to check the detailed information of the Pokemon. They could only judge a Pokemon's strength by its aura. Yu Mingxue, this Golbat is your starter Pokemon, right? Qing Shu asked curiously. That's right, it is my starter Pokemon. It recently underwent evolution. Yu Mingxue didn't hide it. After all, there was no need to lie about this. It wasn't a huge secret. Everyone, go play over there and get to know each other. Liao Shi smiled and waved his hand. The strength of these Pokemon was similar, so they should be able to play together. After sending the Pokemon away, Liao Shi looked at the other 2. What are your plans for the next half-month? Work hard to improve my strength, of course. I plan to explore the path I came from. What about you too? Qing Shu stretched, lay directly on the grass, and said, Me too. I plan to explore the path I took to get here. What about you, Liao Shi? Yu Mingxue finished speaking and looked at Liao Shi. Look, there's a mountain over there that looks very tall. I plan to explore in that direction. My intuition tells me it's a good place. Liao Shi pointed his finger north. That's a good ambition. It seems everyone has their own direction for exploration, so let's split up. We can regroup when the next phase begins. Yu Mingxue nodded. Splitting up was fine. There was no need to worry about conflicts of interest. She was used to being alone, and having someone else might make her uncomfortable. By the way, the Pokemon you two have caught seem to be focusing on one type. Is one of you going down the poison-type route and the other the flying-type route? Qing Shu looked at Yu Mingxue's and Liao Shi's Pokemon and suddenly realized this issue. I have that intention. Training them this way can help avoid unnecessary detours. Yu Mingxue nodded. She originally had this idea, and the Pokemon she catches later will also lean towards the poison-type direction as much as possible. I don't think so necessarily. I don't even know what kind of Pokemon this little guy behind me is. Liao Shi shook his head. Although he knew the egg behind him was Skrelp, he wasn't stupid enough to say it out loud. He wouldn't reveal the system he possessed to anyone. That's true. I really don't know what you were thinking. Why gamble on an egg? What if you don't get a good one? Qing Shu shook his head, looking at the backpack behind Liao Shi with a sigh of regret. Facing Qing Shu's nagging, Liao Shi smiled without speaking. Alright, everything that needed to be said has been said. I'll see you later. I'm leaving now. Yu Mingxue stood up at this point. Being somewhat inarticulate, she didn't know what else to talk about after saying what she wanted to say. After sitting for a while and feeling a bit awkward, she excused herself. Come back, Nidorino, Golbat. After recalling her 2 Pokemon into their Pokeballs, she nodded to Liao Shi and the other person and left. Let's set off too. See you next time. Okay, the 3 people who had just confirmed their cooperative relationship quickly headed in different directions. After many days, Liao Shi was somewhat unaccustomed to being back in the wilderness, as it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. He released both Pokemon to follow beside him, as one must be careful when entering the perilous wilderness. Traveling north, the Pokemon encountered along the way could mostly be easily dealt with by Pidgeotto and Gligar. This seemed to give Gligar a bit of a complex. Pidgeotto had already experienced several high-intensity battles since its evolution, but Gligar had yet to have a truly satisfying fight. Constantly bullying weaker opponents made it feel very unsatisfied. After walking forward for a while longer, Liao Shi felt a pang of hunger. Checking the time, it was already noon, so he decided to eat something first. Only after eating would he have the strength to walk. Finding an open space nearby, Liao Shi began preparing lunch for his 2 Pokemon, while he himself took out a pre-prepared bento box from his space belt and started eating. Because the environment inside the space belt is a complete vacuum, there is absolutely no need to worry about food spoiling. Therefore, Liao Shi had prepared a lot of cooked food inside, allowing him to eat fragrant meals even when it was inconvenient to cook in the wilderness. However, perhaps because the nearby Pokemon population was dense, even though Liao Shi had tried to mask the scent of the food, some nearby Pokemon still smelled the diffusing aroma and gathered around halfway through his meal. Seeing more and more covetous Pokemon surrounding them, Liao Shi and his Pokemon sped up their eating. But watching the pile of enticingly fragrant food diminish, the nearby wild Pokemon grew anxious. Pidgeotto, Gligar, prepare for battle. He sighed helplessly. Top-tier Pokemon food was great, but it was too effective at attracting wild Pokemon. Liao Shi put the unfinished food for himself and the two Pokemon back into the belt. They would continue eating after resolving the current trouble, as Pokemon food was expensive and couldn't be wasted. Beep, Glar. All the surrounding Pokemon had come because they smelled the delicious food. When they saw Liao Shi hide the tasty food, they all focused their anger on him. The killing intent released by so many Pokemon simultaneously made Liao Shi's scalp tingle. Just then, an Apom bearing its teeth on a tree in front of him launched the first attack. Its charge was like a signal, and over a dozen surrounding Pokemon simultaneously attacked Liao Shi. Pidgeotto, use Steel Wing Gligar, cross-poison the assault is weakest there. Open a gap there and break out. Liao Shi pointed to the right, where only a Taillow and Eradicate were rushing over. Quickly dealing with those two Pokemon would allow them to break out of the encirclement. Beep. Pidgeotto flapped its wings, rapidly condensing Steel Wing while charging towards Taillow. Meanwhile, Gligar guarded Liao Shi and fired a cross-poison towards Raticate. Gligar's mastery of its own moves was now superb, and since it hadn't neglected its poison-type energy training over the past 2 days, the release speed of cross-poison could now be controlled almost within a single breath. Furthermore, the thick purple glow on the cross-poison indicated its considerable power. Go. Seeing the surrounding Pokemon getting closer and the gap rapidly shrinking, Liao Shi rushed towards the opening without hesitation. 45. Number 45 Riotous Bug-type Pokemon. Chapter 45. The Riot of the Bug-type Spirits. Pidgeotto was essentially suppressing Taillow in the sky, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before it could finish off the opponent. Meanwhile, that Raticate had also entered a poisoned state after being hit by a cross-poison. When Liao Shi and Gligar passed by this Raticate, it also recovered from its pain. Just as it wanted to attack again, it was taken out by a poison jab from Gligar as they passed by. Well done, Gligar. Taking the opportunity, Liao Shi rushed out before the gap could be closed. In the sky, Pidgeotto also finished off Taillow and returned to hover above Liao Shi. The two Pokemon followed Liao Shi as he ran, while releasing Gust and Cross-Poison behind them. Gradually, the Pokemon chasing them were constantly decreasing in number. It wasn't until only a few Pokemon were left that they finally realized what was happening. One by one, like startled birds, they stopped their pursuit and ran in the opposite direction. The crisis was resolved. Liao Shi stood in place to adjust his breathing. After resting for a while, he began to observe his surroundings. He hadn't paid attention to the direction while running just now, and now he didn't know where he had ended up, until he saw the dense cobwebs all around. A chill ran down Liao Shi's spine. Had he fallen into another Pokemon colony? With so much spider silk, it seemed to be spider-type Pokemon. He had entered a spider's den. Looking around, he began to slowly back away, hoping not to be discovered by the Pokemon here. However, the button for Murphy's Law still lit up. A Spinarak fell from above Liao Shi's head, wanting to ambush him, who appeared to be the weakest. But Pidgeotto, who had been paying attention to the surroundings, noticed the Spinarak as soon as it appeared and directly knocked it flying with a quick attack. A Spinarak? Looking at that Pokemon, Liao Shi's expression became solemn. His gaze kept shifting between the surroundings and above. No one knew how many Spinarak were hidden in the darkness. Just as Liao Shi's spirit and the spirits of the two Pokemon were tensed and ready for battle, at any moment, suddenly, the body of the Spinarak that had been knocked away by Pidgeotto trembled violently. Then, it directly gave up on Liao Shi and the others and crawled quickly in another direction. Just as Liao Shi was feeling puzzled by its behavior, in the next second, every part of the large surrounding forest began to rustle. Immediately after, a scene that made Liao Shi's entire scalp go numb appeared before his eyes. In the woods in front of Liao Shi, about 40 or 50 Spinarak, led by an Ariados, were rushing quickly toward Liao Shi. Damn it, it's a Spinarak colony. Pidgeotto, Gligar, run. Liao Shi's face changed sharply as he turned around and ran. If he were caught, it would definitely be a dead end. Seeing Liao Shi running so fast, Pidgeotto and Gligar also followed, staying by his side. If any Pokemon dared to attack, they would endure their frantic counterattacks. But Liao Shi was human after all. Even if his physical fitness was excellent, he couldn't compare to Pokemon. Soon he was caught up by the Spinnerack swarm. Just as Pidgeotto and Gligar were prepared to protect Liao Shi to the death, a strange thing happened. The leading Ariados actually crawled past without even glancing at Liao Shi, and those Spinnerack also bypassed the human and the two Pokemon, continuing to crawl forward. What's going on? Liao Shi stopped in his tracks, watching one Spinnerack after another crawl past him. His heart was nervous yet filled with doubt. Why aren't these Spinnerack attacking me? Where are they going? What are they going to do? 3 questions in a row appeared in Liao Shi's mind. Stunned for a moment, by the time he came to his senses, these Spinnerack had all passed him and were crawling forward. Let's go follow them and see what happened. After calming down, Liao Shi's mind began to race. This reaction from the Spinnerack was very wrong. There was definitely an anomaly. What exactly caused their abnormality? Liao Shi didn't know, but he really wanted to find out, so he took the 2 Pokemon and followed them. Along the way, a scene that made Liao Shi feel even more shocked appeared. Countless bug-type spirits, just like the Spinnerack swarm, were gathering in groups and heading towards the same direction. Hiss! This scene made Liao Shi gasp. What on earth was happening ahead to make so many bug-type spirits rush over there? Among the social groups were Spinnerack, Beedrill, Butterfree, Dustox, and other bug-type spirits. Among the solitary ones were Heracross, Pinsir, and so on. There were all kinds of bug-type spirits, and they were all advancing toward the same destination at this moment. Hiding behind these bug-type spirits, Liao Shi ran forward while scanning the aptitude of these Pokemon. But to his frustration, among so many bug-type spirits, there wasn't a single one with an aptitude that caught his eye. Most were low-level or intermediate level, with only a few advanced level. There wasn't a single one with special level aptitude. The best among them was a Scyther. Scyther, LV, 25. Type, Bug plus Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Technician. Held item, None. Basic skills, Glare, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Retaliate, False Swipe, Agility, Wing Attack. Egg moves, Steel Wing. Taught skills, Bug Bite, Tailwind. TM, None. Aptitude, Advanced level. Actually, Liao Shi really liked Pokemon like Scyther. They were fast, had high attack, and looked cool. If he had the chance to encounter a Scyther with high aptitude, he wouldn't mind capturing one. But the Scyther in front of him was not within his consideration. Its abilities in all aspects did not meet Liao Shi's standards. Following this large group of bug-type spirits, Liao Shi arrived at the edge of a swamp after running for a while. At this time, all the bug-type spirits had run into the swamp and stopped around the center of the swamp. What is in the center of this swamp? Liao Shi's heart rate accelerated slightly. Something that could cause so many Pokemon to act abnormally must be no ordinary object. Moving his steps to approach bit by bit, he found that the attention of these Pokemon was entirely focused on the thing in the center of the swamp, with no intention of paying attention to Liao Shi at all. His courage also grew, and he came near the perimeter of the Pokemon and looked inside. In the center of the swamp, an almost withered fruit tree was emitting its last bit of greenness. On the fruit tree, 3 berries were hanging, teetering on the edge of falling. Could it be that these 3 berries are what caused the Pokemon's abnormal movement? Liao Shi stared fixedly at these 3 berries, wondering in his heart what kind of berries they were that could cause such an abnormal movement among so many bug-type spirits. He tried using the system to scan them, to see if he could identify the type of berries. To his surprise, a stat screen actually appeared above those 3 berries. 46. Number 46 Firefly Fruit. Chapter 46. Glowworm Fruit. Glowworm Fruit, about to ripen. Introduction. Contains massive bug-type energy. Bug-type Pokemon can obtain great benefits after consuming it. Glowworm Fruit? What kind of berry is this? In his past life, Liao Shi had absolutely never heard of this kind of berry. It can give bug-type Pokemon great benefits, but what kind of benefits? Perhaps this is something that can improve a Pokemon's aptitude. What a waste, why isn't it a flying-type berry? Looking at that lustrous glowworm fruit, Liao Shi's hands were almost slapping his thighs raw in frustration. However, bug-type is bug-type. Even if Liao Shi couldn't use it himself, he could still exchange it for points. A berry that could bring such huge benefits to Pokemon should be worth quite a few points. Rubbing his hands together, these 3 glowworm fruits had already turned into the shape of points in Liao Shi's eyes. While they hadn't ripened yet, he had to think carefully about how to steal these 3 glowworm fruits, and also how to make a clean getaway after snatching them. Time passed minute by minute in Liao Shi's nervous gaze. About half an hour later, as a strange fragrance wafted out from those 3 glowworm fruits, the nearby bug-type Pokemon all began to get excited upon smelling it. It seemed this glowworm fruit was ripe. Liao Shi called up its stats again, and sure enough, the 4 words, about to ripen, had disappeared. Shaw. At the same time, the scyther that Liao Shi had been watching was the first to rush out from the swarm. Relying on its speed, it took the lead and shot toward the glowworm fruit, wanting to reach it before all the other bugs and swallow it down. Of course, the other bug-type Pokemon were not going to let it have its way. Countless poison stings shot out like a blanket from the Beedrill and Spinarak swarms, covering all the paths around Scyther. Shaw. The result was that this Scyther, who had been the first to stick its neck out, died a miserable death under the countless poison stings. What a pity. This Scyther's strength was among the top tier of the bug-type Pokemon here. If it had known how to be patient, it would have definitely had a chance. Why did it have to show off like that? Liao Shi shook his head regretfully. Unless there was a massive difference in strength, it was still difficult for individual strength to contend against a whole swarm. Liao Shi wouldn't be so stupid as to be the one to stick his neck out right now. No matter how much he wanted those glowworm fruits, he wouldn't risk his life to test the waters. However, Scyther's death seemed to become the clarion call for the war among the nearby bug-type Pokemon, and a brutal free-for-all began between the different swarms. In the swamp, poison stings flew and poison powder filled the air. Every bug-type Pokemon's eyes were bloodshot with killing intent. Bug-type Pokemon were dying constantly, but even so, not a single Pokemon retreated. Good opportunity. Seeing this scene, Liao Shi's eyes lit up. He looked at the 3 glowworm fruits hanging on the tree in the middle. Pidgeotto, Gligar, I'm counting on you. Stay safe. After Liao Shi gave the 2 Pokemon their instructions, he slowly backed away. A human body was too weak compared to Pokemon. Staying there would only be a drag on Pidgeotto and Gligar. It was better to retreat first so they could steal the glowworm fruits without any worries. In the middle of the magnificent battle, not a single Pokemon noticed Liao Shi's movements. Nor did any Pokemon notice a Pidgeotto rushing into the sky. Nor did any Pokemon discover a Gligar sneakily approaching the glowworm fruit tree step by step. After the battle reached a fever pitch, a whistling sound rang out from the sky. A majestic Pidgeotto dived down at extremely high speed. Before any of the bug-type Pokemon could react, it snatched a glowworm fruit in its beak, turned its body, and soared back into the sky. Fui, si bai, kuo-yi. Once all the Pokemon came to their senses, they were furious. They were fighting to the death, yet a thief had come to steal their fruit. What was most hateful was that the guy who stole the fruit wasn't even a bug-type Pokemon. The enraged bug-type Pokemon all launched attacks at Pidgeotto in a fit of fury, thereby ignoring a Gligar on the ground that was lying in the swamp, slowly swimming toward the other 2 glowworm fruits. Finally, after Pidgeotto's figure disappeared, they turned their gaze back to the glowworm fruit tree. But what almost made them faint from anger was that there was actually 1 less fruit on it. Again, this completely ignited the fury of the surrounding bug-type Pokemon. Having lost their minds, the bug-type Pokemon began to unleash moves all around them as if they didn't cost any stamina. However, Gligar had already escaped the encirclement, ducked into the woods, and handed the glowworm fruit to Liao Shi. Liao Shi wrapped up the berry at the fastest speed possible and put it into his space belt to mask the scent, then made a run for it. When the bug-type army chased to the last place where the fruit's scent had lingered but failed to find the glowworm fruit, they fell into an endless rage once again. On the other side, Liao Shi also received the glowworm fruit from Pidgeotto's beak. After processing it in the same way, he changed locations again, only stopping once he was over 10 kilometers away from that swamp. Should be fine now. Let's rest a bit. I'm exhausted. Running over 10 kilometers at top speed in one breath, even Liao Shi's current body was a bit overwhelmed. He leaned against a large tree with one hand, gasping for breath. It took a good while for him to recover. Looking at Pidgeotto and Gligar, who had run all this way with him but weren't even out of breath, he couldn't help but feel envious. A Pokemon's constitution was truly amazing. Thinking of the 2 glowworm fruits in his space belt, Liao Shi's mood improved again. Compared to the gains, this slightly perilous adventure was clearly worth it. Although he had missed 1 fruit and didn't get it, Liao Shi was still satisfied. One shouldn't be too greedy. Of course, he hadn't left the remaining fruit out of the kindness of his heart. Rather, its position was a bit high, and Gligar had no way to take it without making any noise. So Liao Shi wasn't greedy and didn't make Gligar forcibly take that last glowworm fruit. After all, no matter how valuable this glowworm fruit was, it still couldn't compare to Gligar. He didn't want to cause Gligar to fall into a desperate situation for the sake of a single berry. At this time, having calmed down, Liao Shi also remembered that they seemingly hadn't finished their lunch. They had been fighting and running this whole way on half-empty stomachs. Thus, after spraying a circle of scent-masking spray nearby, Liao Shi took out the lunch for 1 human and 2 Pokemon and continued eating. In the middle of it, he also took out the incubator containing the Skrelp Pokemon. After checking that there were no problems, he put it back and carried it on his back again. After finishing lunch, he had Pidgeotto fly into the sky to confirm their direction, then continued heading toward the mountains. 47. Number 47 Caves Leading Underground. Chapter 47. The Cave Leading Underground. Although he wasn't sure what was on the other side of the mountain, compared to exploring aimlessly, it was better to set a goal and move forward. However, after walking a bit further, Liao Shi and the others encountered trouble again. Not far away, a massive black cloud was drifting toward the forest where Liao Shi was located. It was going to rain, and it would be a heavy downpour. Observing the thick layers of that dark cloud, Liao Shi inferred that this rain would be heavy and would last for quite a while. Damn, I need to find a place to take shelter from the rain, or I'll end up like a drowned rat. Liao Shi's expression changed. The weather on this island changed so fast. It was a sunny day just a moment ago, and now it was about to rain. He ran forward quickly, searching for a place to shelter from the rain along the way. Last time before it rained, he was lucky enough to find a cave. He wondered if he could find another place to hide this time. In the sky, Pidgeotto, who was scouting, suddenly let out a cry. Liao Shi looked up and saw it pointing its wing forward before leading the way. Liao Shi looked delighted and hurriedly followed. After running for a while behind Pidgeotto, when it pushed aside a patch of grass, a low mountain appeared in his field of vision. At the mountainside, Liao Shi saw a cave leading into the interior. Good job, Pidgeotto, this really is a great place to hide from the rain. Checking the sky, the dark clouds had already reached the air above Liao Shi and were hanging lower and lower, with the air thick with damp moisture. Liao Shi quickly grabbed onto the mountain and climbed up. When he was halfway up, raindrops had already started to fall, dripping onto his face. Liao Shi's heart sank, and he quickened his climbing speed. Once the rain got heavier, the mountain would inevitably become slippery, making it much more dangerous to climb then. Fortunately, this mountain wasn't high, and the cave was only about 50 meters above the ground. 5 minutes later, Liao Shi reached the cave. By now, the rain had begun to intensify, and a chill set in as it dripped onto his body. Pidgeotto, Gligar, get into the cave quickly. His clothes were already partially soaked. Before he could truly become a drowned rat, Liao Shi didn't have time to test what was inside and rushed straight into the cave. It was as if the heavens were favoring Liao Shi. They did their best to hold back the rain until he entered. Just as his back foot stepped into the cave, the rain outside seemed to have its seal broken and was released all at once. The torrential rain hammered against the earth like a drum. Liao Shi's ears were now filled only with the sound of raindrops striking the ground. It was deafening. This rain is too damn heavy. Looking outside, the beautiful scenery had been completely obscured by the downpour, with visibility not even reaching 5 meters. This is too exaggerated. He took a sharp breath, startled by the rain. He didn't know how those unlucky souls who hadn't found shelter were feeling, but it was certain they weren't having a good time. After admiring the shocking rain for a while, Liao Shi slowly lost interest and turned his head to look into the cave behind him. He took a flashlight out of his space belt, turned it on, and shone it inside. However, the depth of this cave seemed to exceed Liao Shi's expectations. The flashlight's beam couldn't reach the bottom at all. Where does this lead to? Liao Shi looked into the cave with a somewhat solemn expression. He had originally just wanted to find a place to hide from the rain, but he hadn't expected to accidentally find a mysterious cave. He turned to look at the torrential rain outside. It didn't look like it would stop anytime soon, so he decided to explore the cave. Let's go, Pidgeotto, Gligar. Let's take a look inside this cave. Liao Shi tightened his backpack and called his 2 Pokemon to walk inside. After walking for a bit, Liao Shi felt the path ahead starting to tilt. The originally flat path turned into a downward slope. Could this cave lead underground? This was exciting. The cave was starting to pique Liao Shi's interest. After going deeper for a while, Liao Shi could no longer hear the sound of the rain outside. There was no movement nearby except for the sounds of Liao Shi and his 2 Pokemon moving forward. It was terrifyingly quiet. At the same time, the slope of the path seemed to be getting steeper. It seemed this really was a cave leading underground. He just didn't know if it was naturally formed or dug out by Pokemon. Walking further, Liao Shi gradually noticed the passage was starting to widen. The passage, which was originally only a little over 2 meters high, was now nearly 3 meters tall. This cavern is too deep, isn't it? Liao Shi squinted at the path ahead. Pidgeotto took the lead, and Gligar followed behind Liao Shi with a flashlight in its mouth, occasionally checking the situation behind them. Suddenly, when the light from Liao Shi's flashlight hit the front left, a cry full of rage came from there, startling Liao Shi, who had been focused elsewhere. Scree scree. Holy crap, what was that? Liao Shi's hand shook so much he almost dropped the flashlight, but he quickly steadied his emotions with willpower and shone the light in that direction. There, 3 Zubat were rushing toward Liao Shi with their mouths wide open. Seeing these Zubat trying to attack Liao Shi, Pidgeotto naturally wouldn't allow it. With a flicker, it flew in front of Liao Shi. With a flap of its wings, a scorching heat wave blew toward the 3 Zubat. Scree, scree, scree. The 3 Zubat were directly blown away by Pidgeotto's heat wave, crashing into the rock wall and becoming motionless. Let's go. Let's keep moving forward. These 3 Zubat were only level 12 or 13, and their aptitude was either low level or intermediate level. Before Pidgeotto's increasingly terrifying damage output, they suffered the tragic scene of being instantly defeated. However, this wasn't surprising. Back at the camp, it had not only undergone rigorous special training in the energy chamber and training room but had also engaged in thrilling battles with many powerful opponents. Whether it was the control of internal energy or the improvement of combat experience, it was incomparable to before. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that Pidgeotto and Gligar were now both wearing gravity devices Liao Shi had previously exchanged from the exchange center, with the weight adjusted to 15 kilograms. In other words, Pidgeotto and Gligar were carrying 30 pounds of weight during their daily activities and battles. Fortunately, all that sweat hadn't been in vain. It had granted Pidgeotto and Gligar even greater strength. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps rang out again. For the next stretch of the path, the number of Zubat began to increase, and the battles for Pidgeotto and Gligar became more frequent. After walking a bit further, 1 or 2 Geodude would even roll out from the shadows to attack them. Facing these Geodude, Liao Shi felt a bit of a headache. The Pokemon that could counter them was still in the backpack behind him. Fortunately, Pidgey's Steel Wing could also deal double super effective damage to them, so it wouldn't result in a situation where Liao Shi and the others had to run whenever they saw these rocks. Through constant fighting, Liao Shi and the others went deeper and deeper into this cave. 48. Number 48. A huge, irregular circular space. Chapter 48. A huge irregular circular space. At this point, the height and width of the cave had both reached nearly 10 meters. The flashlight in Liao Shi's hand was becoming somewhat insufficient. After all, its illumination range was limited, leaving too many blind spots in such a large cave, which was extremely fatal. Just then, Liao Shi suddenly noticed some light appearing ahead, which lifted his spirits. Could it be another exit? However, he remembered that he had been walking downwards all this time, and he was likely 50 or 60 meters deep underground by now. How could there be an exit here? Had he encountered some wonder like a rift in the ground? Growing more curious, Liao Shi quickened his pace and walked toward the light. Once he got closer, it dawned on him that the light he had seen wasn't an exit at all, but a type of glowing moss. This underground world truly was wonderful. To think it could grow moss capable of glowing on its own. Liao Shi looked up and saw more and more of this moss ahead, providing Liao Shi and the others with precious visibility in this pitch-black underground. Help in the hour of need. Liao Shi breathed a sigh of relief. His luck today was truly good. He had encountered a Raticate that gave him a miracle seed, and while being chased, he managed to snatch 2 glowworm fruits. Just as it was about to rain, he found a cave, and now that the light was insufficient, this glowing moss appeared. Liao Shi was also startled by his own heaven-sent luck. If he had this kind of luck every day, wouldn't he have legendary Pokemon hatchlings crashing into his arms while he slept? After daydreaming for a while, Liao Shi shook his head to stop the flights of fancy and looked at the cave illuminated by the glowing moss ahead, a look of amazement appearing in his eyes. What a beautiful sight! The tranquil blue light emitted by the moss shone on the rock walls, forming a scene as beautiful as a painting. But before Liao Shi could admire it for long, the appearance of a Pokemon ruined the beauty of the place. Rumble! A massive onyx burst through the rock wall beside him and barged into the cave where Liao Shi was. Operator. Oh, Operator. Where did this onyx come from? For a moment, Liao Shi thought there was an earthquake, only for an onyx to suddenly leap out. Roar! Liao Shi happened to be standing right in its path. After discovering this tiny thing blocking its way, the onyx swept its tail over, wanting to sweep Liao Shi aside. Gligar and Pidgeotto were instantly unhappy. Wanting to attack their trainer? Then you are the enemy. Gligar fired a cross poison directly at the onyx's tail. At the same time, Pidgeotto dove down, its wings emitting a cold silver light. It was the Steel-type move, Steel Wing, which was super effective against Onix. Onix, LV, 24. Type, Rock plus Ground. Gender, female. Ability, Sturdy. Held item, none. Basic skills, Bind, Tackle, Harden, Mud Sport, Screech, Smackdown, Bulldoze, Rock Tomb, Sandstorm. Egg moves, none. Taught skills, Mudshot, TM, none. Aptitude, intermediate level. This Onix's stats were quite ordinary, but even if it was ordinary, one had to be extremely careful when fighting it given its massive size. Against this Onix, the main damage dealer was still Pidgeotto. After all, Gligar didn't have a single move that could deal damage to the opponent. For example, Gligar's Cross Poison seemed to cause a violent explosion upon hitting the Onix. But in reality, after the smoke dissipated, it hadn't even broken through the Onix's defense. Poison-type moves dealt even less damage to it than flying-type moves. Unfortunately, Gligar's ground-type attribute could have countered Onix, but it hadn't learned any ground-type moves yet besides Sand Attack, which led to Gligar's current awkward situation. Gligar rubbed its bald head sheepishly, looking quite embarrassed. It's okay, it's not your fault. Let Pidgeotto handle this Onix. After comforting Gligar, a thoughtful look appeared on Liao Shi's face. It seemed he would need to prepare to buy some technical machines for both Pidgeotto and Gligar soon. His eyes were fixed on Pidgeotto fighting the Onix. Liao Shi didn't command Pidgeotto. He wanted to start training Pidgeotto's own control over combat tactics. In the future, Liao Shi's Pokémon would become more and more numerous. If so many Pokémon were sent out together, it would be impossible to command them all at once. So it was quite necessary to train the Pokémon's independent combat capabilities. Of course, if Pidgeotto fell into a disadvantage, Liao Shi would still take over command. However, Pidgeotto did have experience fighting an Onix before, and this one was an uncommanded Onix. So, relying on its speed, Pidgeotto eventually wore the Onix down. By the time it flew back to Liao Shi's side, it was already panting heavily, clearly having exhausted a lot of stamina. He took out a flying-type energy cube and stuffed it into Pidgeotto's mouth. Energy cubes were the best way to replenish stamina. Whenever Pidgeotto or Gligar's stamina was severely depleted, he would take them out for them to eat. Gligar still had many of the 1000 dual attribute energy cubes exchanged at the camp last time, but Pidgeotto's single attribute flying type energy cubes were running low. He had exchanged 500 at the Team Rocket HQ last time, and half were already gone. After all, during those days of special training, it had to eat one every half hour, so they were consumed extremely fast. He stroked the feathers on Pidgeotto's wings. After a short rest, Liao Shi bypassed the Onix's corpse and continued deeper into the mine. With this glowing moss, Liao Shi didn't have to worry about the dangers in blind spots all the time. Although the surrounding light was still somewhat dim, it was countless times better than when it was pitch black before. When danger arrived, Pidgeotto could block it immediately, and if anything slipped through, Gligar was there to handle it. And if Pidgeotto encountered danger in battle, Gligar would also immediately step in to help. In this way, the tacit understanding between the two Pokémon was slowly forming. In this manner, while fighting wild Pokémon and exploring deeper into the cave, after walking about nearly a kilometer inward, Liao Shi saw a turn appear ahead. Thinking it was just an ordinary turn, Liao Shi walked straight past it. But after he turned the corner, he felt his vision suddenly open up. He saw that after the turn, there was actually a huge irregular circular space, also filled with glowing moss, which decorated it as beautifully as a starry sky. Liao Shi looked around, observing the space, and discovered that there were actually 4 or 5 other tunnel entrances just like the one he had entered from, distributed in different directions within this space. So magnificent, Liao Shi felt like 2 eyes weren't enough. Every place around here could be posted to a social media feed in his previous life. Walking out of the tunnel, Liao Shi stepped into the circular space. After just 2 steps, he heard movement coming from ahead. 49. Hash 49. You have an egg, I have an egg, we both have eggs. Chapter 49. You have an egg, I have an egg, we all have eggs. Liao Shi immediately turned and hid behind a rock, secretly observing the direction from which the noise came. He saw that in a wide open area ahead, 3 people were confronting each other. No, it was 1 person confronting 2. Kid, hand it over. You've got guts daring to steal my Pokémon egg. A young man who Liao Shi felt was somewhat familiar was leading another accomplice, surrounding a black-clothed person who had his back turned to Liao Shi. It looked like the unlucky guy being surrounded was in a desperate situation, as a dying Ekans was lying at his feet. Liao Shi raised his hand and rubbed his chin. That Ekans must be the unlucky guy's Pokemon. He probably offended the young man by accident, was chased here by the two of them, and when finally caught was forced to fight. He lost the battle. The whole situation made sense now. Have some shame. Who stole your Pokemon egg? I clearly found it first. The unlucky guy clenched his fists, his voice filled with grievance and anger. You found it first? If I see it, it's mine. What good does finding it first do? Ha ha ha. The domineering attitude of the young man opposite shocked Liao Shi. This guy was so arrogant? Even Liang Jingru wouldn't dare give him this much courage, right? Who's there? The young man's accomplice was originally showing approval, but when his gaze swept toward Liao Shi's direction, his expression instantly changed. He roared in anger, startling the young man next to him. What the hell are you doing? The young man looked displeased at his accomplice. Seeing the serious expression, he paused, then followed his gaze toward Liao Shi's direction. His expression immediately changed too. There was a foot sticking out from behind the rock. You, over there, get out. Hearing their words, Liao Shi felt helpless. What was going on? He had hidden so well, yet he was still discovered. He sighed speechlessly. Since he had been discovered, he stopped hiding and walked out from behind the rock. What? Are you looking for me? Crossing his arms, Liao Shi asked the young man lazily. It's you? That guy from tent number 3? The big shot from tent number 3? As soon as Liao Shi emerged, the three people recognized him and cried out in surprise. Simultaneously, Liao Shi walked closer to the three. His gaze fell upon the young man's face, and only then, seeing the man's appearance clearly, did he finally remember who this person was. Oh, I remember now. Aren't you the guy who told me to join you before? Why have you changed careers to robbery now? At this moment, a scene from shortly after Liao Shi first transmigrated into this world suddenly flashed through his mind. Back then, this person had stolen his prey and used his own spoils of war to try and trick Liao Shi into joining him, acting just as arrogant as he was now. Yet, when Liao Shi provoked him later, he didn't dare make a move. Unexpectedly, he was encountering this person's bullying nature again. Number 3, don't be too arrogant. This has nothing to do with you. If you leave now, I can let you off the hook. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The young man gritted his teeth, extremely furious. He was just about to get his hands on that Pokemon egg, and absolutely couldn't let anyone else ruin it. Liao Shi had never revealed his name in front of others. Among the recruits, no one knew his name except Jing Shu and Yu Mingxue, so the other recruits always referred to him as number 3. Ignoring the opponent's death-seeking behavior, Liao Shi looked toward the unlucky guy. Unexpectedly, the person Liao Shi had been calling the unlucky guy turned out to be a slightly chubby young man, seemingly around the same age as Liao Shi. He looked quite amusing, though he was currently unhappy because he was being robbed. Number 3, I'm talking to you. The young man opposite had a livid face. He was, after all, someone who ranked in the top 50 in the recruit tent competition, yet he was being completely ignored. Do I need you to let me off? Liao Shi looked at the young man. He truly hadn't intended to interfere in this petty business. He wasn't a saint who felt obligated to intervene in every injustice. But the opponent's threatening tone instantly displeased him. Number 3, are you deliberately trying to interfere between him and me? The young man's expression immediately darkened. I don't know him, and I'm not interested in interfering in your affairs. But your attitude makes me extremely unhappy. When it comes to patience, I can't compare to you. The smile on the corner of Liao Shi's mouth gradually turned cold from its initial warmth. He never thought he had a good temper, capable of turning around and leaving peacefully after being cursed at to his face. However, right after saying this, the young man's expression suddenly lost its anger. He raised his head, looked toward one of the passages opposite Liao Shi, and shouted. Very well. In that case, you can stay here. Up there, how long are you planning to hide? No, 3 is here. Don't you want revenge? Hearing the young man's words, Liao Shi's expression subtly shifted. There was someone else? He. Number 3. Yamamoto already gave you a chance, yet you didn't appreciate it. Do you really want to die this badly? He saw a figure walking out of the passage opposite, moving from far to near, and his appearance gradually became clear. Feeling despair, number 3? Tamu, the guy who was defeated by Liao Shi during the tent challenge battle, was here too. It's getting lively. A smile appeared on Liao Shi's face. It was good when things were lively. Big shot number 3, I'll help you. You have an egg, I have an egg, we all have eggs. We're clearly on the same side. The chubby young man had stood beside Liao Shi at some point and was using a potion to treat his Ekans. Seeing Liao Shi look over, he showed a sunny smile. Liao Shi was stunned for a moment. What the other party said was true. He had an egg, and the chubby guy had an egg. There was nothing wrong with the statement, yet somehow, it felt slightly off no matter how he thought about it. At this point, the chubby young man's Ekans had woken up. Seeing its trainer helping it heal, it raised its head and rubbed against the chubby young man's hand. Liao Shi lowered his head and looked at the Ekans. Ekans, LV, 19. Type, poison. Gender, male. Ability, intimidate. Held item, none. Basic skills, wrap, glare, poison sting, bite, intimidate, screech. Egg moves, poison fang, disable. Taught skills, dark pulse. TM, none. Aptitude, advanced level. Oh, an Ekans that's quite good in all aspects. This chubby young man has decent luck, but one fist is hard to beat four hands. So he was beaten into this state by the opponents. This dead fatty is already useless, ignore him. The young man, Yamamoto, glanced at the chubby young man disdainfully and said, holding up one of your Pokemon is enough. The chubby young man's expression also turned cold. It wasn't that he was weak, it was just that his Ekans had to fight 3 opponents. Plus they used sneak attacks, which led to his disastrous defeat. Ha ha ha, number 3, I'm coming. 50. Number 50. Has this already led to a complete breakdown in relations? Chapter 50. Tearing off the mask already? Tamu had long been unable to restrain himself. With the pleasure of impending revenge in his eyes, he threw out 2 Pokeballs without the slightest hesitation. Gaw, meow. As soon as Tamu's Murkrow and Zangoose emerged from their Pokeballs, they charged at Liao Shi with terrifying killing intent. Checking the stats of these 2 Pokemon, other than Murkrow's level increasing by 1 to reach level 20, everything else remained unchanged. Pidgeotto, I'll leave these 2 to you. Let them witness your current strength. Pidgeotto's sharp eyes were filled with battle intent, and he charged toward the 2 Pokemon without a hint of fear. On the other side, Yamamoto and his accomplice threw out 3 Pokeballs together. Go, Ekans, Sandshrew. Go, Poliwag. Liao Shi scanned the stats of the 3 Pokemon. A level 19 intermediate level aptitude Ekans, a level 18 intermediate level aptitude Sandshrew, and a level 18 intermediate level aptitude Poliwag. On second thought, I won't list the stats. I won't pad the word count just for the sake of it. Boss, leave that Poliwag to me, and I'll leave the others to you. The little fatty stood beside Liao Shi with Arbok behind him. Although she looked somewhat exhausted, her eyes were also filled with battle intent. Don't push yourself. Liao Shi glanced at Arbok's condition. Seeing that she truly had the heart for a fight, he nodded inwardly. While aptitude is a crucial factor in a Pokemon's growth potential, another point that cannot be overlooked is the Pokemon's nature. Without strong perseverance and indomitable courage, one would ultimately fail to achieve greatness on the path to becoming stronger. The Arbok before him happened to possess both of these rare qualities. Coupled with her decent aptitude, she already had the potential to become powerful. Snapping back to reality, Liao Shi looked toward the battlefield where Pidgeotto was already engaged in combat with the 2 Pokemon. Murkrow fired an air slash from a distance, which Pidgeotto easily swatted away using Steel Wing. Immediately after, Zangoose's slash attack reached Pidgeotto, but it was also blocked by the unfazed Pidgeotto with Steel Wing. With the power of a single Pokemon, he was actually holding his own against 2 level 20 opponents without falling behind at all. On the other side, the battle between Gligar and Yamamoto's 2 Pokemon also began. Compared to Pidgeotto's side, Gligar's battle was completely pressure-free. After all, Gligar's combat strength was already similar to Pidgeotto's, perhaps even slightly stronger, and his opponents were simply incomparable. Thus, from the very beginning of the battle, he was already suppressing the opponent's 2 Pokemon. So strong as expected of boss number 3. The little fatty was incredibly shocked to see Liao Shi's 2 Pokemon both taking on 2 opponents at once, and his gaze toward Liao Shi gained a hint of worship. Damn, number 3, how can he be this strong? On the opposite side, Yamamoto was grinding his teeth so hard they almost shattered. He could also see that his 2 Pokemon were completely outmatched by Liao Shi's Gligar. He was extremely jealous. Why didn't he have the luck to catch such a strong Pokemon? In Gligar's battlefield, after firing a cross poison at the Sandshrew rolling toward him, he quickly used Aerial Ace to dodge Ekans' bite. During this interval, Switcheroo was activated, instantly swapping Gligar's attack and defense. Subsequently, the follow-up strike of Aerial Ace landed on Arbok's back. Chaba, the terrifying force sent Arbok flying, slamming her into the rock wall where she immediately lost consciousness. Jayla. Gligar then turned his gaze toward the solitary Sandshrew, a cold sneer appearing on his face. He could feel that his poison-type attacks didn't seem to cause much damage to that mouse, but that didn't matter. Even without poison-type moves, he could easily defeat it. A faint glow flashed over Gligar's body as he used agility, greatly increasing his speed. After a flash of movement, he appeared in front of Sandshrew, his two pincers rapidly slashing at the opponent. Double hit. Under the enhancement of switcheroo, Gligar's attack landed on Sandshrew like a mountain crashing down, making it feel as if its internal organs had been displaced. After a set of double hit, Sandshrew was slashed down by the pincers and fell unconscious. The two Pokemon Yamamoto took pride in were simply not worth mentioning before Gligar. Liao Shi then looked up at Pidgeotto's battlefield, where the combat was much more intense. They were, after all, two intermediate-level strength Pokemon. Under their coordination, Pidgeotto gradually began to fall into a disadvantage. Compared to Yamamoto, it had to be said that Tamu's two Pokemon were quite decent. However, when Tamu turned his head and saw that Yamamoto's two Pokemon had been defeated so quickly, he was so angry that his vision went dark. Useless trash, aren't you usually so arrogant? How can you be so pathetic when I need you? You were defeated so quickly even in a 2-on-1. Tamu pointed directly at Yamamoto's nose and began to curse. Although Yamamoto was furious at being scolded, he knew he was in the wrong and couldn't find any words to retort. He could only stand there with his expression constantly shifting. Hey, tearing off the mask already? Liao Shi let out a cold laugh seeing the infighting opposite him, but he didn't immediately send Gligar to help Pidgeotto. He knew very well that Pidgeotto had his own pride. He wanted to rely on himself to defeat his opponents. After relying on his superior speed to dodge a sinister air slash, the Zangoose behind him leapt up. At extremely close range, it opened its mouth wide and exhaled a blast of icy wind toward the Pidgeotto, who hadn't noticed the crisis behind him. This move was impossible to dodge. Pidgeotto, protect. Liao Shi finally spoke up. He had no choice. It was still a bit forced for Pidgeotto to fight two Pokemon of the same level alone, especially when the opponents were being commanded by a trainer. A rapport had long since formed between Pidgeotto and Liao Shi. The moment Liao Shi's voice sounded, he had already reacted, and a green energy shield appeared around his body. Less than a breath after the energy shield formed, the icy wind had already engulfed Pidgeotto. The opponent's coordination was very cunning and likely premeditated, just waiting for Pidgeotto to give them this opening. But unfortunately, Pidgeotto managed to pull up his shield at the last second. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the majestic Pidgeotto let out a cry and spread his wings, charging out of the range of the icy wind. After a turn in midair, he used Brave Bird to dive directly toward the Zangoose below. Zangoose, protect. A green energy shield likewise appeared on Zangoose. Switch targets. In the next second, Liao Shi's command rang out. Pidgeotto understood instantly. Just as his Brave Bird was about to collide with Zangoose, he tilted his body, brushing past Zangoose's side and heading toward Murkrow at extreme speed. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 51. Number 51 Fat Man offers eggs. Chapter 51. The fatty offers an egg. Damn it, Murkrow, Brave Bird. Tamu's face instantly became even more sinister. The opponent's tactics were one after another, making it impossible to guard against them. It gave him the feeling that his intelligence was being trampled repeatedly by number 3. However, the move Brave Bird requires bulk up. When Pidgeotto had already reached Murkrow, its Brave Bird had not finished charging. The result was that it took a Brave Bird from Pidgeotto almost defenselessly. Without suspense, Murkrow was sent flying. The terrifying inertia almost embedded it into the rock wall. After calling Murkrow's name many times and seeing no movement from it, Tamu's face darkened further. Useless trash. After cursing, Tamu recalled the unconscious Murkrow into its Pokeball. With things as they were, he knew he had no capital left to contend with Liao Shi. Hey, number 3, I admit I lost, but don't get too smug. Being king here is useless. You should know, this island is huge. So huge that you don't even know how many powerhouses there are. Tamu glared at Liao Shi with malice, his eyes still filled with disdain. Then he pulled out Zangoose's Pokeball, intending to recall Zangoose as well. But the next second, the red light shot from the Pokeball was blocked by Gligar. Did I say I would let you go? Liao Shi, with Gligar, slowly walked in front of Tamu, his eyes flashing. It seemed this Tamu also knew there were other Team Rocket's recruits on the island, and from his tone, he seemed to greatly revere someone in another area. Facing Liao Shi's relentless advance, Tamu's expression truly began to show panic, and he forced a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. Hey, number 3, you can't kill me. I have people behind me. Do you think that even if I don't kill you, your so-called backer will let me off? As soon as Tamu said this, Liao Shi had his answer. You, Gligar, kill him. Gligar walked forward step by step, leaving Tamu with endless fear. You can't kill me. If you kill me, Lord Dugu won't let you off. Before Tamu died, he shouted a name that caught Liao Shi's attention. Lord Dugu? He seems to be a strong individual among the Team Rocket's recruits in other areas. Liao Shi's lips curved into a faint smile. People from other places, huh? We'll meet eventually. I hope you won't disappoint me then. After dealing with Tamu, Pidgeotto on the other side had also taken care of Zangoose. Liao Shi then turned his head to look at the battle between the fatties Ekans and the opposing Poliwag. Even though Ekans was seriously injured, its ferocious fighting style made the opposing Poliwag increasingly timid. With a final intimidate, it scared Poliwag into a flinching state, then directly rushed forward, coiled around it, and opened its mouth to use Poison Fang, biting Poliwag. The fatal toxin quickly injected into its body, and before long, this Poliwag lost its life. The final move, the giant snake's glare, terrified the mosquito coil tadpole, causing it to cower in fear. He immediately lunged forward and entangled the opponent, and it opened its mouth wide and used its venomous fangs to bite the mosquito tadpole. The deadly toxin was rapidly injected into its body. Not long after, the mosquito-coiled tadpole lost its life. Well done, Ekans. The fatty ran forward, continuing to treat the victorious Ekans with a pained expression. After the battle ended, Liao Shi looked at Yamamoto and his accomplices, whose faces were gradually turning to despair. Kill them. Liao Shi's eyes were filled with coldness. Since animosity had been established, the only option was to eliminate the roots of the problem. No, don't kill me. Number 3, I still have value. Yes, I know a place with soft sand. Let me go, I can tell you where it is. Tisk, you idiot, I found that place first. You're trying to offer that condition to me now? Boss, I'll take you there. There's a relatively strong Pokemon guarding it, which is why they couldn't get through. The fatty looked at Yamamoto with disdain, utterly speechless. Then I also have a treasure map exchanged from Team Rockets. If you let me go, I can give it to you. Idiot, if I kill you, won't this treasure map still belong to my boss? The fatty once again spoke golden words, making Yamamoto's face flush with anger. You dead fatty, shut up. Looking at the fatty, who was now spirited with someone to back him up, Yamamoto's eyes were filled with killing intent and resentment. Alright, fatty, do it. Since the fatty also knew the place he wanted to know about, Liao Shi had no interest in listening to the two bicker. He waved his hand and told the fatty to go and finish them off, as he also had a grudge against these two. Alright, boss. What did you call me? This fatty, his form of address changed quickly. Boss, boss, from now on I'll follow you. Wherever you point, I'll strike. Boss, I'll take care of these two dogs first. Under Liao Shi's speechless gaze, the fatty turned around and, with a cruel smile, ordered Ekans to deal with the two constantly cursing individuals. At this point, the cave space finally quieted down, with only Liao Shi and the fatty remaining. Boss, this Pokemon egg was brought from the place where I mentioned the soft sand was. It's the egg of the Pokemon guarding that place. I was reluctant to give it to those two bastards, but now I offer it to you, big brother, wholeheartedly. The fatty ran forward at this moment and handed the Pokemon egg wrapped in cloth from his arms to Liao Shi. Oh, you're really giving it to me? Liao Shi looked at the fatty playfully, while also staring intently into his eyes. Mouths can lie, but eyes cannot. Definitely. The fatty's eyes met Liao Shi's without any trace of guilt. Although there was a hint of reluctance, they were genuinely filled with sincerity. Liao Shi smiled, then averted his gaze to the egg in the fatty's hand, feeling a bit curious about what kind of egg made the little fatty cherish it so much. Drillbur, egg state, LV, 0. Type, ground. Gender, male. Ability, sand force. Held item, none. Basic skills, none. Egg moves, rapid spin, /claw. Taught skills, none. TM, none. Aptitude, advanced level. It was actually a Drillbur from the Unova region, and its aptitude was quite good. Reaching advanced level, the Trial Island Team Rockets found is really interesting. Many Pokemon from other regions have already been seen on this island. However, after Liao Shi looked at the information of this Pokemon egg, he lost interest in it. Keep this Pokemon egg for yourself. I have another one, and I don't have the energy to raise a second. But since you called me boss, I'll also remind you that I don't recommend raising a Pokemon egg at this stage. After all, to raise an egg, you not only need to prepare an incubator and nutrient solution for it, but after it hatches, you also need to spend energy caring for it and prepare a lot of resources for it after its birth. In my opinion, it's definitely not cost-effective. If you were outside, it might be better, and you would have the time to slowly care for this egg. But don't forget, this is the Team Rocket's trial island. Here, time and resources are the most precious things. If you don't make progress here, your strength will be surpassed by others. And you know the consequences of insufficient strength. Your Ekans is a good Pokemon. If you use the time and resources you would spend on cultivating this egg to cultivate this Ekans, I believe it will help you get by better on this island. Liao Shi said a lot in one breath, which was his analysis of the fatty's current situation. 52. Number 52 Abundant Loot. Chapter 52, Abundant Loot. But boss, you. The little fatty looked very confused. After hearing Liao Shi's words, he actually believed him. But what he didn't understand was why Liao Shi, who understood the current situation so well, would still choose an egg himself. I know what you want to say, it's because I'm stronger than you, I have confidence in myself. Besides, this egg still needs 36 days to hatch. By then, I'm confident I'll have trained the 2 Pokemon by my side to a level where they can establish a foothold on this island, and I'll have saved up enough resources for its needs after it's born. But what about you? Liao Shi leaned against a rock behind him, watching the little fatty who had fallen into thought. He didn't speak further, instead waiting for him to make his final decision. After a while, the little fatty finally looked up, his gaze gradually becoming firm. Boss, I believe you. I'll work hard to train Arbok and stop worrying about this egg. The little fatty's choice made Liao Shi show a gratified smile. By the way, boss, how should we handle this egg? Do we not want it anymore? Liao Shi rolled his eyes at the little fatty's words. This spendthrift, this egg was at least a Drillbur egg with advanced quality. It could be exchanged for at least around 5,000 points. No rush. Once the rain stops, we'll first go to the place you mentioned with the soft sand, and then we'll see how to handle this egg. Liao Shi shook his head. The best destination for this egg now was to exchange it for points. It would be a real pity to just throw it away. Is it raining outside? But that doesn't matter. That place is in one of the tunnel passages here, so we can go there directly. The little fatty had entered one of the cave passages before it started raining, so he didn't know it was raining outside. That's great. Then let's take stock of the loot first. Liao Shi's eyes lit up when he heard the place wasn't outside. He was about to tell the little fatty to lead the way, but in the next second, he saw Gligar walking over with the space belts of Tamu, Yamamoto, and the other 2, so he immediately changed his tune. He patted Gligar's smooth head. This little fellow was really a great little helper. He forgot about the loot every time, but Gligar never would. Taking the belts and watches, all 3 belts looked exactly the same. Liao Shi could no longer distinguish their owners, so he picked one up at random to check. The first one was very poor. He poured out a few bottles of potion, 2 bottles of antidote, and 3 Pokeballs, followed by some intermediate level water-type Pokemon food and human food. This should be the belt of Yamamoto's accomplice whose name he didn't even know. He tossed it aside with disdain and picked up the next belt. When he opened this belt, Liao Shi's eyes immediately lit up. There were quite a few things inside. He poured everything out at once. Potions, antidotes, Pokeballs, and such were set aside. And then he also discovered some advanced level poison-type Pokemon food inside. Fatty, these advanced level poison-type Pokemon food are for you. Thanks, boss. The fatty accepted the Pokemon food with a face full of joy. Knowing which Pokemon Liao Shi had, he knew the other didn't need this food, so he accepted it after thanking him. He usually fed Ekans advanced level Pokemon food himself. Now with what Liao Shi gave him plus what he already had, it was enough for Ekans to eat for a month. Thinking that he wouldn't have to worry about Ekans's food for this month, the little fatty was very happy. Next, Liao Shi found some poison-type advanced level energy cubes from the belt and gave them to the little fatty as well. What surprised Liao Shi the most was that there were actually quite a few poison-type materials in this person's belt. These were all good things for developing the poison attributes of poison-type Pokemon. Liao Shi thought for a moment, hadn't he just wanted Gligar to master even more powerful poison energy? Perhaps these could help. He then took out a canister of Koffing's poison gas and handed it to Gligar. Gligar, inhale this. Glah. Gligar looked at the canister of poison gas curiously and inhaled it into its body without the slightest hesitation. Do you feel anything? Liao Shi looked at Gligar with an expectant gaze. Glah. Gligar shook its head after sensing its body. It didn't feel any change. No use? Liao Shi was stunned. Was it because it ate too little, or for some other reason? After thinking for a while without any clues, he sighed. He decided that if he could run into Lianya next time, he would ask her about this. After putting away the poison-type materials, Liao Shi continued to search Yamamoto's space belt and finally found the treasure map he had mentioned among a large pile of berries. This so-called treasure map was actually similar to a lottery. To add some fun and activity for the recruits, Team Rockets hid various treasures in random locations on Trial Island and then drew the hiding spots in the form of maps. These were the so-called treasure maps. These treasure maps cost 500 points each, which wasn't cheap. Most importantly, the rewards inside varied. The good ones included technical machines and ites, while the poor ones were just a bottle of potion or a few berries. What reward one obtained relied entirely on gambling. If you won the gamble, there was the possibility of soaring to the top in one step. If you lost, you could end up bankrupt. Moreover, there were few good items and many poor ones, so very few people were willing to gamble. He hadn't expected Yamamoto to have an interest in playing this. It seemed this guy had quite a few points. He put the treasure map into his own space belt. Liao Shi had no interest in the other things. Next was the main part of this loot, Tamu's space belt. As usual, potions, antidotes, and Pokeballs were set aside, along with a large pile of normal and flying-type advanced-level Pokemon food and advanced-level energy cubes. Liao Shi put the advanced-level Pokemon food in a corner. He didn't need it. He fed Pidgeotto top-tier Pokemon food, though it had to be said that top-tier Pokemon food was too expensive, and very few people could afford it at this stage. But he could use those advanced-level energy cubes. They were perfect for replenishing Pidgeotto's dwindling stock. He continued to look through the other items. There were quite a few miscellaneous things, mostly daily necessities plus various berries. After picking through them, Liao Shi's brow gradually furrowed. Tamu's strength wasn't weak, so how could he be so poor? Just as Liao Shi was about to give up the search with a face full of helplessness, a small box mixed in the pile of daily necessities suddenly caught his attention. Upon opening the box, Liao Shi was stunned. No, he was shocked. He hadn't expected there to be a green, leaf-shaped stone inside this box. 53. Number 53. We're rich. Chapter 53. I'm rich. This is a leaf stone? A leaf stone is a grass-type ITE that can help certain Pokemon evolve if they require an ITE. Such an item should be very precious. He never imagined Tamu would have one. To ensure he wasn't mistaken, Liao Shi used the system to check the stone's information. Leaf stone, low level. Description: the lowest level leaf stone, containing a small amount of grass-type energy. When used, it can evolve certain Pokemon, but it is prone to causing a decline in aptitude. So it was the lowest level ITE, and it had such a serious side effect. After reading its description, Liao Shi lost all interest in it. It was just another item to exchange for points. However, with the surprise of the leaf stone, Liao Shi inspected Tamu's belongings even more carefully. Finally, Liao Shi found something in a corner that truly surprised him, a silver, metallic object. This is? Liao Shi's face lit up. Could it be that thing? A flash of white light appeared in his eyes, and then a stats panel appeared above the metallic object. Metal coat, intermediate level quality, a special metal membrane. When held, the power of steel-type moves increases. It is also an item required for some Pokemon to evolve. It really was a metal membrane. This Tamu had quite a few good things on him. He even managed to find a metal membrane. Although the quality wasn't high and it was only the size of a fingernail, giving it to Pidgeotto could more or less increase the power of its steel wing, couldn't it? Calling Pidgeotto down from the rock above, Liao Shi found a pendant in his space belt. After putting the metal membrane inside, he placed it around Pidgeotto's neck. It looked quite good. He had forgotten which unlucky person he had searched this pendant from, but Liao Shi, who always thought a step ahead, had kept it just in case a situation like today arose. After Pidgeotto put on the metal membrane, he opened Pidgeotto's stats panel again. Pidgeotto, LV, 20. Type, normal plus flying. Gender, male. Ability, keen eye. Held item, metal membrane. Basic skills, tackle, sand attack, gust, quick attack, gust. Egg moves, brave bird, steel wing. Taught skills, heat wave, tailwind. TM, protect. Aptitude, special level. Very good. The metal membrane took effect. Liao Shi was in a great mood. Now Pidgeotto's steel wing would hit rock-type Pokemon even harder. He checked the pile of miscellaneous items again, which looked more pleasing the more he looked at them. After flipping through them several times and confirming there were no other treasures, Liao Shi put away the useful items and tossed the less useful ones into another space belt. Next, he started checking their Team Rocket's watches. Picking up the first watch, he looked at the information on it. It was Yamamoto's watch. After opening the points system, there were 52 points inside. He shook his head helplessly and tossed the watch to the chubby guy. Fatty, there are 52 points in here, they're yours. Alright, the chubby guy excitedly took the watch, feeling very pleased as he looked at the 52 points inside. Thankfully, no decimal points. What? The chubby guy's voice was a bit soft, and Liao Shi didn't hear clearly, so he asked again. Ah, big brother, you don't know how unlucky I've been this whole journey. When the trial just started, not long after I left, I ran into a group of enraged Lediba and was chased by them for most of the day. Later, I encountered a group of Mankey carrying a very badly injured Infernape, and those Mankey went crazy and chased me as soon as they saw me. Later, didn't it rain heavily? I finally found a hidden tree hollow, but while it was raining heavily outside, it was raining lightly inside the tree hollow. After that, I received the message about Team Rocket's random assessment assembly. Not long after I set off towards the camp, I was blocked by a river. After finally bypassing the river, the most infuriating thing happened. Boss, I picked up a Team Rocket's watch. I was so damn happy at the time, thinking I was going to get rich. But do you know what happened next? Liao Shi listened, feeling increasingly uneasy, his expression growing stranger. It felt like this chubby guy had been following him and was used as a punching bag by the Pokemon he had angered. And that Team Rocket's watch he mentioned. I excitedly opened that watch, and it only had 0.8 points. It made me so angry at the time. I excitedly opened that watch, and it only had 0.8 points. It made me so angry at the time. After the camp ended, I finally managed to steal a Pokemon egg from that Pokemon, and these bastards had their eyes on it. Luckily, I met you, boss. Otherwise, I might really have lost my life this time. The chubby guy was on the verge of tears. He had finally met someone he could complain to, and he babbled out all his grievances. Cough, cough. Alright, stop talking. Things will get better in the future. Liao Shi wiped away a nervous sweat. This chubby guy was truly lucky. If it were anyone else with his experiences, several lives wouldn't be enough to squander. Changing the subject, Liao Shi picked up another Pokemon watch to check it. After opening the balance, he glanced at it and threw it away. The 2 points inside weren't even enough to fill a tooth gap for him. Boss, don't throw it away, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. The chubby guy picked up the watch Liao Shi had thrown away and checked the points situation inside. Damn, so poor. He then threw it aside as well. At this moment, Liao Shi picked up the last big prize, Tamu's Pokemon watch, hoping it would also give him some surprises. He quickly opened the points balance, and after seeing the number inside, a smile slowly appeared on Liao Shi's face. 1102 points. Although it wasn't a huge amount, it was still quite wealthy compared to the previous two poor guys. He transferred 1,000 points to his own watch account, and Liao Shi tossed the remaining 100 plus to the chubby guy. He, not bad, thank you, boss. The chubby guy's eyes were almost invisible from smiling when he saw the remaining points. Alright, let's go to the place where you said you saw soft sand. Boss, I'll lead the way. Hearing Liao Shi's words, the chubby guy volunteered to go ahead, leading Liao Shi into another cave passage. This passage was very dry, and as the two proceeded, the temperature inside gradually rose. Fatty, is the outside of this cave a desert? Liao Shi was a bit confused. Could there be a desert area on this island? Otherwise, how could something like soft sand appear? I don't know. I entered here from another passage, and then entered this passage where I met that Pokemon. I hadn't reached the other end of the passage at that time. The chubby guy shook his head, unsure if finding this passage was good luck or bad luck. Along the way, Liao Shi encountered many ground-type Pokemon, including many Diglett and Sandshrew. He estimated that Yamamoto's Sandshrew was caught here, as outside were mostly forests, where Sandshrew should be rare. Time passed minute by minute. The length of this passage seemed to exceed Liao Shi's expectations. Just then, the chubby guy beside him suddenly spoke up, calling out to Liao Shi. 54. Number 54 Screw Mole. Chapter 54, Drillbur. Boss, look over there. That's where I got this Pokemon egg, and the soft sand was there too. Liao Shi stopped and looked in the direction the fatty pointed. He saw a large rock with a concave top, and in the hollow of the rock, there was indeed a pile of the soft sand he was looking for. There's actually so much soft sand? After Liao Shi approached, he used the system to scan the hollow, and a stats panel popped up. Soft sand, intermediate level quality. Introduction. Sand containing a large amount of ground-type energy, which can increase the power of ground-type moves. It really was soft sand. There was nearly 500 grams of it. Elated, Liao Shi quickly took a container for the sand out of his space belt. Just as Liao Shi was about to move, Gligar's expression suddenly changed. It then rushed towards Liao Shi at top speed, grabbing him and lunging to the side. In the next second, the spot where Liao Shi had been standing suddenly exploded, and a Pokemon's figure burst out from underground. Cough, cough. Liao Shi, who had been tackled to the ground, got a mouthful of dust. After coughing a few times, he spat out the sand and dirt. Boss, are you okay? The fatty hurried over and helped Liao Shi up. Wiping the dust off his face, Liao Shi finally snapped out of it. He saw a Pokemon standing where he had just been, looking at the two of them with anger. More accurately, its gaze was fixed on the egg in the fatty's hands. There really was a Drillbur. Liao Shi looked at the Drillbur before him, his eyes shining with a strange light. You should know, this was a Drillbur, a standard attacker for a Sandstorm team. Speaking of Drillbur, one had to mention its two abilities. Sand Rush, speed increases in sandstorm weather, and Sand Force, the power of rock, ground, and steel-type moves increases in sandstorm weather. Looking at the effects of these two abilities, one could see that this Pokemon was born entirely for Sandstorm teams. In his previous life, Liao Shi had also built a Sandstorm team when playing the game, so he had trained an Excadrill. Once the sandstorm started, the damage output of this Pokemon was simply explosive. However, the passionate light in Liao Shi's eyes slowly faded. In this real world, building a complete Sandstorm team was still a very, very distant goal. The core of a Sandstorm team was Tyranitar, which was a pseudo-legendary existence. Liao Shi had seen the list at the Team Rocket's exchange center. The price for a pseudo-legendary cub was astronomical, so there was no need to think about that now. Looking at the Drillbur in front of him, a white light flashed in Liao Shi's eyes, and he immediately summoned its stats. Drillbur, LV, 26. Type, ground. Gender, female. Ability, Sand Force. Held item, Soft Sand. Basic skills, Scratch, Mud Sport, Rapid Spin, Mudshot, Fury Swipes, Metal Claw, Dig, Hone Claws, Slash. Egg moves, Slash Claw, Metal Sound. Taught skills, none. TM, none. Aptitude, advanced level. It was actually a level 26 Drillbur. A hint of solemnity appeared in Liao Shi's eyes. Its level was much higher than Pidgeotto's and Gligar's. Fortunately, the opponent's ground-type moves were half useless against the flying-type Pidgeotto and Gligar, so there was still a chance. At this moment, Pidgeotto, seeing Liao Shi being attacked, rushed towards Drillbur in a fit of rage. Gligar, you go too. Pidgeotto probably can't handle this Drillbur alone. Although theoretically, ground-type moves don't work on flying-type Pokemon, it's not absolute. It's just that flying-type Pokemon can fly. Once they are in the air, ground-type moves won't damage them. If they don't dodge while on the ground, the move's damage can still affect them. Therefore, facing such a high-level Drillbur, Pidgeotto and Gligar needed to be extremely cautious. Glancing at the fatty who was watching the battle from a distance, Liao Shi moved a few steps away while putting his right hand into his pocket. In the distance, the battle between Gligar, Pidgeotto, and Drillbur was very intense. Although the opponent's ground-type moves weren't very effective, Liao Shi suddenly realized that this Drillbur hadn't learned many ground-type moves yet. Most of them were normal-type moves. Thus, the pressure on Pidgeotto and the others was still very great. Facing Drillbur's Metal Claw, Gligar's eyes turned fierce. A glow flashed across its body as Switcheroo took effect. Then, its pincers glowed with a purple hue as it used Poison Jab to clash with Drillbur. After swapping power and defense, Gligar's strength became terrifying. For a short time, it actually fought Drillbur to a standstill. Pidgeotto, buffed by Tailwind, took the opportunity to circle behind Drillbur. Steel-type energy surged on its wings. With the enhancement of the metal membrane, the steel wing felt even more terrifying. With Gligar successfully pinning it down, Pidgeotto's steel wing landed squarely on the defenseless Drillbur. After the successful strike, Pidgeotto returned to the sky before Drillbur's aggro could settle on it, and Gligar, having caught its breath, continued the distraction. Under such repeated attacks, Drillbur, whose attention was divided, was beaten even more miserably. In its rage, it forced Gligar back with a slash claw and then burrowed directly into the ground. Seeing Drillbur disappear, Liao Shi and the fatty's expressions changed, and they hurriedly climbed onto a nearby large rock. For a moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. On the ground, Gligar sensed the situation underground, then looked up and exchanged glances with Pidgeotto. It then closed its eyes to focus on sensing the changes in underground energy. Not long after, the still irritable Drillbur couldn't seem to hold back anymore. Thinking it was well hidden, it rushed towards Gligar from underground. On the ground, sensing the energy shift, Gligar opened its eyes and gave Pidgeotto a quick nod. Then, just as Drillbur was about to burst out of the ground, Gligar jumped back abruptly. At the same time, Pidgeotto in the sky perfectly followed up with a highly compressed gust at Gligar's original position. As a result, when Drillbur burst out of the ground, it wasn't met by Gligar, but by a nearly solid whirlwind. This gust blew Drillbur into a daze. The compressed gust lasted even longer. Pidgeotto seemed to feel it wasn't enough, so it added more spice. A scorching heat wave was mixed into the gust. This excruciating sensation made Drillbur scream incessantly within it. By the time Drillbur finally managed to break free from the gust, even worse was that Gligar's storm-like attacks had been waiting for a long time. It started with surprise attack, followed by a rapid double hit on Drillbur. Just as it was about to send the opponent flying, an aerial ace followed up to deal the finishing blow. Dust filled the air, and suddenly there was no movement within. But neither Pokémon dared to relax at this moment. Just as the dust was about to dissipate, it suddenly churned violently in the next second. Then, a spinning Pokémon shadow darted out, rushing towards Gligar at extreme speed. Seeing the opponent's speed, Gligar knew it was too late to dodge and immediately activated Protect. A green energy shield enveloped Gligar's body. Drillbur's rapid spin crashed into the Protect shield, and the two sides reached a stalemate. However, Gligar was clearly at a disadvantage. As cracks appeared on the energy shield, Gligar still didn't move. Because it believed in its other partner. 55. Number 55. Everything is for survival. Chapter 55. Everything to survive. Just as Gligar and Drillbur were locked in a stalemate, flying-type energy suddenly began to surge violently in the air. Looking up, Pidgeotto was seen enveloped in red energy, descending like a crimson meteor. It turned out that the moment Drillbur appeared, Pidgeotto in the sky had unleashed Brave Bird without the slightest hesitation. When Pidgeotto's attack slammed into Drillbur, it drove the Pokémon straight into the ground. The terrifying force sent earth and stone flying, and a towering cloud of dust rose once more, shrouding the three Pokémon. After a moment, Pidgeotto was the first to burst out of the rising dust. Soon after, Gligar appeared, waddling out on its short legs, leaving Drillbur buried in the soil, its fate unknown. Quickly, the dust settled, revealing the scene at the center of the battlefield. Half of Drillbur's body was above ground while the other half remained buried. With its eyes tightly shut, it had lost consciousness and fallen into a coma. It's over? The chubby kid's eyes widened. The battle between the three Pokémon had been a true eye-opener for him. It's over. Let's go. Liao Shi jumped down from the rock and walked over to the Drillbur. Sorry. Although it was wrong of us to disturb your life and take your child and treasures. People die for wealth just as birds die for food. If we aren't cold-hearted here, we're just giving others a chance to kill us. Deep down, Liao Shi still felt a twinge of guilt toward the Drillbur, but he didn't regret his actions. After all, he wanted to live too. Bypassing Drillbur's body, Liao Shi took all the soft sand from the rock. This soft sand must have been painstakingly collected bit by bit from underground by this Drillbur, with the goal of nurturing the Pokémon egg in the fat kid's hands. But now, it had all become Liao Shi's gain. Let's go. We'll continue exploring further inside. Gligar, finish off that Drillbur to prevent it from ambushing us again when we return. Liao Shi's gaze was exceptionally cold. He could allow himself to be soft-hearted once with that Raticate, but he wouldn't allow a second time. All of this was for the sake of survival. Boss, was that Pokémon just now called a Drillbur? After walking for a while, the fat kid finally dared to ask. He had been truly frightened by Liao Shi's gaze just now. Yes, a Drillbur from the Unova region. It's a ground-type Pokémon. The Unova region? That's so far away, boss. You're amazing, knowing so much about Pokémon from the Unova region. The fat kid exclaimed in surprise, then proceeded to flatter him diligently. Far? There are places even further away. Compared to the more distant Kalos, Alola, or even Galar, Unova really wasn't that far. Even further? Oh, I know there's a region called Ka something? Kalos. Right, Kalos. That region was just made public a few years ago. Hearing the fat kid's words, Liao Shi's eyes flickered. The League just announced Kalos? It seemed the current timeline was a few years before the start of Ash's journey. Does that mean Ash is still just a little kid right now? Liao Shi lowered his head and began to think, trying to organize the chaotic timeline of the Pokémon world in his mind. However, he realized there were still too few clues. Relying solely on the fat kid's information made it difficult to confirm the exact timeline. With a silent sigh, Liao Shi shook his head and stopped overthinking. His primary goal now was to make it off Trial Island alive. He could worry about everything else once he got out. Thinking so much now was useless. Oh right, boss, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Jing Kongzi. You can call me Xiao Ji, or even Fatty, I don't mind. Jing Kongzi followed behind Liao Shi, introducing himself with a grin. As they continued, Liao Shi's expression went from emotionless to gradually annoyed, and finally turned grim. To be honest, he somewhat regretted taking this guy as a subordinate. His mouth hadn't stopped blabbering the whole way, he was a complete chatterbox. Shut up, be quiet for a while. Eventually, Liao Shi couldn't take it anymore. He turned around, glared at the fat kid, and roared. Jing Kongzi quickly covered his mouth, his small eyes blinking innocently at Liao Shi. Seeing that the fat kid had stopped talking, Liao Shi's expression softened slightly. He turned back and continued walking into the tunnel. After a short while, Liao Shi suddenly stopped. He noticed that the glowing moss seemed to be gradually thinning out. This meant that if they kept going, they would lose visibility and be plunged into darkness again. After some thought, Liao Shi decided to go just a bit further. If the light disappeared completely, he would give up. After all, he didn't want to walk into an unfamiliar place completely blind. Driven by a final spark of curiosity, Liao Shi led Jing Kongzi forward for about another kilometer. The glowing moss here was very sparse, and Liao Shi frustratedly discovered that there seemed to be no path forward. The tunnel had reached a dead end. It seemed there were no further opportunities. Liao Shi gave a helpless, bitter smile, but he soon became optimistic again. His luck today had already been good enough. It was impossible for him to claim every benefit in the world. Let's head back, fatty. This is a dead end. The two walked all the way back to the cave chamber. Seeing that it was still early, they explored the remaining 2 untraveled tunnels. In the end, they found that these tunnels contained nothing of value except for a higher number of wild Pokemon, and both eventually led to dead ends as well. By the time they returned to the cave chamber, the time on the watch showed it was already evening. Fatty, let's eat first. It seems there are no more treasures here. We'll rest here for the night and head out tomorrow. Hearing Liao Shi's words, the already famished Jing Kongzi cheered. He began taking various parts out of his space belt one by one and skillfully set up a stove, then placed a pot on top of it. Then, under Liao Shi's dumbfounded gaze, he took out a good amount of charcoal from the belt. Just as he was about to put the charcoal into the burner under the pot, Liao Shi stopped him. Fatty, wait. Liao Shi stepped forward and used the system to check the charcoal. After discovering they were just ordinary charcoal and not the charcoal that could enhance the power of fire-type moves, he breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand under Jing Kongzi's confused gaze. Carry on. 56. Number 56 set off on a treasure hunt. Chapter 56. Setting off on a treasure hunt. Inside the cave space, a fragrance filled the air. Liao Shi smelled this scent and, after a moment of silence, put down the lunchbox he had just taken out of his belt, stood up, and walked over to Jing Kongzi to mooch a meal. After the meal, Liao Shi rubbed his belly in satisfaction. He had to admit, this fat guy's cooking was really good. It made Liao Shi want to keep eating until he was stuffed. Fatty, you weren't using this to cook in the wild before, were you? Liao Shi thought of his own experiences of being chased by wild Pokemon several times because he forgot to mask the scent. His mouth twitched twice as he asked Jing Kongzi. No, I forgot to buy the tools before. I bought these at the camp, and today is the first time using them in the wild. Jing Kongzi shook his head. Previously, he had eaten dry compressed biscuits every time, and he had eaten so many he was about to vomit. That's good. I'm warning you, never start a fire and cook in the wild like you did today, otherwise you won't have enough lives to die. Today was fine because the Pokemon around here have been cleared out by us. If we were outside, there would probably be at least 50 Pokemon chasing you by now. Liao Shi cautioned the fatty with a solemn expression. Boss, don't worry, I understand. I'll definitely never be this high profile outside. Hey. A look of lingering fear appeared on the fatty's face. Clearly, he had a story. That's good. Liao Shi nodded. Then he took out the treasure map Yamamoto had given him from his space belt and began to study it. The moment Liao Shi opened the treasure map and saw its contents, he was stunned. This is a treasure map? Are you sure it's not just a few random scribbles? The dog his neighbor kept in his previous life could draw better than this map. He forced himself to study the map for a long time before he finally found the direction of the treasure, 50 kilometers northwest of the camp. It wasn't particularly far. Looking at this treasure map, Liao Shi began to ponder. He listed a plan for himself. First find the treasure on this map, then return to the camp to sell his supplies in exchange for some technical machines for Pidgeotto and Gligar. Although this would mean he wouldn't have another chance for supplies later, Liao Shi still hoped to let Pidgeotto and Gligar learn some new moves sooner. That way, through training and use during this period, they could master these moves earlier to deal with the upcoming second phase of the assessment. Thinking about the things he could take to exchange, there were 2 glowworm fruits, a leaf stone, and a miracle seed. Remembering the miracle seed, Liao Shi took it out. Since he got it, he seemingly hadn't checked its quality yet. Miracle seed, intermediate level quality, a seed that nurtures life. When held, the power of grass-type moves will increase. Is it also intermediate level? Liao Shi discovered that the items he had obtained all seemed to be of intermediate level quality. Not a single one was advanced level. This made him suspect that these items would undergo certain changes once they reached advanced level quality. Therefore, advanced level items were very rare, while the vast majority were intermediate level. Since it was only intermediate level, he might as well exchange this miracle seed too. After all, keeping these resources on him now was definitely a waste. It was better to exchange them for resources that could make Pidgeotto and Gligar stronger. Putting the miracle seed back into his belt, Liao Shi continued to check the other items inside. If he didn't have enough points for the exchange when the time came, he would just have to sell the metal membrane on Pidgeotto, and he could also sell some of that soft sand, as long as he kept enough for Gligar's use. Thinking of this, a satisfied smile appeared on Liao Shi's face. He hadn't expected the gains from today alone to be so much early the next morning. Liao Shi kicked awake the fatty, who was still snoring even though Liao Shi had finished his morning exercise, and then led the 2 of them out through the passage he had come in through. Outside, it was now broad daylight. Yesterday's heavy rain hadn't changed the island much. All kinds of Pokémon were starting to become active. It seemed the Pokémon living on this island were already used to heavy rain like yesterday's. After identifying the direction, Liao Shi and the other quickly headed northwest. Along the way, they encountered many Pokémon, but they were all easily dealt with by the 3 Pokémon. What also surprised Liao Shi was that although this little fatty Jingkongzi looked very weak, his physical stamina wasn't bad at all. Although he looked out of breath after running for a while, it was clear he still had energy to spare. 50 kilometers wasn't far. Walking and stopping, the 2 finally arrived near the destination marked on the treasure map as evening approached. Boss, where is that treasure location? If it's just buried in a random hole dug around here, how could we possibly find it? Jingkongzi looked left and right, then came behind Liao Shi and stood on his tiptoes to look at the treasure map in his hand. However, the messy scribbles on it gave the little fatty a headache. The treasure map marks that there will be a waterfall nearby, and the items are in a cave behind the waterfall. Liao Shi closed the treasure map with a frown. If there were a waterfall, they should have heard it from far away, but neither he nor the fatty heard the sound of water anywhere nearby. Boss, there's a river here, but no waterfall. While Liao Shi was lost in thought, the fatty had already walked ahead and was pointing into the distance as he shouted. Liao Shi ran forward and indeed saw a river there. The flow wasn't particularly rapid, and there was no sign of a waterfall nearby. Fatty, you go look over that way, I'll go this way. We'll meet back here in half an hour. Half an hour should allow them to cover some distance. If there was a waterfall nearby, they would definitely find it. It was almost dark now. They needed to find that cave as soon as possible so they could spend the night inside. Otherwise, they would have to spend the night in the dangerous wild. Walking along the riverbank, there were various Pokémon drinking water by the river along the way. Liao Shi was bound to encounter these Pokémon as he walked forward. The timid ones turned and ran, while some troublemakers inevitably led to a battle. After continuing forward for about 2 kilometers, Liao Shi suddenly stopped. He stared ahead, stunned. He knew there was a small mountain range nearby, having seen it when he arrived, but he didn't expect this mountain range would actually swallow a river into its belly. Ahead, at the foot of that mountain range, a huge crack appeared, and the river at Liao Shi's feet slowly flowed into the body of the mountain range through this crack. What a magnificent sight! As Liao Shi approached, he could faintly hear a roaring sound in his ears. Good grief, no wonder I couldn't hear the sound of the waterfall. It turns out this waterfall is inside the mountain. It would be strange if I could hear it. His eyes narrowed as Liao Shi was truly startled by this miraculous sight. Then he immediately looked up and called out to Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, go call the fatty over. Bye. Hearing Liao Shi's words, Pidgeotto let out a cry and quickly flew back in the direction Liao Shi had come from. 57. Number 57. The Fat Man Betrayed Him. Chapter 57. The Fatty's Betrayal. 10 minutes later, Pidgeotto returned, followed by Jingkongzi, who was running at high speed. Boss, what's wrong? Jingkongzi asked in confusion after running up to Liao Shi. Over there. Liao Shi gestured with his chin toward the cave. Holy crap, this river flows into the mountain? Jingkongzi was also stunned when he saw the scene over there. Let's go. It looks like that's our destination. Liao Shi took a deep breath and started walking toward the fissure. The further they went, the more Liao Shi marveled at nature's uncanny workmanship. Every view here would have dominated social media in his past life. It was uniquely breathtaking. The two followed the river deep into the fissure. While the light was sufficient at the entrance, it grew increasingly scarce and dim as they ventured further in. However, the roar of a waterfall became progressively clearer. Liao Shi took out a flashlight, using its beam to navigate the path and ensure he didn't trip and fall into the river. As they advanced, the roaring sound grew louder. After a few more steps, a glimmer of light suddenly caught Liao Shi's eye. "Boss, look, there's light ahead." Jing Kongzi pointed forward and exclaimed. "Come on, let's go check it out." Curiosity shone in Liao Shi's eyes. The light grew brighter as they moved forward, as if an exit lay ahead. Simultaneously, the thundering sound of the waterfall felt like it was right next to their ears. When Liao Shi and his companion stepped back into the light, they were both struck by the scenery before them. Above them was a circular opening, revealing a sky tinged red by the setting sun. Below Liao Shi's feet, a waterfall nearly 200 meters high cascaded down like a silver dragon. At the base of the waterfall was a massive pool. Looking down from above, it was pitch black, appearing bottomless. "Boss, this is magnificent. If I lived here, I could see this beautiful scenery every day." Jing Kongzi's eyes were wide, filled with fantasy. "Don't be stupid. Would you even be able to sleep at night living here?" Liao Shi looked at Jing Kongzi as if he were an idiot. "Let's go. We'll head down and see if there really is a water curtain cave behind that waterfall." After scanning the surroundings, Liao Shi actually found a relatively easy path to climb down. The two then began their descent with excitement. Pidgeotto flew beside Liao Shi to ensure his safety, while Gligar climbed down with him. Since it couldn't fly, the small wing membranes under its claws only allowed it to glide with the tailwind. However, its eyes remained fixed on Liao Shi, ready to help if anything went wrong. Before long, Liao Shi reached the bottom. He breathed a sigh of relief when both feet touched the ground. Having solid earth beneath him felt much better. Walking to the edge of the pool, Liao Shi looked up at the waterfall. After searching for a long time, he finally spotted an entrance about the height of a person right in the middle of the cascade. What a tricky location. Liao Shi stared at the entrance, his eyes flickering as if he were formulating a plan. "Boss, how are we supposed to get into that cave?" Jing Kongzi walked up to Liao Shi and asked with a helpless expression. "Let me." Liao Shi frowned and was about to speak, but before he could finish, the surface of the pool began to fluctuate violently. "What is that?" Liao Shi's expression changed, and he quickly backed away from the water's edge. Before he could steady himself, a massive blue figure suddenly emerged from the surface. The enormous figure carried a terrifying pressure. Its pair of blood-red pupils stared at the two with pure brutality as it let out a deafening roar. "Roar! Gyarados? Why is there a Gyarados here?" Liao Shi's face paled instantly. A Gyarados of such massive size was bound to possess terrifying strength. Liao Shi instinctively used the system to scan the Gyarados. Gyarados, LV, 32. Type, water plus flying. Gender, male. Ability, intimidate. Held item, none. Basic skills, tackle, glare, bite, dragon rage, twister, ice fang, aqua tail. Egg moves, none. Taught skills, dragon pulse. TM, none. Aptitude, intermediate level. A level 32 Gyarados with strength reaching the advanced level. Liao Shi's pupils shrank. Facing this Gyarados, he couldn't muster even a shred of fighting spirit because he knew he absolutely couldn't win. "Pidgeotto, Gligar, don't face it head on. Just stall it." Liao Shi gritted his teeth and looked toward the cave. If they could reach that cave, they would be safe. This Gyarados certainly wouldn't be able to follow them inside. He had to find a way. At that moment, Pidgeotto continuously unleashed gust at the Gyarados from the air, while Gligar threw across poison from the shore every now and then. However, both Pokémon kept their distance. Given the massive gap in strength, a single hit from the opponent could instantly knock them out of the fight. Despite their efforts, it was clear the two Pokémon couldn't hold out for long. Every one of the Gyarados' attacks narrowly missed them. A few times, the energy fluctuations from a Dragon Rage passing too close were enough to injure them. "This isn't good." Liao Shi's expression kept shifting. Just as he showed a tense, contemplative look, the sound of something cutting through the air suddenly came from behind him. "Ekans, kill him." Along with the shout, Liao Shi turned his head in shock, only to see that Jing Kongzi's usually honest and simple face was now filled with coldness and killing intent. He. Number 3, didn't expect this, did you?" Seeing Liao Shi look over, Jing Kongzi's face curled into a cold sneer. His gaze was like that of someone looking at a dead man. As he watched Liao Shi's expression, a sense of vengeful pleasure emerged in his features. He had swallowed his pride and called the other boss so many times. Now he could finally get his revenge. He could already imagine the shocked and pained expression Liao Shi would have next. But under his gaze, Liao Shi's expression unexpectedly calmed down instantly. The words that came out of his mouth made Jing Kongzi's face stiffen. You couldn't hold it in any longer. By now, Ekans had reached Liao Shi, its tail poised for a piercing strike, anticipating the pleasure of skewering its enemy's body. However, a pokeball appeared in Liao Shi's hand at some unknown moment. After a flash of white light, a Murkrow appeared between Liao Shi and Ekans. It met Ekans's tail with a wing attack, sending the Ekans flying backward. This Murkrow? Impossible, how can it be in your hands? Then what about the one I have? Jing Kongzi's face became incredibly distorted. He pulled a pokeball from his pocket and opened it, only to find it completely empty. When did you swap them? That Gligar? Jing Kongzi's face was full of gloom. After a moment of dazed realization, he figured it out. Not too stupid. You guessed it. Liao Shi chuckled and shrugged. Gah! At that moment, the Murkrow in front of Liao Shi turned its head and let out a cry toward him. Don't worry, I keep my word. Help me this once, and I'll set you free. After promising the Murkrow, Liao Shi turned back to look at Jing Kongzi with a half smile. But you were too careless. If you had checked this Pokeball when you went to Tamu's side this morning, my plan would have been completely ruined. When did you find out? The jovial look was completely gone from Jing Kongzi's chubby face, replaced by a terrifying, extreme gloom. 58. Number 58 Stone Chamber Deep in the Waterfall. Chapter 58. The Stone Chamber Deep within the Waterfall. I never trusted you from the start. This is Team Rocket's Trial Island. If it were you, would you believe someone who suddenly latched onto you and called you Big Brother? I don't think I'm that charming. Liao Shi's gaze instantly became indifferent as he clearly organized all of Jing Kongzi's schemes in his mind. And to be honest, your acting is a bit poor. You were too calm when Yamamoto and the other guy were hunting you. You didn't show any of the panic one should have when being chased. Also, when I killed Tamu, the change in your expression for that split second was far too obvious. If I'm not mistaken, you and Tamu were partners, right? Your being ambushed by Yamamoto's duo was real, but you knew Tamu was nearby, so you weren't flustered. You were planning to counterattack and finish them off, weren't you? Poor Yamamoto. He thought the Tamu he invited was a savior, but he turned out to be a god of death. However, my appearance must have disrupted your plans. But my appearance also gave you a new plan. At that time, you wanted to ambush Gligar while it was in a 1-on-2 fight, didn't you? Then, after dealing with Gligar, you would have teamed up with Tamu to handle Pidgeotto. But Gligar finished its opponents so quickly that it caught you off guard, leaving you to watch Tamu die with your own eyes. I only have one question. When Pidgeotto and Gligar were dealing with Drillbur, that was when I was most vulnerable. I didn't even have time to reach an agreement with Murkrow then. Why didn't you attack me at that moment? Liao Shi glanced at the condition of Pidgeotto and Gligar, unhurriedly explaining his deductions to Jing Kongzi while raising his doubt. Hey, it's just that I'm too afraid of dying. Even if I really killed you then, your Gligar and Pidgeotto would probably have abandoned that Drillbur and turned around to deal with me immediately. I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape their pursuit. Jing Kongzi gave a cold laugh. Since the matter had been exposed, there was no longer any need for him to pretend. I see. Now, it's my turn to ask you a question. Since you knew I had ill intentions, why didn't you kill me earlier? You even warned me about the drawbacks of hatching a Pokemon egg and shared points with me. Jing Kongzi's face looked very ugly. He had originally thought his disguise was flawless, only to find he had been toyed with like a clown the whole time. Not kill you? It's simple. Doesn't everyone have utility value? You thought you were in the dark, but in reality, I was the one in the dark. If used well, the situation can be flipped. As for the warnings and sharing points, you were working hard to gain my trust. If I didn't do something, how could I gain yours in return? That's enough. Pidgeotto, Gligar, come back. Pidgeotto and Gligar, who had lured the Gyarados far enough away and were on the verge of collapsing, immediately turned around upon hearing Liao Shi's command. Before the Gyarados could react, they retreated from the battle at their maximum speed. Liao Shi quickly recalled Gligar into its Pokeball. Then, grabbing Pidgeotto's leg with one hand and Murkrow's leg with the other, he successfully took flight with the helping hand of the two Pokemon, heading toward the cave entrance behind the waterfall. I'll have to trouble you to draw the Gyarados' aggro for me, Jing Kongzi, or should I call you Jing Tianji? Using a fake name and only changing one character, you really are something. Under Jing Kongzi's gaze of rage and terror, Liao Shi's voice grew more and more distant. Just as Liao Shi landed at the cave entrance, a purple beam of energy suddenly shot rapidly toward him. The Gyarados arrived from not far away at this moment and fired a Dragon Rage directly in Liao Shi's direction. Pidgeotto, protect. Pidgeotto's body blocked the cave entrance, immediately initiating the protect move to block that terrifying Dragon Rage. However, the gap in strength caused the energy shield of the protect move to last for less than a breath before it was on the verge of shattering. Liao Shi hurriedly took out his Pokeballs to recall Murkrow and Pidgeotto, then ran into the cave. Once Liao Shi disappeared from its sight, Gyarados' gaze turned toward the deathly pale Jing Kongzi. No, he should be called Jing Tianji. Facing a Gyarados of such terrifying strength, Pidgeotto and Gligar could rely on their speed to hold out for a minute or two, but Jing Tianji and his Ekans couldn't even withstand a single move. No, number 3, you just wait for me. I'll be waiting for you down there. Someone will avenge. Jing Tianji was cut off halfway, and no more sound came from him. Liao Shi, inside the cave, could not hear Jing Tianji's threats. Once inside, the external sounds were completely drowned out by the waterfall. Phew. After running into the cave, Liao Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from that Gyarados was too immense. It was definitely not something the current Liao Shi could handle. Furthermore, with the threat of Jing Tianji gone, his heart felt much lighter. During these past 2 days staying with that scheming snake Jing Tianji, he had always needed to keep part of his attention on him. After all, even though he had been monitoring the other's every move, there was still a chance of things going wrong if he wasn't careful. He just didn't know if Jing Tianji's space belt and watch would be destroyed under the Gyarados' rampage, as well as that Drillbur Pokemon egg. Those were all points he had stored on the guy. Thinking of this, Liao Shi quickly released Pidgeotto and Gligar. Although the two Pokemon hadn't stalled the Gyarados for long, they were still covered in wounds. He took out a flashlight, held it in his mouth, then pulled out some potions and began to carefully treat the two Pokemon. After meticulously tending to the injured areas of both Pokemon, Liao Shi finally began to inspect this water curtain cave. It was called a cave, but where he was standing now could only be considered a small path. Moreover, the ceiling was very low. He had to walk with his head slightly bowed to avoid accidentally hitting it. Pidgeotto, return to your Pokeball. It's too cramped here for you to move freely. He stroked Pidgeotto's feathers and recalled it into its Pokeball, leaving only Gligar by his side. Gligar, let's keep moving forward. Glah. In this narrow space, the flashlight's beam was bright enough. Both human and Pokemon kept their attention fixed ahead as they walked forward step by step. After walking for a while, Liao Shi discovered that the depth of this cave exceeded his expectations. By now, the sound of the waterfall outside had faded significantly. After continuing forward for about another 50 meters, Liao Shi finally reached the deepest part of this passage, a stone chamber of about 20 square meters. Inside the entire stone chamber, there was only a single table, and on top of that table sat a box. It seemed that box was Liao Shi's objective this time. 59. Number 59 Insidious Treasure Chest Trap. Chapter 59. The Treacherous Treasure Chest Trap. After arriving here, Liao Shi also realized that the passage and the waterfall in this stone chamber were likely artificially excavated by Team Rocket. He was somewhat puzzled. Going through all this trouble to dig this place just to put a treasure chest? That seemed like an excessively grand setup for a single chest. Looking at the treasure chest that was within easy reach, Liao Shi frowned. He didn't let his enthusiasm get the better of him and rushed forward to take it. He took a piece of meat from his belt and threw it towards the treasure chest. Liao Shi couldn't afford to be careless. After all, this was Team Rocket territory, a dark organization full of desperate outlaws. Who knew if some malicious individual had tampered with this chest? Thud. After a dull thud, the piece of meat landed on the treasure chest. Waiting a few seconds and seeing no movement from the chest, Liao Shi finally felt reassured and walked forward. Glah. At that moment, Gligar blocked Liao Shi's path. Glah gla. It patted its own chest, then stepped forward, preparing to open the treasure chest. Its two pincers clamped onto the lid of the chest, and with a forceful pull, it pried it open. After the chest was opened, a cloud of purple poisonous mist sprayed out from around it. Then, from inside, a beep 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 sound suddenly started. Hearing this strange yet familiar sound, Liao Shi's expression changed drastically. Without even time to curse, he hurriedly covered his mouth and nose, rushed forward, stuffed everything from inside the chest into his belt in one go, and then quickly ran out of the stone chamber. Just as he ran out of the stone chamber, a loud explosion sounded from inside. Boom. Well, it's definitely still Team Rocket. The same old flavor hasn't changed a bit. Looking at the flames inside the stone chamber, Liao Shi's expression changed repeatedly. If his reaction had been just 1 second slower, he would have successfully fallen into the trap set by the person who designed this chest. Returning to the stone chamber, the table was still struggling to hold on amidst the flames. As for the treasure chest, it had been blasted into fragments flying everywhere, some even embedded into the walls. Taking out a blanket, Liao Shi placed it on the ground, walked over, and sat down on it. Although this place had almost gotten him killed, it had to be said it was a good spot to spend the night. As soon as he sat down, he couldn't wait to check the items obtained from the treasure chest. When he had hastily put the items into his belt earlier, Liao Shi had glanced at the contents. He vaguely seemed to have seen a disc and a card, which had already given him a pleasant surprise. Because just a single TM would already be a profit. Even the lower tier TMS start at 800 points. This 500-point treasure map was clearly not a loss, let alone the fact that he had stolen this treasure map in the first place. He took out the disc and the card. After picking up the disc and studying it, he found it had no label indicating what move it contained. Immediately, a white light flashed in Liao Shi's eyes, and a stats panel appeared the next second. TM, Shadow Ball. The move on this disc was actually Shadow Ball, a very good ghost-type move. But now the question arose, could Pidgeotto and Gligar learn Shadow Ball? The answer, of course, was no. Skrelp could learn Shadow Ball, but that guy was still in its egg. It seemed this Shadow Ball TM would have to gather dust in the space belt for a while. After putting away the TM, only the card remained. Picking up the card and examining it, his eyes instantly widened. Was this a points card? On the back of the card was a small instruction manual. Following the instructions, Liao Shi scanned the chip on the card with his Team Rocket watch. Instantly, 5,000 points were added to Liao Shi's account. This was a huge windfall. No wonder this chest was placed in such a tricky spot, with such a high-level Gyarados guarding the outside. After organizing his gains, Liao Shi released both Pidgeotto and Murkrow. It was already late, almost time for dinner. After a whole afternoon of running around, Liao Shi's stomach was sounding the alarm. After preparing food for the 3 Pokémon, Liao Shi took out his own bento and started eating. Of course, Liao Shi wouldn't prepare top-tier Pokémon food for Murkrow. He gave it the advanced-level Pokémon food that originally belonged to Tamu. After the meal, Liao Shi spent the night there. The next day, awakened by his biological clock, Liao Shi opened his eyes to find it still pitch black. Checking the time, it was already morning. Turning on a flashlight to illuminate the stone chamber, he prepared breakfast. After the human and 3 Pokémon quickly finished their respective meals, they followed the passageway heading outside. Arriving at the mouth of the passage, the sun outside was slowly rising, its rays beginning to shine upon the land. Staying at the passage entrance for a while to adjust to the sunlight, he then looked out through the waterfall. The Gyarados was no longer there. He looked towards the shore of the pool and was pleasantly surprised to find Jingtianji's corpse still lying there. Pidgeotto, Murkrow, go down first. Liao Shi once again grabbed the legs of the 2 Pokémon and descended to Jingtianji's corpse. He quickly stripped off his belt and watch, then hung the Drillbur egg he had been carrying on his back in front of his own chest. Then, he once again grabbed Murkrow and Pidgeotto's legs. Go, let's leave this place. The 2 Pokémon then carried Liao Shi as they flew up above the waterfall. After reaching the top of the waterfall, Liao Shi quickened his pace, running swiftly towards the mountains. He really didn't want to encounter that Gyarados again. Soon, following the river, they walked out of the giant fissure and returned to the outside of the mountain range. At this point, Liao Shi looked at Murkrow, took out its Pokeball, and directly released the bond between the ball and the Pokémon. You are free. After glancing at Murkrow, Liao Shi said nothing more, turned around, and left. After getting his bearings, Liao Shi plunged into the forest, heading quickly in the direction of the camp. With many resources on him now, he needed to quickly convert them into combat strength. There were still half a month until the second stage of the assessment. He had to ensure he would be at his peak combat strength to face this mysterious assessment by then. Ignoring everything along the way and focusing solely on traveling, Liao Shi finally reached the camp just before nightfall. Show your identification. At the entrance of the small path, an expressionless Team Rocket grunt stopped Liao Shi. He raised his hand to show his Team Rocket watch. After checking it, the grunt looked up at Liao Shi. Liao Shi? This is your last chance for resupply. Are you sure you want to resupply now? The grunt gave Liao Shi a reminder, as there was still some time before the end of the first stage assessment. Using this opportunity now really wasn't a wise choice. Confirmed. Thank you. Alright then. Since you've made up your mind, go on in. Hearing Liao Shi's firm tone, the Team Rocket grunt nodded, then stepped aside, clearing a path for him. Inside the camp, it was pitch black. Liao Shi went straight to the door of tent number 3, pushed it open, and walked in. Upon returning to the camp for resupply this time, all tents were still freely available for selection, and the energy chamber could still be used, but there were no longer any points rewards. After having dinner with the 2 Pokemon inside the tent, Liao Shi took out Jingtianji's space belt and watch. 60. Number 60 Revisit the Exchange Center. Chapter 60. Returning to the exchange center, Liao Shi had already inspected that Drillbur's Pokemon egg during the day and found no issues. Liao Shi guessed that Jingtianji might have been carrying the egg on his back, and because Jingtianji had blocked all of Gyarados' attacks, it had managed to survive the ordeal. Another pleasant surprise for him was that Jingtianji's space belt and Team Rocket's watch were completely undamaged. He really had to praise the quality of various items in the Pokemon world. To put it exaggeratedly, even Ash's hat and backpack remained completely undamaged after taking hits from legendary Pokemon. Getting sidetracked. He picked up Jingtianji's space belt and dumped everything inside onto the ground in one go. First to catch his eye were a bright stove and an iron pot, followed by a large pile of charcoal. Looking at the charcoal, Liao Shi couldn't help but use the system to scan it. However, the result of the scan was greatly beyond his expectations. He truly didn't expect that a treasure would actually turn up in Jingtianji's pile of charcoal. Advanced quality. Description. Charcoal formed through an extremely long period of burning. It contains a large amount of fire-type energy. When held, the power of fire-type moves will increase, and it can also extremely slowly improve a Pokemon's aptitude. This was the first time Liao Shi had seen an advanced quality item. He hadn't expected that once it reached advanced quality, it would have the effect of improving a Pokemon's aptitude, although he didn't know how slow, extremely slow, was. As long as it involved the words, improve aptitude, it was a good thing. After checking the rest of the items, besides quite a few poison-type advanced level energy cubes and food which were considered good items, the rest were just some potions, antidotes, Pokeballs, and a bunch of daily necessities. He stuffed all the useful things into his own belt, while the useless ones were tossed back into Jingtianji's belt and thrown aside. Next was Jingtianji's watch. He skillfully opened the points page, and seeing the nearly 3,000 points on it, Liao Shi's face beamed as he transferred them directly into his own account. After finishing the inventory of Jingtianji's belongings, the smile on Liao Shi's face never faded. It truly was murder and arson for a golden belt. Every time there were surprises in the spoils of war, especially Jingtianji's spoils this time, which actually gave him an advanced quality item. He carefully stored this charcoal away. Unless his head was kicked by a donkey, he would definitely not sell an item of this quality. That night, he slept comfortably on the soft, big bed, and even his dreams were sweet. The next day, after finishing his morning training and breakfast, Liao Shi walked toward the exchange center. When Liao Shi walked into the exchange center, he happened to see a young woman behind the front desk yawning sleepily, looking as if she hadn't woken up yet. "Hello, I'd like to exchange some items." Liao Shi stepped forward and spoke to the woman. Okay, what would you like to exchange?" Liao Shi's appearance seemed to startle her. After the woman froze for a moment, she hurriedly handed over a list. "First, help me exchange all these items for points." Liao Shi placed the intermediate level Miracle Seed, 2 glowworm fruits, a low level leaf stone, and the advanced quality Drillbur egg on the front desk. "Oh, okay. What kind of berry is this? And what kind of egg is this?" This woman was clearly inexperienced. After rummaging through Liao Shi's items and encountering several things she didn't recognize, she immediately became a bit confused. Just as the woman was at a loss, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space behind her. Then, a Gardevoir appeared with a sleepy-looking Lien Ya. "Go on down, I'll handle this person." As soon as Lien Ya appeared, the woman respectfully retreated behind her. "Yes, Lady Lien Ya." After saying that, the woman lowered her head and retreated out the door in the back. "You really can't stay still, coming to torment people first thing in the morning." Walking to the front desk, Lien Ya picked up the items one by one and quoted prices. "This miracle seed is of normal quality, 5,000 points. The leaf stone is of poor quality, 8,000 points. Why are there even berries? Oh, wait, it's actually this kind of berry." The knowledge of a powerhouse like Lien Ya was not something that young lady from before could compare to. After a careful inspection, she still recognized the variety of this berry. "Glowworm fruit, 2 of them." Liao Shi emphasized the number, wanting to let her know that he knew his stuff. "Not bad, you actually even recognize such a rare berry. What, afraid I'll cheat you on the price?" Lien Ya gave Liao Shi a half smile. "Normally, this kind of berry is 20,000 points each, but bug-type ones get a discount, so 18,000 each." As for this Pokemon egg, what do you want to do? If you want to test it, it costs 100 points per test. Are you sure you want to test it? Test it. Team Rockets naturally had machines to test Pokemon aptitude on this island, but there was only one such machine, and it took a relatively long time for each test. After hearing Liao Shi's answer, Lian Ya waved her hand. Then, the Gardevoir behind her stepped forward and picked up the egg, vanishing after a ripple. Liao Shi looked on with envy. Teleport, huh? It really is so convenient. If he had the chance in the future, he definitely had to catch a psychic-type Pokemon. That way, whether traveling or escaping, it would be much more convenient. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Gardevoir returned, bringing back a report at the same time. An advanced quality Drillbur? You kid really stepped in dog luck, didn't you? After reading the report, Lian Ya widened her eyes and gave Liao Shi a surprised look. This egg is 8,000 points. Can you accept these prices I've quoted? If so, it's a total of 56,900 points, and I'll transfer it to you. Deal. Estimating it in his head, the price Lian Ya gave was already beyond Liao Shi's mental budget, so he naturally had no objections. Anything else? If not, I'm going back to catch up on my sleep. Lian Ya yawned again. I also want to exchange for some items. Liao Shi picked up the exchange list and looked for those items he had considered before. 1 Double Team TM. 2 Awakening Power TMs, 1 Aerial Ace TM, and 1 Sharp Beak. The effect of Double Team is to create illusions by moving quickly, confusing the opponent and thereby increasing the evasion rate. From this, it could be seen that the effect of Double Team was linked to the Pokemon's speed. Since Pidgeotto's speed was already not slow, plus the Tailwind buff and the agility it could learn later, the Double Team move would definitely become a headache-inducing move in its hands. As for Awakening Power, Liao Shi had prepared one for both of his Pokemon. If the gamble went well, it could increase the Pokemon's coverage. Although it depended on luck, Liao Shi was still willing to spend the points. What if the gamble paid off? As for Aerial Ace and the Sharp Beak, Liao Shi had also prepared those for Pidgeotto. The move Aerial Ace was definitely comparable to a divine skill in certain critical moments. Gligar's Aerial Ace was proof of that, having already contributed to victory in battle multiple times. The Sharp Beak increases the power of flying-type moves, making it definitely one of the most suitable items for Pidgeotto. The Double Team TM is 5,000 points, Awakening Power is 8,000, and Aerial Ace is also 8,000. The 4 TMs total 29,000. What quality of Sharp Beak do you want? This thing also has different qualities. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 61. Number 61 Burn Points. Chapter 61. Burn Points. Liao Shi's eyes widened. How is this thing categorized by quality? A sharp beak is formed when powerful flying-type Pokemon condense their lifelong energy into their beaks before they die and the beaks shed. Depending on the strength of the original owner before it shed, the quality naturally varies. Then the price. Liao Shi's mouth began to twitch. He had a faint, ominous premonition that the points he had just exchanged were about to be squeezed dry until not a single drop was left. Low level is 2,000, intermediate level is 5,000, advanced level is 15,000, and there are no top tier ones. As expected, every time Lian Ya announced a number, Liao Shi felt as if his heart was being squeezed, and the pressure was getting heavier and heavier. 15,000. This was way too expensive. Liao Shi's expression changed repeatedly. Advanced level. Liao Shi gritted his teeth as he spoke those words. An advanced level item could extremely slowly increase a Pokemon's aptitude. He had known this before. Even if the improvement to aptitude was negligible, it was definitely beneficial for the Pokemon. That'll be 44,000. Do you need anything else? Lian Ya was also shocked by Liao Shi's spending power at this point. One had to realize that this guy was still a recruit, yet his purchases were already measured in units of 10,000. This was likely the spending power that only a squad leader would possess. How much is the Earthquake technical machine? After a moment of silence, Liao Shi still asked this. To be honest, if he could afford it, he really wanted to buy Earthquake for Gligar. Not having a decent ground-type move was Gligar's biggest shortcoming right now. The Earthquake move? You don't have the permissions to buy it yet, and besides, we don't have it here. Lian Ya looked at Liao Shi and spoke calmly. Earthquake was already considered a high-level move, it wasn't even open to junior captains. Only those at the rank of squad leader or above could exchange for it, let alone a recruit like Liao Shi. As expected, Liao Shi had already considered this before asking, but he had asked anyway because he wasn't ready to give up. The result was exactly as he had anticipated, insufficient permissions. Then what about Stomp? You must have Stomp, right? Stomp was also a ground-type move with decent power. Since he couldn't exchange for Earthquake, Liao Shi's second choice was Stomp. Stomp is 8,000 points. Liao Shi glanced at his points. He had a total of about 65,000 points. After exchanging for so many things previously, he had about 12,000 points left. Heaven knows how much his heart was bleeding at this moment. If he hadn't been truly lucky and obtained those 2 glowworm fruits, the points he had worked so hard for while risking his life probably wouldn't have been enough to exchange for even 2 technical machines. With 12,000 points remaining, Liao Shi had a plan. He had another move in mind that he intended to get for Gligar, and that was the substitute move. The effect of substitute is to consume a certain amount of physical strength to create a clone. This clone can block damage for the main body, making it another absolute life-saving divine skill. When paired with Protect, survival capabilities would increase exponentially. Of course, Liao Shi had another thought in mind for giving Gligar the substitute move, which was to prepare in advance for the future Poison Heal Gliscor's Sub-Protect Toxic strategy. Wasn't Sub-Protect Toxic annoying? If one didn't have a pre-prepared countermeasure for it, it could definitely be disgusting enough to make you want to vomit. Sister Ya, I'll take 2 more substitute moves. Substitute is 3,000 each, so 6,000 for 2. By the time Liao Shi emerged from the exchange center, he was penniless once again. Since he wouldn't be back for supplies for a while, Liao Shi replenished some Pokemon food and energy cubes for Pidgeotto, and fully stocked up on other recovery items like potions, antidotes, and burn heals. At this point, he had exactly 800 points left. He took another trip to the medical center to give both Pokemon a full body spa, and then Liao Shi arrived in front of the move learning machine. He first placed Pidgeotto's Pokeball on it, then took out a double team, an awakening power, an aerial ace, and a substitute disc, using them one by one on Pidgeotto. Afterward, he swapped in Gligar's Pokeball and used the remaining awakening power, Stomp, and substitute on Gligar. Once finished, Liao Shi returned to the tent and released Pidgeotto and Gligar. At this moment, both Pokemon were a bit dazed after having so much information stuffed into their heads. It took a while before they regained their senses. Have you learned all the moves? By Glah. Liao Shi looked at the 2 Pokemon and, full of anticipation, opened their stats. Pidgeotto, LV, 20. Type, normal plus flying. Gender, male. Ability, keen eye. Held item, sharp beak. Advanced level. Basic skills, tackle, sand attack, gust, quick attack, gust. Egg moves, brave bird, steel wing. Taught skills, heat wave, tailwind. TM, protect, double team, awakening power, dark, substitute, aerial ace. Aptitude, special level. Gligar, LV, 21. Type, ground plus flying. Gender, male. Ability, immunity. Held item, soft sand, intermediate level. Basic skills, poison sting, sand attack, harden, knockoff, quick attack, double hit, surprise attack. Egg moves, agility, cross poison, switcheroo. Taught skills, aerial ace, poison jab. TM, protect, substitute, stomp, awakening power, ice. Aptitude, special level. Pidgeotto's sharp beak had already been equipped and was in effect. Simultaneously, its awakening power had actually manifested as the dark type, which was definitely good news for Liao Shi. Originally, Pidgeotto had a hard time fighting ghost and psychic types, but now that it had awakened dark, it wouldn't be afraid even if it encountered Pokemon of those 2 types. As for Gligar, its soft sand had been placed in an accessory for it to wear. Additionally, in a turn of events that made Liao Shi both laugh and cry, despite being 4 times weak to the ice type himself, Gligar's awakening power had manifested as the ice type. Overall, Liao Shi was quite satisfied with the ice type. It countered ground, flying, grass, and dragon types, so its coverage was excellent. After letting out a breath, Liao Shi felt refreshed. The awakening power for both Pokemon hadn't been a waste. Both had awakened types that satisfied him. Although all the points on him had been burned through, looking at the 2 Pokemon's stats, Liao Shi's mood brightened again. At least the money hadn't been spent in vain. Checking the time, it was already late. After Liao Shi packed up, he walked out of the tent. Although he really wanted to use the energy chamber again, there was no time left now. Turning back to take one last look at the camp, Liao Shi tightened the straps of his backpack and then set off, walking out of the camp step by step. Just then, a gust of wind blew, fluttering the hem of Liao Shi's clothes. 62. Number 62. The first phase is about to end. Chapter 62. The first phase nears its end. On Trial Island, life seemed to have become the cheapest commodity. People died here every day. By the side of a lake, a Pidgeotto swung its steel wing, and Eradicate beneath it instantly lost its head. For a moment, blood sprayed everywhere, staining the Pidgeotto's robust chest muscles red. Eradicate number. Opposite it, a Team Rocket's recruit's face turned pale instantly, his eyes losing focus. Why bother? Behind him, a cloaked figure had appeared at some unknown time. The figure looked up, revealing a pair of bright eyes. He raised his hand, holding a sharp dagger that glinted with a piercing cold light in the setting sun. Then, before the Team Rocket's recruit could react, he slit his throat. He skillfully unbuckled the man's belt and watched before the body could even hit the ground, taking his spoils of war. Then, he stepped to the side, letting the body fall straight down as the life left it. After the kill, the cloaked figure turned and disappeared into the jungle without looking back. Not long after, in a cave not far away, the cloaked figure slipped inside. Once in the cave, he unfastened his cloak, finally revealing his appearance. This person was Liao Shi. 14 days had passed since he last left the camp. During these 14 days, Liao Shi had practically entered a demonic training mode with Pidgeotto and Gligar. Every day was spent either challenging wild Pokemon or training their moves and occasionally killing other Team Rocket's recruits who tried to target him. His time management was meticulous. Pidgeotto and Gligar followed him into the cave. Their presence now was worlds apart compared to 10 days ago, both wrapped in a chilling, murderous aura. At the same time, their levels had also increased significantly. Pidgeotto had reached level 28, while Gligar once again led Pidgeotto by 1 level, reaching level 29. Additionally, Pidgeotto had learned Twister and Feather Dance while leveling up. Twister is quite similar to the Gust move, but Twister is a Dragon-type move, which makes it much more impressive. Feather Dance is a move that lowers the opponent's attack. Just hearing the effect tells you it's not a simple move. Meanwhile, Gligar had learned Acrobatics and Slash. Acrobatics is a move whose damage increases if no item is held. Therefore, when using this move, Gligar needs to set aside the soft sand first to maximize its power. These are all very good moves, and after several days of hard training, they have reached the point where they can be used proficiently in battle. It can be said that in these 14 days, the growth of the two Pokemon was visible to the naked eye. Tossing his cloak into his belt, Liao Shi checked the belt and watch given to him by the man who just died. After a couple of glances, he threw them aside. He wondered if he had used up all his luck that one day. Recently, the people Liao Shi encountered were all paupers, the kind with no resources and no points. This time was no different. The belt was completely empty, cleaner than Liao Shi's face. He shook his head helplessly. Although he had obtained some miscellaneous items from the wild recently, none of them were valuable. The only thing worth looking at was a small piece of purple, sludge-like material currently in his backpack. Black sludge, intermediate quality. Description: contains a small amount of poison-type energy. When held, poison-type Pokemon will slowly recover health, while non-poison-type Pokemon will lose health. It is also one of the main materials for crafting a toxic orb. He had obtained this black sludge not long ago from a level 35 Grimer. Originally, seeing the opponent's high level, Liao Shi didn't want to provoke it, but who told this guy to be carrying a piece of black sludge? So, relying on Gligar's immunity ability, the two Pokemon spent nearly half an hour wearing it down until it died to get this black sludge. Moreover, after seeing that this thing was for crafting a toxic orb, Liao Shi became even more interested in it. However, there was no rush. For one, the sharp fang for Gligar's evolution hadn't been found yet, and its current accumulation of strength wasn't enough. Liao Shi decided to let it accumulate more strength and solidify its foundation before deciding on evolution. This would also benefit Gligar after it evolved into Gliscor. After tidying up the surroundings, Liao Shi began preparing the day's dinner. While doing so, he also started thinking about his current situation. He calculated that if the first phase of the wilderness survival trial was exactly 1 month, then this assessment should be ending in the next day or two. However, there had been no news regarding the second phase of the assessment yet, which inevitably made Liao Shi a bit nervous. After all, the unknown is always unsettling. But what Liao Shi didn't expect was that just as he thought of this, a message from Team Rockets arrived in the very next second. Beep! A notification sound suddenly rang from the Team Rockets watch on Liao Shi's wrist, pulling him back from his thoughts. Liao Shi was stunned. Was it really that coincidental? He had just thought about the assessment, and the message arrived. Putting down what he was doing, Liao Shi raised his hand and clicked on the message in the watch. Assemble at the foot of the central mountain on Trial Island within 5 days. Coordinates: 1023, 1156. Those who do not arrive within 5 days will be eliminated. It was a message as simple as could be, only stating the assembly point and the time limit. The central mountain? Could it be the large mountain that Liao Shi had always set as his goal? Originally, Liao Shi had been heading toward that mountain, but later he only thought about training through battle and stopped obsessing over the direction, so he had veered off course. Taking advantage of the last bit of sunlight in the sky, Liao Shi walked out of the cave and looked toward the mountain, which was clearer than before. He estimated it would be about a 2-day walk. He took a long look at the distant mountain, his heart inevitably filled with some excitement and anticipation. Was the second phase of the assessment finally about to begin? Would he have to face Team Rocket's members from other directions? The thought was quite exciting. At the same time, by a marsh very far from Liao Shi, a handsome young man wearing a peaked cap in a tree hollow also finished reading the message. He looked up and stroked the massive houndoom beside him. His eyes narrowed as he thought about something. On another side, by a shimmering lake, a beautiful woman washing her long hair glanced at the message on her watch. Her expression remained unchanged as she continued washing, but the increased force in her hands showed that her heart was far from calm. With this message from Team Rockets sent out, the hearts of everyone on the island were on edge. The weak wailed in despair, fearing the upcoming new assessment, while the strong were filled with vigor, looking forward to the new journey about to begin. 63. Number 63 Sneak Attack from Other Areas. Chapter 63. Sneak Attack from Another Area. After reading the message, Liao Shi lowered his hand and continued preparing dinner. Excitement was one thing, but dinner couldn't be skipped. Early the next morning, after eating breakfast, finishing his business, and packing his things, Liao Shi put on his bulky cloak again and rushed out of the cave, running toward the towering mountain. As he drew closer to the center, Liao Shi found the Pokemon he encountered were becoming increasingly powerful. Most were above level 25. He even came across a level 43 Golduck that was locked in a fierce battle with a level 41 Breloom. One would fire a hyper beam while the other countered with a sky uppercut, fighting with such ferocity that it was a thrilling sight for Liao Shi. Continuing forward, Liao Shi detoured around powerful Pokemon and crushed those that were evenly matched or weaker. He only needed to reach the meeting point within 5 days. Since he was relatively close, he wasn't in a hurry and continued battling along the way. By the morning of the 3rd day, Liao Shi was only about 60 kilometers from his destination. He was just about to arrive when a faint whistling sound suddenly came from his left. Liao Shi's expression instantly changed, and he looked for the source of the sound. Pidgeotto, perched on Liao Shi's head, reacted even faster. The moment the whistling sound rang out, it identified the direction and flapped its wings, conjuring a gust by Liao Shi's side to block the incoming projectile. Poison sting? Seeing the purple needles within the whirlwind, Liao Shi's face turned cold. Heat wave. Pidgeotto quickly condensed fire-type energy and flapped its wings again, sending a scorching heat wave toward the direction the poison sting had come from. Block it with Aqua Tail. Behind the bushes, a purple tail surged with water-type energy. With a whip, a curtain of water appeared in front, blocking Pidgeotto's heat wave. Not bad, quite the quick reflexes. It seems there are some capable individuals among the recruits in this area. A short man with long hair walked out of the bushes with a sneer, looking at Liao Shi with a hint of surprise. Hey, let's keep going. Arbok, acid. An enormous purple snake slithered out of the grass, opening its wide maw to spray a stream of purple acid at Pidgeotto. Dive down and use substitute. Pidgeotto dove rapidly as tailwind energy surged around its body, indicating it had already activated tailwind. With the boost from tailwind, its speed was terrifying. After using double team, over a dozen clones of Pidgeotto suddenly appeared. After several clones were dispersed by the acid, the remaining clones and the hidden original continued their dive toward Arbok. From behind, Liao Shi looked at the opponent's Arbok. A white light flashed in his eyes, and a set of stats appeared above its head. Arbok, LV, 24. Type, Poison. Gender, Male. Ability, Intimidate. Held item, Poison Sting. Basic skills, Wrap, Glare, Poison Sting, Bite, Intimidate, Screech, Acid, Crunch, Ice Fang, Fire Fang. Egg moves, Poison Fang. Taught skills, Aqua Tail. TM, Protect, Substitute, Dark Pulse. Aptitude, Advanced level. An Arbok with advanced quality at level 24, and its moves were quite good as well. It had even learned 2 of the 3 fangs right after evolution. Blinking his eyes, Liao Shi dismissed the stats and focused on the battle between the two Pokemon. Pidgeotto's true body appeared at Arbok's side. Steel-type energy surged on its wings as it swept toward Arbok with a steel wing. Facing Pidgeotto's attack, Arbok was already prepared. It opened its mouth wide, filled with a chilling frost, and bit toward Pidgeotto. Ice Fang, substitute, then Aerial Ace. Facing the unavoidable Ice Fang, Pidgeotto instantly released a substitute. Arbok's Ice Fang bit into the substitute, while Pidgeotto appeared behind Arbok. Then, its body twisted at a sharp angle, and its wings glowed with blue light as it struck Arbok again. Chaba. Hit by this strike, Arbok was knocked back several meters by the immense force. Interesting. Arbok, use Ice Fang again. Seeing Arbok at a disadvantage, the short man frowned. He had been in this area for several days and had already hunted several people. They had all been incredibly weak. But the person in front of him seemed different. Arbok tensed its coiled body and launched itself like an arrow toward Pidgeotto in midair. The Ice Fang in its mouth emitted a white frost, looking exceptionally powerful. Pidgeotto, give it your all and finish it. Facing an Arbok over 3 meters long lunging with its mouth wide open was quite a daunting sight. However, Pidgeotto didn't panic at all, its sharp eyes filled with cold indifference. Releasing its full aura and no longer hiding its strength, its near advanced level power caused the lunging Arbok and the short man to look on in horror. Damn it, how can this Pidgeotto be so strong? Gloom, go and help Arbok. The short man hurriedly threw out another Pokeball. After a flash of white light, a foul-smelling Gloom appeared. Nah, as soon as Gloom appeared, it sprayed another acid at Pidgeotto. Protect, then use Gust and Heatwave right where you are. A green energy shield appeared around Pidgeotto, not only blocking the Ice Fang but also guarding against the acid from the Gloom below. Then, Pidgeotto raised its wings, and a gust rose beneath it, sweeping Arbok inside. Immediately after, a glowing red heat wave followed, merging into the gust to form a red whirlwind. While the Protect was still active, Pidgeotto soared into the sky to avoid being caught in the heat wave once the shield vanished. Chaba. When the whirlwind subsided, Arbok's body fell to the ground, motionless. This combined move had instantly dealt with the Arbok that had been so arrogant just moments ago. In the next second, Pidgeotto turned its gaze toward the terrified Gloom below. Blue Gloom, hold your ground. Sweat poured down the short man's forehead. This time, he had truly kicked a steel plate, one so hard that not even a dent was left after his kick. Seeing that Gloom had drawn the attention of the opponent and Pidgeotto, the short man began to slowly back away, hoping to seize the chance to escape. But just as the thought occurred to him and before he could take 2 steps back, his chest was suddenly pierced by a purple tail. 64. Number 64 Unopened Meeting Points. Chapter 64, The Unopened Gathering Point. That was Gligar's tail. Long before the battle began, Gligar had already circled behind the opponent, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Seeing the opponent preparing to flee, the hidden Gligar appeared behind the short man in a flash, instantly killing him. The short man looked despairingly at the purple tail protruding from his chest. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything, quickly losing his life. Gligar skillfully removed the man's belt and watch, then walked over to Liao Shi. In the sky, Pidgeotto also made short work of the Gloom, whose level was lower than its own and whose type it countered. It then flew to Liao Shi's side. Well done. Liao Shi stroked Gligar and Pidgeotto, feeling very gratified. Facing such a powerful opponent, Pidgeotto was already able to end the battle so easily. This sneak attack was just a small interlude for Liao Shi. After resolving it, he didn't linger and continued running toward the mountain. Finally, in the afternoon, Liao Shi's footsteps finally reached the foot of the mountain. Looking up at the majestic mountain whose peak was invisible, Liao Shi's heart was filled with awe. Being a man of few words, he couldn't think of how to describe it for a moment, only silently saying in his heart, "So high, so big." Just as he was about to search for the gathering point, Pidgeotto above suddenly gave a slight warning cry. Liao Shi's heart stirred. The tacit understanding with Pidgeotto instantly let him know what it meant. Someone was coming. He immediately ducked behind a large tree and waited for the people to arrive. However, before he could see any figures, the sound of their conversation reached him first. Damn, more and more ruthless people have been coming to this central area these past few days. Never mind those terrifyingly strong guys in our camp, I didn't expect there to be more than one team of recruits on this island. It looks like we won't be getting a top ranking in this trial. Yeah, it's spread everywhere. I heard they're divided into 2 teams, east and west. We'd better be careful. Some of those ruthless people have gone on a killing spree. If we run into them, we won't have a good time. Yeah, let them kill the others. The more they kill, the higher our ranking will be, hee hee. You're right, haha. Their conversation made Liao Shi sneer inwardly. He could only say that as expected of Team Rockets, human life really was cheap. Additionally, he learned from the two of them the distribution of Team Rocket's recruits across the island. It seemed they were only divided into two teams, one in the east and one in the west. After thinking for a while, the two chatting Team Rocket's recruits had walked far away. Liao Shi looked up and shook his head to stop overthinking. He needed to find the gathering camp first. Subsequently, Liao Shi began to search carefully at the foot of the mountain. This time, although Team Rockets had sent coordinates, they were for the mountain, not the specific coordinates of the gathering point. So even after reaching the mountain, he couldn't relax. He still had to spend time finding where the specific gathering point was, which made this assessment even more severe. Along the way, he encountered several other people also looking for the gathering point. Most people here had a tacit understanding not to fight and chose to pass each other by. Only a few weak but malicious guys, blinded by immediate interests, chose to fight or sneak attack upon meeting. After an intensive search, Liao Shi finally found a cave nearly 3 meters high at the foot of the mountain at noon the next day. Two Team Rockets members were guarding the entrance of the cave, accompanied by a golbat and an arbuk. When Liao Shi stepped forward, the two Team Rockets members stopped him expressionlessly. This gathering point is not yet open. Come back in one day. After saying that, those cold eyes stared intently at Liao Shi. If he chose to force his way in, they would have to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Liao Shi was stunned. Not open? It wouldn't open for another day? After a moment's thought, he understood Team Rocket's intention. Were they planning to have all Team Rocket's recruits gather at the same time? That would be exciting. Nodding, Liao Shi didn't ask further. After glancing at the golbat and arbuk, he turned and left. Since it wasn't open, there was no point in staying. He would return in a day. At the moment he turned around, the stats of that golbat and arbuk appeared before his eyes. Arbuk, LV, 39. Type, poison. Gender, female. Ability, shed skin. Held item, black sludge. Basic skills, wrap, glare, poison sting, bite, intimidate, screech, acid, crunch, thunderfang. Bulk up, spit up, swallow, acid spray. Egg moves, iron tail. Taught skills, dark pulse, gastro acid. TM, protect, substitute, rock slide, awakening power, fire, stomp. Aptitude, advanced level. Golbat, LV, 36. Type, poison plus flying. Gender, male. Ability, inner focus. Held item, poison sting. Basic skills, absorb, supersonic, astonish, bite, wing attack, confuse ray, air slash. Mean look, poison fang. Egg moves, hypnosis, quick attack. Taught skills, tailwind. TM, protect, toxic, shadow ball. Aptitude, advanced level. What powerful Pokemon, especially that Arbok, which is just one step away from the elite level. With these two Pokemon guarding this place, probably no recruit has the ability to break in. Leaving the cave entrance, Liao Shi looked toward the west, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Hey, since the gathering time hasn't arrived yet, instead of waiting here bored, it's better to check out the other direction and stir up some trouble. The terrain of this huge island was extremely unique, with the location of this central mountain as the center. The east and west sides of the mountain were two completely different scenes. If the eastern peninsula was an endless plain and rainforest, then the western peninsula was a continuous range of mountains and cliffs. These two completely different terrains were joined together by a towering mountain that reached into the clouds. Shortly after entering the western peninsula, Liao Shi stepped into a volcanic zone. The sparse vegetation and strangely shaped volcanic rocks told him that this volcano was an active one. He slowly walked up the mountain, while the temperature in the air was also gradually rising. Phew, it's really hot. Not long after being up there, sweat began to appear on Liao Shi's forehead. It seemed that it hadn't been long since the last eruption of this volcano. Otherwise, it couldn't be this hot. Forget it, going up this volcano is just asking for trouble. Liao Shi rolled his eyes. He'd have to be crazy to climb a volcano. He'd lose half his life before reaching the top. However, he really did want a fire-type Pokemon right now. Otherwise, with his current lineup, if he encountered an ice-type Pokemon, he might even lose his kidneys. 65. Number 65. True friends with a strong bromance. Chapter 65. True friends full of bromance. Just as he was considering whether to continue up the mountain, he suddenly saw two figures running quickly up the mountain from below. Liao Shi narrowed his eyes and flickered, quickly hiding behind a large rock. A moment later, the two figures approached Liao Shi's location, and their conversation gradually became clear. Hurry up, a fight has broken out up there. If we're late, Lord Miyamoto will punish us again. Thinking of Miyamoto's punishment, the man speaking seemed to recall something and his body trembled. Damn, don't even mention the word punishment, okay? If I had known, I wouldn't have joined his faction. I wanted to cling to someone powerful back then, but now he treats me like a dog, calling me whenever he wants and dismissing me just as easily. I don't even have time to improve my own strength. Alright, say less. Be careful, walls have ears. After the two men had walked away, Liao Shi came out from behind the rock and looked toward the mountain peak. A fight? Who's fighting whom? This is a spectacle I shouldn't miss. He quietly followed behind the two men and ran up the mountain together. At this moment, on a cliff at the peak of this volcano, a man wearing a black Team Rocket's recruit uniform looked coldly at a feminine-looking, pale-faced man in front of him, his expression filled with killing intent. Hee, Ryohei, I just want you to join my ranks. Why are you so resistant? You even killed so many of my people. If you change your mind now, I can let bygones be bygones. The feminine man covered his mouth, his eyes darting all over Ryohei's body, wondering what he was thinking. Get lost, I'm not gay. Ryohei shuddered as he looked at the feminine man, clearly getting goosebumps, and then roared in great anger. Hearing Ryohei's curse, the feminine man's smile slowly faded. Oh, in that case, it's a pity. Go coughing, use sludge attack. A coughing floated out from beside the feminine man. After coming forward, it spat out purple sludge from its mouth, aimed directly at a golbat in front of Ryohei. Golbat, air slash. Several faint wind blades slashed toward the sludge at extreme speed. After splitting the sludge, they still maintained considerable power as they shot toward coughing. Dark pulse. Facing the menacing air slash, coughing quickly condensed a black energy ball in its mouth and then spat it at the wind blades. The attacks of the two moves collided and caused an explosion in the air. Golbat, now, confuse Ray. Hearing this, a beam of black light shot directly from Golbat's eyes toward coughing. Psybeam. If coughing were hit by the opponent's confuse ray and became confused, it would be dangerous. So, facing the confuse ray, the feminine man frowned and had to reveal coughing's Psybeam. After Psybeam and confuse ray met, they stalled for a short while before Psybeam emerged victorious and continued to fire toward Golbat. Psychic type Psybeam? Golbat, dodge it. With the delay from that brief stalemate, Golbat had time to dodge the Psybeam. What are you all still looking at? Why don't you hurry up and take him down together? Seeing coughing and Golbat in a stalemate, the feminine man's face turned cold. He looked at the other Team Rocket's recruits behind him and spoke icily. Yes, Lord Miyamoto. The three remaining lackeys behind Miyamoto immediately released their Pokemon and commanded them to charge toward Golbat. Lord Miyamoto, we've arrived. Behind them, two more Team Rocket's recruits ran over and stood beside Miyamoto. Useless trash, coming so slowly. Hurry up and get in there. Kill that Golbat. Miyamoto stared coldly at Ryohei opposite him, without the slightest shame of ganging up on him. Damn it, Apom, go help. Ryohei gnashed his teeth, his face full of resentment and bulldoze. However, although Ryohei's two Pokemon were not weak, he was ultimately outnumbered. Under the siege of 7 or 8 Pokemon, he slowly fell into a disadvantage. Ryohei, how about it? I'll give you one last chance to join my ranks. Seeing Ryohei's bulldoze, a sneer appeared on Miyamoto's face. But the only response Miyamoto received was a cold snort. Since you want to die so badly, then go to hell. Miyamoto's gaze became completely indifferent. By this time, Liao Shi had also arrived behind these people and was watching this grand drama with great interest. He didn't know the one named Miyamoto. He should be from the Western Peninsula. But the other one named Ryohei was somewhat familiar. He was from the camp on the Eastern Peninsula and was quite strong. At this moment, Ryohei's Golbat was already being besieged by the 4 opposing Pokemon. It had suffered serious injuries all over its body and was on the verge of defeat. On Apom's side, things weren't easy either. Miyamoto's coughing was already difficult to deal with, and there were 2 other Pokemon harassing it from the side. Standing alone without support, Apom seemed to have been injured already, and now it was like a small boat in a storm, liable to be crushed at any moment. Just as Ryohei thought he was going to meet his end here, a voice suddenly came from beside him, attracting the attention of everyone present. Ryohei, hold on a little longer. From a distance to Liao Shi's side, a figure suddenly rushed out, followed by a Golbat. Golbat, use Shadow Ball on that coughing. As soon as he finished speaking, the Golbat beside him opened its mouth wide. A black energy ball condensed in its mouth and was spat toward Miyamoto's coughing. Damn it, which bastard is launching a sneak attack? Coughing, watch your back. Hearing its trainer's voice, Miyamoto's coughing turned around to observe its rear. Seeing the black energy ball flying toward it, it hurriedly tried to dodge. But it was too late. The shadow ball hit Coughing accurately. Coughing let out a scream and flew backward. Golbat, go help Ryohei's Golbat and Apom. That figure led the Golbat around Miyamoto and the others, arriving at Ryohei's side. Good thing you're here. Thanks, Fujiwara. You're welcome. When a friend is in trouble, one must help. The man named Fujiwara breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Ryohei was indeed alright. Recall your Apom to protect us. Its injuries are quite heavy. Let my Haunter take its place. Alright, Ryohei didn't try to be brave and quickly had Apom retreat from the battle, while Fujiwara took the opportunity to summon a Haunter to take Apom's place. This series of maneuvers by the two of them was an eye-opener for Liao Shi, who was still hiding behind the rock. Tisk tisk tisk. Incredible, incredible. In this bloody, GU-raising like Trial Island, two true friends full of bromance actually appeared. As for the man named Fujiwara, Liao Shi also knew him. During the previous tent scramble, he had occupied tent number 4 behind him, so his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. He looked at the surrounding Pokemon and began to summon their stats to check them. 66. Number 66. The tide of battle turned. Chapter 66. The tide of battle turns. At a glance, the Pokemon belonging to Miyamoto and the other recruits looked ordinary, but the Pokemon of Ryohei and Fujiwara caught Liao Shi's attention. He first looked at Ryohei's Golbat and the Apom that had retreated back to their side. Golbat, LV, 24. Type, Poison plus Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Inner Focus. Held item, None. Basic skills, Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray. Egg moves, Hypnosis, Surprise Attack. Taught skills, Air Slash, Tailwind. TM, Protect, Poison Jab. Aptitude, Advanced level. Apom, LV, 23. Type, Normal. Gender, Female. Ability, Pickup. Held item, Oran Berry. Basic skills, Scratch, Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Astonish, Baton Pass, Tickle, Fury Swipes, Swift. Egg moves, Agility, Fake Out. Taught skills, Low Sweep, Fire Punch. TM, Protect, Double Team. Aptitude, Advanced level. The stats of both Pokemon looked good, especially the Apom, which had even inherited a nasty move like Fake Out. Immediately afterward, Liao Shi's gaze shifted to Fujiwara's Golbat. Golbat, LV, 26. Type, Poison plus Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Infiltrator. Held item, None. Basic skills, Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Air Slash. Egg moves, Nasty Plot, Surprise Attack. Taught skills, Poison Fang, Shadow Ball. TM, Protect, Aerial Ace, Awakening Power, Electric. Aptitude, Advanced level. Oh, a Golbat with the Infiltrator ability? This was the first time Liao Shi had encountered a Golbat with this hidden ability. Although its aptitude was a bit average, it was excellent in all other aspects. Finally, there was the Haunter that Liao Shi was most interested in, a Ghost-type Haunter. It evolves into Gengar, which was one of Liao Shi's favorite Pokemon in his previous life. He didn't expect this guy to be so lucky as to acquire one here. Haunter, LV, 25. Type, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, Male. Ability, Levitate. Held item, None. Basic skills, Hypnosis, Lick, Grudge, Mean Look, Curse, Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Sucker Punch. Egg moves, Fire Punch, Disable. Taught skills, Poison Jab. TM, Protect, Aqua Tail. Aptitude, Advanced level. Looking at this Haunter's moveset, it wasn't particularly flashy, but it was certainly enough to annoy any opponent. With the addition of Fujiwara's Golbat and Haunter, the tide of battle immediately reversed. Fujiwara's two powerful Pokemon soon inflicted heavy casualties on the Team Rocket's recruits' Pokemon. Seeing this scene, Miyamoto's face darkened. He then pulled out another Pokeball and threw it. After a flash of white light, a low-budget Ho-Oh-Pue Fearow appeared. Fearow, use Fury Attack. Fearow's cold gaze swept the surroundings. Finally, it spread its wings and charged toward Fujiwara's Golbat. Golbat, use Supersonic on Fearow. Golbat opened its mouth wide, and a sound wave attack shot toward Fearow. Fearow was charging straight at Golbat at that moment and couldn't change its flight path when the supersonic hit, taking the full force of the attack. After the sound wave attack swept through, everyone's eyes focused on Miyamoto's Fearow. When they saw its condition, Miyamoto's expression instantly turned ugly. Unfortunately, Fearow was confused. The red-eyed Fearow continuously attacked itself and everything else it could hit nearby. Golbat, seize this chance and use awakening power. Golbat was also grinning with its mouth open. Upon hearing Fujiwara's command, a yellow, electrically charged energy ball in its mouth gradually grew larger before shooting directly toward Firo. Firo, wake up quickly. Seeing the electric-type awakening power, Miyamoto panicked, but the confused Firo was naturally unable to dodge the electric-type awakening power. Even though Miyamoto anxiously called out from behind Firo, he could only watch as the electric ball struck Firo. After letting out several painful cries, Firo was blasted away by the shockwave generated by the awakening power explosion, crashing heavily onto the ground. This hit instantly caused Firo severe injuries. After struggling a few times, it painfully stood up, trying to fly again. But what greeted it was Golbat's immediately following air slash. The sharp wind cuts slashed Firo, carving out wound after wound. Firo, what are you useless people doing? Hurry up and block the damage for my Firo. Miyamoto was furious watching his Firo being completely suppressed. He grabbed a subordinate nearby, intending to throw him forward, but that subordinate certainly didn't want to die. After struggling free, he and several other subordinates retreated to the side. The final blow, wing attack, finish it. Under Fujiwara's command, Golbat's combo was incredibly smooth. Its wings were now enveloped in flying-type energy as it charged straight at Firo. Firo, pull yourself together, use protect quickly. Firo, feeling like its body was about to fall apart, reacted painfully upon hearing its trainer's command. Immediately, a green energy shield enveloped it. Golbat's wing attack finally struck the energy shield but failed to harm Firo. Why didn't he use aerial ace? This kid is still a bit green. Liao Shi, watching the Golbat that had pulled away from Firo, shook his head speechlessly. Protect wouldn't last too long. If he had ordered Golbat to use aerial ace to turn around and attack Firo right now, it definitely would have finished it off. However, Golbat had already put distance between itself and Firo. Seeing that Firo was unable to fight further, Miyamoto hurriedly pulled out a Pokeball and recalled it. Seeing the battle situation increasingly unfavorable for his side, Miyamoto's face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. Golbat, go deal with Miyamoto and the others. Fujiwara saw that the Haunter and Ryohei's Golbat could handle the remaining situation perfectly, so he commanded his now free Golbat to attack Miyamoto and his subordinates directly. Heka, hearing the command, Golbat looked at Miyamoto and the others with cold eyes. With a flap of its wings, it used air slash against them. Damn it, Miyamoto's eyes were bloodshot with shock and rage. His body flashed, and he appeared behind a subordinate, pulling him forward to shield himself. The sounds of wind cutting into flesh rang out, mixing with the recruits' screams. Blood immediately flowed like a river opposite them. You bastard, who's worse than a dog or a pig? If you dare, kill me now, or you'll pay for this outside. Sensing the killing intent and knowing that begging for mercy was useless, Miyamoto continued to curse, retreating quickly while holding a corpse in his hand. Seeing that air slash had failed to kill the primary target, Golbat flapped its wings and dove toward Miyamoto. Its wings surged with flying-type energy, and it actually used wing attack against Miyamoto himself. Golbat was very fast. In no time, it was behind Miyamoto, moments away from striking him down. But an accident occurred. 67. Number 67. You just hit me. Chapter 67. You just hit me. This is where it ends. From the direction Fujiwara had come, a cold voice rang out, accompanied by a dark pulse shot toward Golbat. Golbat, watch out. Fujiwara hurriedly warned Golbat. Hearing Fujiwara's warning from behind, Golbat turned its head and saw the black energy ball was already close by. It hurriedly adjusted its flying trajectory to dodge the dark pulse move, but in its haste, a part of its body still touched the energy ball. The next second, the energy ball exploded, sending both Golbat and Miyamoto flying. However, Miyamoto had a corpse in front of him to block it. Most of the energy waves from the explosion were absorbed, with only a small portion hitting him. Thus, he narrowly escaped, at least keeping his life. Seeing this result, Fujiwara and Ryohei's faces darkened. That perverted bastard actually survived. Then, everyone's gaze turned toward the direction the voice came from. There, a gloomy man with purple hair, wearing a white Team Rocket's recruit uniform, walked toward them step by step. Lord Yada. When Miyamoto saw the gloomy man appear, he scrambled over to his side in a wretched state. Useless trash, can't even do this right. The man named Yada gave Miyamoto a cold sweep of his eyes and then kicked him. Then he looked up at Fujiwara and Ryohei. Was it satisfying to kill so many of my subordinates? But you'll have to pay for it. A cold sneer hung on Yada's lips. Beside him, a Seviper with fierce eyes was slithering and flicking its tongue. Clearly, the dark pulse from just now was its handiwork. Feeling the Seviper's aura, both Fujiwara and Ryohei's expressions turned grim. Both of Ryohei's Pokemon were almost out of fighting power, and Fujiwara's Haunter was still tied up by Miyamoto's Coughing and 2 other scattered Pokemon. The only one capable of fighting Yada's Pokemon was Fujiwara's Golbat. However, after continuous battles, Golbat's stamina was heavily depleted. The battle situation had reversed again. Watching this plot twist after plot twist, Liao Shi felt it was incredibly satisfying. He hadn't come for nothing. But in the next second, his smile vanished. Fujiwara's gaze actually turned toward the direction where Liao Shi was hiding, and he called out, "Number 3, I know you're there. Help us once today, and we'll both owe you our lives." Fujiwara had seen Liao Shi's figure while coming up the mountain. He was gambling on whether their 2 lives were enough for Liao Shi to intervene. What's this? Playing tricks. Seviper, use poison jab toward that direction. Yada looked in the direction of Fujiwara's gaze. There was nothing there, but being highly suspicious, he still ordered Seviper to attack that direction. Sigh, I was just watching the show. Gligar, cross poison. Liao Shi was speechless. When was he spotted again? In front of him, a cross poison flew out, intercepting the poison jab spat out by Seviper. The next second, Liao Shi leisurely stepped out from behind the rock with Gligar. So you're number 3 from the Eastern Peninsula? Yada looked at Liao Shi, a hint of solemnity flashing across his expression. Over the last 2 days, the names he heard most from other Eastern Peninsula people were number 1, Poison Girl, followed by the so-called number 2 and number 3. The person before him was number 3, one of the 3 strongest in the Eastern Peninsula. Although Yada was arrogant, he wouldn't be overconfident and look down on him. Number 3, this is a private matter between me and them. Yada knew well that the subsequent trials were tomorrow. Now was not the time to fight this number 3. Of course, I won't get involved in your business, but you just hit me. Liao Shi stood with his hands in his pockets, staring at Yada with a cold expression. That was just a probe. A flash of anger crossed Yada's eyes. You just hit me. Liao Shi reached out a hand to stroke Gligar's smooth head, his eyes narrowing. Fine, I apologize. I'm sorry. Yada took a deep breath and spoke through gritted teeth. You just hit me. Liao Shi looked up at the sky, repeating himself once more while rubbing his hand against his space belt. Number 3, don't push it. A hint of killing intent flashed in Yada's eyes. Beside him, Seviper coiled its body slightly, ready to strike at any moment. HMPH. After a 2-second standoff, Yada still raised his hand across his space belt, took out a card, and threw it to Liao Shi. 800 points. Leave now, and don't push your luck. Tisk. Liao Shi caught the card and scanned it with his Team Rocket's watch. A notification showed that 800 points had been credited. He smacked his lips. Whatever, even mosquito legs are meat. Getting 800 points for doing nothing was still a win. Then he turned around, intending to head down the mountain. As for Fujiwara and Ryohei, what did he care? He wasn't some chivalrous hero. As for owing someone a life, could you even trust that in a place like Team Rocket's? Just as Liao Shi was about to leave the area, Fujiwara and Ryohei's expressions immediately turned desolate. Then, Ryohei took a deep breath, a flicker of heartache in his eyes. But he still gritted his teeth and shouted to Liao Shi, a high-quality firestone in exchange for our lives. This was the most valuable item on Ryohei. He had found it on this volcano not long ago, but because Miyamoto spotted him when he found it, he had been hunted down. Now, before the high-quality firestone had even warmed in his hand, it had to be given away. But he had no choice now. Giving it to number 3 might get him to intervene and save their lives. If he didn't take it out, they would just be killed by Yada, and the firestone would end up in Yada's or Miyamoto's hands anyway. High-quality firestone? Let me see. Liao Shi's eyes flickered as he turned back to look at Ryohei. Seeing Liao Shi turn back, Ryohei's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly pulled a firestone from his space belt. Liao Shi looked over, and a stats panel appeared. Firestone, advanced level, a high-quality firestone containing a large amount of fire energy. Using it can cause certain Pokemon to evolve and also improve their aptitude to a certain extent. It really was a high-quality firestone. Liao Shi's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. Without any hesitation, he quickly stepped over to Ryohei's side, took the high-quality firestone from his hand, and put it directly into his space belt. Number 3, you're looking for death. When Yada saw the high-quality firestone, greed flashed in his eyes, but by the time he reacted, it was already inside number 3's belt. Yada was instantly furious. That firestone was supposed to be his. Can't help it. He increased the price. He gave too much. Liao Shi shrugged and fearlessly confronted Yada once again. Since he took the item, he had to maintain some level of integrity. Protecting them was no big deal. Besides, Fujiwara and Ryohei's lives weren't important anymore. What mattered most was the firestone Liao Shi had tucked into his belt. Now, even if Liao Shi wanted to leave, Yada likely wouldn't let him. 68. Number 68. Would you dare to sleep at this hour? Chapter 68. Daring to sleep now? Number 3. Hand over the firestone and leave now, and I can let bygones be bygones regarding what happened before. Yada's already gloomy face now looked somewhat hideous. A high-quality evolution stone was a resource that could only be found by luck, not sought. He hadn't wanted to clash with this number 3 so early, but the temptation of a high-quality evolution stone made him stop caring about that. Do you think that's possible? Liao Shi looked at Yada speechlessly. Why were there always people with such mysterious self-confidence? Then it seems you'd rather do this the hard way. Yada's expression instantly turned cold, and his killing intent surged out, no longer concealed. I hope you can still be this tough later. Coughing. Smog Seviper. Bite. After a cold snort, Yada threw out 2 Pokeballs. In a flash of white light, a coughing opened its mouth and sprayed a purple poisonous mist, while the Seviper bared its sharp teeth, which were surging with dark-type energy. Liao Shi's eyes flickered as the information for the 2 Pokemon appeared. Coughing. LV. 27. Type. Poison. Gender. Male. Ability. Levitate. Held item. Poison Sting. Basic skills. Tackle. Poison Gas. Smog. Smokescreen. Pursuit. Clear Smog. Sludge Attack. Self-Destruct. Haze. Egg Moves. Destiny Bond. Sludge Bomb. Taught Skills. Shadow Ball. TM. Protect. Substitute. Awakening Power. Fighting. Dark Pulse. Aptitude. Advanced Level. Seviper. LV. 28. Type. Poison. Gender. Female. Ability. Shed Skin. Held item. Poison Sting. Basic skills. Wrap. Bulldoze. Bite. Lick. Poison Tail. Faint. Screech. Poison Jab. Intimidate. Poison Fang. Venom Drench. Egg Moves. Poison Jab. Iron Tail. Taught Skills. Dark Pulse. Aqua Tail. Sleep Talk. TM. Protect. Substitute. Rest. Awakening Power. Fire. Stomp. Rock Smash. Aptitude. Special Level. This Seviper had extremely gorgeous stats. It could be said to have both potential and heavy investment. After understanding the opponent's strength, Liao Shi took the Pidgeotto's Pokeball from his waist, summoned Pidgeotto, and began to counter. Pidgeotto, use Gust to block the smog. Gligar, go use Slash on Seviper. Unless the opponent's head was caught in a door, they definitely wouldn't let Coughing stray too far from them, just as Liao Shi would keep a Pokemon by his side to ensure his safety. Therefore, this battle was basically a duel between Gligar and Seviper. Gligar flickered and appeared in Seviper's path, its pincers glowing with a faint white light as it struck toward Seviper's mouth. The slash move landed directly on Seviper's head, but the opponent's willpower was also very strong. Even after being hit, it didn't interrupt its attack and continued to bite down on Gligar. At the same time, water-type energy flooded its tail as it swung an aqua tail toward Gligar. Agility, then Aerial Ace. A halo flashed on Gligar's body, and then flying-type energy rotated rapidly. It flickered behind Seviper to dodge the aqua tail, then immediately turned 180 degrees in the air. Blue flying-type energy surged on its pincers as it landed on Seviper, knocking it flying. Don't stop, continue with acrobatics. While the flying-type energy was still circulating, Gligar used its terrifying speed to catch up with the flying Seviper and landed a seemingly light blow on the opponent. However, because it was carrying soft sand, this acrobatics didn't deal very high damage. But Seviper wasn't a pushover either. It flicked its tail, swinging a purple-tinted poison tail at Gligar. This poison tail also interrupted Gligar's follow-up move. The 2 Pokemon flew to opposite sides, pulling apart the distance. But clearly, in that instant of collision, Seviper had suffered more. Seviper, rest. Seeing the wounds on Seviper, a cold smile appeared on Yada's face. What was there to fear from being injured? Just take a nap. But as this command was issued, Liao Shi also smiled. Daring to sleep now? Who are you looking down on? Gligar switcheroo then stomp. Since you dare to sleep, I'll make you sleep even more comfortably. The halo flashed on Gligar's body again, instantly swapping its attack and defense. It rushed to the side of the Seviper, which was coiled up and falling into a slumber. It raised one foot and ground-type energy surged frantically on it. What? This Gligar knows switcheroo? Switcheroo? Oh no, Seviper, sleep talk. Yada's expression changed drastically. Although he had thought Gligar might use Stomp by using Rest, he could have Seviper use sleep talk to trade injuries with the opponent. But it was different if this Gligar had learned Switcheroo. Gligar's defense was extremely high, and after the swap, it meant its current power was also extremely high. This created the risk of one-shotting Seviper. He could only pray now that Seviper's Sleep Talk would randomly select life-saving moves like Protect or Substitute. However, it was hard to say whether Yada's luck was good or bad. The move Seviper called with Sleep Talk turned out to be Aqua Tail. Water-type energy surged at its tail, and after a brief charge, it landed on the opponent at the same time as Gligar's Stomp. Gligar took double damage from water-type moves, so this Aqua Tail still caused significant damage to it, but looking at the Seviper on the other side, it was directly knocked unconscious by that Stomp. This was naturally within Liao Shi's expectations. Ground-type already dealt double damage to Seviper, and with the boost from Switcheroo plus the soft sand-enhancing ground-type moves, unless the opponent truly got lucky and rolled Protect or Substitute with Sleep Talk, it was an absolute one-shot. Seeing that Seviper was no longer moving, Yada's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. However, although he was angry, he still quickly took out his Pokeball and recalled Seviper before the opponent's Gligar could deliver a killing blow. "You're looking a bit weak there." Liao Shi crossed his arms and looked at Yada with a half-smile, mocking him. Number 3, this person is named Yada. He is one of the 4 most powerful people in the Western Peninsula. Others call them the 4 Giants. Beside Liao Shi, the shock in Ryohei's eyes had not yet dissipated, but he still reported the situation he knew to Liao Shi. 4 Giants? Liao Shi's eyes flickered. To be honest, seeing this Yada's Seviper get one-shotted by Gligar was shocking, but in reality, it was only because of Yada's command error combined with the type advantage that Gligar could one-shot it. Being objective, this Seviper's strength was still very powerful and not to be underestimated, and there were 4 others with this level of strength in the Western Peninsula. It seemed the upcoming trial would be a fierce struggle. At this moment, hearing the words 4 Giants from the opposite side, Yada, who usually took pride in it, found it incredibly grating to his ears. HMPH, we're retreating. With a livid face, Yada turned around and walked down the mountain under the protection of his other Pokemon, coughing. Miyamoto, who was beside him, also hurried to have his coughing disengage and followed Yada away. Watching Yada leave, Gligar snapped its pincers and looked back at Liao Shi with questioning eyes. Aren't we going to kill him? Liao Shi just shook his head slightly and looked up toward a rock not far away. 69. Number 69 The 4 Giants of the Western Peninsula. Chapter 69. The 4 Giants of the Western Peninsula. A burly man was standing there, and beside him, a well-developed mosquito frog was slowly dissipating the gathered water-type energy. When Liao Shi looked over, the corner of his mouth curled up into a slight smile. After Yada's figure had distanced itself, he also took a step back, jumped off the rock, and vanished without a trace. Liao Shi turned his head to look at Ryohei and asked him, "Who are the 4 Giants of the Western Peninsula? What are their characteristics and Pokemon?" Hearing Liao Shi's question, Ryohei thought for a moment, organized his thoughts, and then replied, "One of the 4 Giants is Yada from just now. The others are named Tetsuya, Yeliang Yingza, and Dugu Yu. I heard Tetsuya is a muscular guy, and his Pokemon are Mosquito Frog and Execute. Yeliang Yingza is a woman of outstanding appearance, and her Pokemon are Floatzel and Gyarados. Finally, there's Dugu Yu. This person is quite mysterious, and there isn't much news about him, only that one of his Pokemon is a Persian. Tetsuya, Yeliang Yingza, Dugu Yu. This Dugu Yu must be the Lord Dugu that Tamu, who died at Liao Shi's hands before, mentioned. And the person in the tree just now was undoubtedly Tetsuya. Thinking of Tetsuya's movement to stop him from killing just now, it seemed that the so-called 4 Giants of the Western Peninsula, like Liao Shi and his group of 3, had some sort of cooperative relationship. This was getting interesting. At this moment, only Liao Shi, Fujiwara, and Ryohei were left on the cliff. Liao Shi turned his head and glanced at the 2 of them. The expressions of Ryohei and the other immediately changed, their faces showing vigilance while also carrying a hint of fear. Although this number 3 had just saved their lives, they were uncertain about his attitude at this moment, fearing he might kill them out of greed for the resources they carried. However, to their relief, Liao Shi only glanced at them before turning around and leaving as well. As for whether he had thought about killing these 2, Liao Shi naturally had. During his time on this island, he had already adapted to his identity as a Team Rocket's recruit. In this organization, things like being warm-hearted were useless except for being eaten. But on second thought, keeping the 2 of them alive might be more useful than killing them. Thinking this, Liao Shi quickly left the area and headed down the mountain. This hellish place is really a bit hot. The Western Peninsula has countless mountain ranges, and within them, there is no shortage of various caves and mines. Since it was getting late, Liao Shi found a cave, killed the few Zubat inside, and moved in. To Liao Shi's pleasant surprise, after killing a few Zubat, Pidgeotto's level increased by 1, reaching level 29, once again matching Gligar's level. Liao Shi knew very well that although his two Pokémon got along quite well, they were always competing in terms of strength, so their levels never drifted apart. Now, opening the stats of the two Pokémon again, they had undergone a major transformation. Pidgeotto, LV, 29, Type, Normal plus Flying, Gender, Male, Ability, Keen Eye, Held Item, Sharp Beak, Basic Skills, Tackle, Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack, Gust, Twister, Feather Dance, Egg Moves, Brave Bird, Steel Wing, Taught Skills, Heat Wave, Tailwind, TM, Protect, Double Team, Awakening Power, Dark, Substitute, Aerial Ace, Aptitude, Special Level, Gligar, LV, 29, Type, Ground plus Flying, Gender, Male, Ability, Immunity, Held Item, Soft Sand, Basic Skills, Poison Sting, Sand Attack, Harden, Knockoff, Quick Attack, Double Hit, Surprise Attack, Acrobatics, Slash, Egg Moves, Agility, Cross Poison, Switcheroo, Taught Skills, Aerial Ace, Poison Jab, TM, Protect, Substitute, Stomp, Awakening Power, Ice, Aptitude, Special Level. Looking at the stats of his two Pokémon, Liao Shi felt incredibly gratified. He was no longer the little rookie who needed to live in fear. Both Pokemon's strength had reached the peak of the intermediate level, only one step away from entering the advanced level realm. This gave Liao Shi even more confidence for the upcoming assessment. That night the moon was very round. After staying in the cave for the night and finishing his morning workout and breakfast the next morning, Liao Shi headed toward the cave entrance he had discovered yesterday. Along the way, many people were heading toward that assembly point. Of course, there was no shortage of those without eyes who came to provoke him. After dealing with a few people, he accelerated his pace back to the foot of the mountain. At this time, many people had already gathered at the entrance of the cave, and they were divided into two groups facing off against each other. In these 2 days, basically the vast majority of recruits had learned that there was another team of Team Rocket's recruits on the other side of the island. Gradually, the recruits who knew this news stopped their internal fighting and instead united against the common enemy to fight the other team. This made Liao Shi laugh. This was truly human. No matter how hard they fought usually, once there was a common enemy, they could all unite against it. As Liao Shi approached, he heard a familiar voice blustering and shouting there. Is there anyone else? As expected, those from the Eastern Peninsula are all trash, ha 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 ha. He saw that Miyamoto from yesterday standing between the two groups with his hands on his hips. At this moment, that coughing was floating in front of him, and in front of the coughing, a Gloom lay unconscious on the ground. After Gloom's owner took out a Pokeball to recall it, he returned to the crowd of the Eastern Peninsula with a face full of resentment and shame. On the Eastern Peninsula side, a burly man stepped out again and came before Miyamoto. I will fight you. Seeing this burly man, Liao Shi was stunned. This person looked a bit familiar. He seemed to have seen him somewhere. After thinking for a while, he remembered. Wasn't this the guy named Shindo he had first encountered during the tent struggle? He remembered the opponent had fought a battle against his Pidgeotto using an Arbok. His strength back then was quite good. He wondered how he was now. Walking low-key to the Eastern Peninsula side, he found a corner to sit down, took out some snacks from his belt, and began to watch the battle with interest while munching. Shindo walked to the front of the crowd. Facing the coughing opposite him, he took out a Pokeball and directly released an Ariados. An Ariados? It must be a newly captured Pokemon, right? This fellow is my lucky star. Thanks to them last time, I was able to find those two glowworm fruits. The more Liao Shi looked at this Ariados now, the more pleasing it seemed. At the same time, a white light flashed in his eyes, summoning the information stats of this Ariados. Ariados, LV, 24, Type, Bug plus Poison, Gender, Female, Ability, Swarm, Held Item, None, Basic Skills, Poison Sting, String Shot, Intimidate, Constrict, Absorb, Nightshade, Shadow Sneak, Fury Swipes, Venom Drench, Egg Moves, Thunder Wave, Toxic Spikes, Taught Skills, Bug Bite, TM, Protect, Awakening Power, Ground, Aptitude, Advanced Level, 70. Hash 70 is the assessment beginning? Chapter 70, the assessment begins? An Ariados that was decent in all aspects. Liao Shi suddenly remembered that the coughing opposite seemed to have learned the psychic type move Psybeam. Looking at it this way, there was still quite a bit of suspense in this battle. Ariados, Nightshade. Shindo was the first to speak, instructing Ariados to launch an offensive. A terrifying phantom shot out from Ariados's single horn, flying toward Coughing. Hey Coughing, smokescreen. Coughing opened its mouth, and thick black smoke spit up from its maw, instantly enveloping the surroundings. That annoying black smoke again. Shindo sighed inwardly. In the early stages, Coughing's smokescreen was definitely what most non-flying Pokemon least wanted to face. Most Pokemon in their early training had few moves and couldn't break the deadlock. In this situation, they could only wait for the opponent to strike. Ariados, don't panic. Calmly feel the changes in energy. If the opponent attacks, we counterattack immediately. Shindo quickly soothed the somewhat nervous Ariados and stated the most helpless but effective current method: Coughing, Dark Pulse. Miyamoto was the first who couldn't help but break the stalemate. A black energy ball shuttled through the smokescreen, flying rapidly toward Ariados. However, a calmed Ariados was no pushover. The moment it felt the energy fluctuations of Dark Pulse, it took the hit but also spat out a thunder wave from its mouth, covering the direction of Coughing. The people outside could no longer see the situation inside the smokescreen clearly. They only saw flashes of light from time to time and energy fluctuations of various colors spilling out. After a while, just as the surrounding people were about to fall asleep, the smokescreen slowly dissipated, revealing the situation inside. Coughing. The first to appear was Coughing's unconscious body, causing Miyamoto's expression to change drastically. Had he lost? Next, Ariados's figure also appeared. However, what made everyone present look strange was that Ariados was also in an unconscious state. Did the two Pokemon take each other down? HMPH, just lucky. If my Coughing hadn't lost a lot of stamina dealing with that gloom earlier, how could your Ariados have won? With a cold snort, Miyamoto retreated to the Western Peninsula camp to quickly heal Coughing and replenish its stamina. Although he had another Pokemon, the remaining one definitely couldn't fight again. Only a fool would let themselves become defenseless in a place like Team Rocket's. After both retreated to their respective camps, no one else came out to fight. Everyone was no fool. The subsequent trials would be conducted by recruits from both sides together, and the competition would surely be more intense. Wasting a Pokemon's stamina here for no reason would just be giving the opponent an opportunity. At this time, on the mountainside, two people were watching this cave entrance area. If Liao Shi were here, he would definitely recognize these two. One was the Western Peninsula's chief instructor, while the other had a serious face but sported a purple mohawk. Instructor, who do you think will get first place in this trial? Beside Instructor, the serious-faced man was the first to ask. That's hard to say. Everything will depend on the results after the trial. Instructor still had a smiling face, his gaze turning toward Liao Shi, who looked like he was just there to watch the drama in the corner. What? You have so little confidence in the recruits on your side? Mohawk looked at Instructor but saw the strange look in his eyes. Following his gaze, he saw Liao Shi sitting alone in the corner. Is there something special about that kid? There is indeed something. Anyway, it's not the final moment yet, so nothing is certain. Let's go have a few drinks, Viper. After saying that, Instructor hooked his arm around Viper's shoulder and left. At the cave entrance at the foot of the mountain, gradually, more Team Rocket's recruits gathered. Among these people, Liao Shi also saw that Tetsuya and Yada from the Western Peninsula had arrived. Not long after, Qing Shu also arrived. As the number 2 of the Eastern Peninsula, he still had some influence. Under the gaze of many, after he saw Liao Shi, he walked straight to Liao Shi's side and sat down. You're quite early. I heard you beat up one of the Western Peninsula's 4 giants yesterday? Don't be so loud. It was just a spar, just a spar. Liao Shi waved his hand, not taking it seriously, but thinking that the opponent's 4 giants might have also allied. He told Qing Shu about it. Is that so? How do you think the 3 of us would fare against the 4 of them? That's a hard question to answer. Who knows how much you two are hiding, and who knows how strong the others on the opposite side are? Liao Shi gave Qing Shu a half smile, but before Qing Shu could answer, a series of exclamations caught their attention. Liao Shi patted his butt and stood up, wanting to see what was happening. After seeing Yu Mingshe's figure, Liao Shi finally knew what they were exclaiming about. It turned out they had seen a beauty. Coincidentally, after Yu Mingshe appeared, the figures of a man and a woman also gradually became clear from another direction. Is that Poison Girl? I didn't expect her to be so good looking. I thought Poison Girl would be extremely ugly. Yeah, Poison Girl is so beautiful. Look, over there are Dugu Yu and Yeliang Yingzi. I didn't expect them to arrive with Poison Girl. After arriving here, Yu Mingshui ignored everyone else and walked straight toward Liao Shi and Qing Shu. Long time no see, Liao Shi, Qing Shu. Yu Mingshui's expression softened slightly as she looked at the two of them and greeted them. Long time no see, Yu Mingshui. You've gotten darker. Liao Shi glanced at Yu Mingshui's face and, after 2 seconds of contemplation, spoke shocking words. As soon as these words came out, Yu Mingshui was so angry she almost couldn't catch her breath, and her whole face turned livid. Liao Shi, you'd better shut up. After glaring at Liao Shi, she instantly lost the desire to chat and walked to the side to observe the surroundings. This girl has quite a temper. Liao Shi rubbed his nose, then stopped talking, narrowing his eyes as he quietly waited for the assembly point to open. Fortunately, it didn't take long. At exactly 8 o'clock, a loud alarm rang, and then the two Team Rockets members guarding the entrance unhesitatingly recalled their Pokemon and left. After the alarm rang for 3 minutes, it went quiet. The scene was silent now, as both sides were waiting for their respective instructors to come out and announce the assessment content. But after waiting for nearly half an hour, still not a single person came out from the cave. What's the situation? Why hasn't anyone come out to announce the assessment? What exactly is this second stage assessment? The area near the cave entrance was incredibly lively. Nearly 150 people from both sides were full of doubts, and some with bad tempers began to shout at the top of their lungs. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 71. Number 71 in Regulated Assessment. Chapter 71. In Regulated Assessment. Looking from the outside, the pitch-black cave had no light at all, like a giant man-eating mouth, making one shiver with fear. No one announced the assessment, so everyone was unclear about its content. Facing the unknown, most people became nervous. In this stalemate, the mysterious expert from the Western Peninsula, Dugu Yu, finally stood up. After summoning a Persian, he took the lead and walked into the cave. With someone leading the way, many from the Western Peninsula summoned their respective Pokemon and followed him in. However, no one from the Eastern Peninsula moved. They were waiting for the first person on their side to stand up. Many eyes turned toward Liao Shi and the other two. Let's go. Let's see what secrets are inside. Being so mysterious, waiting like this was meaningless. Liao Shi couldn't figure out what Team Rockets was planning, so he might as well go in and see. He summoned Gligar, patted its head, and then walked into the cave. With Liao Shi taking the lead, many from the Eastern Peninsula also stood up and followed him into the cave. Initially, it was pitch black inside the cave, requiring flashlights to move forward. However, after walking nearly 50 meters, Liao Shi discovered light ahead. Continuing forward, he saw the light came from a row of mining lamps overhead. Following the cave passage inward, once Liao Shi stepped out of the passage and reached an open area, he looked up and was instantly stunned. His pupils shrank as he was shocked by the sight before him. Ahead was an enormous cave. Liao Shi was standing on a platform suspended in mid-air. At this moment, the people from the Western Peninsula who had entered were standing at the edge, exclaiming in surprise. Liao Shi also curiously walked forward, wanting to see what was below. Walking to an unoccupied edge, he looked down, and the sight below made his expression turn solemn. Below the cave was a massive stone forest. Every stone tree grew without any pattern, resulting in the stone forest below becoming a natural maze. Truly magnificent. Nature is indeed extraordinary. Qing Shu had also come in, standing not far from Liao Shi and sighing with emotion. It seems the next assessment will take place down there. Yu Mingshui arrived not far from Liao Shi's other side, her expression also somewhat serious. Seal the entrance. Those who haven't arrived yet are disqualified. Yes. At that moment, two figures emerged from the passage. All the Team Rocket's recruits stood up straight upon seeing them. Instructor Viper. Liao Shi's eyes curiously glanced at Viper. This guy was quite famous in his past life, and he was the first character from the previous life's animation that Liao Shi had seen since transmigrating. First, congratulations. Standing here means you have all successfully become members of Team Rockets. Now, I can give you a choice. Either give up on the subsequent assessment and leave this island as ordinary Team Rockets personnel to report to various branches, or continue participating in the assessment. Those who wish to give up now can leave through the passage behind me. Someone outside will escort you off the island. Alright, begin your choice. Instructor's gaze swept over the group of Team Rocket's recruits, waiting for them to make their choice. Many recruits were overjoyed upon hearing they could leave the island. Every day on this island was like walking a tightrope. One mistake could cost them their lives. Forget it, my strength is too poor. I'd better give up. A recruit sighed, thinking that with his strength he couldn't possibly compete with those experts, so he chose to give up. He walked toward the passage with a nervous face, keeping his head down the whole way, not daring to look at the faces of Instructor and Viper. In this state, he passed by the two and entered the passage. Seeing that he was still safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked toward the cave entrance. With one person leading the way and remaining unharmed, many other recruits also silently left the group and ran toward the outside through the passage. 10 minutes later, once no one else stepped out of the group, Viper scanned the nearly 80 people remaining and nodded in satisfaction. Since no one else is leaving, I will announce the next round of assessment. Do you see the stone forest below? Viper gestured with his chin toward the stone forest below. The second stage of the assessment has no rules. Starting now, no matter what method or means you use, reach the other side of the stone forest before 8 a.m. tomorrow. The top 20 will pass the assessment. The rest who are still alive will be dispersed to various branches as ordinary Team Rockets members, just like those who left earlier. If you have questions, ask them now. The assessment begins in 5 minutes. After quickly finishing the explanation of the assessment content, Viper fell silent, watching the recruits' reactions. By any means necessary? This trial by Team Rockets is indeed like raising GU. I wonder how many of these 80 or so people will survive in the end. Liao Shi sneered inwardly. However, those who chose to stay were basically no longer weaklings, except for a few who wanted to try their luck. But those people's expressions must be quite poor now. Without the restraint of rules, those with poor strength in this trial would be like meat on a chopping block. Instructor, I want to ask, how do we get down? A Team Rockets recruit asked hurriedly after pacing around and observing the surroundings. Figure it out yourselves. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Viper's mouth. This was clearly not good news. Most people's faces changed drastically upon hearing it. It was estimated to be about 70 meters from the ground. How were they supposed to get down without any other passage? Everyone's minds raced, searching for a way to get down. Soon, 5 minutes passed. Good, it seems there are no more doubts. Now, the assessment begins. As Viper's voice fell, few people on the platform moved. One person took out a rope, happily tied it to a stone pillar, and then slowly climbed down using the rope. As he climbed down, he was very excited. He was the first one down. Perhaps he could even take first place in this assessment. But in the next second, he knew he was wrong, and terribly so. It turned out that someone on the platform saw him going down and unhesitatingly pulled out a dagger to cut his rope. Without the rope, the recruit naturally fell from the height and crashed straight down. Liao Shi scanned the platform and chuckled. Then I'll take my leave first. Then he took a step back and jumped straight down. 72. Number 72, each showing their unique abilities. Chapter 72. Showing off their skills. Holy crap, who is this moron? He just jumped off the cliff? After Liao Shi jumped, those on the platform who didn't know him were shocked and subconsciously cursed. Dumbass, he is number 3 from the Eastern Peninsula, one of the top-tier powerhouses. He definitely jumped because he was certain of success. Someone on the side immediately retorted. Liao Shi's jump surprised many, but Dugu Yu from the Western Peninsula reacted first. With a darkened face, he immediately ordered his Pokemon to attack. Persian, Dark Pulse. After his Persian gave a meow, it immediately opened its mouth and fired a black energy ball quickly toward Liao Shi. Gligar, Cross Poison. Liao Shi naturally wouldn't let the opponent win easily. Beside him, Gligar crossed its arms and fired a purple Cross Poison at that Dark Pulse. An explosion occurred after the two collided, forming an energy shockwave. Gligar hurriedly blocked in front of Liao Shi to shield him from the impact. Meanwhile, using the inertia of the shockwave, their descent speed increased. By the time the others on the platform reacted, Liao Shi was only 20 meters from the ground. Pidgeotto. Liao Shi quickly released Pidgeotto, then grabbed Pidgeotto with one hand and Gligar with the other. However, the two Pokemon didn't exert full force all at once, but slowed Liao Shi's descent speed bit by bit so that his arms wouldn't suffer injury from the sudden impact. Finally, with the help of the two Pokemon, Liao Shi landed lightly on the ground below. Looking back at the platform, he saw that many others with flying-type Pokemon had also jumped down directly. However, very few people possessed two flying-type Pokemon. The vast majority had only one. They needed to start adjusting their descent speed very early, which resulted in them having no time to defend against others' attacks and being directly rock-slitted. HMPH. After a cold snort, Dugu Yu took out a hang glider, strapped it on, and jumped down. Persian nimbly jumped onto the top of Dugu Yu's hang glider, looking down at the people on the platform with aloof eyes. Seeing Dugu Yu's method, a glint flashed in the eyes of many with flying-type Pokemon. At this time, a person stepped out from the Eastern Peninsula group and was momentarily stunned, as he looked at Liao Shi, who had reached the bottom first. This person was Ryohei. He released his 2 Pokemon, grabbed Golbat's feet, and his feet left the platform, while his Apom jumped onto Golbat's back. Fortunately, Apom was small and light, although Golbat couldn't fly while carrying 1 person and 1 Pokemon. Slowing down the speed wasn't much of a problem. That guy Liao Shi really just leaves like that without caring about those of us without flying-type Pokemon. Qing Shu shook his head helplessly, then took a backpack from his space belt and put it on. After releasing his Cubone, he held it in his arms and followed Liao Shi's example by doing a backflip jump. At a height not far from the ground, he pulled the backpack open, and a parachute deployed. Yu Mingxue summoned her Golbat. Her beautiful eyes swept over the people still on the platform, and after a cold laugh, she grabbed Golbat's feet and left the platform, seemingly appearing defenseless. On the other side, Yada, the only remaining giant from the Western Peninsula on the platform, looked hesitantly at the defenseless Yu Mingxue. Ultimately, seeing that Golbat carrying a person without any pressure, he gave up. While the others were showing off their skills, Liao Shi had already entered the stone forest. Looking at the stone forest where everything around looked almost the same, Liao Shi's face showed some speechlessness. In this kind of ghostly place, one wouldn't even know if they had taken the wrong direction. He took out a compass only to find that the needle was already spinning wildly. It seemed Team Rockets really didn't leave any loopholes. The magnetic field in this entire cave had likely been messed up. Picking a direction, Liao Shi quickly rushed that way. This assessment was quite strict. Only the first 20 to arrive could pass the assessment, so he had to cherish every second. But after hitting several dead ends, he completely lost track of which direction he had come from. He smiled helplessly. No wonder, although this stone forest was large, if one really walked, they could reach the other side in half a day. Yet Team Rockets generously gave 24 hours, likely because it was too easy to get lost here. Pidgeotto, fly up and see which direction we came from. Recalling Viper saying there were no rules for this assessment, Liao Shi thought about having Pidgeotto fly up to identify the direction. Thus Pidgeotto quickly flew into the sky and began to guide the way. However, the drawback of letting a Pokemon fly up was also obvious. Before long, Liao Shi discovered Team Rocket's recruits from several directions quickly rushing toward him. Moreover, Liao Shi's luck wasn't very good. The 3 people who arrived were all from the Western Peninsula. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for bad luck. Originally, there were fewer people from the Eastern Peninsula here than from the Western Peninsula, and after Viper's screening, there were even fewer. Among the remaining 80 or so people, it was estimated that there were nearly 50 from the Western Peninsula and only about 30 from the Eastern Peninsula. This gap was quite large. After the 3 from the Western Peninsula quickly surrounded Liao Shi, their expressions changed when they saw Liao Shi's face. However, seeing that there were 2 others from the same region, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's attack together. If we take down no 3 of the Eastern Peninsula, there will be 1 more spot available in the top 20. The 3 glanced at each other and then simultaneously summoned their Pokemon to charge at Liao Shi. A level 23 intermediate quality Sandslash, a level 22 intermediate quality Nidorino, a level 24 intermediate quality Gloom, a level 21 Poliwag, and a level 23 intermediate quality Arbok. The last one surprised Liao Shi. It was actually an advanced quality Magby. Liao Shi's gaze couldn't help but look toward that Magby. Magby, LV, 19. Type, Fire. Gender, Female. Ability, Flame Body. Held item, none. Basic skills, Glare, Smog, Spark, Smokescreen, Surprise Attack, Flame Whirl, Clear Smog. Egg moves, Thunder Punch, Focus Energy. Taught skills, Fire Punch, TM, Protect, Rock Smash. Aptitude, Advanced level. To be honest, this Magby's stats made Liao Shi take an extra look. Every aspect was very good. Snatching it to sell for money should be quite good. Liao Shi's eyes lit up. Go, Pidgeotto, Gligar, kill all of them except for that Magby. At Liao Shi's command, both Pokemon exuded a powerful aura and charged toward the opponent's 6 Pokemon. Additionally, Liao Shi noticed that the 3 people opposite him also seemed to be closing in to surround him. 73. Number 73 Re-encountering Tetsuya, the powerful Poliwag. Chapter 73. Meeting Tetsuya again, the powerful mosquito frog. Facing the encirclement of the three men, Liao Shi sneered, pulled out a dagger, and turned to run into the stone forest. Even though his physique was much better than before, fighting three people simultaneously was too difficult. The best strategy was to use the complexity of the stone forest to deal with them one by one. He didn't need to worry about Pidgeotto and Gligar. The 6 Pokémon weren't very strong, and they could handle them without issue. The stone forest was intricate and confusing. Liao Shi deftly moved between the stone pillars and quickly lost the 3 men behind him. Behind a stone pillar, Liao Shi kept his eyes fixed on the enemy lagging furthest behind, the dagger in his hand flashing with a chilling light. After all 3 men passed Liao Shi's hiding spot, he turned and circled behind them, then silently approached the last man like a ghost. The sharp dagger, like a wisp of cold smoke, lightly grazed his neck. At the same time, Liao Shi raised his hand and covered the man's mouth before he could make a sound. The next second, Liao Shi dragged him behind a stone pillar, skillfully removed his belt and watch, tucked them into his own belt, and stood up to pursue the other 2 men again. However, this time, when he was only about 1 meter away from one of them, Liao Shi accidentally stepped on a rock and made a sound. The man subconsciously turned his head and seemed startled upon seeing Liao Shi so close. Taking advantage of his momentary stupor, Liao Shi quickly stepped forward, came before him, and accurately plunged the dagger into his throat. Ho ho! The Team Rocket's recruit stared wide-eyed at Liao Shi in disbelief, trying to say something, but ultimately only spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood. Liao Shi forcefully pulled out the dagger from the man's throat with his right hand, and the man's body fell backward. Liao Shi then rushed toward the last person without the slightest hesitation. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the last man. Just as he looked over, he saw the scene of Liao Shi plunging the dagger into the throat of the other Team Rocket's recruit, instantly causing his scalp to tingle with fear. When Liao Shi's icy gaze fixed on him and charged straight toward him, the man's expression changed repeatedly. His heart was seized by terror, and he no longer had the courage to fight Liao Shi, turning around with a trace of panic and running away. Do you think you can run? Once he was close enough, Liao Shi directly raised his hand and threw the dagger at the man. A sound of rushing air rang out. The dagger flew from his hand, quickly soaring toward the Team Rocket's recruit ahead, and soon pierced the man's body. Unfortunately, the aim was slightly off, missing a fatal spot and only stabbing into his thigh. Even so, the man's thigh stiffened from the pain, and he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Liao Shi maintained his speed, took out a new dagger from his belt, and stood over the man. Without wasting a single word, he decisively stabbed the dagger from his hand into the back of the man's neck, ending his life. Thus, the trio who intended to kill Liao Shi all died at his hands, without exception. He removed this man's belt and watch and also took his 2 Pokeballs. Since the Magby belonged to him, and Liao Shi didn't know which Pokeball held the Magby, he took both. Returning to the body of the second man he killed to strip him of his belt and watch, Liao Shi then followed the original path back toward Pidgeotto and Gligar. Upon returning to where the Pokémon were fighting, he found that only 2 of the opponent's 6 Pokémon remained, the other 4 having become corpses lying on the ground. After the last Sandslash fell, only Liao Shi's 2 Pokémon and the Magby, which Liao Shi had specifically spared, remained on the field. Taking out the 2 Pokeballs he had searched from its owner, the first one failed to recall, but the second successfully recalled the Magby. Liao Shi immediately locked this Pokeball to prevent it from escaping. After dealing with all this, Liao Shi finally sighed in relief, not immediately checking the spoils of war. He didn't know if anyone else was nearby. After calling Pidgeotto and Gligar, he rushed toward the direction Pidgeotto pointed. Inside the cave, where day and night were indistinguishable, Liao Shi encountered many people along the way. Some turned and ran upon seeing him. He chased those who were convenient but ignored those who weren't. However, a few stubborn ones directly started a fight with him. Naturally, Liao Shi showed no mercy to these people, sending every single one of them down. After continuing forward for a while, the time on his watch told Liao Shi that it was already noon. After finding a spot to quickly finish lunch, Liao Shi continued rushing forward with his 2 Pokémon. But this time, not long after moving forward, Liao Shi encountered someone who made him serious. Yo, isn't that number 3? You're quite fast. Opposite Liao Shi, a sturdy man stood with his arms crossed, smiling as he greeted Liao Shi. Tetsuya? Your speed isn't slow either. Haha, isn't it just because I've always had a good sense of direction? Tetsuya laughed heartily, though it seemed very perfunctory. Are you trying to stop me? Liao Shi narrowed his eyes, concealing the dangerous glint within them. We didn't get to fight last time, and my hands are itching for a match. Tetsuya shrugged. Although he outwardly maintained a calm and collected appearance, his tense body showed that he was not feeling peaceful. Is that so? Liao Shi's smile gradually vanished, and the killing intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. Pidgeotto, go, mosquito frog. A mosquito frog that had been standing beside Tetsuya stepped out, its face full of fighting spirit. Seeing Tetsuya summon the mosquito frog, Liao Shi looked at it. Mosquito frog, LV, 27. Type, water. Gender, male. Ability, serene grace. Held item, crystal orb, advanced level quality. Basic skills, water sport, water gun, hypnosis, bubble, double slap, rain dance, body slam, bubble beam. Egg moves, mind's eye, water pulse, refresh. Taught skills, ice beam, dive, TM, protect, substitute, double team, awakening power, ground, facade. Aptitude, special level. Looking at the mosquito frog's stats, Liao Shi's heart sank. What a powerful mosquito frog. The stats were simply magnificent. Its egg moves and taught skills looked incredibly good. It had even learned ice beam. What was particularly nasty was that it had learned both facade and refresh. With these two skills together, inflicting a status condition on it would actually be helping it, not to mention the serene grace hidden ability. This mosquito frog's aptitude was definitely not inferior to his own Pokemon, and might even surpass them, especially judging solely by the stats. However, what exactly is that crystal orb? 74. Number 74. The sudden appearance of Yada. Chapter 74. Yada's sudden appearance. From Mosquito Frog's stats, Liao Shi opened the introduction for the Blue Water Jade. Crystal Orb, advanced level quality. Introduction. A jade stone of special quality containing a large amount of water-type energy. When carried by a water-type Pokemon, it can bring unexpected benefits. It is one of the main materials for creating mystic water. Looking at this introduction, a light flashed in Liao Shi's eyes. Good stuff. Not only can it benefit water-type Pokemon on its own, but it's also a main material for making mystic water? Liao Shi gave Tetsuya a deep look, wondering where the guy had gotten such a good item. Snapping back to reality, Pidgeotto and Mosquito Frog had already begun a clash of auras. Mosquito Frog, Water Gun. A stream of water gun, as powerful as a water pillar, erupted from Mosquito Frog's belly, shooting straight toward Pidgeotto. Gust, block it. A whirlwind was generated, and the water gun was completely sucked into it, forming a water tornado. Not bad. In that case, let's use Rain Dance. Gust, interrupt him. Rain Dance? If he succeeds in using Rain Dance, then with this Mosquito Frog's serene grace ability, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Protect. Facing Pidgeotto's Gust, Tetsuya decisively had Mosquito Frog use Protect. Going all out like this? He'd rather waste a precious Protect just to ensure Rain Dance succeeds? Liao Shi was startled. This guy's playstyle was quite fierce. Pidgeotto, Feather Dance. Since it couldn't be interrupted, he would have to find another way to strike. As Feather Dance was used, countless feathers drifted down, sticking to everything they could. Right then, a dark cloud quickly formed above the area, and raindrops began to fall. Liao Shi immediately pulled an umbrella from his space belt and opened it. You're making quite a commotion. Aren't you afraid of attracting others? Liao Shi looked overhead and asked Tetsuya with a playful expression. Wouldn't that make it even more interesting? Tetsuya laughed arrogantly. Mosquito Frog, Water Pulse. The rain continued to fall. In the rain, Mosquito Frog's water-type moves became even more powerful. Water Pulse condensed very quickly, and a blue energy ball soon took shape. Double team. Before Mosquito Frog could fire the water pulse, Liao Shi quickly commanded Pidgeotto to use double team. Although Pidgeotto was somewhat affected by the rain, its speed remained high thanks to the tailwind boost it had already activated. Over a dozen clones suddenly appeared in the sky, leaving Mosquito Frog unsure where to aim its water pulse. Pidgeotto, quick attack. At Liao Shi's command, Pidgeotto, which had already moved behind Mosquito Frog, dove down rapidly. The tailwind-boosted quick attack was incredibly fast. Mosquito Frog, behind you. Tetsuya quickly alerted Mosquito Frog upon noticing. Hearing this, Mosquito Frog turned around and fired a water pulse without a moment's hesitation. The water pulse energy ball slammed directly into Pidgeotto, interrupting its quick attack. Just as Tetsuya was about to follow up, Liao Shi gave an even faster command. Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace? Tetsuya looked up to see Pidgeotto's body, which had been knocked back, perform a mid-air turn. Its wings overflowed with terrifying flying-type energy as it struck Mosquito Frog directly. How? Wait, Feather Dance? Tetsuya's eyes narrowed. Through the rain, he saw many feathers stuck to Pidgeotto's body. It turned out that when Pidgeotto had used Feather Dance earlier, many feathers had stuck to its own body. Consequently, even though Pidgeotto took a direct hit from Water Pulse, the damage was significantly reduced by those feathers. This allowed Pidgeotto to recover instantly and unleash Aerial Ace. Clever. You've been planning this since then? What a terrifying opponent. Interesting. There was no disappointment in Tetsuya's eyes from the loss of that exchange. Instead, his fighting spirit burned even brighter. Ha ha ha. Number 3, you're good Mosquito Frog, keep going. Charge, we'll use double team too. The rain continued. Mosquito Frog grew faster and faster, using double team as it approached Pidgeotto. Numerous identical images of Mosquito Frog appeared around Pidgeotto. Mind's Eye. The effect of Mind's Eye ensures the next attack will definitely hit the opponent, which is very effective. With the heavy rain and so many Mosquito Frog clones nearby, Liao Shi found it difficult to locate the real Mosquito Frog. Now, Mosquito Frog. Body Slam. One Mosquito Frog quickly leapt above Pidgeotto's back, energy surging through its body as it pressed down. Pidgeotto, gust where you are. Seeing no way to dodge, under Liao Shi's command, Pidgeotto flapped its wings in place. A whirlwind rose from beneath it, sweeping toward the descending Mosquito Frog. Now, Ice Beam. A confident smile played on Tetsuya's lips. Mosquito Frog immediately dispersed the Body Slam energy, replacing it with a massive amount of Ice-type energy condensed on its belly. Soon, a white beam of light shot out toward the whirlwind. Upon contact with the beam, the whirlwind actually began to freeze rapidly. Oh no, Pidgeotto, substitute. Seeing this, Liao Shi's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted to Pidgeotto. Bye. Pidgeotto reacted quickly, instantly using substitute and escaping the spot. In its original position, only a substitute remained. A second later, the entire whirlwind was frozen solid, and the substitute was naturally trapped inside. What a quick reaction. Tetsuya narrowed his eyes at Liao Shi and Pidgeotto. Seeing them escape a blow he was sure would land didn't frustrate him. Instead, he found the battle with Liao Shi to be incredibly exhilarating. This was a real battle. Just as Tetsuya was preparing to continue commanding Mosquito Frog, another voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Coughing, use sludge attack on Pidgeotto. Not far from Mosquito Frog, a coughing floated out and opened its mouth to spray a sludge attack at Pidgeotto. Gust, block it. As the sludge attack came flying, Pidgeotto immediately flapped its wings, placing a whirlwind in front of itself to block the attack. He, Tetsuya, let's team up and take down number 3. Yada, wearing a raincoat, stepped out from near Tetsuya, staring at Liao Shi like a predator watching its prey. This is going to be trouble. Seeing Yada appear, Liao Shi's heart sank. Tetsuya was very strong, and with the addition of the formidable Yada, even Liao Shi felt immense pressure. His face was grave as his mind raced. Yada, what are you doing here? However, before Liao Shi could speak, Tetsuya asked with a look of annoyance. He hadn't had his fill of the battle with Liao Shi yet, and now Yada had interrupted. 75. Number 75 Ryohei's Aid. Chapter 75. Ryohei's Assistance. Number 3's strength isn't weak. Wouldn't it be better to get rid of him and have one less competitor? It shouldn't be long before the final trial. Are you sure you want to be so stubborn? Yada knew Tetsuya's battle-crazed nature well. Instead of arguing with him, he directly brought up the final trial as his trump card. Fine, then let's kill number 3 first. Tetsuya calmed down at this point. Thinking of the final trial, he nodded and agreed to join forces with Yada. Mosquito Frog, continue with Water Pulse. Coughing, Dark Pulse. 2 energy spheres, one black and one blue, shot directly toward Pidgeotto from 2 different directions. Gust in place, then Steel Wing. Pidgeotto flapped its wings, and a whirlwind rose from beneath it, enveloping its body. Immediately after, the 2 energy spheres collided with that whirlwind. The combined terrifying explosive energy directly dispersed the whirlwind. Afterward, the remaining powerful energy impact continued to surge toward Pidgeotto without hindrance. By this time, Pidgeotto had already executed Steel Wing and held its wings in front of its body as a shield. When the energy impact arrived, although it blocked some damage, a portion of the attack still landed on its body. This isn't looking good. Liao Shi looked at Pidgeotto in midair, whose aura was somewhat flagging, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Gligar. Gligar gave a soft cry from the side, its gaze also filled with anger. Wait a little longer. Liao Shi narrowed his eyes. It seemed he would have to start training a 3rd Pokemon as soon as possible. 2 Pokemon were somewhat insufficient. Unfortunately, Skrelp's Pokemon egg still needed over 10 days to hatch. If only it could hatch sooner, then he could start training it earlier and develop its combat strength sooner. Wait, after thinking of Skrelp's Pokemon egg, Liao Shi suddenly remembered that he had obtained a Magby with the Flame Body ability. The flame body ability was quite popular in Liao Shi's past life. Although its battle effects were average, its other effect was loved by many Pokemon players. It could increase the speed of hatching eggs. Now, he had the egg and a Pokemon with the flame body ability. Why not make use of them immediately? However, he had Steel-Ed the Magby from someone else, and it was still a bit rebellious. He would have to discipline it first before giving it Skrelp's Pokemon egg. Lifting his head, he looked at the three Pokemon battling in mid-air. Pidgeotto was now completely on the defensive. Under the frantic attacks of the two opposing Pokemon, it had no chance to strike back. Tetsuya, send out your second Pokemon to force number 3's Gligar out. I'll send my other Pokemon to kill him. Yada looked at number 3, a trace of sinister intent in his eyes. Why not the other way around? Looking at Yada's sneering face, a cold smirk appeared on Tetsuya's face. My Seviper can't beat the Gligar. Yada grit his teeth, but he still admitted this fact with a dark expression. Enough with the nonsense. I don't trust you. Tetsuya glanced at Yada. This guy's level of deviousness was famous in the Western Peninsula. Moreover, even if the person beside him wasn't Yada, he wouldn't put himself in danger. In a place like Team Rocket's, the least valuable thing was trust. HMPH. Yada snorted coldly but couldn't refute him. Since Tetsuya didn't trust him, how could he possibly trust the other? Coughing, Dark Pulse, hurry up and finish off that Pidgeotto. A frustrated Yada could only roar at Coughing. Upon hearing its trainer's roar, Coughing worked even harder. A Dark Pulse directly blasted away Pidgeotto, which was currently resisting Mosquito Frog's Bubble Beam. At this moment, Pidgeotto looked extremely wretched. Its condition was clearly much worse, and defeat was only a matter of time if this continued. Liao Shi's cold gaze swept over the opposing Coughing and Mosquito Frog. He raised his hand to pat Gligar's head, just about to have it prepare for battle. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from not far beside Liao Shi. Golbat, Air/Apom, Swift. Simultaneously, two Pokemon rushed out from the direction of the voice, heading straight for the Coughing on the battlefield. Number 3, I'm here to help you. Ryohei walked out from that direction and came to Liao Shi's side. You trust me that much? Seeing that Ryohei had sent out both of his Pokemon, Liao Shi asked with some surprise. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it that day on the volcano. Besides, if you truly wanted to kill me, my Pokemon couldn't stop your Gligar. Ryohei said expressionlessly. This was the truth. As for why he was stepping in to help number 3 now, perhaps it was because the man had saved his life, or perhaps it was to get on his good side. After all, with the powerful potential number 3 was currently showing, he would surely shine in the future. Hearing Ryohei's words, Liao Shi gave him a deep look. Just stall their Coughing. Leave the rest to me. Okay, Liao Shi smiled faintly. Since the opponent was down one Pokemon, things would be much easier. Pidgeotto, buck up, it's time for us to perform. Pidgeotto let out a cry, its gaze toward the opposing Mosquito Frog full of sharpness. Good, just like that. Use quick attack on Mosquito Frog. White light surged over Pidgeotto's body as it dove straight down toward the Mosquito Frog. Below, Mosquito Frog, Bubble Beam, Double Team. Just as the Bubble Beam was sprayed toward Pidgeotto, over a dozen identical shadows of Pidgeotto suddenly appeared in the air. This caused Mosquito Frog to daze for a split second. It was this very hesitation that allowed Pidgeotto to dodge the Bubble Beam and rapidly close in on Mosquito Frog. Mosquito Frog, we'll use Double Team too. On the ground, over a dozen shadows of Mosquito Frog also appeared instantly. Pidgeotto, Heat Wave. Having lost its target, Pidgeotto performed a 180-degree turn during its dive, forming a U-shaped flight path to return to mid-air. As soon as it stabilized its body, it immediately condensed Fire-type energy. In the next second, a scorching heat wave blew toward the many Mosquito Frog shadows below. Heat wave? Interesting. Mosquito Frog, Water Sport. Dense water attribute energy clung to Mosquito Frog's body. Pidgeotto's heat wave already had its power reduced due to the rain. Now that Mosquito Frog had used Water Sport, the damage caused by the wind blowing on its body was even smaller. Mosquito Frog, now Ice Beam. In the center of Mosquito Frog's belly, Ice-type energy condensed once more. Finally, a white beam of ice carrying a chilling frost shot rapidly toward Pidgeotto. Protect, then use Brave Bird. After a green energy shield propped up around Pidgeotto, it didn't dodge the freezing beam. Instead, it dove down against the beam while flying-type energy surged over its body, a reddish hue appearing around it. Oh no, Mosquito Frog, substitute. At the last moment, Mosquito Frog's substitute was successful. However, its true body wasn't very far from the substitute. Thus, when Pidgeotto's Brave Bird slammed into the substitute, the resulting massive energy impact also sent the true body flying. 76. Number 76 Strategic Retreat. Chapter 76 Strategic Retreat. Pidgeotto? Looking at the rising dust, Liao Shi narrowed his eyes and called out to Pidgeotto. In the next second, Pidgeotto flew out from the dust and returned to Liao Shi's side. Although its eyes were still full of fighting spirit, anyone could see that its condition was worsening. After all, it had taken quite a bit of damage while fighting 1 against 2 just now. Now, facing a mosquito frog whose strength was not much different from its own, it was already pushing its limits. Fortunately, the opponent's mosquito frog was not in great shape either. It had been injured by Pidgeotto's attack before Yada stepped in, and Pidgeotto had caused more damage to it during the 1-on-2 fight. Combined with the damage from the shockwave of Brave Bird, its condition was also quite poor. What a tenacious Pidgeotto. I didn't expect it to still be able to persist in battle at this point. Across from him, Tetsuya looked at Pidgeotto, his eyes overflowing with unstoppable admiration. Haha, how exhilarating, Mosquito Frog, continue using. Tetsuya was about to command Mosquito Frog to attack again, but another voice coming from the other side interrupted him. It's quite lively here. Everyone looked in that direction at the same time and saw Ching Shu walking over with his signature lazy smile. Beside him, a Houndoom followed aggressively like a bodyguard. Number 2? Upon seeing his face, both Tetsuya and Yada's expressions changed simultaneously. They already needed to give their all to deal with Liao Shi. They hadn't expected another formidable opponent, Number 2, to show up. It is indeed lively. How could such a lively scene be complete without me, Sakurako? Yeliang Yingza? Seeing another powerhouse appear on their side, Tetsuya and Yada finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yeliang Yingza's graceful figure slowly walked to the side of Tetsuya's duo, sizing up Ching Shu and Liao Shi with a beaming smile. As for Ryohei standing behind Liao Shi, she didn't even acknowledge him. Beside her, a Floatzel followed closely. Great, why did this woman follow us here too? Ching Shu stood beside Liao Shi, his face carrying a hint of helplessness. It seemed the power balance was unequal again. Liao Shi narrowed his eyes, his gaze scanning the 2 newly appeared Pokémon on the field. Houndoom, LV, 28. Type, Dark plus Fire. Gender, Male. Ability, Flashfire. Held item, Charcoal, Advanced level quality. Basic skills, Glare, Spark, Howl, Smog, Roar, Bite, Odor Sleuth, Nasty Plot, Beat Up. Egg moves, Flame Whirl, Thunderfang. Taught skills, Sucker Punch, TM, Protect, Dark Pulse, Substitute, Awakening Power, Grass, Rock Smash. Aptitude, Special level, Floatzel, LV, 27. Type, Water. Gender, Female. Ability, Serene Grace. Held item, Mystic Water, Advanced level quality. Basic skills, Sonic Boom, Growl, Water Sport, Quick Attack, Water Gun, Retaliate, Swift. Aqua Jet, Crunch. Egg moves, Aqua Tail, Baton Pass. Taught skills, Ice Punch, Icy Wind, Dive. TM, Protect, Substitute, Awakening Power, Psychic, Brick Break, Double Team. Aptitude, Special level. First was Ching Shu's Houndoom. Liao Shi remembered that when it was still a Houndour, its aptitude was advanced level. Now that it had evolved into a Houndoom, its aptitude had risen to special level, and he had even equipped it with an advanced level Charcoal. And Yeliang Yingza's Floatzel across from him made Liao Shi even more speechless. The series of ice-type moves in its taught skills made his teeth ache, and that Mystic Water in particular made Liao Shi mentally label her a rich woman. The price of Mystic Water is more expensive compared to some move-enhancing items, possibly because it needs to be man-made, so the cost lies in the manufacturing process. In any case, Liao Shi had noted the price of an advanced level Mystic Water. It cost 20,000 points, which was why he gave it a second look. Liao Shi, are we fighting? Ching Shu leaned a bit closer to Liao Shi and asked softly. No, we're at too much of a disadvantage. Both of your Pokémon are weak to water, and my Pidgeotto is in too poor a state. This battle is too unfavorable. We'll settle this score later. Liao Shi pursed his lips. If his Pidgeotto were in decent shape, it plus Gligar might not have much trouble dealing with the opponent's 3 Pokémon, but with Pidgeotto's current state, it would be difficult. Fine, then we retreat? Retreat. Gligar, use Cross Poison on the opponent's coughing. Ryohei, get ready to move. Okay. In an instant, Liao Shi picked up a Pokeball and recalled Pidgeotto. Simultaneously, a Cross Poison from Gligar liberated Ryohei's 2 Pokémon, and the 3 of them turned and dashed into the stone forest together. After them, Yada's face tightened as he hurriedly tried to give chase, but before he had run far, he saw that Tetsuya and Yeliang Yingza behind him hadn't moved. His expression immediately turned ugly. What are you two doing? Why aren't you chasing? Number 3's Pidgeotto is injured. They're at their weakest right now. Yada roared at the two of them with a face full of anxiety. Chase? How are you going to catch them in this stone forest when they haven't suffered any crippling blows? Besides, what if we run into others and get counter-surrounded during the pursuit? Yeliang Yingzi looked at Yada as if looking at an idiot. How did someone with this IQ rank alongside them? Shaking her head, Yeliang Yingzi turned and left on her own. Tetsuya glanced in the direction Liao Shi and the others had left. In just half a minute, their figures had already vanished. Indeed, this complex stone forest terrain was not suitable for pursuit. Instead, it was much easier to be ambushed. Consequently, Tetsuya said no more and turned to leave, leaving behind an increasingly ugly-faced Yada, who glared at the two of them with resentment. Being alone, he naturally wasn't stupid enough to continue the chase. In a fit of rage, he punched a nearby stone pillar, only to end up clutching his hand and howling in pain. Number 3, Yeliang Yingzi. Tetsuya, just you wait. Yada's face was full of venom, his eyes filled with murderous intent. After venting on the spot for a while, Yada could only turn and leave, no matter how unwilling he was. After running for a while and seeing that no one was chasing them, Liao Shi and the others stopped. Liao Shi, it's the first time I've seen you look so pathetic, ha ha ha. Keep laughing. Liao Shi glared at Qing Shu, then released Pidgeotto to begin treating it. Gligar stood by his side, alertly scanning the surroundings. Alright, there shouldn't be any danger here, so I'll take my leave first. Glancing at Gligar and the expressionless Ryohei nearby, Qing Shu hesitated for a moment before offering his farewell. Okay, thanks for this time. After Qing Shu left, Liao Shi finished treating Pidgeotto's wounds and recalled it into its Pokeball to let it rest and recover its fighting strength as quickly as possible. 77. Number 77. This guy is showing off in front of me. Chapter 77. This guy is showing off in front of me. Liao Shi looked at Ryohei with a calm gaze. Although there was no hostility in his eyes, his vigilance had not dissipated, even though the other party had helped him, and even though Ryohei appeared genuine and completely unguarded around him. But the saying remained true. This was Team Rockets, the most infamous dark organization in the Pokemon world, and anyone with sense could feel the final trial approaching. Under these circumstances, he couldn't afford not to be cautious. However, compared to the others, Ryohei was the most suitable candidate for a teammate right now. His Pidgeotto was injured and needed time to recover. If he acted alone and encountered a situation like the one just now, it would be truly dangerous. Together, facing Liao Shi's invitation, Ryohei nodded. The danger level of this trial was extraordinary. If he acted alone, he might accidentally be in mortal danger, but following number 3 would be much safer. After confirming they would proceed together, the two continued rushing towards the other end of the stone forest. Number 3. It looks like we're almost out of this stone forest. After Golbat flew up to scout and returned once more, Ryohei approached Liao Shi and said this. We're almost there at last. Ryohei, recall all your Pokemon and let's have dinner. We'll likely have more fights ahead, so replenish your stamina before we proceed. Liao Shi said this to Ryohei while preparing dinner for Pidgeotto and Gligar. Pidgeotto's condition had recovered somewhat, and the wounds on its body had already scabbed over. It should heal completely soon. This was yet another reminder that the medical technology in the Pokemon world was truly powerful. In his previous life, the emergence of such a potion would definitely have caused an uproar. After finishing the two Pokemon's dinner, Liao Shi also took out a lunchbox and began eating unhurriedly. After the two had eaten their fill and rested for a while, they continued walking forward. Sure enough, it wasn't much further before the stone forest began to thin out. Liao Shi kept his eyes fixed on the surroundings, not daring to slack off. Once Liao Shi walked out of the stone forest, the view ahead suddenly opened up. In front of the two of them appeared an open clearing the size of a soccer field. Upon arriving at this clearing, Liao Shi's attention was immediately drawn to a stone gate on the stone wall at the far end. However, this stone gate was currently tightly shut and had not yet opened, likely because the time had not arrived. After scanning the surroundings, Liao Shi discovered that one person was already sitting in a corner of the plaza, and this person was Yu Mingxue, the poison girl, whom he hadn't seen throughout the stone forest. Liao Shi raised an eyebrow, lifted his feet, and walked in the direction where Yu Mingxue was. That fast? Sitting down not far from Yu Mingxue, Liao Shi smiled and greeted her. You were too slow. Yu Mingxue glanced at Liao Shi, snorted coldly, and said, as a man, of course, being slow is better. Hearing Yu Mingxue's ridicule, Liao Shi wasn't angry. Instead, he seemed even happier. You stay away from me. Yu Mingshui's face instantly darkened as if a storm was brewing. She had always felt her temper was quite good, but every time she chatted with this rascal, she felt like she was going to die of anger. Meanwhile, Ryohei, standing behind Liao Shi, felt a surge of admiration for him after hearing the conversation between number 3 and the poison girl. There probably weren't many people who dared to speak to the poison girl like that, right? Liao Shi chuckled, shifting his gaze to the Nidorino beside Yu Mingshui, which was glaring fiercely at them. Nidorino, LV, 29. Type, poison. Gender, male. Ability, poison point. Held item, poison barb. Advanced quality. Basic skills, glare, peck, focus energy, double kick, poison sting, fury attack, horn attack, helping hand. Egg moves, confusion, poison tail. Taught skills, poison jab, shockwave, TM, protect, water pulse, awakening power, grass, shadow claw, substitute. Aptitude, special level. Seeing the stats of this Nidorino, Liao Shi narrowed his eyes. Its coverage was becoming increasingly impressive. Next, Liao Shi and Yu Mingshui both fell silent, waiting quietly with narrowed eyes for the continuation of the assessment. Not long after, another person walked out of the stone forest. Claw. Hearing Gligar's warning sound, Liao Shi opened his eyes and looked at the person who had walked out of the stone forest. After seeing this person's appearance, the trio were not surprised, as this person was Dugu Yu, one of the 4 giants of the Western Peninsula. Dugu Yu's gaze clearly focused when he saw Liao Shi and Yu Mingshui. Then he walked to the other side and sat down to wait as well. As he passed by, Liao Shi took the opportunity to scan the information of his Persian. LV, 29. Type, normal. Gender, female. Ability, technician. Held item, quick claw. Basic skills, scratch, growl, bite, fake out, fury swipes, screech, surprise attack, taunt. Egg moves, odor sleuth, amnesia. Taught skills, dark pulse, icy wind, swift. TM, protect, substitute, double team, water pulse, shadow claw, awakening power, fire. Aptitude, special level. Liao Shi looked at this Persian and took a deep breath. Sure enough, it was an incredibly powerful Persian, but the fact that its level was still 29 and hadn't reached level 30 was good news. After learning the information about this Persian, he closed his eyes again and continued to rest. Having rushed around all day, he had to seize the opportunity to rest now and restore his energy to face the subsequent assessment in optimal condition. Gradually, many more people arrived at the location. 3 of the 4 giants showed up. Tetsuya and Yeliang Yingze appeared shortly after Dugu Yu arrived. But what puzzled Liao Shi was that Qing Shu and the last remaining giant, Yada, had still not appeared by the end. Seeing that the group of 20 was about to be complete, wouldn't they be eliminated if those 2 didn't show up soon? Liao Shi scanned the clearing. The number of people present had now reached 15. Among them were the muscular man Senteng and Ryohei's good buddy Fujiwara. After waiting a little longer, the number of people in the clearing reached 18. Liao Shi and Yu Mingshui exchanged glances, both seeing surprise and solemnity in the other's eyes. The time on the watch had reached midnight, and just then, the last remaining giant, Yada, finally appeared. However, he looked quite disheveled, seemingly having fled the entire way. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned towards Yada, their eyes filled with confusion. Their confusion was quickly resolved. After Yada stepped into the clearing, Qing Shu immediately followed, chasing him into the area. Huh? So many people here. Then I'll spare you. Seeing the situation here, Qing Shu stopped chasing Yada, scanned the area, and finally, his eyes lit up when he saw Liao Shi and Yu Mingshui, and he walked over. What's the situation? Looking at the utterly disheveled Yada, Liao Shi felt immensely satisfied. We met halfway, and this guy insisted on showing off in front of me and forcing me to fight him. You saw the result afterward. Damn it, attack together and kill them. Yada was clearly somewhat broken from being chased. Now, upon seeing the other members of the 4 giants, he hysterically shouted for revenge. Trash. Yeliang Yingze frowned, looking at Yada as if he were a clown. Tetsuya and Dugu Yu, however, completely ignored him. At this point, no one would casually make a move and deplete their Pokemon's stamina, especially since nobody knew what would happen next. 78. Number 78. Who is number 1? Chapter 78. Who is number 1? When Yada saw that Tetsuya and the others didn't react at all, his expression grew even more unsightly. These bastards weren't giving him any face at all, but he couldn't blow up at this moment. After all, he was outnumbered and alone. No matter how much resentment he felt, he could only swallow it, walking to a corner with a dark face and sitting down to sulk in silence. By now, 20 people had gathered in this clearing. Everyone focused their attention, waiting for the next instruction. In the tense atmosphere, fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. The originally closed stone gate suddenly opened slowly, an event that immediately drew everyone's attention. Go, little ones. This passage is the final battle of this assessment. There are still no rules within the passage. The first to leave the passage will be the first place of this assessment, the second to pass will be second place, and so on. Enjoy this racing experience. Now, the assessment begins. Above the stone gate, the instructor's voice rang out, clearly reaching the ears of the 20 people. When Liao Shi and the others heard this, a sharp light flashed in everyone's eyes simultaneously. In the next second, without a moment's hesitation, they all turned and charged toward the stone gate. Hey, you in front, why are you running so fast? Mosquito Frog, Bubble Beam. Tetsuya looked at a Team Rocket's recruit running fast ahead. With a light chuckle, he ordered Mosquito Frog to fire a move at the person in front. Damn it, Arbok, protect. The person Tetsuya targeted wasn't strong and knew he couldn't possibly withstand an attack from a Pokemon belonging to one of the big shots. Thus, seeing the Mosquito Frog's Bubble Beam from behind, he hurriedly ordered the Arbok following him to use Protect to block the strike. This move slowed him down, allowing Liao Shi and the others to catch up. Persian, use Dark Pulse on number 3. Now it was Liao Shi's turn to be in the lead. Behind him, Dugu Yu immediately commanded his Persian to launch an attack at Liao Shi. Gligar, Cross Poison. Gligar immediately turned around and sent a Cross Poison flying toward the Dark Pulse. The two attacks collided, creating a violent explosion that directly blew away a nearby Team Rocket's recruit. Glancing at the man, Liao Shi estimated that with a human's fragile body, he likely wouldn't survive. Then, Liao Shi stepped directly inside the gate. After entering the gate, a massive passage 10 meters high and 10 meters wide stretched out before Liao Shi's eyes, appearing bottomless at a glance. A free-for-all, huh? Now things are getting exciting. Liao Shi glanced at the others continuously entering behind him. Without slowing down, he charged forward. Inside the passage, explosions of various energies bloomed like fireworks. At this moment, everyone had only two thoughts: to be the first to rush out of the passage and to attack those in front of them. Meanwhile, outside the mountain, at a wide open gate, which was the other end of the passage, Viper and the instructor stood quietly, looking into the passage within the gate. Besides them, over a dozen other Team Rocket's members stood guard around the gate in various directions. Viper, who do you think will be first? During the boring wait, the instructor asked Viper beside him with a light chuckle. It should be Dugu Yu. Viper stated his guess without a second thought, although he wasn't very clear about the strength of those from the Eastern Peninsula. In his view, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't possibly be stronger than Dugu Yu. After all, while others didn't know about his second Pokemon, Viper was very clear about its strength, not to mention he had already started training a third Pokemon. Oh? So confident. The instructor looked at him in surprise. Then who do you think it will be? That kid you were paying attention to earlier? Viper asked back. Him? It is indeed possible. After that, the instructor stopped talking and squinted at the passage. Viper gave him a deep look and also fell silent. Next, during the boring yet tense wait, about 10 minutes passed before some movement came from within the passage. Then, a figure suddenly emerged and was rushing quickly toward them. When Viper and the instructor saw the person's face, both of their expressions froze. Because this person was neither Dugu Yu, whom Viper favored, nor Liao Shi, whom the instructor had noted, but a recruit whose strength wasn't particularly high. After a long pause, Viper and the instructor exchanged a look. Could it be that they had both misjudged? Just as the person was about to step out of the passage with wild joy on his face, a dull thud was heard, and then a cold, glinting dagger pierced through his neck. Immediately following that, a hand reached out and grabbed his shoulder, tossing the man's body backward into the passage. The owner of this hand then appeared in Viper and the instructor's field of vision. Upon seeing this familiar face, the astonishment on the instructor's face faded, and a smile reappeared. This person was indeed Liao Shi. As the silvery moonlight reflected on his blood-stained face, Liao Shi finally took the first step out of the passage and arrived outside the mountain. Number 3. Behind Liao Shi, a furious voice rang out. Dugu Yu, also covered in blood, rushed out with an extremely distorted expression. He originally had a chance to take first place, but Liao Shi had thrown that corpse back and hit him directly, causing him to completely lose the opportunity to be the first one out. Hey, you lost, Dugu Yu. Liao Shi had a cold sneer on his face, his sharp gaze meeting Dugu Yu's without a hint of fear. Glah! In the very next second, Gligar inside the passage let out a scream and was blasted out of the tunnel. Gligar! Liao Shi's expression changed. He hurriedly ran to Gligar's side. Seeing its body covered in wounds, his eyes were filled with heartache. Gligar's eyes were full of guilt. It had lost. It hadn't defeated that Pokemon. It's okay, we've already won. You did very well. Liao Shi comforted Gligar while quickly treating its wounds. By then, Pidgeotto's figure also rushed out of the passage. It swerved as it flew out the gate, soaring straight into the sky. In the next second, a massive wave of fire erupted from the passage, following it and shooting toward the sky. Pidgeotto, Liao Shi called out, and Pidgeotto quickly descended from the air, landing beside him. Pidgeotto panted heavily. It had quite a few injuries, and the wounds that had previously scabbed over had now reopened. Liao Shi gave Gligar a rough temporary treatment and then recalled it into its Pokeball. He then stood up and stared intently at the Pokemon slowly walking out of the gate. A Pokemon with raging flames burning on its head and tail walked out with a stifling pressure, its murderous eyes still fixed on Pidgeotto. 79. Number 79 Outlying Islands. Chapter 79. Leaving the island. Looking closely, this Pokemon was actually a starter Pokemon, a Kilova. Dugu Yu's second Pokemon turned out to be a Kilova. Liao Shi looked solemnly at the Kilova, a white light flashing in his eyes. Kilova, LV, 30. Type, Fire. Gender, Male. Ability, Blaze. Held item, Charcoal. Advanced level. Basic skills, Tackle, Smokescreen, Spark, Quick Attack, Flame Wheel, Defense Curl, Flame Charge. Egg moves, Slash Claw, Flame Burst. Taught skills, Swift, Flamethrower, Headbutt. TM, Protect, Substitute, Awakening Power, Ground, Brick Break, Wild Charge. Aptitude, Special Level. Liao Shi's eyes flashed wildly. This Kilova was even stronger than he had imagined. Its level had reached 30, achieving advanced level strength, and it had even learned an advanced level move like Flamethrower through taught skills. That move that forced Pidgeotto out of the passage must have been Flamethrower. Number 3, you just wait. I'll make you realize the price of stealing first place from me. A gentle breeze blew past, and Dugu Yu gradually calmed down, though his gaze remained icy as he looked at Liao Shi. Steal? You think too highly of yourself. I was just one step ahead. I'll take you down someday. A hint of arrogance appeared on Liao Shi's face. The pride in his heart was no less than anyone else's. I hope you can still smile the next time we meet. Dugu Yu gave Liao Shi one last cold look, and after a cold snort, he recalled Kilova and the heavily wounded Persian, which had followed Kilova out, into their Pokeballs, before walking behind Instructor Viper. Facing Dugu Yu's threat, Liao Shi smiled dismissively, then started treating Pidgeotto's injuries. At this moment, another person rushed out of the cave entrance. Yu Mingxue, wearing a black Team Rocket's uniform, burst out. Above her, her Golbat had burn marks and was in very bad shape. Her Nidorino did not appear, perhaps having been severely injured and recalled into its Pokeball. Behind Yu Mingxue, Yeliang Yingzi, standing on her Gyarados, rushed out in exasperation. Poison girl, you will regret this. She shot Yu Mingxue a hateful glance, surveyed the surroundings, and then angrily recalled her Gyarados before standing beside Dugu Yu. Behind Yeliang Yingzi, Tetsuya also rushed out. Seeing so many people already outside the gate, he shook his head helplessly, recalled the Execute floating beside him, and went to stand behind Viper. Liao Shi gave Pidgeotto a quick, rough treatment for its injuries, then recalled it, walked behind Instructor, and stood next to Yu Mingxue. First place? Yu Mingxue turned her head and asked curiously. Liao Shi nodded lightly, his gaze fixed on the passage, wondering who the next person to emerge would be. Not bad. A trace of surprise appeared in Yu Mingxue's beautiful eyes. Dugu Yu's monstrously strong Kilova had burned half the life out of her Golbat with a single fire attack. She had to admire Liao Shi for snatching first place from the hands of such a formidable opponent as Dugu Yu. At this time, flashes of fire occasionally appeared at the large gate, along with bursts of water gun and various poison sting attacks flying out, making the scene look very lively. In this environment, Qing Shu stood with his hands in his pockets, while his Houndoom and Cubone guarded him on both sides, defending against the attacks coming from behind. Damn, this guy really knows how to show off. Liao Shi rolled his eyes watching Qing Shu's demeanor. It certainly is irritating to watch. Yu Mingxue beside him also nodded. Subsequently, one Team Rocket's recruit after another squeezed their way out. After Qing Shu came Fujiwara, followed by number 4, and then Yada, the last powerhouse from the Western Peninsula, and finally Ryohei. After Ryohei, 3 more people emerged successively, and then the passage fell completely silent. After waiting for a while, no one else came out. The team of 20 people who entered had been halved again upon exiting. Go, clear the passage. Drag out anyone who is still alive. Instructor looked at the gate, from which no one else emerged. He waved his hand, and immediately a squad of Team Rocket's members ran into the passage. Congratulations, little ones. Go treat yourselves and your Pokemon first, then get some good rest. You can choose any tent in the back. Gather here at 12 noon. Instructor looked at the remaining 5 people, saw the undeniable fatigue in their eyes and the injuries they bore, and waved his hand, allowing them to rest first. Thank you, Instructor. Viper also waved his hand, signaling the same intention as Instructor. After casually choosing a tent, Liao Shi released Gligar and Pidgeotto, carefully treated their wounds again, and then bandaged himself up. He set an alarm on his Team Rocket's watch, and unable to resist the fatigue, immediately fell asleep. Beep beep beep. At 11 a.m., Liao Shi was woken up by the loud alarm. He opened his heavy eyelids, his mind momentarily fuzzy, forgetting where he was. After a moment, he remembered that the final trial was over and they needed to prepare to gather. Wiping his face, Liao Shi realized he still had time and started preparing lunch. After eating his fill, he finally opened the tent and walked towards the gathering point. When Liao Shi arrived at the gathering point, he saw that the large gate had been closed again. Looking at the gate, he felt a sense of melancholy, wondering when it would be opened next. After waiting for a while, people started arriving successively. However, unlike usual, most of them hadn't fully recovered from the battle in the passage. After all, constantly hovering on the brink of death inside felt like a dream now. Many people seemed unable to adjust back to normal yet. Once everyone had gathered, Instructor and Viper appeared before them all. Ha ha ha, looks like everyone is punctual. Excellent. Hearing this voice, everyone instantly stood up, waiting for the instructor's speech. Now announcing the assessment results. First place, Liao Shi. Second place, Dugu Yu. Third place, 7th place, Fujiwara Saren. Soon, the rankings were fully announced. First, congratulations on successfully completing this trial. Finishing the trial means you can leave Trial Island. A broader sky awaits you next. As for the rewards, they will be given to you after we leave the island and return to headquarters. Rest assured, the rewards will not disappoint you. Alright, enough talking. Next, we are going to prepare to say goodbye to this island. Is anyone reluctant to leave this place? Instructor asked with a laugh. Hearing this question, everyone wore an expression like they were constipated. Who the hell would be reluctant to leave this place? However, thinking that they could finally leave the island, excitement spread across everyone's faces. Soon, amidst anticipation, a spaceship bearing the Team Rocket's emblem slowly landed behind Instructor and Viper. Let's go, board the ship. Instructor called out, then took the lead and walked towards the spaceship. Instructor Sir. Viper Sir. The Team Rocket's members on the spaceship immediately bowed their heads and shouted upon seeing Instructor and Viper. The two of them, Instructor and Viper, nodded and boarded the spaceship, followed by Liao Shi and the others. 80. #80 Rockets Squad Captain. Chapter 80. Team Rocket's Junior Captain. High in the sky over the sea, a spaceship printed with the Team Rocket's logo flew rapidly forward. Inside an office on the ship, Instructor and Viper, the two instructors who had been all-powerful on Trial Island, now stood somewhat constrained before a TV screen showing a calling screen. The next second, the calling interface showed that it was connected. Seeing this status, the respectful expressions on the faces of Instructor and Viper deepened even further. The screen flashed and a serious and majestic face appeared. Is the trial over? Seeing Instructor and Viper, Giovanni guessed their purpose for calling after a brief thought. Yes, boss. The trial is over, and we are currently on our way back to Kanto. Instructor replied immediately without the slightest hesitation. Who took first place? Giovanni narrowed his eyes, seemingly somewhat curious about this ranking. A young fellow named Liao Shi. When Instructor spoke this name, his expression remained unchanged, but he was still somewhat joyful in his heart. Since a recruit from the region he was responsible for had won first place, the benefits he would receive later would surely be greater. Oh, it's him. Giovanni nodded. As number 3 of the Eastern Peninsula and one of the most powerful people on Trial Island, Liao Shi's complete information had naturally been compiled and given to Giovanni, so he had some impression of this name. At this moment, a pair of hands beside Giovanni handed him a folder. After taking the folder, he opened it, scanned the information, and set it aside. This person is not bad. After learning about Liao Shi's information and knowing he had won first place, a rare smile appeared on Giovanni's face. Seeing Giovanni's smile, a gleam flashed in the eyes of both Instructor and Viper. It seemed this kid had already caught the boss's attention. Boss, do we need to summon him over? No, just follow whatever the standard procedure is. Yes. After hearing the response from instructor and the other, Giovanni nodded and ended the call under their respectful gazes. That kid is considered to have been remembered by the boss, right? After the call ended, the speaking tone of Viper and the other also relaxed. He only caught his attention. To be valued by the boss, he still needs to continue working hard. Instructor smiled. That kid had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations in the trial, but if he didn't produce decent results later, he would only be slowly forgotten. Only by continuing to grow rapidly could he gain the boss's attention a day later. In a deserted suburb outside Viridian City, a spaceship landed slowly. Once it came to a steady stop, the ship's door opened, and Instructor and Viper once again led the Trial Island members out. However, at this time, everyone's appearance was already refreshed. The bloodstains and dust on their bodies had been washed away, and their clothing had been changed to the uniforms of ordinary Team Rocket's members. After walking off the spaceship, they rushed toward the Viridian forest under the leadership of the two instructors and soon arrived at a lakeside. By the lake, the two instructors stopped, causing most recruits to show puzzled expressions. Didn't they say they were going to the headquarters? Why come here? Just as they were wondering, the ground in front of them suddenly split open, and an elevator rose from the underground. Seeing this elevator, Liao Shi showed an as expected expression. It turned out the Team Rocket headquarters really was underground. Stepping onto the elevator with curiosity, Liao Shi slowly descended along the passage. The passage was quite deep. After about 10 minutes, the elevator stopped with a vibration. Subsequently, a metal door in front of them, which looked exceptionally sturdy and was printed with a giant letter R, slowly opened from both sides. At this moment, Liao Shi finally saw what the Team Rocket headquarters looked like behind the door. Behind the door was a huge hall, and all the facilities inside were filled with a high-tech feel. After entering the hall, he saw that besides the elevator they had just taken, there were several other passages leading in other directions. It seemed there were many other passages that could lead to the Team Rocket headquarters. Thank you for your hard work, Executive Instructor and Executive Viper. At this time, a crisp voice came from ahead. Liao Shi and the others looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young woman with purple hair and glasses walking over and greeting the two instructors. Oh, little Matori, you actually came in person. Instructor was slightly surprised to see the young woman. Don't be fooled by her youth. She was currently handing over work with the secretary who used to be by the leader's side. It was estimated that before long, she would become the next secretary by the leader's side, and her status was self-evident. Congratulations to the two executives for successfully completing this mission. You've worked hard on the long journey. Leave the rest to me. Matori's smile was very comfortable. Liao Shi's gaze also turned to her. This woman appeared many times in the anime in his past life, except that every time she made the Jessie trio jump in anger, and in the end, Jessie even gave her the nickname Watermelon Head Glasses Girl. Fine, then we'll go rest for a while. These little guys are in your hands. Instructor and the other smiled and left. Please follow me. After Matori gave a greeting, she turned and walked forward. Unfamiliar with the place, Liao Shi and the others naturally didn't dare to run around and followed her. The group followed Matori all the way into the interior of Team Rockets. When other Team Rockets members in the base saw Liao Shi and the others, their gazes were either curious, cold, or had other intentions. Taking the elevator, Matori led them to the 5th floor and entered an office, handing a stack of ID cards to everyone. Welcome again to Team Rockets. You are all members who have passed the final trial of Trial Island. The boss has specially promoted your rank within Team Rockets to Junior Captain. These are your ID cards. Captain Liao Shi, you are the first place winner of this trial. Although your rank is still Junior Captain, you can enjoy the privileges of a squad leader. Furthermore, if your strength reaches the squad leader level, you can be promoted directly. As soon as Matori said this, everyone looked at Liao Shi with envy, and Dugu Yu's gaze was even more resentful. Liao Shi took the ID card without changing his expression. In any case, this first place was already his, and others couldn't snatch it away just by looking. Thank you, Executive Matori. I will also keep the boss's cultivation in mind. You're welcome. It's all the boss's arrangement. Matori smiled at Liao Shi and continued to announce the next rewards. Also, your points rewards will be credited to your accounts later. You can pay attention to the messages on your watch. By the way, these are your dormitory keys. The dormitory numbers are already stuck on the keys. Alright, everyone else is dismissed. Captain Liao Shi, stay behind. Hearing that Liao Shi could stay behind alone, everyone immediately guessed that first place had extra rewards. Their envy and jealousy toward Liao Shi became even stronger. After everyone had taken their keys and left, Matori's gaze turned toward Liao Shi. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 81. Number 81 I've chosen you. Zorua. Chapter 81. I choose you. Zorua. Captain Liao Shi, you are the first place in this trial. In addition to the 100,000 points reward, you can also choose a Pokemon. Please follow me. After speaking, Midori walked out of the office with Liao Shi following behind her, heading deeper into the corridor. The further they went, the more Team Rocket's members could be seen guarding both sides. Soon, the two arrived at an iron door at the end of the corridor. Midori picked up the ID card hanging on her chest and swiped it at the iron door's scanner, and the iron door opened automatically. Inside the iron door, a middle-aged man dressed as a researcher was placing Pokeballs onto a shelf. Just as Midori and Liao Shi entered the room, the middle-aged man had just finished placing the last Pokeball. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he turned and saw the two. Executive Midori, you've arrived. The Pokemon you required have been prepared for you. Good, thank you for your hard work. Midori thanked him with a smile, then turned to look at Liao Shi. Captain Liao Shi, choose one from these Pokemon. Some of them are starter Pokemon, and there are also some relatively rare Pokemon. Make sure to consider carefully when choosing. Having said that, Midori stepped aside, signaling that Liao Shi could make his selection. Liao Shi took a deep breath. Although he had anticipated that the first place reward would allow him to choose a starter Pokemon, having the opportunity now still made him feel exceptionally excited. Although in his opinion, his Pidgeotto and Gligar were no worse than starter Pokemon, who could refuse one when given the chance? With his heart racing, Liao Shi stepped forward to the Pokeballs. Each Pokeball was labeled, so even without opening the stats, Liao Shi knew exactly what Pokemon was inside. Good heavens, the Pokemon on display were a dazzling array. There were various starter Pokemon, and beyond that, rare Pokemon seldom seen normally, like Growlithe, could also be found. With anticipation, Liao Shi opened the stats and carefully looked through the Pokemon one by one. As minutes passed, Liao Shi meticulously observed the stats of every Pokemon. Behind him, Midori and the middle-aged man did not feel impatient. After all, they knew very well how difficult it was to choose when faced with so many rare Pokemon. Among these Pokemon, there were almost no Pokemon with low-level or intermediate-level aptitude. The vast majority had advanced-level aptitude, and 5 or 6 of them even reached special-level aptitude. After some careful deliberation, Liao Shi picked out the 3 Pokemon he was most interested in from the overwhelming number of Pokemon types. They were Torchic, LV 13, Type, Fire, Gender, Male, Ability, Blaze, Held Item, None, Basic Skills, Scratch, Growl, Spark, Quick Attack, Flame Charge, Detect, Egg Moves, Flame Burst, Agility, Taught Skills, Low Sweep, Heat Wave, Helping Hand, TM, None, Aptitude, Special Level, Totodile, LV 14, Type, Water, Gender, Female, Ability, Torrent, Held Item, None, Basic Skills, Scratch, Glare, Water Gun, Bulldoze, Bite, Egg Moves, Water Sport, Dragon Dance, Taught Skills, Mudshot, Icy Wind, TM, None, Aptitude, Special Level, Zorua, LV 15, Type, Dark, Gender, Male, Ability, Illusion, Held Item, None, Basic Skills, Scratch, Glare, Taunt, Hone Claws, Fury Swipes, Egg Moves, Extrasensory, Captivate, Taught Skills, Steal, Snatch, Dark Pulse, Double Team, TM, None, Aptitude, Special Level. The stats of all 3 Pokemon made Liao Shi's eyes widen. They were indeed excellent Pokemon provided by Team Rockets for the first place winner to choose from. However, the only pity among these 3 was that Torchic's ability wasn't Speed Boost. If this Torchic were a Speed Boost chicken, there would be no need to consider anything else. Additionally, this Totodile had actually learned Dragon Dance, could you believe it? Finally, there was another rare Pokemon, Zorua. Zorua is a gray-black fox that looks very cute. Its evolution, Zoroark, is also very handsome, and its offensive stats and speed are both excellent. Its only flaw is that it's a bit fragile. Looking at these 3 Pokemon, after a period of consideration, he gritted his teeth and stopped hesitating, directly picking up Zorua's Pokeball. Torchic not having the speed boost ability made it a bit less interesting. For Totodile, aside from the move Dragon Dance, it wasn't particularly outstanding in other aspects. This Zorua, however, looked much more comfortable in terms of moves. Every move was very useful, and it had even learned the psychic-type move extrasensory. Once he had decided, he picked up Zorua's Pokeball and turned to look at Motori. Executive Motori, I've made my choice. This Zorua? Are you sure? Hooked at the Pokemon in Liao Shi's hand and wasn't surprised. This Zorua's potential was no worse than any of the starter Pokemon here. Motori looked at the Pokemon in Liao Shi's hand and wasn't surprised. This Zorua's potential was no worse than any of the starter Pokemon here. I'm sure, Liao Shi responded with a firm gaze. Alright, record it. Let's go. Motori nodded, reminded the middle-aged man, called out to Liao Shi, and turned to walk out the door. After putting away Zorua's Pokeball, Liao Shi suppressed his excitement and followed Motori out. Alright, Captain Liao Shi, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. You can check the layout of the headquarters in the distribution hall to familiarize yourself. After walking out of the room, she took Liao Shi to the elevator. Having completed the task of receiving the newcomer, Motori said a brief goodbye and turned back. Liao Shi turned and pressed the elevator button, returning to the lobby. There were quite a few people in the lobby, but most of them seemed to be in a hurry. Liao Shi looked around, and the newcomers who had come out of Trial Island with him had all disappeared. It seemed they were all in a hurry to return to their dorms to check their rewards. Naturally, he also wanted to return to his dorm quickly to check his first place points reward and the Zorua he had just obtained. He found a regional distribution map standing in the lobby, located the dormitory area on it, memorized the route, and then turned to walk towards the dorms. Although Liao Shi's current position was junior captain, he could already enjoy the privileges of a squad leader, and Team Rocket's members at the squad leader level or above could have a private dormitory. After opening the dormitory door, he scanned the surroundings with his eyes. Finding no danger, he finally stepped inside. Sitting on the soft bed, Liao Shi let out a heavy sigh of relief. Now that he had left that island, although he wasn't exactly safe, at least he didn't have to experience that feeling of the Grim Reaper chasing after him anymore. After releasing Pidgeotto and Gligar to let them play on their own, Liao Shi raised his hand and looked at his Pokemon watch, an excited expression appearing on his face. Check the rewards, check the rewards. 82. Number 82 Exchange Center. Chapter 82, Exchange Center. He tapped on his watch and began checking the points balance on it. During the latter part of his time on the island, many kind-hearted people had also stuffed some points into his account. So besides the reward points, he originally had 23,520 points. Now, by seeing how many more he had, he could tell how many points the reward was. Opening the balance inquiry and looking at the numbers on it, Liao Shi's eyes lit up. 123,520 for taking first place in this trial assessment. Besides being rewarded with a Pokemon of excellent aptitude, there was actually a reward of 100,000 points. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to let himself go. With such a large sum of points, he still needed to think carefully about where to spend them. Next, Liao Shi took out a Pokeball. It was time to get to know this new partner. Seeing Liao Shi's movements, Pidgeotto and Gligar also approached, partly to protect Liao Shi, and partly out of curiosity about what their new partner looked like. After getting ready, Liao Shi pressed the button in the middle of the Pokeball. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and a small fox appeared in front of him. Once the little fox was summoned, its gaze became alert, and its posture shifted into a stance ready to launch an attack at any moment. Kuso. It looked quite fierce, but under the pressure of Pidgeotto and Gligar's aura, its slightly trembling legs had already betrayed the fear in its heart. Relax, don't scare it. At that moment, Liao Shi raised his hands, patting Pidgeotto's back with one and stroking Gligar's head with the other. Feeling Liao Shi's touch, both Pokemon squinted their eyes and rubbed against his hands. Without the pressure from the two Pokemon, Zorua finally managed to stand steady. Having just come off Trial Island and experienced countless slaughters, Pidgeotto and Gligar radiated an invisible murderous aura. When they focused specifically on Zorua, that terrifying pressure naturally frightened it quite a bit. Zorua, don't be afraid. We'll be partners from now on. Liao Shi tried his best to make his smile look gentle, hoping to move this Zorua with it. But in response, Zorua still maintained an alert and wary expression. However, with Pidgeotto and Gligar nearby, it refrained from baring its teeth or making any attacking moves. This little thing is refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Liao Shi raised an eyebrow. He had wanted to rely on sincerity to melt the other's cold heart, but all he got in return was distance. In that case, let's eat. After saying that, he took out Pidgeotto and Gligar's Pokemon food and poured it into their bowls, then mixed in some honey. It smelled wonderful. In the corner, Zorua smelled the tempting aroma of the Pokemon food. Watching Pidgeotto and Gligar devouring the Pokemon food, it couldn't help but swallow its saliva, and its little belly let out a gurgle. It took a step, desperately wanting to go forward and taste the fragrant delicacy. However, its fear of Pidgeotto and Gligar combined with its wariness of Liao Shi made it pull back its foot. It could only watch helplessly as the two Pokemon feasted on the delicious food. Before long, the Pokemon food in the bowls was gone. After setting the bowls aside, Liao Shi gave the still sniffing Zorua a half smile. Seeing Liao Shi looking over, Zorua's little face immediately became alert again. After a couple of light chuckles, he took out Zorua's Pokeball and recalled it under its incredulous gaze. Then, after recalling Pidgeotto and Gligar as well, he walked out of the room. After recalling the area map, he headed toward the Team Rocket cafeteria. It was mealtime, and many Team Rocket members were eating in the cafeteria. Liao Shi's arrival didn't attract much attention. As a newcomer who had just arrived at Team Rocket headquarters, he knew almost no one here. The food at the headquarters was very plentiful. After getting a meal, he found a seat in a crowded area and began to enjoy the food. While eating, he listened to the nearby Team Rocket members chatting and joking, hoping to hear some useful information. In the end, until he finished his meal, he didn't hear any substantial conversation. After clearing his tray, Liao Shi walked out of the cafeteria. Then he headed straight for his next destination, the exchange center. Since he had obtained Zorua, he definitely had to find a way to win it over, so he needed to prepare the training resources in advance. Soon, Liao Shi arrived at the exchange center area. It had to be said, it was worthy of being the Team Rocket headquarters exchange center. The space was enormous, with several exchange windows. Moreover, curtains could be drawn during the exchange to hide the details of the transaction. This gave Liao Shi some peace of mind. At least he wouldn't have to flaunt his wealth. After entering an exchange window, he drew the curtain. "Hello, is there any helping hand I can provide for you?" Looking up, he saw a fairly good-looking young woman looking at him with a smile. "Please exchange these resources for points for me." After saying that, he took out the intermediate-level black sludge he had on him. He also placed various other resources he had obtained during this time on the counter for the girl to calculate. After rummaging through the pile of resources for a while, the girl finished her calculations and looked up at Liao Shi. "Hello, these resources can be exchanged for a total of 16,380 points. Please confirm." "That's fine." Liao Shi nodded. He had indeed been quite unlucky during the latter period, obtaining fewer materials. These items were worth just about that many points. After showing his watch and seeing that she had transferred 16,380 points over, Liao Shi picked up the catalog on the side and began selecting the items he wanted to exchange for. First, he spent 4,000 points to exchange for a 2-month supply of flying-type top-tier Pokemon food for Pidgeotto. Then he spent another 4,000 points to exchange for dark-type Pokemon food. He didn't know how much Zorua ate, so he wasn't sure how long those 4,000 points worth of Pokemon food would last. Next was energy cubes. What made Liao Shi's eyes light up was that he actually saw top-tier energy cubes on this list. However, the price of top-tier energy cubes was enough to make anyone cry. They actually cost 50 points each. Calculating it this way, if he bought top-tier energy cubes, wouldn't his seemingly large amount of points hit rock bottom after buying just a few? He opened his mouth to speak, but then he quickly saw that top-tier energy cubes required the authority of a captain or higher to purchase. In other words, even if he wanted to buy them now, he couldn't. That's a relief. Since he couldn't buy them, he didn't have to worry about it anymore. After spending 4,000 points to buy 1,000 flying-type advanced-level energy cubes and 1,000 dark-type energy cubes, Liao Shi looked at the other items. After searching for a while, he finally found what he wanted, a sharp fang. 83. Number 83. It conquered its stomach. Chapter 83. Conquering its stomach. The sharp fang was the item needed for Gligar's evolution and was extremely important to Liao Shi. If he could afford it, he had to prioritize obtaining it no matter what. He glanced at the price of the sharp fang. When he saw the string of zeros following the digits, Liao Shi felt his vision go dark. This was way too damn expensive. It cost 80,000 points to afford a single sharp fang. Fortunately, the sharp fang didn't have a very high clearance restriction. Liao Shi's squad leader clearance was sufficient to purchase it. Gritting his teeth, he spent 80,000 points to buy the sharp fang, and his wallet, which had only recently become flush, instantly shrunk by more than half. He wasn't in a hurry for Zorua's move TMs yet. Zorua hadn't undergone proper training, and the moves it had previously learned still needed practice. As for the two vital life-saving moves, Protect and Substitute, Liao Shi wanted to have Pidgeotto and Gligar try to teach them to it to see if it could learn them. Back on Trial Island, time had been extremely precious, so he hadn't wasted time letting Pidgeotto and the others try to teach these moves. Now that he was off the island and the pace of life was less tense, he could give it a try. Checking his points balance, he had 47,900 points remaining. He spent another 6,000 points to buy a U-turn move TM. This was prepared for Pidgeotto and would be very useful at certain critical moments. Finally, Liao Shi's gaze turned toward the earthquake move he had been longing for. Although he had mentally prepared himself for it to be expensive, he still couldn't help but sigh when he saw the price of 30,000. But what else could he do? He might as well buy it, considering he'd already bought the 80,000 point Sharp Fang. After buying these, Liao Shi's points were instantly bottomed out. In just a few minutes, the amount of points he spent reached nearly 130,000. This exaggerated spending capacity also shocked the young lady attending to him, making her mouth hang open. With 11,900 points left, Liao Shi decided to keep them. Skrelp would be born in half a month, and he would definitely need to prepare many things by then. After confirming the exchange items, the young lady turned and walked toward the warehouse with a dazed expression, retrieved Liao Shi's items, and handed them to him. Once he had the items and confirmed there were no issues, he put everything into his belt. Just as he turned to leave, his footsteps suddenly stopped. His eyes flickered as he thought of something, and he turned back to the reception counter. Seeing Liao Shi return, the young lady's eyes widened slightly. Could this handsome guy still have points to exchange for items? Hello, is there anything else I can help you with? Liao Shi reached into his person and pulled out a Pokeball, handing it to her. Do you buy Pokemon? Inside this Pokeball was the Magby he had snatched on Trial Island. Its aptitude was decent. His original plan was to use its flame body ability to speed up Skrelp's hatching, but thinking about it now, there was no need to use it. This Magby had been snatched from another Team Rocket's member after all. Since he had killed its trainer, it would inevitably harbor resentment toward him. Under such circumstances, even if he forcibly tamed it, he wouldn't feel safe in trusting Skrelp's Pokemon egg to it. Furthermore, Skrelp was only half a month away from being born. Plus, now that he had Zorua, he could focus his cultivation efforts on Zorua during this time. It was acceptable if Skrelp was born a few days later. So, Liao Shi planned to sell this Magby for some points. Do you need a detailed data check for this Pokemon? The young lady picked up the Pokeball and asked. Yes, Magby's aptitude was good, so testing it could get him more points. After waiting for about 10 minutes, she came running back, panting, with the Pokeball. Hello, the test is complete. This Magby's aptitude is at the advanced level. We can purchase it for 10,000 points. If that's acceptable, we will transfer the points to you. Deal. Liao Shi nodded, and then 9,900 points were acquired. The test cost 100, slightly filling his shriveled wallet. This time, Liao Shi pulled back the curtain and walked straight out. However, because he had stayed inside for quite a while, he attracted the attention of some people outside. After sweeping his calm gaze over these people, Liao Shi calmly walked out of the exchange center. Inside the exchange center behind him, the Team Rocket's members who originally harbored some ill intent gave up on provoking him after seeing Liao Shi's fearless expression. After finishing his visit to the exchange center, Liao Shi returned to his dormitory room. After closing the door, he released Pidgeotto and Gligar, then picked up Zorua's Pokeball. With a flash of white light, Zorua was released again. The little fox's emotions hadn't recovered yet. Seeing Liao Shi, it immediately fell into a state of questioning its life. How could this human be so petty? It just wanted to act a bit cold and aloof. It didn't mean it wouldn't follow him. But this human was great, he just straight up didn't give it food. Grumble. Thinking of the aroma that had drifted over from the food earlier, Zorua was truly hungry, and its stomach betrayingly let out a rumbling sound. Seeing Zorua's conflicted look, Liao Shi smiled, then took out a new food bowl and poured in the dark-type top-tier Pokemon food he had prepared for Zorua. Then he added honey and stirred it evenly. A portion of Pokemon food that was perfect in color, aroma, and taste, yet simple to make, was finished. He looked up and saw that Zorua's mouth was already watering like a waterfall. Its eyes were fixed straight on the bowl of Pokemon food, filled with longing. Eat, Zorua. It's all yours. Liao Shi pushed the food bowl forward a bit and said with a smile. Zorua looked up at Liao Shi, then ran forward and began to eat without the slightest hesitation. Anyway, it had already fallen into this human's hands. With the strength of the two Pokemon by his side, killing it would be easy. so escaping was out of the question. It might as well enjoy the delicious food in front of it first. Soon, the small bowl of Pokemon food entered Zorua's stomach. After eating this bowl of delicious Pokemon food, although it was very full, the expression on its face still seemed to want more. Walking lazily to the side, Zorua lay on the ground to rest. At this moment, the hostility in its gaze toward Liao Shi had lessened significantly. There was no choice, it couldn't win in a fight, and now its stomach had been conquered. Why bother resisting? If it was caught, it was caught. Seeing Zorua's reaction, Liao Shi smiled slightly, then turned and walked into the bathroom. After completing a series of routines like showering and using the toilet, he lay on the bed with a refreshed face. The moment his head hit the pillow, the fatigue accumulated on Trial Island instantly swept through his entire body, and he fell into a deep sleep in no time. Beside the bed, Gligar and Pidgeotto glanced at each other, then tacitly assigned their respective night watch duties and lay down on the floor on either side of Liao Shi to rest. At the foot of the bed, Zorua lazily lifted its eyelids and soon closed them again. 84. Number 84 Soroya's first match. Chapter 84. Zorua's first battle. Early the next morning, after preparing breakfast for his 3 Pokemon, Liao Shi began to wash up. By the time he came out of the bathroom, the 3 Pokemon had already finished their respective Pokemon food. Let's go. Today, we'll see what kind of life we have to face next. After recalling them into their Pokeballs, he went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Just as he finished and was about to head to the mission hall, the Team Rocket's watch on his wrist suddenly emitted a beep and vibrated. Liao Shi's eyes narrowed. A message. He raised his hand, and sure enough, a new message was on the screen. Who would be sending him a message at this time? With a heavy heart, Liao Shi tapped on the message to read it. When he saw the contents, his eyebrows shot up. Successfully accepted E-rank mission. Mission content: assassinate low-level investigator, Redwood Rock. Time limit: 7 days. He hadn't even gone to the mission hall to accept a mission yet, and one had already found its way to him? Liao Shi frowned in thought. Clearly, this was a mandatory mission. He just didn't know if only he had it, or if every new member of the Team Rockets received one. After pondering for a moment, he lowered his hand. Although he was surprised by the sudden mission, since it was mandatory, he had to see it through. The priority now was to find a place to check Redwood Rock's information. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know where the man was or what his strength was, a major taboo for an assassin. As for where to find intelligence, he remembered there was an archives in the regional layout. It should have what he needed. An hour later, Liao Shi walked out of the archives. It did indeed have the information he needed on Redwood Rock, though it required points to view. Fortunately, because Redwood Rock wasn't very strong and held a low status in the league, it didn't cost many points, only 50 points to access his intel. Redwood Rock resides in Pewter City of the Kanto region. Occupation: low-level investigator at the Pewter City Officer Division. Strength: intermediate-level trainer. Currently living in Yufeng Garden. The information was only a few lines long, but Liao Shi was satisfied. The most important details, address and strength, were there. Now that he had a target, he had no desire to wander around. 7 days wasn't exactly plenty of time. It was better to set out as soon as possible. He checked his supplies. He still had plenty of food and energy cubes for his 3 Pokemon, and his daily necessities were complete. After inquiring about how to enter and exit the base, he took the elevator and left the Team Rocket headquarters where he had stayed for only one night. Inside the Viridian Forest, Liao Shi returned to the familiar wilderness. Since Pewter City was on the other side of the Viridian Forest, he planned to head straight through the forest to sneak into Pewter City. As for why he didn't take a vehicle, it was because Liao Shi didn't have a League ID card. As an unregistered person not in the League's records, he was ineligible to enter areas under League control. If he were unlucky enough to encounter League police checking passengers while entering Pewter City, it would be troublesome. Thus, sneaking into Pewter City through the wilderness was Liao Shi's best option. While traveling, he could also train and familiarize himself with Zorua through battles. Walking through the massive jungle, he saw many Pokemon along the way, but most were weak and common species like Oddish, Caterpie, and Raticate. They were mostly timid and hid the moment they saw Liao Shi. In front of Liao Shi, Zorua's small eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Its small body slightly crouched, ready to react to danger at any moment. As the man and Pokemon delved deeper into the forest, Liao Shi's footsteps suddenly paused. His gaze fell on a tree not far ahead. There, a purple monkey with a hand on its tail was baring its teeth and screeching at them. Oh, it's an Apom. Seeing that the monkey on the tree didn't flee at their arrival but instead looked ferocious, Liao Shi's eyes flickered as he summoned its stats to take a look. APOM LV 16 Type Normal Gender Male Ability Pickup Held Item Oran Berry Basic Skills Scratch Tail Whip Sand Attack Astonish Baton Pass Tickle Egg Moves Retaliate Taught Skills Knock Off TM None Aptitude Intermediate Level A Level 16 APOM Huh? It'll make a perfect first opponent for Zorua after being caught. Zorua, Hone Claws. Since the opponent didn't launch an immediate attack, Liao Shi unhesitatingly used this time to buff Zorua's state. Up ahead, Zorua hesitated for a moment upon hearing Liao Shi's command, but chose to comply. Zorua braced its hind legs and raised both front claws, beginning to sharpen them. OHA. APOM wasn't stupid. Seeing Zorua's movement, it quickly realized it couldn't let the opponent continue. It immediately raised its paws and jumped down from the tree, lunging straight at Zorua. Double team. Seeing APOM's move, Liao Shi reacted quickly and shouted a command. However, it was clear that Zorua's synergy with him wasn't enough yet. It only used the move just as APOM reached it. Several clones instantly appeared around it, narrowly confusing APOM. Don't stop, Dark Pulse. Zorua had just been feeling smug about dodging the attack, but the next second, Liao Shi's voice rang out from behind again, causing its gaze to sharpen. Quickly putting away its distractions, Zorua adjusted its direction and opened its mouth wide at APOM, condensing a black energy ball. The release speed of the energy ball wasn't fast, but because of the close proximity, it struck the opponent accurately. OHA. Taking the full damage of the Dark Pulse, the resulting explosion sent APOM flying into a tree trunk. These two hits caused it significant injury. Its body swayed as it used the tree for support to stand up. Its eyes looked at Zorua with fear. After letting out two fake tough roars, it turned and fled. Kuso. Seeing its opponent flee, Zorua barked disdainfully at its back, then turned and came to Liao Shi's side, rubbing against his leg like a kitten with a pleasing smile. Although the man and Pokemon had only shared one battle, Zorua knew very well that its newly met trainer was a major reason why this fight was won so easily. Had it fought alone, even if it won, it would have surely been injured. Combined with the temptation of delicious food, it decided it was much more comfortable to cling tightly to this thigh. Liao Shi also broke into a smile seeing Zorua's action. Just as he was about to squat down to pet it, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a shadow flash behind a nearby tree, which then charged straight toward him. 85. Hash 85. Is this something I can watch without paying? Chapter 85. Is this something I can watch without paying? Just as that shadow was rapidly approaching Liao Shi, a white light flashed from the Pokeball at his waist. Accompanied by an angry cry, a whirlwind quickly condensed and blocked the space between the shadow and Liao Shi. As the white light dissipated, a handsome Pidgeotto appeared in midair and swiftly charged towards the opponent. On the other side, the black shadow visibly trembled upon seeing the whirlwind, hurriedly changing direction to try and dodge. However, the gust released by the battle-experienced Pidgeotto was positioned at a very tricky angle. By the time the opponent tried to evade, it was already too late, and it plunged headlong into the whirlwind. Taking advantage of its being swept up in the whirlwind, Liao Shi got a clear look at the shadow's form. It turned out to be a ferret. The ferret's appearance was somewhat similar to a marten, quite a cute one. But right now, this thing actually wanted to attack him, so no matter how he looked at it, it was unpleasant. Looking at the ferret, he habitually scanned it, and its stats appeared. Ferret LV 26 Type Normal Gender Female Ability Keen Eye Held Item None Basic Skills Scratch Defense Curl Quick Attack Fury Swipes Helping Hand Follow Me Slam Egg Moves Slash Taught Skills None TM None Aptitude Intermediate Level. This was a ferret that wasn't impressive in any aspect, and its level was 3 levels lower than Pidgeotto's. This battle would be completely one-sided. Liao Shi turned around and continued walking towards Pewter City. After experiencing the harsh training on Trial Island, walking through this Viridian forest felt like being a fish in water for Liao Shi. During his rapid journey, 3 days passed quickly. On the afternoon of the 4th day, Liao Shi finally caught sight of Pewter City from a hillside. Looking at the huge silhouette of the city ahead, he breathed a sigh of relief. The mission deadline was 1 week. If he could reach Pewter City today, he would have some time left to observe Redwood Rock's daily routine. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he continued moving his feet towards the city below. However, as he was skirting around a lake, a series of collision sounds suddenly came from not far ahead, sounding like Pokemon fighting. Liao Shi raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Crouching down, he quietly walked towards the direction of the sounds. After getting closer, Liao Shi could also hear someone shouting loudly, seemingly a trainer commanding their Pokemon in battle. Hiding behind a tree, Liao Shi peered through a gap in the grass and saw the scene of Pokemon fighting by the lakeside. He saw a middle-aged man with a cold expression commanding a Lickitung and a Machoke fighting against 3 Pokemon. The 3 opposing Pokemon were a mosquito frog, a wartortle, and an Eevee. Their trainers were a young boy and girl who didn't look very old. The boy and girl were wearing uniforms specially made by the league, and their faces were full of a sense of justice. They looked exactly like those league trainers who travel around after getting their Pokemon. However, at this moment, these 2 league trainers had lost their usual confident air. Although they had a numerical advantage of 3 against 2, their Pokemon's strength was completely inferior to their opponents, and the battle situation had completely fallen into a disadvantage. After a command error, the boy's Mosquito Frog was struck by Machoke's Thunder Punch. The super effective damage caused it, already in poor condition, to lose its ability to fight immediately. Mosquito Frog. Seeing Mosquito Frog fall, the boy and girl's faces instantly turned pale. They could only watch as Machoke turned and ran towards the other part of the battlefield. HMPH, with just this bit of strength you want to stop me? Too naive, league pups. With the advantage in hand, the middle-aged man looked at the 2 league members and sneered coldly, You damned poacher, the league will definitely not let you get away with this. The league girl, whose face was originally sweet, was now filled with anger as she shouted at the middle-aged man. The league? Worry about yourselves first. As his words fell, with the cooperation of Machoke and Lickitung, Wartortle and Eevee soon met the same fate as Mosquito Frog. Eevee, Wartortle. The boy and girl hurriedly took out 3 exquisite Ultra Balls, recalled the 3 Pokemon, then turned and tried to flee. Lickitung, Icy Wind, stop them. Seeing his 2 little prey trying to escape, the middle-aged man patted Lickitung's head and said. Lickitung immediately opened its mouth, spitting out a stream of icy cold wind that blocked the 2 fleeing figures. What do you want to do? My father is an investigator for the league. If you do anything to us, my father won't let you go. The boy hastily stopped, glanced at the ice crystals ahead, and though his face was full of fear, he stepped in front of the girl and threatened the middle-aged man. An investigator? I'm so scared. The middle-aged man walked forward with his 2 Pokemon, his expression exaggerated. However, in the next second, it turned cold. Kill the boy. At his command, Lickitung directly extended its tongue, wrapped it around the boy, and gradually began to exert force. As the constricting force grew stronger, the expression on the boy's face changed from fear to pain. Soon, cracking sounds could be heard from his body, the sound of bones breaking inside. Amidst the painful wails, the middle-aged man's expression also gradually turned ferocious. Soon, when the boy had completely fallen silent, the middle-aged man's gaze shifted to the girl. Looking at the girl's pretty face and developing figure, he stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. It had been a while since he last relieved himself, and today a little lamb had delivered itself to him. Poacher, what are you going to do? I warn you, we've already called the police. The police from Pewter City will be here soon. The girl's face was bloodless. Watching the middle-aged man with a lecherous expression approach step by step, her body trembled with cold fear. It's fine. We'll finish before they get here. The middle-aged man stepped forward, his hands already beginning to tear at her clothes. Behind the grass, Liao Shi's face showed surprise. Was this damn scene something he could watch without paying? Shaking his head, he signaled to the Zorua beside him and slowly started to retreat, preparing to leave. Save her? Impossible. This girl had zero connection to him. In fact, she was from his opposing faction. Why the hell would he save her? Although he had no intention of saving anyone, letting him watch this young girl in the prime of her life be violated was still somewhat unbearable. After all, before crossing over, he had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Even though his recent dark experiences with Team Rocket had drastically changed his personality, he still retained some basic humanity. As for ambush, there was some distance between them, and the middle-aged man's 2 Pokemon were watching closely nearby. The chance of a successful ambush wasn't high either. No need to cause trouble for himself. Better to hurry to Pewter City and get a glimpse of a city in the Pokemon world sooner. However, even though Liao Shi didn't want to meddle in others' business, an accident still occurred. 86. Number 86 Extremely Weak Power. Chapter 86, The Very Hollow Machoke. Just as Liao Shi and Zorua were about to retreat, Zorua accidentally stepped on a branch with one of its small feet. The next second, a crisp snap echoed through the air, reaching the ears of the vigilant Lickitung and Machoke. Lickitung's eyes turned cold. It turned around and, without the slightest hesitation, fired an icy wind towards Liao Shi's direction. Watching the icy cold wind approach, Liao Shi gave a helpless look at the guilty-faced Zorua beside him. This little one still needed more training. However, Liao Shi wouldn't blame Zorua for this mishap. Moreover, that icy wind was rapidly closing in on him. But the next second, the reassuring gust rose once more, forming a barrier in front of him and completely absorbing the icy wind. "Who's there? Show yourself." Seeing the whirlwind that blocked the icy wind, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. He stared coldly in Liao Shi's direction and shouted, but no figure emerged from the grass. The response to his call was a streak of white light diving rapidly from the sky towards Lickitung. Lickitung, supersonic. Facing the sudden aerial assault, the middle-aged man didn't panic. He calmly began commanding Lickitung to counterattack. Upon hearing the command, Lickitung opened its mouth towards the direction of the white light, unleashing a powerful sonic attack that shot towards it. But the white light was fast and incredibly agile. It twisted its body, dodging the supersonic, and continued its direct descent. Thunder Punch. Seeing the supersonic miss, the middle-aged man frowned and quickly changed tactics. Soon, the two Pokémon collided fiercely. Amidst the struggle, the white light around the Pokémon facing Lickitung gradually dissipated, revealing its form unmistakably as Pidgeotto. The moment he saw Pidgeotto, the middle-aged man's face lit up with delight. A flying-type Pidgeotto had actually crashed right into his Lickitung's Thunder Punch? Wasn't that seeking death? However, the silvery light flashing on Pidgeotto's wings immediately halted his smile. Steel Wing? After a brief contest of strength between the two Pokémon, Pidgeotto ultimately gained the upper hand and repelled Lickitung. Continue, Gust. Only then did Liao Shi slowly step out from behind the grass, his eyes calmly fixed on the middle-aged man. In front of the middle-aged man, Lickitung had just steadied itself when Pidgeotto's gust condensed beneath it. A whirlwind compressed to its limits rose from below, its powerful roar foretelling that this attack's power was certainly not ordinary. Not good, Lickitung, use substitute, quick. The middle-aged man reacted swiftly, not daring to underestimate the move just because it was gust. Thanks to his timely command, Lickitung used substitute just before the gust could strike, escaping the whirlwind's range. After putting some distance between them, the air finally quieted down. Liao Shi's gaze shifted to the two Pokémon the middle-aged man had revealed. Lickitung, LV, 27. Type, normal. Gender, male. Ability, own tempo. Held item, Silk Scarf, intermediate level. Basic skills, Lick, Supersonic, Defense Curl, Knock Off, Wrap, Stomp, Disable. Egg moves, Amnesia. Taught skills, Thunder Punch, Icy Wind. TM, Protect, Substitute, Rock Slide, Brick Break. Aptitude, Advanced level. Machoke, LV, 31. Type, Fighting. Gender, female. Ability, Guts. Held item, Black Belt, intermediate level. Basic skills, Glare, Low Sweep, Focus Energy, Karate Chop, Foresight, Low Kick, Seismic Toss. Retaliate, Knock Off, Vital Throw, Wake Up Slap. Egg moves, Bullet Punch. Taught skills, Fire Punch. TM, Protect, Substitute, Awakening Power, Dark. Aptitude, intermediate level. After reviewing the stats of the two Pokémon, Liao Shi's attention was drawn to this Machoke. It was actually level 31, reaching advanced level strength. However, aside from its level, other aspects were quite ordinary, especially its aptitude, which was only intermediate level. Having clarified the capabilities of the opponent's two Pokémon, Liao Shi raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man opposite him. Kid, your Pidgeotto's strength is decent, but it's not enough if you want to play the hero saving the damsel. After saying this, his hands slowly began to wander over the girl's body. Feeling those moving, lecherous hands on her, the lead girl felt utterly nauseated. At the same time, she looked at Liao Shi with hopeful, pitiful eyes. While performing these actions, the middle-aged man kept his gaze fixed on Liao Shi, wanting to see his reaction. Disappointingly, although Liao Shi frowned at the girl's humiliation, the middle-aged man couldn't see any trace of anxiety or anger on his face. Failing to achieve the desired effect, his face turned sinister. With a cold snort, he commanded his two Pokémon to begin the battle. HMPH, putting on an act. Let's see if you can keep that expression after your Pidgeotto falls. Lickitung, Icy Wind. Machoke, Awakening Power. As his words fell, both Pokémon simultaneously unleashed their skills towards Pidgeotto. Facing the continuous long-range attacks from the two opposing Pokémon, Pidgeotto's pressure increased dramatically. It no longer had the ease and ability to counterattack it had when facing Lickitung alone. Seeing this situation, Liao Shi wasn't surprised. Although Lickitung's strength was inferior to Pidgeotto's, and Machoke's type was disadvantaged against Pidgeotto when they teamed up, it was still too much for Pidgeotto alone to handle. So, his right hand swept across his belt, and Gligar's Pokeball was already in his grasp. Go! Gligar fight alongside Pidgeotto. Gligar, who had been itching for a fight, surged with fighting spirit. It rushed forward on its two short legs, quickly joining the battlefield. Opposite them, after Liao Shi summoned Gligar, the middle-aged man's expression changed, but he wasn't panicked yet. His Machoke had already reached advanced level strength. With it joining the fight, even if the opponent also had two Pokémon, it would just be a bit more troublesome to deal with them. However, it didn't take long for the middle-aged man's smile to vanish. Gligar, now on the battlefield, was equally fierce and coordinated perfectly with Pidgeotto. Lickitung and Machoke quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Damn it, how are this kid's two Pokémon so strong? Watching the situation worsen, the middle-aged man could no longer remain calm. Meanwhile, Liao Shi narrowed his eyes as he watched the battle between the Pokémon. Initially, he had been a bit worried that dealing with the advanced level Machoke might be a bit much for Gligar and Pidgeotto. But now, it seemed there was no need for concern at all. Because from Machoke's performance in battle, it was clear that this Machoke had very poor control over its own energy. In Xuanhuan novel terms, its true chi was hollow and unstable, its foundation shaky. Because of this, it couldn't unleash its full potential. Liao Shi guessed that this Machoke had recently had its already limited potential overdrained by the middle-aged man through some method forcibly raised to this level, like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Consequently, when facing Pidgeotto, which had a type advantage, it was severely countered and injured before long. Useless, truly useless. Seeing the Machoke he had placed such high hopes on perform so poorly, the middle-aged man cursed angrily through gritted teeth. With an extremely grim expression, he pulled another Pokeball from his waist and threw it out. 87. Number 87. You stay away. Chapter 87. You don't come any closer. A flash of white light, and then a Rhyhorn covered in armor appeared in front of the middle-aged man. Rhyhorn, use Rock Slide on Pidgeotto. At this moment, after eating a poison jab from Gligar, Lickitung had already fallen into a poisoned state, with several injuries bleeding. Machoke wasn't faring much better, having been kited by Pidgeotto and repeatedly hit by Gust. Seeing this situation, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel anxious and hurriedly commanded Rhyhorn to provide support. In mid-air, Pidgeotto had just finished using Gust on Machoke. Facing the Rock Slide attack from the Rhyhorn below, it was momentarily difficult to dodge and could only watch as the rocks shot towards it. Use Protect. The Rhyhorn's attack was sudden. Liao Shi knew that given Pidgeotto's current state, it wouldn't have time to dodge or counter. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to have it use the life-saving move Protect. Rock Slide is a rock-type move, which is doubly effective against flying types. If Pidgeotto were to take this hit head-on, although it wouldn't be instantly knocked out, it would definitely affect its ability to fight 1 against 2 later. So, it was better to use Protect to block it. Pidgeotto and Liao Shi cooperated with great tacit agreement. As soon as his words fell, a green energy barrier had already formed around Pidgeotto, blocking all the rocks from the Rock Slide attack. Damn! Seeing this seemingly guaranteed sneak attack being dismantled, the middle-aged man's mentality took a slight hit. Were this kid and his Pokémon monsters? How could they react to that? Seizing this opportunity, Liao Shi's gaze turned to this Rhyhorn, and he began to examine its stats. Rhyhorn, LV, 22. Type, Ground plus Rock. Gender, Male. Ability, Rock Head. Held item, none. Basic skills, Horn Attack, Tail Whip, Fury Attack, Intimidate, Rock Slide, Stomp, Egg moves, Slash Claw, Thunderfang. Taught skills, Shockwave, TM, Protect, Rest. Aptitude, Advanced. Looking at this Rhyhorn's data, it was actually quite decent. Its evolved form, Raiden, also looked very cool. It excelled in attack and defense, but its shortcomings were significant too. Its special attack, special defense, and speed were all very poor. Coupled with the fact that it was weak to too many types, this Pokémon had always been overlooked. In the air, after the Protect skill faded, Pidgeotto hurriedly flew away from its spot, moving closer to Gligar's direction. It was somewhat troublesome for Pidgeotto to deal with 2 opponents alone, but if it coordinated with Gligar, things would be much easier. After all, Gligar's opponent, Lickitung, was in worse and worse condition, looking like it was about to collapse. Gligar, on the other hand, had only sustained some minor injuries and was in good condition. After the 2 Pokémon joined forces, they began a coordinated attack, easily gaining the upper hand. After all, 2 of the 3 opposing Pokémon were in poor condition, and 1 wasn't very high leveled. There was simply no contest. Seeing that there were no major issues, Liao Shi glanced at the middle-aged man. His right hand swept past his waist, and a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. Then, gripping the dagger and accompanied by Zorua, he charged towards the middle-aged man. With all 3 of the opponent's Pokémon on the field in such a state and the man not calling for reinforcements, he probably had no more tricks up his sleeve. It was time for Liao Shi to strike. Kill this guy first, lest he sees an opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's mind was in complete turmoil. Seeing Liao Shi charging towards him with murderous intent, he was instantly filled with fear. You bastard kid, you don't come any closer. If you take another step, I'll kill this young lady. The middle-aged man reached out, grabbed the young girl by the neck, and used her as a shield in front of him, trying to threaten Liao Shi with this. Seeing this scene, Liao Shi slowed his pace, shifting from a sprint to a gradual approach. Seeing Liao Shi reduce his speed, the middle-aged man sneered. Kid, quickly tell your Pokémon to stop, or else my hand will. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, Liao Shi had already arrived in front of the 2. The dagger in his hand swept through like the wind, directly cutting the young girl's throat, freezing the hopeful smile that had just appeared on her face. Behind the young girl, the middle-aged man's expression also froze in shock. He just killed her? The next second, the middle-aged man jolted awake. Just as he was about to turn and run, Zorua's claws swept across his neck in the exact same spot. In an instant, blood gushed out like a blooming red spider lily, instantly dyeing the grass beneath their feet red. Idiot! After cursing at the middle-aged man's fallen body, he turned his gaze to Pidgeotto and Gligar's battlefield. Seeing their advantage growing, he looked away. He stripped the spatial ring from the middle-aged man's hand and the space backpacks and Poké-Balls from the League Youth and Maiden. He also searched the 3 bodies to see if they were hiding any other treasures. After confirming nothing was missed, he finally looked back at the Pokémon battlefield. Coincidentally, Pidgeotto and Gligar had also finished their battle. Looking at the 3 Pokémon that had lost their ability to fight, he administered an antidote to Lickitung to prevent its death and then recalled it into a Poké-Ball. He also captured that advanced quality Rhyhorn. As for that Machoke, after removing the black belt from its body, he waved his hand, signaling Gligar to finish it off. Immediately after, he cleaned up the area, doing his best to erase his own traces, then plunged into the forest and disappeared. After running for a while, putting a good distance between himself and the recent battle site, Liao Shi finally stopped, plopping down on the ground and panting heavily. After catching his breath, his first priority was to treat Pidgeotto and Gligar's injuries. Then, he took out the spoils he had just obtained and began sorting through them. Looking at the several spatial items and the pile of Poké-Balls in front of him, Liao Shi's eyes gleamed. Unboxing mystery items was always the most interesting. His gaze first fell on those Poké-Balls. Besides the middle-aged man's Lickitung and Rhyhorn, these balls contained the League Youth and Maiden's Eevee, Mosquito Frog, and Wartortle. Additionally, there were some miscellaneous Pokémon found on the middle-aged man, probably ones he had poached. Scanning the Poké-Balls one by one, the Pokémon poached by the middle-aged man held no surprises. Most were only low or intermediate level aptitude, with only one being advanced quality. On the contrary, the 3 Pokémon belonging to the League Youth and Maiden brought him quite a few pleasant surprises. That Wartortle and Mosquito Frog were both advanced quality, and that Eevee was as high as special level aptitude. Eevee, LV, 24. Type, normal. Gender, male. Ability, adaptability. Held item, Silk Scarf, advanced. Basic skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Helping Hand, Sand Attack, Baby Doll Eyes, Quick Attack, Bite, Swift, Refresh. Egg moves, Endure, Yawn. Taught skills, Heal Bell, TM, Protect, Substitute, Awakening Power, Ice, Shadow Ball, Calm Mind. Aptitude, special level. It must be said, this Eevee's stats were quite impressive. It should fetch a good price. As for whether to capture this Eevee, after thinking it over, Liao Shi still gave up the idea. With his current energy and financial resources, raising 4 Pokémon simultaneously was already his limit. Capturing more would only bring more disadvantages than benefits. Moreover, this Eevee had a previous owner. In that case, taming it would require even more time and effort. It was better to sell it for some money. However, before that, Liao Shi picked out a few Poké-Balls from the pile, unlocked them, and summoned the Pokémon inside. 88. Number 88. Shall I give you a ride? Chapter 88. Let Big Brother give you a ride? These Pokémon belonged to the middle-aged man and the League Youth. Summoning them served no other purpose than to strip them of the items they carried. Some that were severely injured were given basic treatment to prevent them from dying inside their Pokeballs. Once finished, these Pokemon were returned to their Pokeballs and locked. Looking at the pile of items stripped from the Pokemon on the ground, the corners of Liao Shi's mouth curled up. 2 silk scarves, 1 advanced level and 1 intermediate level, 1 intermediate level mystic water, plus the intermediate level black belt he had previously taken from Machoke. This was a significant fortune. After putting those away, Liao Shi picked up the spatial ring to inspect it. He dumped everything inside out in a heap, picking out the worthless items before scrutinizing the resources. First was 500,000 league currency in cash, which was already a substantial income. Cash was good. Cash was much more convenient than things like league bank cards. Liao Shi wouldn't dare use any bank cards he found on others. For one, he didn't know the passwords, and second, if information leaked upon use and led someone to his door, it would be trouble. He put the league currency away and continued rummaging, but to his disappointment, he didn't find any more valuable resources after that. After piling the miscellaneous resources to the side, Liao Shi found a rather peculiar card. After some study, he understood its origin. It was an identity card from the Hunter Guild. The Hunter Guild was considered a significant organization in the Pokemon world, spanning many regions. Their primary business was the sale of Pokemon, making it a relatively fast way to make money. Holding the card and thinking for a moment, he tossed it aside and then picked up the space belts of the League youth to inspect them. Compared to the middle-aged man's messy storage space, their space belts didn't contain any of those miscellaneous supplies. After picking out some daily necessities, he found 2 League bank cards. He tossed them aside with a twinge of heartache. He knew there must be plenty of League currency inside, but he couldn't withdraw them. Aside from that, the large amount of top-tier Pokemon food and top-tier energy cubes made Liao Shi take a deep breath. The League boy with 2 water-type Pokemon was one thing, having plenty of top-tier water-type Pokemon food and advanced-level water-type energy cubes, but the girl with the Eevee was extravagant. She had prepared plenty of Pokemon food for various types, and the same went for energy cubes. He even found a bag of normal-type top-tier energy cubes. As for other resources, an advanced-level waterstone was found in the boy's bag, while the girl's bag contained a soothe bell that could increase friendship. After putting all these away, the area in front of Liao Shi was mostly cleared. He checked carefully once more, and just as he was about to confirm nothing was missed, a stone embedded in the mud caught his attention. This is? Pushing aside the debris on top, Liao Shi pulled the stone out and studied it in his palm. But after looking for a long time, he couldn't remember what kind of stone it was. He only saw that the inside looked like an ordinary stone, but the outside was surrounded by a layer of crystal-clear blue glass-like substance. It was very beautiful. Staring at the stone, a white light flashed in his eyes. It didn't matter if he didn't recognize it. He had a cheat, after all. Damp rock. Introduction. A special rock born in places with dense moisture. It can extend the duration of rainfall caused by the rain dance move. It's actually this thing. A damp rock is good stuff. Carrying it while using rain dance can extend the duration of the rain. It might not seem like much, but when you have a rain team lineup of Pokemon, this is when this item truly shines. Because battle conditions change in the blink of an eye, this bit of extended time might become the key to a battle's outcome. However, Liao Shi's current Pokemon lineup didn't have even a shadow of a rain team, so this thing was temporarily useless to him. After tossing it into his space belt, he stopped paying attention to it. He continued checking for a while, and after confirming there were truly no omissions, he packed everything on the ground into the spatial ring, threw it into a nearby bush, and left in a pleasant mood. At night in Pewter City, neon lights illuminated the roads. Within various malls and neighborhoods, a bustling atmosphere of daily life enveloped the area, making it very lively. Under the cover of night, Liao Shi also slipped into Pewter City. Of course, this so-called slipping in wasn't like a thief hiding everywhere. He simply bypassed some security checks and blended into the crowd. After finding a small restaurant to simply settle dinner, Liao Shi walked into the slums of Pewter City. It was late, and he needed to find a place to spend the night. However, the hotels with good conditions in the city required identification. Only here in the slums, where undocumented residents were common, could he find a place to stay. Although it was a bit crude, it was better than living under a bridge. However, as everyone knows, the biggest characteristic of a place like the slums is chaos, and, at night in the slums, this characteristic is amplified even further. Case in point, Liao Shi hadn't been walking for long on the narrow streets of the slums before he was blocked by 3 men who looked like thugs. "Yo, kid, why are you wandering around alone instead of staying home?" It's dangerous out here, why don't I give you a ride? The three thugs stood grinning in front of Liao Shi. The one in the middle, with blue-dyed hair, even stepped forward and put his arm around Liao Shi's shoulder, using force to push him toward a pitch-black alley. Liao Shi's eyes flashed, but he didn't resist, following them into the alley. The street soon returned to silence. Finally, only a faint whimper came from the alley before all sound ceased. Until dawn the next day, no figure emerged from that alley again. Not far from the alley, inside a guest house, Liao Shi opened his eyes. The sky outside had already brightened. He didn't have the habit of sleeping in. After taking a deep breath, he sat up. He fed all three of his Pokemon, washed up himself, and then walked out of the guest house. He didn't stay long in the slums. After having breakfast in the city, he took a taxi to the vicinity of North Maple Court where Red Woodrock lived. This North Maple Court was a residential community. It wasn't high-end, but the environment wasn't bad either. After sitting on a bench opposite the community's main gate, he took out a magazine he had picked up and pretended to read it, while actually observing the people coming and going. This wait lasted for an hour. Around 7 o'clock, Liao Shi's eyes lit up. A man who looked exactly like the information provided by Team Rockets walked out of the community gate. This person was the target, Red Woodrock. 89. Number 89 task completed. Chapter 89. Mission accomplished. On the other side, Red Woodrock drove away in a car after walking out of the residential area. Watching the car quickly disappear, Liao Shi lifted his head from behind the magazine, a plan silently forming in his mind. Over the next 2 days, Liao Shi changed into different outfits during the day and pretended to take walks around the neighborhood while actually observing the surrounding terrain and surveillance status. In the evenings, he would wait for Red Woodrock to get off work and secretly follow behind him to familiarize himself with the internal environment of the neighborhood while also learning which floor he lived on. Until the evening of the second day, Red Woodrock finished his day's work as usual and returned home in a good mood. After parking the car, he took a cake out of the trunk and quickened his pace toward home while carrying it. Today was his wife's birthday, and they had to have a proper celebration tonight. Thinking about it, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of Red Woodrock's mouth. Arriving at his front door, he took out his keys to open it, his mind already picturing the scene of his wife and son welcoming him home together. However, when he pushed open the door and walked inside, the expected welcome did not happen. Instead, the house was very quiet, and the table that was usually filled with steaming hot food was empty today. Xiao Nai? Chu? Red Woodrock was somewhat confused. Could they be trying to give him a surprise? Thinking this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he pretended not to know and headed toward the kitchen to prepare dinner. But just as he was about to step into the kitchen, the pokeball at his waist suddenly shook. Feeling the movement, Red Woodrock's gaze sharpened, and he hastily stopped in his tracks, looking cautiously toward the kitchen. Just as Red Woodrock's heart sank and his expression gradually turned cold, a round blue Pokemon poked its head out from behind the sliding kitchen door, blinking its eyes at Red Woodrock with a charming and cute expression. "It's you, Meryl." Seeing Meryl's figure, Red Woodrock breathed a sigh of relief. Meryl was his wife's Pokemon, and it usually wasn't kept in its Pokeball when at home, so Red Woodrock didn't find its presence strange. "Meryl, where are Nico and Xiao Chu?" The smile returned to Red Woodrock's face as he asked, about to step forward. But in the next second, his heart tightened again because he felt the Pokeball at his waist shaking even more violently. At the same time, he sensed that the aura of the Meryl in front of him was not quite right. This discovery caused Red Woodrock's face to change instantly. His right hand shot up to grab a Pokeball and threw it forward. After a flash of white light, it transformed into a Pidgeotto. "You aren't Nico's Meryl, who exactly are you? Where are Nico and the others?" Red Woodrock's expression was grim, and the bad premonition in his heart grew stronger and stronger. But before he could think further, another Pokeball at his waist shook once more. Even before Red Woodrock could summon it, it opened automatically, and a streak of white light jumped out. However, before that white light could dissipate, it was intercepted by another streak of white light. Meanwhile, a figure appeared rapidly behind Red Woodrock, giving him absolutely no time to react. The dagger held in the figure's hand had already swept around to the front, precisely slicing across the fatal spot on his neck. Heh. Red Woodrock wanted to cry out, but with his mouth covered, he couldn't make much of a sound. After struggling a few times, he lost consciousness. As for his two Pokemon, the Pidgeotto and the newly appeared Heracross, they froze for a moment upon seeing their trainer killed, before extreme bulldoze instantly surged in their hearts. They immediately wanted to rush forward and tear the person who killed their trainer into pieces, but before they could reach him, they were suppressed by another Pidgeotto and a Gligar. On the other side, after killing Redwood Rock, Liao Shi did not hesitate to pick up the man's 2 Pokeballs, recalling the red-eyed Pidgeotto and Heracross and locking them inside. Only after doing all this did he breathe a sigh of relief. Although some noise occurred during the process of killing the target, fortunately, it wasn't much, not enough to attract the attention of others in the neighborhood. Looking down, Liao Shi saw Redwood Rock lying on the ground, clearly dead. He hadn't expected killing this guy to be much easier than imagined. He likely served as a clerk among the investigators. Because he lacked combat experience, he failed to react in time when encountering danger. Taking out his Team Rocket's watch, he uploaded the evidence of Redwood Rock's death. He then saw that Meryl running toward him with its 2 short legs. When it reached Liao Shi's side, its body suddenly shifted and soon turned into a small purple fox. Kuso, Kuso. Zorua rubbed against Liao Shi's leg, a friendly smile on its face. You did great too, Zorua. Liao Shi squatted down and rubbed Zorua's soft fur, not holding back on his praise. He soon stood up again, recalled all 3 Pokemon into their Pokeballs, searched Redwood Rock's body, and then opened the door and walked out. Taking the elevator to the first floor, he looked up at the surveillance camera on the hallway wall, gave a mock greeting, and walked out the main entrance. Outside, the sky was already tinged with a touch of red as dusk approached. The neighborhood was still quite lively, with people returning home from work, going out to buy groceries, or taking walks after an early dinner. Ignoring the strange looks from some people, Liao Shi calmly walked along his planned route. He soon reached a deserted spot where he took off his gloves, mask, sunglasses, and hat, changed his clothes, pants, and shoes, avoided the surveillance areas to reach the edge of the neighborhood, and hopped over the wall. He then continued to avoid surveillance until he was a certain distance from the neighborhood, at which point he blended into the crowd. Next, Liao Shi did not stop for a moment. He left Pewter City overnight and plunged straight into Viridian Forest to return to the wild. As for whatever actions Pewter City would take next, it no longer had anything to do with him. Inside Viridian Forest, Liao Shi stopped his pace. By now, the sky was completely dark, with only bits of moonlight shining through the gaps in the leaves onto the ground. He found a hidden-looking tree hollow and crawled inside. After spraying some insect repellent, he sat down. He took out his Team Rocket's watch. He had felt the watch vibrate while he was on the run but hadn't had time to look closely. Now that he was out of danger, he took it out to check. Sure enough, there was an unread message on the watch. He clicked to open it, and the message showed that his mission was accomplished. Putting away the watch, Liao Shi finally felt at ease. Next, he just had to make his way back to headquarters. In a pretty good mood, he leaned against Pidgeotto's warm feathers. Because he had been constantly worrying about the mission these past few days, he hadn't rested well. Now that his nerves were relaxed, a wave of sleepiness suddenly hit him, and he fell asleep before long. 90. Number 90. Where did my mission go? Chapter 90. Where did my mission go? 2 days later, in the evening, after rushing with all his might, Liao Shi finally arrived at the location of the Team Rocket headquarters. Following the method he had memorized previously, he opened the passage leading to the underground headquarters and arrived in the headquarters hall. Inside the hall, it was quite lively with people coming and going. Other than the nearby Team Rocket grunts who saluted him upon his arrival, Liao Shi didn't attract much attention from anyone else. After heading to the cafeteria to enjoy a decent dinner, he returned to his dormitory room. Looking at the clean and tidy room, a smile appeared on Liao Shi's face. After all, a soft, big bed was definitely more comfortable than being out in the wind and rain. In the wild, after preparing Pokemon food for Pidgeotto and the others, Liao Shi washed up and went to bed to rest. He hadn't felt very tired while in the wild, but as soon as he lay on the bed, he felt as if his body had been hollowed out, and a wave of sleepiness hit him hard. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Liao Shi headed to the mission hall to claim his rewards for completing the mission. To his bewilderment, upon arriving at the mission hall, he found that he couldn't find any claimable mission rewards. Even after checking at the service window, there was no record of him completing any missions. What the hell? Liao Shi stood at the entrance of the mission hall, completely stunned. Does this mean I ran around for nothing these past few days? He raised his hand to check the information on his watch again. It was correct, he had indeed completed a mission. So why was there no record of his mission completion in Team Rocket's mission system? With a depressed mood, Liao Shi left the mission hall and began to ponder his next plan. Missions definitely had to be done. He had heard from some veterans that within Team Rocket, members below the rank of executive had a specific mission quota every month. If they failed to complete it, there would be punishments, and if they consistently failed to complete them, there was a risk of demotion. However, for the next few days, he needed to stay at the headquarters first. He could clearly feel that the energy on Gligar's body was dissipating slightly during battles. This was the rhythm of a level up, and it was a cross-realm upgrade from intermediate level to advanced level. Therefore, he wanted to go to the energy chamber to spend some points and let his Pokémon train. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could help Gligar successfully level up. If Gligar could level up, it would be a massive boost in strength and would greatly reduce the pressure on him when completing missions. Before that, Liao Shi planned to visit the exchange center first. He had quite a bit of useless supplies on him from this trip, which he could conveniently exchange for points to use in the energy chamber. The exchange center wasn't far from the mission hall, it was only a few steps away. It was still early, so there weren't many people in the exchange center. After walking up to a window, a beautiful young girl with a formulaic smile greeted him. "Good morning, how can I help you? Help me exchange these for points." After Liao Shi finished speaking, he handed over the miscellaneous supplies he had collected in the wild over the past few days, and the items he had scavenged from the middle-aged man from the Hunter Guild. Looking at the pile of items on the table, the girl's lips twitched slightly. However, her good professional conduct kept her emotions stable. After all, she had received many such customers and was used to it. "Please wait a moment. Intermediate black belt, 5,000. Intermediate silk scarf, 5,000 inches." The girl counted and recorded at the same time, her movements quite practiced. It didn't take long for her to finish inventorying the supplies on the table. "Sir, these supplies total 22,560 points. If there are no issues, I will transfer them to your account." "That's fine. Also, test the aptitude of these Pokémon and exchange them for points as well." He also took out the Pokémon belonging to the middle-aged man and the League boy and girl and placed them on the table. "Alright, please wait a moment." The girl picked up the Pokéballs, turned around, lifted the curtain behind her, and walked in. After about 20 minutes, the girl came running back holding a pile of Pokéballs. "I'm sorry for the wait." A gust of fragrant wind passed by, and the girl was already sitting in her chair, placing the Pokéballs one by one on the table. "Sir, all these Pokémon have been tested. The prices we've appraised are written on the labels. Please take a look." The girl's gaze towards Liao Shi was somewhat complicated, as if she were marveling at his luck. Among these Pokémon, there was actually one with extremely good aptitude, and the others all had decent aptitude. She didn't know if he would still be willing to exchange them once he knew their aptitude. However, to the girl's surprise, Liao Shi didn't show much astonishment after seeing the labels, as if he had long expected the aptitude of these Pokémon. "That's a bit terrifying." The girl's expression changed repeatedly, but Liao Shi didn't notice her various thoughts. First, he picked up the special level aptitude Eevee. It was labeled with a price of 15,000 points. In his view, this price was fairly standard. If it were a wild Eevee or a cub, it would definitely be worth more than this, but the price of a Pokémon that had already had an owner would be greatly discounted. This was because re-subduing them would be much more difficult than subduing a wild one or a cub. Additionally, for the advanced level aptitude Pokémon like Wartortle, the prices were in the range of 5,000 to 8,000 points, except for Wartortle, which was slightly more expensive at 10,000. As for the few intermediate level aptitude Pokémon, they were only worth a few hundred points. In the end, Liao Shi calculated that these Pokémon could be exchanged for a total of 50,500 points. After confirming there were no issues, the girl worked at the computer for a bit, and soon Liao Shi received a notification that the points had arrived in his account. Seeing the points in his hand approach 6 figures once again, Liao Shi's mood was pleasant. As expected, looting and robbery were indeed the fastest ways to make money. With sufficient points on him, Liao Shi also had the courage to pick up the catalog. It wouldn't be long before Skrelp hatched, and he needed to start preparing the supplies the little guy would need after birth. First of all, Moo milk was indispensable. This fresh milk produced by Miltank contained rich energy and was of great benefit to the growth of infant Pokémon. After searching the catalog, he quickly found Moo milk on the second page. After looking at the price, Liao Shi curled his lip. He could only say it was as expected. It was so expensive it wasn't surprising at all. He saw the price clearly marked on the catalog. One bottle of Moo milk required 15 points, which was equivalent to over 200 Pokémon coins per bottle. In this world, the salary of an ordinary person was probably only 4 or 5,000 Pokémon coins a month. Therefore, it was truly difficult for ordinary people to train Pokémon. However, although this stuff was expensive, Liao Shi didn't hesitate at all to exchange for 50 bottles. No matter how expensive it was, that was only for ordinary people. For him, it was still affordable. After looking at the Moo milk, Liao Shi searched the catalog for another item. He had found this while looking up guides recently, a type of calcium supplement that could promote better development and strengthen the physique of Pokemon. After searching for a good while, he finally found these calcium supplements on the last few pages of the catalog. The price was 200 points per bottle. After buying 10 bottles in one go, he finally put down the catalog and handed it back to the girl. That's all for now. He still had food and energy cubes for several of his Pokemon, so there was no need to replenish them for the time being. There was also no rush regarding moves, and as for things he really wanted to buy, like a toxic orb, Liao Shi still couldn't afford them. After paying 2,750 points, the girl turned and walked behind the curtain. After a short while, she handed over the Moo milk and calcium supplements. After putting them into his belt, Liao Shi turned and left the exchange center. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 91. Number 91. They're all so curly. Chapter 91. Everyone is too competitive. The energy chamber was located on the second basement level. Led by a Team Rocket's attendant, Liao Shi arrived at a vacant room. Captain Liao Shi, this energy chamber is still vacant. The instructions for use are on the wall by the door. You can take a look. I wish you a pleasant experience. The attendant bowed slightly and waited for Liao Shi to enter the energy chamber before turning to leave. Inside the energy chamber, Liao Shi swept his eyes over the interior. Compared to the energy chambers on Trial Island, the facilities were more refined, and some machines looked significantly larger. Additionally, Liao Shi walked up to the instructions on the wall. When he saw the usage price, his eyes twitched violently. 50 points per hour. He remembered that the energy chambers on Trial Island only cost 10 points per hour. Even if this headquarters energy chamber was more high-end, it shouldn't be this much more expensive. Could it be that the energy chambers on Trial Island offered a newbie protection price? While complaining in his heart, his hand instinctively swiped 150 points. Once the points were deducted, access to the energy chamber was granted. Following his pre-established plan, Liao Shi began training his several Pokemon. Pidgeotto continued training in high-wind environments, while Gligar practiced the earthquake move it had recently learned in a desert simulation, environment rich with ground-type energy. As for the final Zorua, the plan Liao Shi set for him was to start training with Dark Pulse, aiming to shorten its release time and compress the Dark-type energy to increase its power. In addition, the moves Extra Sensory and Double Team also needed thorough practice. As a Dark type, Zorua was weak against the Fighting type. If Extra Sensory was used effectively, it could have unexpected results against Fighting-type Pokemon. As for Double Team, it went without saying. If used well, it was a god-tier skill. Pidgeotto had relied on it many times to turn the tide from passive to active. The Shadow Ball TM he had on him wasn't as urgent. Shadow Ball is a Ghost-type move, and Ghost-type moves are super effective against Ghost and Psychic types. Coincidentally, the Dark type is also effective against those two types. Therefore, there wasn't a great necessity for Zorua to learn Shadow Ball. Instead, it would be more effective for the yet-to-be-born Skrelp to learn it. After finalizing the training plan, Liao Shi took out a set of gravity device from his belt and put it on Zorua. He had scavenged this set from some unlucky soul, and it happened to be useful now. After turning on the energy equipment for all three Pokemon, the person and the three Pokemon began their intense and exciting training. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the evening of the third day, after finishing the last set of exercises, Liao Shi picked up a nearby towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Seeing that it was getting late, he decided that today's session could come to an end. Calling out to the three Pokemon, Pidgeotto and the others quickly finished their current training and came to Liao Shi. After these 3 days of high-intensity training, all three Pokemon had made considerable progress. The most obvious was Gligar. The little guy had leveled up once, reaching level 30, and its strength had entered the advanced level range. Gligar, LV, 30. Type, ground plus flying. Gender, male. Ability, immunity. Held item, soft sand, intermediate level. Basic skills, poison sting, sand attack, harden, knockoff, quick attack, double hit, surprise attack, acrobatics, slash, U-turn. Egg moves, agility, cross poison, switcheroo. Taught skills, aerial ace, poison jab, TM, protect, substitute, stomp, awakening power, ice, earthquake, toxic. Aptitude, special level. After reaching level 30, Gligar's strength was significantly greater than before. No wonder it couldn't beat Dugu Yu's Kilova during the final assessment on Trial Island. As for whether to let Gligar evolve into Gliscor now that it had reached level 30, Liao Shi decided to wait after careful consideration. Gligar's potential at this stage had not been fully stimulated, and evolving now would be a waste of its potential. Furthermore, during these few days, Liao Shi had spent 30,000 points to exchange for a toxic TM for Gligar. Now, looking at Gligar's stats, the word magnificent could be used to describe them. Currently, Gligar's trio of moves, Substitute, Protect, and Toxic, was complete, and the Sharp Fang needed for evolution was already on him. The only thing left for its final form was a Toxic Orb. However, Liao Shi was really at a loss regarding that Toxic Orb. Not only did he lack the clearance to exchange for it now, but even if he did, it would likely cost an astronomical price that he couldn't afford. Shaking his head, Liao Shi stopped thinking about it. He would let his future self worry about future problems. Besides Gligar's level up, the little fellow Zorua had also successfully leveled up once, reaching level 16. With these few days of training, its strength had grown significantly compared to before. Moreover, due to taking calcium supplements these past few days, the little guy's previously stalled development showed signs of growth again, and its constitution was slowly strengthening. Ultimately, among the three Pokémon, Pidgeotto showed the least progress. Since its last level up hadn't been long ago, it was still some distance from level 30. It could only watch enviously as Gligar pulled ahead once again, stroking Pidgeotto's feathers to comfort it. Liao Shi recalled the three Pokémon into their Pokéballs. He then cleaned up the energy chamber and walked out. In these 3 days, he had spent nearly 900 points in the energy chamber. It was too expensive, way too expensive. He arrived at the cafeteria. It was currently mealtime, and there were quite a few people. After getting a meal, he found an empty seat and started eating. However, halfway through his meal, someone suddenly sat across from him. Looking up, a familiar face appeared. Eating alone, Liao Shi? Long time no see. Ryohei sat down with his dinner, a faint smile on his face. Yeah, long time no see. Liao Shi replied and continued eating. He had to admit, the food in the Team Rocket's headquarters cafeteria was truly good. Every dish tasted great. What have you been up to these past few days? I haven't seen you around. Ryohei also lowered his head to eat, but his words didn't stop. Hearing the question, Liao Shi looked up at him and answered. I went to do missions. Holy crap, you guys are way too competitive. After Liao Shi answered, Ryohei's expression became helpless. It seemed he really was the only one still wandering around to familiarize himself with the headquarters environment. Those guys Ryohei and Fujiwara, I saw them come out of the mission hall together and then leave the headquarters. And that guy Tetsuya did the same. I reckon they all went to do missions. After saying this, Ryohei seemed to think of something, and his expression suddenly changed, becoming somewhat serious. 92. Number 92 Special Missions, Special Rewards. Chapter 92. Special Mission, Special Reward. But it's hard to say for the others. I saw Dugu Yu, Yeliang Yingzi, and that guy named Yada being picked up. They seem to have left the headquarters. As for Yu Mingxue, I haven't seen her since we arrived at the headquarters. Qing Shu's voice lowered slightly, his expression becoming mysterious. Liao Shi paused his chopsticks as he listened, but he quickly returned to normal. He understood the meaning behind Qing Shu's words, and he had already made guesses back on Trial Island. Those who could persist until the final round of the assessment more or less carried some secrets. The ordinary people who joined Team Rockets for this trial due to the pressures of life had mostly been eliminated during the first stage. Like the original owner of this body, if he hadn't transmigrated, he would have died in that pursuit long ago. Not to mention taking first place in the trial. He didn't know what would happen after taking first place. At this moment, Liao Shi also thought of that inexplicable mission from a few days ago. After frowning and thinking for a while, his body suddenly jolted. He had the memories of the original owner of the body. Before joining Team Rockets, the original owner was a commoner who had basically never come into contact with Pokémon. His arrival had suddenly turned this body from a Pokémon idiot into a genius trainer. Was this reasonable? From Liao Shi's perspective, he had transmigrated with a vast amount of knowledge about Pokémon. Becoming an excellent trainer should be simple, right? But in the eyes of others in this world? This was absolutely unreasonable. Surely, after he became the first place in the trial, Team Rockets must have thoroughly investigated his background. But even with Team Rocket's massive power, they certainly couldn't find anything, so they would definitely be suspicious of him. That's why they had that inexplicable mission to test if he was a spy for the Alliance. If he had made even the slightest unusual move while killing Redwood Rock, his end could be imagined. After figuring out the cause and effect, Liao Shi actually relaxed. Was he a spy for the Alliance? He knew better than anyone. Since Team Rockets wanted to test him, he would just deal with it as it came. Presumably, Team Rockets would have more tests for him later, so he would just wait. Liao Shi didn't exactly feel repulsed by these tests. Any organization would treat a member who had undergone such a sudden and massive change with caution. A group like Team Rockets just testing him was already quite reasonable. If he had encountered a suspicious leader, it would be normal to just find an excuse to kill him. Afterward, the two didn't say much more. After chatting casually, they went their separate ways. Returning to his room, he let out his 3 Pokemon. After arranging food for them, he went to wash up. However, halfway through his shower, the watch on his wrist suddenly vibrated. Feeling this, Liao Shi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly sped up his shower. After showering, Liao Shi sat on the bed and clicked on the message on his watch, finding only a short sentence. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, Office 3 on the 5th floor. The next morning, after breakfast, Liao Shi saw that the time was about right and went straight to the 5th floor. After walking a few steps down the hallway, he saw Office 3. After knocking on the door, a familiar voice soon came from inside. Come in. After obtaining permission, Liao Shi pushed the door open and walked in. He saw the figure sitting in front of the desk in the office, his eyebrows twitching slightly, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face in the next second. Sister Ya, why are you here? What, you don't want to see me? Lien Ya looked at Liao Shi with a half smile and asked back. How could that be possible? You're so beautiful, I could never get tired of looking at you. Liao Shi replied with a smile. You can never go wrong by complimenting a woman's beauty. Then, in the next second, his expression immediately turned resentful. Sister Ya, what's going on? I did a mission a few days ago, but I couldn't get the mission reward. Although he had already guessed the origin of that mission, in reality, was this something he should know? Playing the victim and complaining about being poor was a necessary step. Alright, put away that expression. That mission was a bit special, so it wasn't posted in the mission hall. Lien Ya looked amused by Liao Shi's complaints. This kid's face changed so quickly. So, did I do that mission for nothing? Liao Shi sighed and shook his head, a trace of helplessness appearing on his face. If you want to think that way, then consider it done for nothing. We'll take this reward back then. Lien Ya pretended to be regretful and pulled back an envelope on the desk. Wait, Sister Ya, having a reward is obviously for the best. Liao Shi's eyes were immediately drawn to the envelope. One of his hands uncontrollably rose, extending a finger to press down on the envelope, stopping Lien Ya's movement. Hey, here you go. This mission was quite special, so the reward is also a special reward. Lien Ya couldn't help but laugh at his little action. She crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair. Open it and see. Hearing Lien Ya's suggestion, Liao Shi picked up the envelope. From the feel of it, the envelope was very thin, seemingly containing only something like a card. He was a bit puzzled. Could it be a bank card? Was this a reward of Pokemon coins? With a bit of anticipation, when he opened the envelope and took out the card inside, he frowned. After turning it over and over to see the contents clearly, he was stunned. This card was actually in League ID. While maintaining a stunned look on his face, Liao Shi's brain was already working rapidly. Why would Team Rockets give him in League ID? Was this also part of their test? While puzzled, he also began to think of a way to respond. Was getting in League ID as a reward a surprise? It certainly was. For him, having this League ID would make traveling much more convenient in the future. When going on missions, he wouldn't have to hide like he did last time, finding it hard even to find a place to stay. But that was all. But considering the background of the original owner of this body, just being surprised was definitely not enough. Growing up as an undocumented person, he had experienced being looked down upon, being unable to go to the hospital when sick, not daring to call the police when bullied, and many other tragic experiences. Now that in League ID was right in front of him, how would he react if he channeled the original owner's emotions? Soon, after a few breaths of being stunned, Liao Shi stared intently at the League ID in front of him. His breathing gradually became heavy, and his eyes and lips couldn't help but tremble. Is this really for me? Holding the ID card with both hands, Liao Shi's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and a hint of complexity. That's right, this League ID is your mission reward. Hearing Lien Ya's confirming voice, Liao Shi felt as if he were waking up from a dream. Only then did he excitedly put the ID card into his belt. The expression on his face returned to calm, but the slight upward curve of his lips and his still somewhat heavy breathing all expressed the wild joy in his heart. 93. Number 93. I was just saying. Chapter 93. I was just saying, still think this mission was a waste of time? Lian Ya looked calmly at Liao Shi's ever-changing expression. Seeing him calm down, she asked indifferently. Not a waste at all. The more of these missions, the better. Having obtained his League ID, Liao Shi was in high spirits. He wouldn't dream of complaining about the mission now. However, upon hearing his answer, Lian Ya's eyes flickered, and a smile suddenly played at the corners of her mouth. Since the more the better, then I have another mission here to give you. After saying that, she pulled a piece of paper from her drawer and pushed it toward Liao Shi. Watching the paper slowly approach, Liao Shi's expression stiffened. Sister, I was just saying, there's really no need to take it seriously. With a silent sigh, he picked up the paper and began to read. Although he didn't know why Team Rockets was testing a mere junior captain like this, he didn't have the power to refuse. Since these missions also came with rewards, Liao Shi had even less reason to decline. Mission: investigate the missing stronghold. Mission details: the stronghold in Qingshuang village lost contact 2 days ago. Dispatch personnel to investigate the cause of the silence. Time limit: 7 days. This was the content of the mission on the paper. Besides that, it included the stronghold's address and information on the personnel inside. Sister Ya, don't we have a specific quota of missions to complete every month? If I'm doing these special missions all day, won't I fail to meet the organization's required quota? I heard the punishment is quite severe. Looking at yet another special mission, Liao Shi waved the white paper with a bitter face and asked, "That's enough. Stop looking so miserable. As long as you complete this mission well, they won't be able to punish you. Alright, go back and get ready. Time waits for no one. I'll be here waiting for your successful return." Lian Ya waved her hand, signaling him to leave. Alright, I'm going then. Goodbye, Sister Ya. Hearing her dismissal, Liao Shi quickly stood up, performed a salute exclusive to Team Rockets, and turned to leave. Inside the office, after watching Liao Shi leave, Lian Ya stood up and walked to the side. The curtain behind her original seat suddenly pulled open automatically, revealing a screen. A video call was active on the screen. In the video, a man in a black suit sat with his head down, one hand propped on the sofa and the other stroking a Persian at his feet. "Boss." Lian Ya looked at the person in the video and called out respectfully. The man in the video looked up, revealing a majestic and serious face. Despite being behind a screen, an oppressive aura seemed to permeate the office. Coupled with Lian Ya's form of address, there was no doubt that this person was the sole leader of Team Rockets, Giovanni. "Lian Ya, what do you think of this kid?" Giovanni asked, his gaze shifting toward Lian Ya. Feeling the boss's gaze, Lian Ya lowered her head slightly. "Your subordinate is incompetent. I cannot see any problems with him." This was the truth. It could only be said that Liao Shi's acting was decent enough that Lian Ya didn't spot any issues. In the video, Giovanni's hand resting on the sofa began to tap a finger lightly against the armrest and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kid has some secrets, but he shouldn't be from the League. If there are no issues with this mission, we can let him try that operation. Hearing the boss's evaluation of Liao Shi, Lian Ya frowned. "But boss, you also said Liao Shi has secrets. If we let him participate in that operation, will it? It doesn't matter. The kid is clearly a smart man. Besides, he has no choice." After saying that, the screen went dark as the other party hung up. In the office, Lian Ya stood in place and pondered the meaning of the boss's words for a moment before closing the curtain and leaving the office. Unaware that his acting had just been seen through by boss Giovanni, Liao Shi left the office and headed to the archives. He wanted to check the detailed information on the Qingshuang village stronghold, but when he arrived and entered Qingshuang village stronghold into the computer, he was informed that he did not have the clearance to view it. Well, that's just great. Since he couldn't find information on the stronghold, he checked the general situation of Qingshuang village. After paying 5 points, the computer provided a simple introduction to the village. Qingshuang village was a small village located near Cerulean City. Looking at the description in the computer, a vague memory of a plot involving Qingshuang village from the anime of his original world surfaced, but he couldn't recall the specific details. Seeing that there was no more useful information, Liao Shi turned off the computer, left the archives and returned to his dormitory. After packing a bit, he opened the backpack containing the Skrelp Pokemon egg and took out the incubator to observe the egg inside. At this point, the incubator showed that there were only 7 days left until the Skrelp hatched. Based on this timing, the Skrelp would be born right around the time he finished this mission. Fortunately, he had already prepared everything he needed, so he wasn't afraid even if the Skrelp was born while he was out. After putting the incubator back, Liao Shi slung on his backpack. He hadn't even slept on this comfortable, soft bed for more than a few days, and now he had to head out again. But it was fine. Now that he had a league id, his quality of life outside would be much higher than before. However, before leaving the headquarters, he still needed to do one thing: buy the TMS for Protect and substitute for Zorua. Recently, he had tried to have Pidgeotto and Gligar teach it these two moves, but no matter how they taught, it couldn't learn them, so he gave up. It seemed that teaching moves through live instruction was quite difficult. While thinking, Liao Shi arrived at the exchange center and directly exchanged for one Protect, one Substitute, and one Awakening Power TM. He then went to the TM machine and used these 3 TMS on Zorua. When Liao Shi opened Zorua's stats again, the 3 moves had already appeared on its panel. Zorua, LV, 16. Type, Dark. Gender, Male. Ability, Illusion. Held item, None. Basic skills, Scratch, Glare, Taunt, Hone Claws, Fury Swipes. Egg moves, Extrasensory, Captivate. Taught skills, Steal, Snatch, Dark Pulse, Double Team. TM, Protect, Substitute, Awakening Power, Steal. Aptitude, Special level, Tisk Tisk. This awakening power is alright, Noble Steel. After clipping Zorua's Pokeball back onto his belt, he prepared to leave the headquarters. Outside the headquarters, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator passage, the fresh air mixed with the scent of green grass rushed toward him. After taking a deep breath, Liao Shi plunged into the Viridian Forest. 94. Number 94 Golden Cicada shedding its shell. Chapter 94. Shedding the golden cicada's skin. The destination was Qingshuang Village, and Liao Shi already had a plan on how to get there. First to Viridian City, then take a bus from Viridian City to Cerulean City, and finally rush from Cerulean City to Qingshuang Village. This time, Liao Shi chose to exit from the opening closest to Viridian City, arriving there roughly before noon. With such a short distance, Liao Shi had no intention of training his Pokémon and simply rushed forward at full speed. Liao Shi's figure darted quickly through the woods. Perhaps because it was close to Viridian City, he didn't encounter many Pokémon along the way. Pidgeotto protected him from above. Any Pokémon that dared to attack would face its fierce counterattack. However, as Liao Shi was moving at full speed through a patch of dense grass, he somehow stumbled and fell forward. He quickly rubbed his leg, stood up, and continued onward. Above, Pidgeotto glanced down and then continued to follow Liao Shi, staying alert to their surroundings. After the person and Pokémon had traveled a bit further, a lightning-fast figure suddenly streaked through the dense leaves behind them, charging straight for Pidgeotto. Simultaneously, 2 other dark shadows on the ground, carrying a terrifying aura, rapidly closed in on Liao Shi. With a sharp cry, Pidgeotto flapped its wings at the 2 shadows approaching Liao Shi, creating a whirlwind to block them. It then immediately used Double Team to evade the attack from the shadow targeting itself. Blocked by the whirlwind, the 2 shadows on the ground immediately split into 2 directions, and continued their charge toward Liao Shi. Soon, Gligar's purple figure emerged from the bushes beside Liao Shi. Its pincers were already stained with a purple hue, a clear sign of using poison jab. At the same time, a halo of light flickered on its body. After using agility, it quickly moved its short legs to strike one of the shadows. As for the last shadow, it had already reached Liao Shi's back. Seeing the distance was right, it leapt into the air, revealing its true form, a Sneasel. This Sneasel had already extended its claws, swinging down at Liao Shi with Metal Claw. Looking at the weak human body in front of it, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Sneasel's face. But in the next second, its smile froze. A layer of green energy shield had actually appeared around the human's body. Is this the Protect move? This green energy shield was very familiar. It was indeed the Protect move. Sneasel knew it too, but for it to appear on a human was beyond absurd, causing Sneasel's brain to momentarily stall. That's impossible. As the green energy shield manifested on Liao Shi's body, an incredulous and hysterical roar echoed from the jungle behind them. Under the effect of the Protect move, Liao Shi's body was sent flying by Sneasel's Metal Claw, landing in a patch of grass. Immediately, a flash of white light erupted from the grass. After a brief transformation and 2 shakes, the area returned to silence. In the other 2 battlefields, Pidgeotto and Gligar stopped fighting once Liao Shi disappeared. After clashing once more with their opponents, they seized the opportunity to use quick attack and escaped the battle. Just as their opponents were about to give chase, the voice from behind rang out again. Come back, no need to chase. The 3 Pokémon stopped in their tracks upon hearing the voice, turning their heads toward a figure slowly walking out from the back. The figure soon stepped out of the shadows, revealing the ordinary face of a young man. Currently, his expression was incredibly grim, his eyes fixed intently on the patch of grass where Liao Shi had fallen. He was still in a state of shock because a human had used the protect move. However, he soon thought of some inconsistencies. That flash of white light when the person fell into the grass, and that great purple furry thing on his backside at some unknown point. The young man quickly realized what had happened. Damn it, it's a Zorua. When did they switch? Wait, it must have been when he tripped in that grass. Damn it, I was careless. The young man punched a nearby tree trunk, his face turning livid with anger. He had actually been fooled by a newcomer who had just joined the Team Rockets and only had the strength of a junior captain, but chasing now would be futile. The opponent had fled in 3 different directions. If he wanted to give chase, he would have to split his forces, and who knew if that cunning kid had more tricks up his sleeve. It would be a massive loss if he ended up getting himself trapped. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only swallow his anger for now and settle the score when the other party returned. In another direction, Liao Shi, who no longer had any Pokemon by his side, moved cautiously through the woods. He frequently glanced toward the direction where Zorua and the others were being pursued, his eyes filled with worry. Pidgeotto and Gligar were fine. With their speed, escaping wouldn't be much of a problem. His main concern was the little guy, Zorua, given the gap in strength. But he had to use this risky method. During his days at the headquarters base, Liao Shi felt he was being watched. However, the person's tracking skills were quite poor. He discovered the tale quickly. From the insignia the man wore, he was a squad leader. Liao Shi didn't know this squad leader, so he had no idea why the man was targeting him. It could be that his wealth had been exposed, or perhaps someone had ordered it, as he had made many enemies by taking first place on Trial Island. Regardless of the reason, Liao Shi had no intention of going head-to-head with a squad leader whose background he knew nothing about. Thus, he could only devise this risky move to shed his skin like a golden cicada. In his view, the fact that the opponent waited until he left the headquarters to act meant the person was cautious. If Zorua and the others fled in different directions, there was a high probability the person wouldn't dare to pursue them too deeply. Fortunately, Liao Shi didn't have to worry for long. Gligar was the first to catch up, and not long after, Pidgeotto descended from the sky with Zorua in its talons. Kusuo, Kusuo. Zorua's head still seemed a bit dizzy as it landed. Seeing Liao Shi, it tried to walk toward him, but its legs went soft after just 2 steps and it flopped onto the ground. Liao Shi walked forward with a slight smile and picked it up. Let's go. That guy must be pretty angry after being tricked. It'll be trouble if he catches up. Glancing back, Liao Shi then signaled Gligar and Pidgeotto and continued toward Viridian City. Nothing else unexpected happened after that, and he arrived in Viridian City just before lunch. By now, he had changed out of all items identifying him with Team Rockets. Walking calmly down the street, the trepidation he felt before was gone. This was all thanks to the confidence that Ligid gave him. As for whether the ID was real or fake, he didn't doubt it for a second. Simply put, with Team Rocket's power, would they really need such a convoluted method if they wanted to make him disappear? 95. Number 95. Nothing is more important than completing the mission. Chapter 95. Nothing is more important than completing the mission. After finding a place in Viridian City to grab a casual lunch, Liao Shi arrived at the station, purchased a ticket to Cerulean City at the ticket office, and then sat in the waiting room for his departure. To pass the boring waiting time, Liao Shi took out his phone. After scrolling through videos for a while, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted past him, followed by a few crisp cries in his ear. Eevee, Eevee. Turning his head in confusion, he saw an adorable Eevee jump onto the seat next to him. This Eevee was hopping around, urging a young girl standing in front of the seat. Oh, I know. I'm here, aren't I? Okay, thank you for helping me snag the last seat. The girl was panting, seemingly having run for a while, with a few drops of sweat clinging to her face. It's your fault for running around. We almost missed the bus. After taking out a tissue to wipe the sweat from her face, the girl muttered to herself while picking up Eevee. She sat down and began to groom Eevee's messy fur. Sensing Liao Shi's gaze, the girl turned her head to look at him. When their eyes met, Liao Shi's eyes couldn't help but flicker for a moment. This girl was quite pretty. However, after just one glance, he looked away and focused on the Eevee on her lap. Eevee, LV, 19. Type, normal. Gender, female. Ability, adaptability. Held item, Everstone. Basic skills, tackle, tail whip, covet, sand attack, baby doll eyes, quick attack. Egg moves, double kick. Taught skills, iron tail, TM, protect, double team, aqua tail. Aptitude, advanced level compared to the special level aptitude support-oriented Eevee that Liao Shi had sold before. The one before him was clearly more of a physical attacker. It was evident that the girl had taken good care of it, and their intimacy seemed high. Otherwise, it wouldn't be wearing an Everstone. Presumably, she either didn't want Eevee to evolve too early, or she hadn't decided which type to evolve it into yet. Hello? Seeing Liao Shi staring at her Eevee, the girl named Xiao Wan frowned slightly, but she still greeted him politely. Hearing the greeting, Liao Shi withdrew his gaze and looked up at the girl. I'm sorry, your Eevee is just so cute. It reminded me of the Eevee I used to have, Liao Shi explained with a smile. When the girl first heard the compliment, a smile appeared on her face. Being praised is always nice, but his subsequent words sparked a bit of curiosity. He had an Eevee too? But why did he say, used to? Did you also train an Eevee? It's no longer with me. Liao Shi shook his head. He had sold it, of course, but he certainly couldn't say that out loud. Selling Pokemon is illegal. If such behavior were discovered, he would definitely be hauled off by the League police for investigation. However, Liao Shi's words caused the girl to instantly imagine countless scenarios, eventually concluding that his Eevee might have left this world. I'm sorry for bringing up a sad memory. Your Eevee must be living very happily in another world. The girl apologized and offered comfort with a look of guilt. It's alright, Liao Shi shook his head. He knew she had misunderstood his words, but he still felt like laughing. Happy? He figured that Eevee probably wasn't doing all that well. There was no more time for them to chat as the PA system suddenly announced that Liao Shi's bus was ready. After checking his ticket to confirm it was correct, he stood up. Looking back, he saw the girl also standing up, but she was busy cleaning her clothes which Eevee had stepped on and dirtied. Liao Shi said goodbye to the girl and left first. He found the bus at the platform. Upon boarding, he saw that the front seats were already full, so he had to walk further back, finding a double seat and taking the window spot. Turning his head to look out the window, watching the bustling scene of people coming and going, Liao Shi felt his state of mind relax slightly. Ever since coming to this world, he had lived every day with his nerves on edge, as if dancing on a tightrope made of steel. Sighing inwardly, Liao Shi knew very well that by joining Team Rocket's, there was no turning back. All he could do was cling tightly to Team Rocket's thigh, but this path was destined to be difficult. While his thoughts were drifting, a familiar cry suddenly sounded beside him. Eevee, Eevee. The next second, a crisp and surprised voice rang out. Oh, what a coincidence, it's you. Are you taking this bus too? Cerulean City. By now, the sky was wrapped in a blanket of night. Liao Shi got off the bus while supporting his lower back. After stomping his slightly numb feet, he hurried into the station. Don't misunderstand. His back was just sore and his legs were numb from sitting for so long, which was normal. He was hurrying purely because he was holding it in and needed to find a restroom. After successfully relieving himself, Liao Shi walked out looking refreshed. Just then, his phone vibrated. He took it out and saw it was a message from the Eevee girl. She had gone straight to her booked accommodation and sent a message to say goodbye. Liao Shi sent a casual reply and put his phone away. He hadn't expected the Eevee girl to be traveling to Cerulean City as well, and on the same bus as him, so the two of them had chatted for a bit during the ride. He learned from her that her name was Xiao Wan. She was from a critique city in the Johto region, and she was currently traveling through the Kanto region alone. She was quite brave. On the surface, the Pokemon world seemed prosperous, harmonious, and stable, but the darkness in the shadows was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The calmer the surface, the greater the danger beneath the water. So, it was quite dangerous for a girl to travel alone, especially one as good-looking as Xiao Wan. However, this had nothing to do with Liao Shi. If someone wants to travel alone, what business is it of his? He couldn't even guarantee his own safety. What happened to others didn't concern him in the slightest. After leaving the station, he arrived directly in the downtown area of Cerulean City. Although it was night, it wasn't too late yet. For young people, the nightlife was just beginning, and the streets were filled with heavy traffic and the vibrant atmosphere of daily life. Liao Shi found a restaurant with many customers to settle his dinner, then checked into a nearby hotel. The next morning, without wandering around Cerulean City much, he declined Xiao Wan's invitation for a meal and left Cerulean City directly to head toward Qingshuang village. Nothing was more important than completing the mission. As for women and such, Liao Shi wouldn't consider them at least until he reached a certain level of strength. 96. Number 96. I'm the investigator. Chapter 96. I am the investigator. Qingshuang village is located near Cerulean City. It isn't exactly far, but because there's no public transport, Liao Shi had to go on foot. A long stretch of the journey consisted of mountain paths, making the trek quite arduous. After a day of trekking through the mountains, he finally arrived at Qingshuang village just before nightfall. Standing on a hillside, he looked down at the dilapidated mountain village and fell into deep thought. As for why Team Rockets would establish a stronghold in such a remote, god-forsaken place, the reason wasn't hard to guess. It was likely meant to serve as a sanctuary. If something went wrong at the Cerulean City branch, fleeing members could hide out here first. The damn thing was, the branch hadn't even run into trouble yet, but contact with the backup route had been lost. Shaking his head, he let out a helpless sigh before walking down the hillside and entering the village. It's common knowledge that the poorer a place is, the scarcer its nightlife. It was only shortly after dinner time, yet the roads in the mountain village were already deserted. Only the faint lights from each household told Liao Shi that people lived here. Walking along the narrow paths, Liao Shi put on a mask to conceal his features even though there was no surveillance in the village. Ignoring his physical exhaustion, he headed toward the stronghold under the cover of night. He quickly found the stronghold based on the information on the mission sheet. It was a wooden house similar to those around it. When Liao Shi secretly slipped inside, he found the interior in utter disarray. There were various battle marks on the walls. It seemed the fight that took place here had been intense. This allowed Liao Shi to breathe a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, the enemy's strength shouldn't be too overwhelming. After all, the records stated that this stronghold was usually guarded by 3 people with the strength of a junior captain. This indirectly suggested that the opponent was either at the level of a junior captain or at the early stage of a squad leader. However, nothing is absolute, and it couldn't be ruled out that the opponent's true expert simply hadn't made a move. After searching the stronghold, he found no clues. He could only conclude that the place had been taken down, but by whom and where the people had gone remained a complete mystery. This is trouble. Liao Shi frowned deeply. How should he proceed with this mission? Having no leads, he could only find a hidden corner within the stronghold to rest. He decided to stay for the night. If he was lucky, perhaps the target would deliver themselves to his door. Soon, the night passed. Before dawn the next day, Liao Shi emerged from the stronghold. Once the sun was fully up, he blended into the village's morning market. He found a random breakfast shop not far from the stronghold and sat down. After ordering breakfast, he pretended to play with his phone while actually eavesdropping on the nearby chatter. Judging by the fight marks in the stronghold, it couldn't have been more than a few days. The topic would definitely still be hot, and the villagers would surely be gossiping about it. Sure enough, before long, he heard vague discussions about the incident, but none of them mentioned what Liao Shi wanted to hear. At that moment, the breakfast shop owner brought over his order. "Young man, you're a fresh face. From out of town, aren't you?" The owner seemed quite talkative and was very enthusiastic while chatting with Liao Shi. "Yes, uncle. I'm passing through on my travels and stayed the night to rest." Liao Shi nodded, his smile becoming very approachable. "Oh, impressive. Then you must be a trainer, right? Traveling alone at such a young age, that's truly remarkable." Upon hearing that Liao Shi was a trainer, the owner's tone became noticeably more respectful. "I still have a lot to work on. By the way, uncle, I heard many people talking about someone being killed in the village these past 2 days. What happened?" Liao Shi's face showed curiosity. It would be best if this owner knew something, otherwise, he would have to resort to extreme measures with the households near the stronghold. "Oh, you mean that? There's nothing that can't be said. The whole village knows. The people who died lived in the house at the very end of this road. You can see it from here. How should I put it? That family moved here a few years ago. The whole family were trainers, but even so, they were quite decent people. I don't know what sin was committed, but 2 days ago, a young man not much older than you passed through here. He claimed to be a league investigator. Hearing they were trainers, he went to investigate. In the end, he insisted that the family were members of that dark organization, Team Rockets. A fight broke out. The family lost, and because one of that league investigator's Pokemon died, he killed the entire family. After finishing, the owner's face was full of lament, but soon he seemed to think of something, and his expression changed, suddenly becoming bitter. He realized the person in front of him was also a trainer. What if he was with that investigator? He had just said some good things about the dead family. Would he be taken away? At that moment, he felt like slapping himself a few times. Why couldn't he keep his mouth shut? "Young man, this old man has talked too much. Please don't take it to heart." With that, he turned around and added a few more breakfast items to Liao Shi's bowl. Observing the owner's actions and expression, Liao Shi was stunned for a moment before understanding the man's concerns. A plan suddenly formed in his mind. "Don't worry, uncle. I'm just an ordinary trainer passing through on a journey." Liao Shi smiled kindly and said no more. He began eating his breakfast and didn't ask further questions until he finished. He paid the bill and left, even departing the village in broad daylight. The owner let out a massive sigh of relief as he watched Liao Shi leave, then went back to enthusiastically greeting customers. That night, the owner was in his upstairs room calculating the day's earnings. He was in a good mood seeing the decent income, but a sudden soft noise made him snap his head up. He then discovered the young trainer from the morning sitting on his windowsill, looking at him with a faint smile. "You." The owner's face paled, and his expression became terrified. "Don't be afraid, uncle. I have no intention of hurting you." Liao Shi jumped down from the window. After reassuring the man, he took out a notebook. "Look, uncle, I am the real investigator. As for that so-called young investigator you met, he's a fraud. We heard there was a murder case here, so I was sent to investigate. We investigated that family long ago. They couldn't possibly be members of Team Rockets. Otherwise, how could they have been left alone until now? Uncle, it wasn't convenient for me to speak during the day for fear of alerting the enemy, which is why I've come to disturb you so late. Uncle, can you tell me what that killer looks like?" Although Liao Shi's tone was polite, the owner's expression remained incredibly bitter. Heavens, another investigator. As an ordinary person, how could he tell who was real and who was fake? He'd almost rather be taken away for questioning directly. But facing Liao Shi's seemingly polite and kind demeanor, he didn't dare refuse or lie. No matter which one was the real investigator, he couldn't afford to offend either. "My lord, that person, 97. Number 97 white hair, the League's rising star?" Chapter 97. White hair, a rising star of the League? After obtaining the information he wanted, Liao Shi left the boss's house. At this moment, a few drops of light rain drifted down from the sky. After looking up and feeling it, he realized the rain was getting heavier, so he ducked back into the stronghold. Outside, the dense raindrops falling on the roof made a crisp sound. Inside the pitch-black house, Liao Shi held Zorua, with Gligar lying beside him and his back resting against Pidgeotto's wing as he gazed blankly at the rainy scene outside the window. A quiet night and a torrential rainstorm are the easiest things to let one's thoughts wander. At this moment, the rhythmic sound of the rain was like a hypnotic song, plucking at his heartstrings. Kuso, Zorua, in his arms, felt Liao Shi's accelerating heartbeat and looked up directly at him. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning slashed the sky, and Liao Shi's gaze was reflected in Zorua's eyes. In that moment, it seemed to sense the loneliness in this trainer's heart, just like itself. "Kuso." Zorua looked up and gently rubbed its cheek against Liao Shi's. Liao Shi looked down and smiled softly at Zorua. After spending time together, this little guy was becoming more and more affectionate and clingy. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I have you guys, don't I? We'll have more and more partners in the future." In the early morning, the rain stopped, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and warm sunlight bathed the earth. On a hillside outside Qingshuang village, Liao Shi sat on a green stone, eating dry rations while searching for something on his phone. The Pokémon behind him were also bowing their heads to devour their Pokémon food. In the eyes of the villagers of Qingshuang village, he had already left, so he naturally couldn't appear there again. This was also related to his next plan. Regarding the investigator who had taken down the Qingshuang village stronghold, he now had a rough idea of what the person looked like, but he knew nothing about their name or current location. He tried to search for the person's information on his phone using the details he knew. Liao Shi hadn't originally held much hope for this. After all, he couldn't expect to find much based just on appearance and clothing. Surprisingly, however, after unlocking his phone, a news item that popped up in the background caught his attention. Young and promising rising star investigator topples another Team Rocket's stronghold. The League's seeds have begun to sprout. As a member of Team Rockets, and especially at a critical point in his mission, this news immediately caught his eye. After clicking on it, the video content was an interview. Upon seeing the person being interviewed, Liao Shi smiled. Was the fairy he dreamed of last night the god of luck? Finding this person was the most difficult part of the mission, yet now the key to opening this door had practically fallen into his hands. The person in the video had a head of striking white hair and wore a flashy white suit. Everything about him except his skin was white. How much did this guy freaking love white? After confirming that the person in the interview was the mission target, he looked around the video page and found that it had been posted at 8 p.m. last night, and the location was Cerulean City. There's still a chance. Liao Shi stuffed the last few bites of dry rations into his mouth and drank a glass of moo milk. He glanced at Pidgeotto and the others, and seeing they were almost finished eating, he waited patiently for a moment. Once they were done, he packed up and turned to run towards Cerulean City. Along this stretch of the journey, Liao Shi's Pokemon provided a full escort, traveling at maximum speed. When encountering cliffs or broken ridges, he would simply grab the feet of Pidgeotto and Gligar and have Pidgeotto use Tailwind to glide down. Finally, traveling at top speed, Liao Shi entered Cerulean City at 2:30 p.m. As for the location where the white-haired guy was interviewed, it was very prominent in the video. One of the most luxurious hotels in Cerulean City, the Feuding Grand Hotel. After quickly arriving near the Feuding Grand Hotel and looking at the skyscraper that reached into the clouds, he frowned. How should he find him next? Now that he knew the target's appearance and name, the next step was to find him. For one, he didn't know if the person had already left Cerulean City, and for another, the Feuding Grand Hotel was just Liao Shi's guess for where he was staying. He wasn't certain if the white-haired guy actually lived there. After observing the surrounding environment, Liao Shi, who was temporarily out of ideas, could only walk into a milk tea shop. He ordered a cup of milk tea and sat by the window, pretending to play on his phone while observing the hotel entrance, his mind racing to think of a strategy. To Liao Shi's frustration, even after waiting until nightfall, the white-haired figure never appeared. Now sitting in a noodle shop eating noodles, Liao Shi felt helpless. He had already changed 4 or 5 outfits and staked out different shops, but he hadn't seen a single hair of the guy. Waiting like this wasn't the answer. Although he had thought of many ways, they had all been ruled out one by one. Even though this white-haired guy had just appeared on the news as a public figure, it didn't mean he was like the celebrities from his previous world on Blue Star, who caused a sensation wherever they went. You might be a rising star of the league, but you're not an elite or a champion. At most, trainers who recognize you might give you a second look as you pass by, but who among the common people would know you? So, unless the other party was still staying in the hotel and actively appeared in his field of vision, it would be too difficult to find and kill him without exposing himself. Pursing his lips tightly, Liao Shi considered it for a long time before his eyes regained their determination. He could only use that method. Although it was risky, after thinking it over, it was the best way. After paying for his noodles, he stood up and left. In the quiet alley, only stray cats would suddenly bolt from the darkness when someone passed, making startling noises. The deeper he went into the alley, the dirtier and more chaotic it became. Various graffiti-like scribbles appeared on the walls. This place seemed like an inverse world of the bustling city streets, filled with an unsettling aura. The slums are a place found in almost every city. As a city develops rapidly, there are always those who are phased out. These people are thrown into an ignored corner like trash to fend for themselves. Over time, a forgotten land with a harsh environment and twisted human nature is born. Dressed in a black robe that covered his entire body, Liao Shi stepped into this place one step at a time. Looking at the environment that was both strange and familiar, some bad memories of the body's original owner suddenly surfaced in his mind, making his gaze turn cold. Soon, Liao Shi found a group of thugs gathered in an alley smoking. They were all leaning against the wall, enjoying cigarettes with satisfied expressions. "It's a pity, boss. That kid didn't have much league currency on him the other day. What we got won't last the brothers very long." A voice rang out from deep within the alley, its tone full of regret. 98. Number 98 White hair appeared. Chapter 98. White-haired appears. Yeah, if we ever run into a fat sheep to fleece, if we get rich one day, I'll definitely take the brothers to have some fun with our pants off. After that regretful voice finished, a rough figure also sighed with great disappointment. "Thanks, boss." "Thank you, boss." The lackeys around him all cheered excitedly upon hearing their boss's idea. "Damn it, you brats don't get happy too early. These fat sheep are getting smarter and smarter. They rarely give us a chance to fleece them. Plus, there are more and more surveillance cameras. One slip up and we could end up behind bars." The boss's rough cursing rang out, dampening the lackey's enthusiasm. Just as these thugs looked dejected, a voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the alley. "How about I give you a chance to fleece a fat sheep right now?" "Who? Holy shit, who the hell is scaring me?" Liao Shi's voice suddenly rang out from the alley entrance, scaring the thugs into cursing. They all hurriedly looked toward the entrance and immediately saw Liao Shi wrapped in a black robe. "Kid, how are you giving us a chance to fleece a fat sheep? By delivering yourself to us?" The thug leader had a sinister grin on his face as he pushed past his lackeys and walked over. But when he saw the pokeball Liao Shi was playing with, his gaze suddenly sharpened. "A trainer? Hey, don't think you're the only one. Come out, Beedrill." After saying that, he also pulled a pokeball from his pocket. After he threw it, a flash of white light appeared, and a Beedrill appeared in front of the thug leader. However, when Liao Shi saw the Beedrill's appearance, he frowned. The beedrill was covered in various injuries, and its size was much smaller than a normal beedrill. It was clearly malnourished and starving, now appearing to struggle even to maintain flying. Looking at the beedrill's miserable state, Liao Shi sighed inwardly. Being with a trainer like this was worse than being in the wild. He pressed the button on his Pokeball, and after a flash of white light, Pidgeotto flew out. Its majestic appearance was the complete opposite of the beedrill's state. As for the beedrill, the moment Pidgeotto released its full aura, it could no longer maintain the strength of flying and fell to the ground trembling. Seeing the Pokemon he was so proud of being scared like a coward by the opponent's Pokemon, the thug leader was stunned. After dazing for 2 seconds, he shuddered and quickly changed his expression, running over to Liao Shi. "Brother, let's talk this through. Is there something you need me to do?" Seeing the thug leader bowing and scraping, Liao Shi had no intention of talking much and directly took out a bundle of Pokemon coins. "Here are 2,000 Pokemon coins. Keep an eye out for someone for me. If you can find him within 2 days, I'll give you another 10,000. Can you do it?" Hearing Liao Shi's words and seeing the stack of Pokemon coins in his hand, the thug leader's eyes widened. Over 10,000 Pokemon coins? As for the men under him, their breathing quickened and their eyes turned red. Watching their reaction, Liao Shi's gaze under the cloak darkened. This was the tragedy of the poor. 10,000 Pokemon coins wasn't a large expense for the current Liao Shi, but for these people, it was a massive fortune beyond their imagination. This unimaginable fortune was now right before them and within reach. If it weren't for Pidgeotto's cold gaze keeping them somewhat rational, this group would have swarmed him long ago. Is it really just finding one person to get this much money? I'm only giving you 2 days at most, the sooner, the better. If you satisfy me, I might even give you a Pokemon. Liao Shi's tone was filled with captivate, making these thugs almost forget their own names. "Lo Lord, rest assured, we will do our absolute best to complete your task." The thug leader's face was flushed, and his eyes shone brightly in the dark. "I'll be waiting for your good news." After Liao Shi finished speaking, he took out a newspaper and a slip of paper. "This is the person you need to find. Once you find him, contact this number." After throwing the newspaper and the slip to the thug leader, Liao Shi turned and left. If he tried to find this white-haired guy on his own, he wouldn't know how long it would take. Leaving it to these thugs might bring a surprise. After all, they might not be good at other things, but finding people was their specialty. Not to mention, faced with such a huge captivate, they would work even harder. The main issue was that time waited for no one. The mission deadline was 7 days, and today was already the 4th. With only 3 days left, he had to hurry. Fortunately, the thugs did not disappoint him. On the afternoon of the 5th day, Liao Shi received a message on a spare phone he had recently bought in Cerulean City. The target had entered Lanshan Royal Garden. Lanshan Royal Garden? Where was that? Liao Shi searched for it on his phone and found that Lanshan Royal Garden was a high-end restaurant. Knowing the other party's whereabouts, Liao Shi headed straight for Lanshan Royal Garden without hesitation. Opposite Lanshan Royal Garden was a scenic garden. Sitting down at a random seat, Liao Shi pretended to read a book while his gaze occasionally flickered toward the entrance of the Imperial Garden. As he waited, night gradually fell. Seeing the sky darken, Liao Shi put away his book and stood up, pretending to leave. In reality, after reaching a secluded, hidden corner, he put on a black cloak and lurked within the thick bushes. After it was completely dark, the garden fell silent. After being bitten by mosquitoes who knows how many times, Liao Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. That conspicuous white figure finally appeared at the entrance of Lanshan Royal Garden. Beside him, a middle-aged man with a flattering smile followed him out, bowing and scraping as he saw White-haired off for a distance, only stopping once the latter waved him away. After leaving the Imperial Garden, White-haired seemed to have had a bit too much to drink and walked around the garden for a while. After wandering around, White-haired walked out of the garden and headed toward the street. Outside, Liao Shi followed closely at a moderate distance. He was looking for an opportunity. It was definitely unrealistic to charge in directly on the street. Once the opponent reacted and they hit a stalemate, the commotion would easily be discovered, and people would swarm in. Just as Liao Shi was thinking about how to lure the other party to a deserted place, the white-haired man in front suddenly turned and walked into a dark alley. His heart suddenly tightened. Had he been discovered? He immediately slipped into another dark alley, climbed over several walls, and took a shortcut to reach the dark alley White-haired had entered. Hiding in the shadows, he followed White-haired's figure around a few corners and entered a dead end. Seeing White-haired walk into a dead end on his own, Liao Shi suddenly took a sharp breath. His skin crawled, and he wished he could merge his body into the wall behind him. Damn it, had he really been discovered? Could there be an ambush here? 99. Number 99 Super Qualification. Chapter 99. Super Aptitude. Liao Shi's gaze swept rapidly across his surroundings and overhead, his expression extremely grave. If there really was an ambush, he would be in great danger today. At that moment, in the dead-end alleyway, Whitehair's voice suddenly rang out. "Come out, I see you." Upon hearing those words, every hair on Liao Shi's body stood on end. Had he really been discovered? However, Liao Shi did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, his mind raced to think of a countermeasure. But the opponent's men had not yet surrounded him, so Liao Shi did not know where they were lying in wait. Under such circumstances, he had no way to find a retreat route. Pressing himself tightly against the wall, he felt a crisis of death for the first time. At the same time, he felt deep regret. It seemed that after coming out of Trial Island, he had become a bit overconfident. If he could escape with his life this time, he would definitely have to be more cautious in the future. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on Whitehair, who had his back turned to him. He could only see if he could capture him. Only then would there be a glimmer of hope. Just as Liao Shi was about to step out and deliver a thunderous strike to Whitehair, some sounds suddenly came from within the dead-end alley, followed by the sound of footsteps. Liao Shi immediately retracted the foot he had already stepped out of the shadows. What was the situation? Inside the dead-end alley, Whitehair had been standing in place without moving. So, who did those footsteps belong to? Soon, the owner of the footsteps emerged from the shadows. A thug with a fearful expression and trembling legs entered the sight of both Whitehair and Liao Shi. "And who did I think it was? So it's just you stinking rats from the slums following me all this way. Is there something you want?" From Liao Shi's angle, he couldn't see Whitehair's expression, but he could tell from his tone that his expression must be very mocking and disdainful. "This, my lord, I wasn't following you. This is my territory to begin with, and I was just patrolling it." A fawning smile was forced onto the thug's fearful face. "Territory? Ridiculous. What right do you rats have to divide up territory?" Whitehair didn't say anything more to the thug after that. He directly took out a pokeball and summoned an Ivysaur. "Kill him." Upon hearing the command, the Ivysaur stepped forward with cold eyes, two vines already emerging from beneath its flower. "And no, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." Under the threat of death, the thug was so terrified that he wet his pants. He hurriedly knelt on the ground, kowtowing while preparing to reveal everything he knew. But before he could say anything, an inconspicuous purple light flashed from behind Whitehair. A purple cross poison shot straight towards Whitehair in the darkness of the night. In this moment of crisis, a white light flashed from Whitehair's waist. A Nidorino lunged forward, pushing Whitehair ahead, while it took the hit of the cross poison itself. "Who's there?" Seeing that the sneak attack had failed, Liao Shi stepped out from the shadows. Beside him, Gligar and Pidgeotto quickly charged out from his left and right, rushing towards Whitehair. Whitehair stood up from the ground in a disheveled state, his white clothes now stained with patches of gray dust. "You bastard, sneak attacking me? Ivysaur, Nidorino, take them out." Whitehair's face was extremely dark, clearly fuming with rage. Soon, the four Pokémon began a chaotic battle within the small alley. On the other side, Liao Shi's gaze also fell upon Whitehair's two Pokémon. Ivysaur, LV. 30. Type, Grass plus Poison. Gender, Female. Ability, Overgrow. Held item, Miracle Seed. Top tier. Basic skills, Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Take Down, Razor Leaf, Sweet Scent, Growth. Egg moves, Petal Dance, Giga Drain. Taught skills, Synthesis, Seed Bomb, Grass Pledge, Poison Jab. TM, Protect, Substitute, Toxic, Awakening Power, Electric, Rock Smash. Aptitude, Super. Nidorino, LV. 32. Type, Poison. Gender, Male. Ability, Poison Point. Held item, Black Sludge. Top tier. Basic skills, Glare, Peck, Focus Energy, Double Kick, Poison Sting, Fury Attack, Horn Attack. Helping Hand. Egg moves, Confusion, Amnesia. Taught skills, Shockwave, Water Pulse. TM, Protect, Substitute, Thunderbolt, Sludge Bomb, Awakening Power, Fire. Aptitude, Special Level. Looking at the stats of the two Pokémon, Liao Shi fell silent. Especially regarding this Ivysaur, Liao Shi was at a loss for words. He could only stare intently at it, his mind thinking of how to make it his own. At the same time, from the magnificent stats of the two Pokémon, it could be seen that Whitehair's background was likely not ordinary. After all, could an average person afford to obtain Pokémon with such aptitude and pile up so many resources on them? But seeing Whitehair's resentful expression, Liao Shi knew that at this point, the arrow was already on the string and had to be fired. Even if he withdrew now, Whitehair would certainly not let him go. Thus, he could only deal with him as quickly as possible. Pidgeotto was the first to use Gust with the widest range against the two opposing Pokémon. Within this dead-end alley, the two opposing Pokémon had no way to dodge and were directly swept into the whirlwind. Within the whirlwind, Ivysaur's expression was incredibly resolute. Enduring the pain, it used Vine Whip to grab onto the eaves on both sides. After contracting forcefully, its entire body was launched into mid-air. Heat Wave. From behind, Liao Shi shouted a command in a hoarse voice. Pidgeotto immediately understood and used Heat Wave towards Ivysaur's position in mid-air. Not good. Ivysaur, protect. A green energy shield immediately protected Ivysaur inside, blocking the assault of the Heat Wave. On the ground, after the Gust move ended, Gligar charged towards Nidorino. While the opponent was still dizzy, it raised its pincers and used the Slash move to strike down fiercely. The struck Nidorino was sent flying all at once, crashing into the wall beside Whitehair. Nidorino, don't daze off, use Water Pulse. Glancing at Nidorino, who was standing up by the wall and shaking its head, Whitehair shouted before looking at Ivysaur, which had already landed on the ground. Ivysaur, Awakening Power. Following Whitehair's command, the two Pokémon quickly condensed their attacks. One blue and one yellow energy beam shot straight towards Pidgeotto and Gligar. Pidgeotto, dodge with Aerial Ace, then Brave Bird. Gligar, close in with Quick Attack and then use Stomp. Under Liao Shi's command, the two Pokémon's offensive became incredibly fierce, turning into one red and one white beam of light as they charged towards their respective targets. Ivysaur, Substitute. Nidorino, Confusion. Whitehair's reaction was also very fast, immediately responding to Liao Shi's offensive. Switch. From behind, Liao Shi suddenly shouted a single word. Just as the word was shouted, Pidgeotto slightly changed direction in the air, its figure surging with red energy as it brushed past Ivysaur's side and headed straight for Nidorino, who was in the middle of performing confusion behind it. 100. Number 100. Even if you kill me, you won't escape. Chapter 100. Kill me, and you won't escape either. In the next second, a violent impact slammed into Nidorino, sending it flying once again. Meanwhile, after the confusion was interrupted, Gligar charged straight toward Ivysaur, who had just finished using Substitute. Upon reaching its side, Gligar brought a stomp down upon it. Both of the white-haired man's Pokémon suffered varying degrees of injury after this round of exchange. Nidorino, in particular, was in terrible condition after taking the full brunt of 3 moves. Seeing this scene, the white-haired man gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. That damned bastard, if a previous mission in that village hadn't cost him a Pokémon, how could he have fallen to such a state? Although he still had one more Pokémon, he had only just started training it. Its strength wasn't sufficient yet, making it impossible for it to participate in this battlefield. At the same time, the white-haired man noticed that Liao Shi's figure had vanished. His heart tightened, but then a cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This damned bastard probably wanted to end things quickly and went for a sneak attack. It seemed the opponent was out of Pokémon, while he still had a trump card hidden. Hey, as long as that bastard dared to show himself, he was finished. Sure enough, while the 4 Pokémon were busy fighting, Liao Shi had already reached the white-haired man's side, thrusting a dagger toward his heart. Sensing the danger, the white-haired man quickly pressed the button on the Pokeball he was already holding. A white light flashed, interposing itself between Liao Shi and the white-haired man. Growlithe, Iron Tail. After blocking Liao Shi's dagger attack, the white light dissipated. An extraordinary Growlithe held the dagger in its mouth, and its originally fluffy tail was now coated in a layer of silver. With a twist of its hips, it swung the tail toward Liao Shi. Die. The white-haired man's face was hideously contorted, looking at Liao Shi as if he were already a dead man. However, Liao Shi's body suddenly twisted. Such a large person quickly transformed into a small purple-black fox, which reacted swiftly by using the move Protect. Zorua? The white-haired man's expression shifted to one of great shock, his face turning incredibly ugly. He'd been tricked. Fuck. The thought flashed through his mind, but it was already too late. A piercing chill rose from behind him, followed by a burst of sharp pain in his abdomen. The real Liao Shi had taken advantage of Zorua drawing the white-haired man's attention to move behind him. Holding another dagger, he quickly stabbed the man's abdomen several times in succession. Hehe, you son of a bitch, kill me and you won't escape either. The white-haired man, or more accurately, Chi-Yuan-Bai, managed to utter a final threat before his consciousness blurred after being stabbed so many times. Seeing Chi-Yuan-Bai collapse, his several Pokémon went berserk. With eyes bloodshot, they launched attacks at Liao Shi with the desperate intent to kill him, even if it meant their own deaths. Ivysaur even unleashed its ultimate move, Petal Dance, against Liao Shi. Facing this staggering offensive, Liao Shi's expression changed, but he wasn't afraid. Pidgeotto had already given up chasing its opponent and was diving straight toward him. Liao Shi immediately crouched down and curled into a ball to protect his vital areas. Pidgeotto flew down and spread its wings to shield Liao Shi beneath it, also activating Protect. Beautiful petals fell from the sky like rain, creating a series of violent explosions upon hitting the ground. Amidst the continuous explosions, Protect didn't last long. For the subsequent waves, Pidgeotto used its own body to shield Liao Shi from the attacks. After several waves of the petal rain, silence returned to the surroundings once more. Pidgeotto stood up with a pained expression. Under the carpet bombing of the Petal Dance, its back was now a bloody mess. On the other side, Ivysaur had fallen into a state of confusion and was attacking the walls. Meanwhile, after finishing off Nidorino, Gligar continued moving its small legs to deal with Ivysaur. As for the Growlithe that Chiyuan-bai had summoned at the end, it was being held back by Zorua. This battle was already won. Liao Shi stood up with a pale face. Although Pidgeotto had blocked the vast majority of the damage from Petal Dance, the aftershocks of the explosions had still affected various parts of his body. Now, even a slight movement caused him agonizing pain all over. However, there was no time to tend to his injuries now. He took out a potion and quickly sprayed it on Pidgeotto before recalling it into its Pokeball. He then searched Chiyuan-bai's body and finally confirmed that the ring on his hand was his storage space. After stripping off the ring, he dumped everything inside out and stuffed it all into his own belt. By this time, the capable Gligar had already finished off all of Chiyuan-bai's Pokemon. Looking at the three unconscious Pokemon, Liao Shi destroyed their original Pokeballs and then used new ones to take them in. He couldn't afford not to be careful. Chiyuan-bai was clearly not a simple person. If there were tracking devices or something similar on these items that led to his identity or location being exposed, he would be done for. Finally, he took out the Team Rocket's watch to upload the record of Chiyuan-bai's death. He conveniently killed the thugs who had long since been paralyzed with fear, then recalled Zorua and Gligar and left the alley at top speed. By the time Liao Shi left the alley, he had changed his clothes and given his wounds a simple treatment to stop the bleeding. Next, there was still one more thing to do in Cerulean City. Without stopping, he arrived at the place in the slums where he had first met that group of thugs. It was the same alley, and the thugs were already waiting there with faces full of excitement. Upon seeing Liao Shi's figure, they all approached him with smiles as bright as blooming chrysanthemums. The leader of the thugs was the first to step forward, his hands fidgeting as if he didn't know where to put them. "Lo Lord, we've completed the task." About the reward, but the only answer he received was Liao Shi turning around in a cold sentence. "Gligar, leave none alive." As he spoke, a flash of white light emerged from his waist. In the alley, miserable screams rang out incessantly. On the streets of Cerulean City, Liao Shi had shed all his disguises. He sat on the last bus leaving Cerulean City, quietly watching the scenery outside. On another street, sirens suddenly blared as police cars one after another raced toward a single direction. This massive commotion drew the attention of everyone on the bus. What's going on? So many police cars all of a sudden. No idea. Could it be another gang fight? Sigh, these gangs are really the dregs of society. They cause so much trouble. Amidst the complaints, the bus slowly drove out of the Cerulean City area. At a bus stop in the outskirts, Liao Shi got off and headed straight into the wilderness. After summoning Gligar to his side, he rushed toward his next destination for the night. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.